It was a stormy night, with lightning flashing across the sky and thunder rumbling in the distance. The rain poured down heavily, turning the mountain city into a flooded landscape. At 7:20 p.m., I was at the Shanxing TV station, watching the news broadcast. Suddenly, they cut in with breaking news. The wealthiest man in the city, Wang Fulin, had been taken hostage. The scene switched to a rooftop in the pouring rain. There I was, standing with a knife pressed against Wang Fulin's throat. I could hear the police, led by Uncle Lu, trying to talk me down, telling me not to act rashly, reminding me of the 3 years I had waited for justice. But I couldn't wait any longer. Wang Fulin had murdered my master and his entire family, and the law had failed to bring him to justice. Despite Uncle Lu's pleas, I tightened my grip on Wang Fulin, forcing him to confess on live television. He admitted to hiring thugs to kill my master and his family, even a 3-year-old boy. Hearing his confession, I felt a sense of relief, knowing I had avenged my master. But I knew what was coming. As I looked up at the stormy sky, a bullet struck me between the eyes. My life flashed before me, memories of my master and the kindness he showed me when I had nothing. I died knowing I had done what needed to be done, even if it cost me my life. The last thing I heard was the rain, like tears, falling all around me. Uncle Lu, seeing me dead, was furious at the police officer who shot me. The rain kept pouring, and the world went silent for me. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a strange energy was detected, signaling another event from a different dimension was about to occur. It was the beginning of something that would change everything in our world. At 7:30 p.m., I was in a dark, luxurious conference room filled with silent people. The phone rang, and someone reported that experiment subject number 1 had died. The room stayed quiet, and after a brief discussion, everyone left through different doors, carefully concealing their identities. I stayed behind, smoking a cigarette, lost in thought. Later, at 7:50 p.m., a group of soldiers arrived at Shanxing Hospital, looking for my body. They were tough, pushing past the security guards and demanding to know where I was. The nurse directed them to the morgue. In the morgue, a man with glasses and some thugs searched for my body. They found me, and the man ordered my head to be cut off. Just as one of the thugs was about to do it, the soldiers burst in, led by a fierce officer. They confronted the man with glasses, who quickly backed down and left with his thugs. The officer, seeing my body, started to cry. He scolded me for not asking for help with my revenge, reminding me of the battles we fought together. He touched the scar on my face and said that I had died with a smile, having finally avenged our master. He and the other soldiers saluted me, honoring my memory before they left. One soldier stayed behind, promising to take me home after the next mission. The sound of their departing vehicles faded into the night, leaving the morgue quiet once more. At 8:25 p.m., I found myself in the bustling center of Shanxing after a heavy rainstorm. The city was lively again, especially around Lihua Mall, where a popular celebrities meet and greet was taking place. Fans were excited, and the atmosphere was electric. Suddenly, the sky above us transformed, revealing a surreal scene of forests, mountains, and gigantic beastly shadows. It felt like a live 5D movie, but everything seemed so real. As people watched in awe, these illusions quickly became physical reality, turning the city into a chaotic mix of nature and destruction. Massive trees and mountains appeared, crushing buildings, while terrifying beasts roamed the streets, attacking people. At 8:30 p.m., the entire city was plunged into darkness as the lights went out, and fear spread through the crowds. The beasts became more real, and the once busy city center turned into a nightmare. Meanwhile, in the morgue, I woke up. The last thing I remembered was dying, but here I was alive and stronger than ever. My body felt more powerful, almost superhuman. Confused and disoriented, I stumbled out of the morgue, only to find dead bodies outside the door. Among them was a soldier I recognized, a friend of my brother in arms. It was clear that something unnatural was happening. Like me, the other corpses seemed to have come back to life, only to die again in a brutal struggle. As I pieced together what might have happened, The question kept echoing in my mind. How did I come back to life? This defied everything I knew, and I had no answers. At 8:40 p.m., I was in the outpatient building of Shanqing Central Hospital. After the strange energy wave hit, the hospital environment drastically changed. Huge trees, some over 100 feet tall, had grown everywhere, and the power was out, leaving the place in complete darkness. Dangerous beasts and strange creatures roamed the hospital, and many people, unable to escape, hid in corners, hoping for rescue. On the second floor, a doctor and two nurses, including the nurse I had encountered earlier, hid in a small, out-of-the-way room. They were terrified, but eventually, the doctor suggested they try to escape. They cautiously left the room, only to find the hallway empty but covered in blood and claw marks. As they tried to leave through the front door, a nearly invisible spiderweb thread decapitated the doctor. The two nurses were paralyzed with fear, but when a giant, terrifying spider appeared, they tried to run, only to be caught by its webs. I arrived just in time, having changed into a uniform I found, and threw a knife at the spider, saving the nurses. After killing the spider with a fire axe, I sat down to catch my breath. The nurses explained that strange beasts had suddenly appeared all over the hospital, attacking people. It seemed like the whole city might be under attack. As I was thinking about what had happened, I noticed something strange, a glowing black mist hovering above the spider's head. The nurses couldn't see it, but when I touched it, it flowed into my body, making me feel stronger and giving me a new ability entanglement, like the spider's webs. I tested it out, amazed as a web shot from my hand and wrapped around a nearby pillar. I couldn't believe it. I had somehow gained the spider's power. It felt like I was turning into some kind of superhero like Spider-Man. The whole situation was bizarre, and I wondered what else I might be capable of now. At 9:08 p.m., I was outside the outpatient building of Shanqing Hospital. The two nurses who had been following me refused to stay behind, insisting that they felt safer with me, even though I warned them it could be more dangerous. Reluctantly, I agreed to let them come along as we made our way outside. The city had transformed into something out of a nightmare. The buildings were surrounded by thick, towering forests, and the sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning, and freezing rain. The city center was even more shocking, with massive mountains covered in trees and waterfalls replacing the familiar skyscrapers. Roars of beasts echoed through the air, and the cries of people in pain were all around us. It was as if the entire city had turned into a hexscape. As we reached the hospital's entrance, a strange energy wave paced through, and the monstrous landscape began to fade away, revealing the ruined city underneath. But the danger wasn't gone. The beasts were still hunting people, and the city was in chaos, filled with smoke and destruction. After making sure the nurses were safe back inside, I walked alone through the dark, rain-soaked streets. The scene of beasts slaughtering people filled me with anger. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, so I decided to head toward the city center to help as many people as I could. Suddenly, I heard footsteps and saw a group of people stumbling toward me. They looked like survivors, but something was off. Their clothes were torn, their bodies were injured, and they moved like puppets, with strange, empty expressions on their faces. They surrounded me, their mouths slowly curving into eerie smiles, and asked in unison, "Do you want to join us?" It was clear they were being controlled by something. I tried to back away, but they closed in, blocking my path. I hesitated to use force because they were just ordinary people, but they kept pressing closer, trapping me. The situation was getting more dangerous, and I began to wonder if I had any way out. Just when things seemed hopeless, I noticed a strange creature, like a hairless monkey, watching me from a nearby lamppost. It jumped down, landing on one of the puppets' heads, and extended a long tongue toward me. The controlled people forced my mouth open, and I felt a wave of panic as the creature's tongue moved closer. But then, something inside me snapped. A burst of cold energy exploded from my mind, sending a shockwave of psychic force outward. The people around me were thrown back as if hit by a giant hammer, and the creature was flung away too. It quickly climbed up a wall, watching me with a creepy smile, as if it was planning its next move. Breathing heavily, I realized I had awakened some kind of psychic power. I grabbed my fire axe and glared at the creature. If it wanted to make me its prey, it would have to be ready to fight. I was angry. No one likes being treated like a midnight snack, and I was ready to make sure that thing regretted crossing my path. At 8:28 p.m., at the temporary command center outside Shanxing. Screech, screech, screech. The sound of urgent braking was heard. Report! 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 Voices came from outside the door of the largest military tent in the central position of the temporary command center. Enter! Before the words were finished, the curtain hanging on the tent door was lifted, and 3 spirited men in military uniforms entered one after another, then stood upright. Report! Captain Zhong Chong of the Tianyu Special Operations Unit reporting. Report! Captain Wang Gang of the Blue Sword Special Operations Unit reporting. Report! Captain Wu Taizhong of the Eagle Special Operations Unit reporting. At this moment, there were 6 or 7 soldiers and 3 people in white protective suits standing in front of a large conference table inside. As the 3 captains reported, the soldiers stood upright, and at the end of the table, an elderly man in a federal military uniform slowly stood up. He was an old soldier, about 60 years old, with gray hair, a dignified appearance, and eyes full of wisdom. Although his back was slightly hunched, it didn't diminish the aura of determination he exuded. Let's skip the formalities. Check the time. It's now 8:29. The old soldier raised his wrist and looked at his watch. Hearing this, the 3 officers raised their arms in unison to check the time, then lowered them and stood at attention. The old soldier looked around at them with satisfaction, nodding as he said, "You are all the finest soldiers of the New Moon Federation. Today, you 3 are here to lead a very special mission." He paused briefly, then turned to the enlarged map of Shanxing behind him, pointing to the city center with his finger as he said, "In 1 minute, an unknown disaster may strike here. Don't ask me why we didn't evacuate the civilians, because we didn't know which city it would hit, and even the experts at Section 502 still debate whether this disaster will happen. Everyone, the New Moon Federation has 100 city-states that need defending, and our forces are limited. We can only deploy troops in the most likely locations. Tonight, our task is to focus here." He pointed again to the city center on the Shanxing map. As soon as he finished speaking, an energy wave swept through the camp, and all the equipment emitted sharp alarms, seemingly confirming the arrival of the disaster. The old soldier felt the vibration from the energy wave. His face turned ashen, and he strode outside the tent. The soldiers and the people in protective suits followed him outside. Outside, the tent had already become part of a massive military camp stretching for miles. Armed helicopters, tanks, missile launchers, armored vehicles, and medical helicopters were everywhere. Thousands of soldiers in various uniforms bustled around the vast camp, working tirelessly in the pouring rain to prepare for the upcoming battle. As the energy wave hit, everyone, like the old soldier, stopped what they were doing and looked up at the distant center of Shanxing. In an instant, Shanxing seemed to transform into a city in the mountains. From afar, towering peaks shrouded in clouds appeared in the city, and giant ancient trees descended from the sky, blocking out much of the sky. It no longer looked like a city, but rather a ruin in the mountains, where countless beastly shadows roamed. The sounds of human screams, mingled with the roars of beasts, echoed through the air, turning the entire city into a heckish landscape. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, thunder rolled, lightning snaked through the sky, and freezing rain poured down, as if mourning the city. "I order you." The old soldier stood tall in the rain, shouting loudly. With his command, all the soldiers present stood at attention, showing no wavering, even in the pouring rain. The 3 special operations units will immediately move out. Follow the designated routes into the city, establish a perimeter, and prioritize rescuing civilians. Secondary mission: cooperate with the Section 502 personnel, engage with the foreign entities, and capture them alive if possible. As he spoke, the old soldier looked around at the 3 captains and the 3 people in white protective suits. Then, with firm resolve, he added, no matter the cost, you must complete the mission. Remember, a soldier's duty is to protect. On the rain-soaked streets at night, I was breathing heavily, facing off against that creature. The strange smile on the creature's face grew wider and more bizarre, as the tail behind it morphed into a massive tentacle, thick as a water barrel, covered in backward-facing spikes. The creature moved swiftly along the walls, defying gravity, its thick tentacle striking toward me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As I dodged the attacks from the controlled crowd, bursts of mud exploded around me, sending debris flying. Under the intense bombardment, the ground shook violently as if about to collapse. But no matter how fast or terrifying the creature's tentacles were, I moved even faster, evading the attacks by a hair's breadth, using my newfound psychic powers to react just in time. And I managed to knock out the controlled people with the fire axe in my hand, though it was difficult, all while fending off the creature. Sometimes I twisted my body in ways that defied physics to dodge the thick tentacles, making it look like we were engaged in a bizarre dance. My strategy proved effective, and soon, all the controlled people around me were knocked out, leaving just me and the creature. Just as I was about to escape, I hesitated, holding the fire axe as I looked at the eerie creature before me, beckoning it with my hand. My rain-soaked hair clung to my face, but my eyes shone brightly. Monster, everyone else is gone. It's just you and me now. From this point on, it's you who should be afraid. Because I'm serious. As if understanding my words, the creature's twisted smile morphed, its skin tearing open to reveal more massive, writhing tentacles. These tentacles were covered in giant mouths, filled with sharp, short teeth, terrifying and gruesome. The mouths opened wide, spewing sticky liquid. I was stunned by the completely mutated creature before me, and couldn't help but shout, "I!" Before I could finish, the creature roared, flinging its tentacles at me. I braced myself with a fire axe, ready to fight, when suddenly I heard a shout from not far behind me. "Get down." Instinctively, I ducked, and 2 RPG rockets whizzed by, spinning rapidly as they flew toward the creature, striking it and blowing it to pieces. I lay on the ground, turning to see where the rockets came from, spotting 2 soldiers crouched with RPG launchers on their shoulders. Further behind, a federal armed force was approaching, including dozens of armored tanks, hundreds of elite infantry, and several armed helicopters hovering above. These were the troops from the 3 special operations units, following orders to enter the city, hunting down the non-human creatures and reclaiming Shanxing. Seeing the soldiers arrive, I got up, ready to greet them. But then I remembered my situation. How would I explain my resurrection? Would they think I'm a monster? Would they take me to a lab and study me like a specimen? For a moment, I hesitated, then turned away as the federal soldiers got closer and walked off. Inside a store near the city center, pleas, cries, and screams. A heartbreaking tragedy seemed to be unfolding here, indescribably grim. The arrival of the disaster had plunged most of Shanxing's residents into crisis, but a few lawless individuals took the opportunity to ransack the city, looting jewelry and even breaking into homes or stores to rob. Inside this store, there were 4 such people. 2 were tearing at the clothes of a mother and daughter, while the other 2 were looting the store. Not far away lay a man, beaten to the brink of death. "Ha! Brother Wong, we've struck it rich. This family is filthy rich. Shut your filthy mouth. Don't make too much noise, or those monsters will break in and eat you. Got it? I'm just saying, anyway, let's enjoy these 2 women first. The brothers have been holding back for too long. Idiot whose brains are in their pants, hurry up. We need to get out of here soon. This place is still too dangerous. We can't stay long." The young mother, her lips split and bleeding, desperately resisted the filthy hands, but the difference in strength made it difficult to fight them off. As her clothes were torn away, revealing more of her fair skin and beauty, the men became even more frenzied. Tears streaming down her face, she looked at her 8-year-old daughter, foreseeing what those animals would do to her next. They were about to face unbearable torment and suffering. The innocent girl, still unaware of what was about to happen, looked with tearful eyes at the father she had always relied on. "Mom! Daddy!" Sobbing, "Daughter, don't worry about us, just run." At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside the woman, a flash of cold light, and the heads of the two men tearing at the woman's clothes flew off. With a gurgle, the heads rolled to the feet of the other two men. The headless bodies sprayed blood from their necks, splattering the young woman, who screamed and fainted. Seeing the heads roll to their feet, the remaining two men turned pale, their legs trembling as they struggled to lift their iron rods, looking at the blurry figure. In front of them, the figure slowly approached a tall man in white casual clothes, wearing a mask with a peeking opera face, holding a tang sword gleaming with cold light, its blade dripping blood. The entire mask was black, with wide white eyebrows separating the black forehead and cheeks. The black forehead had a vertical, floral stripe, making the mask look like a demon in the dark, fearsome at first glance. Finally, in a brief 3 seconds, the other two men lost their heads, lying near the doorway, lifeless. The masked man in casual clothes looked down at the now conscious woman, hugging her daughter, and said, "Find a safe place to hide. Rescue is coming soon, understand?" The woman looked into the eyes of the masked man, glanced at her daughter, and, despite being covered in blood, struggled to stand, asking, "Who are you?" He took out the ID he had taken from Delu and showed it to her. "Federal soldier." "Federal soldier? Thank goodness, we've finally found you." Seeing the ID, the woman cried with joy, hugging her daughter tightly, not wanting to let go. Zhang Jingyi, the masked man, remained silent for a moment. He reached out to rub the little girl's head and, glancing at the lifeless man nearby, sighed and said, "The federal soldiers are carrying out a rescue plan. Help is on the way. Hide well, and it will be soon." Tonight seemed particularly slow. The torrential rain continued to pour down, turning the ground into a muddy mess. Zhang Jingyi walked alone on the deserted street, surrounded by ruins. The city had been utterly destroyed by the disaster, and it would take a long time to rebuild and erase the painful memories. After meeting with the troops entering Shancheng, he chose to leave without saying goodbye, as he was still deeply suspicious of his resurrection and wasn't ready to face his comrades. As he left, he saw the black mist, glowing like a cotton candy, appear above the dead monster's head. When he touched it like before, his mental strength received a huge boost, and he also gained one of the monster's abilities, a very, very powerful one. After changing out of the military uniform at a roadside shop, he put on a white casual outfit and picked up a peeking opera mask. To him, the black-themed mask represented strength and bravery. On the way to the city center, he came across a store specializing in cold weapons, where he found his favorite tang sword, finally discarding the ill-fitting fire axe. Despite the strongest beasts and most evil creatures being in the city center, where his comrades were advancing, he chose to go there anyway. Even though he couldn't show his face, he could still participate as an ordinary citizen. 15 minutes later, in Shancheng City Center, the three most elite Special Forces units of the New Moon Federation had advanced as planned, establishing a series of blockades around the city center where the beasts were most concentrated. Outside the blockade, other parts of the city were being cleared of beasts by Special Forces teams from the New Moon Federation. Thanks to the relentless efforts and sacrifices of the federal soldiers, the beasts in other parts of the city had been eliminated or controlled. More and more attention was focused on the city center, particularly the area around Lihua Mall. Once the most famous and prosperous area of Shancheng, filled with shops and bustling crowds. Even at night, it was now nothing but ruins. Thousands of broken bodies, like garbage, piled up along the roadsides. Each body bore the marks of being gnawed by beasts, a horrifying sight to behold. The ground was covered in murky black and red blood, mixed with mud, being washed into the sewers by the pouring rain. At this moment, the city center was filled with the roars of beasts, the sounds of slaughter, screams, groans of pain, and the roar of cannons and gunfire. As the troops from outside Shancheng entered, the city became a battlefield, a place of slaughter between humans and beasts. The deafening sound of guns and cannons suddenly echoed through the streets. The battle cries were everywhere. Brave soldiers, armed with various weapons, charged forward. The roar of cannons, tanks, and missiles filled the air. Slaughter, wailing death. The city center became a sea of corpses and blood. No matter how big the beasts were, they were still flesh and blood. Under the soldiers' relentless attack, bullets and sheks streaked through the night sky like meteors, blasting apart the beasts' heads. For a moment, the beasts' arrogance was curbed, but as the hawks in the sky let out a cry, the beasts hiding in the shadows and darkness began to appear. It was as if the beasts sensed their prey, eagerly revealing their fangs, declaring their dominance and arrogance to the human soldiers invading their territory. In the dark night, under the pouring rain, the battle continued to rage. Cruel and mocking beast eyes glowed in the dark, ready to attack. They charged at the federal soldiers in groups, from the ground and the air. Everyone hold the line, don't retreat a single step. The old soldier at the temporary command center, watching the real-time footage from the drones, saw the beast charging in waves after the hawk's cry, gripping his walkie-talkie tightly, shouting desperately, his voice trembling. On the front line, the New Moon Federation soldiers, who had been holding the blockade in the city center, raised their guns with a clatter, aiming at the encroaching beasts. The overwhelming number of beasts filled them with fear. But at that moment, they could only stand their ground. In groups of 3 or 5, the federal soldiers, armed with heavy weapons, advanced step by step, protected by tanks, armored vehicles, and planes, pushing the blockade forward, clearing the ruins of beasts, with sacrifice becoming the norm. Even though these soldiers were elite, they were still at a disadvantage against the beasts, as many of them had thick fur that provided some resistance to hot weapons. Many soldiers who were fighting bravely one moment were lying in pools of blood the next, their bodies covered in claw marks. In the air, armed helicopters and fighter jets tangled with the hawks. Even as planes were shot down, none of them fled. It was these sacrifices that kept most of the beasts contained in the city center, buying time and space for civilians in other areas to escape. This is what it means to be a soldier, a profession dedicated to protection, deserving of everyone's respect. And every soldier knew that this was a battle between two species, and there was no escape, only bravery in the face of the enemy, like light versus darkness, good versus evil, mortal enemies by nature. When they meet, it's a fight to the death. When two enemies meet, only the brave will win. Everyone dies. Death is not to be feared. What is terrifying is not having fought for your life. Ice and cold water fell from the sky, crackling and hitting the ground in puddles. The biting rain flowed down Zhang Jingyi's cold and ruthless face, paced the corners of his mouth, and fell downwards. He came here and saw everything here. His comrades sacrificing, the beasts roaring, humans being slaughtered, and the bright red on the ground testified to the cruelty of this night. Zhang Jingyi tightly gripped the Tang sword in his hand and ran on the long street. Suddenly, his figure became a little weird. While running, he moved left and right among the crowd and the herd of animals in an extremely weird posture. Facing the countless ferocious beasts in the city center, Zhang Jingyi ran very fast, as if he was in an invisible environment. His body was extremely agile, and he even made some angle changes that were unimaginable for ordinary people. Although he was about to be squeezed by many ferocious beasts, he used extraordinary postures to dodge and move, and even used his hands and feet to climb on the vertical floor without the help of any tools, which seriously violated the law of attraction. This is his new skill speed, which allows him to ignore gravity and climb some vertical walls. During the interweaving process, Zhang Jingyi's Tang sword was filled with spiritual power. The Tang sword filled with spiritual power was invincible. Wherever the blade paced, all ferocious beasts surrendered. For a moment, it seemed as if a supernatural power distorted the air flow and rain curtain. In the dim light of the gunfire, I could vaguely see a white figure flickering continuously, as if it were an electric current. Wherever he paces, there is only death. No matter how huge the beast is, it cannot defeat him. In an instant, large numbers of ferocious beasts died because of him, and the beast's arrogance was brought under control. Undetected mutants entering target area. Unknown ability. Alliance unknown. On a remnant of a high-rise building not far from the city center, there were a dozen observers in white protective clothing, with various instruments placed around them, seemingly monitoring something. Around the high-rise buildings, some fully armed soldiers with live ammunition were hiding in the dark, nervously obstructing everything around them. A woman in white protective clothing was listening to the report. She was about 20 years old, 1.7 meters tall, with long flowing hair and a pair of black leather shoes. Even through the large white protective clothing, the woman's graceful figure could be seen. Whenever the male observers pacing by saw the woman, they couldn't help but reveal a hint of respect and admiration in their eyes. It can be seen that the woman is not only beautiful, but also a great academic figure. At this time, she was sitting among the crowd, holding a document in her hand, with black lead letters on it. Target code, Project Falcon, Operation Purpose. Capture the living creatures from the other dimension alive. Biggest risk. The creatures are too powerful to be caught. She put down the documents in her hand and asked the people around her, "Tell me about the latest findings." The staff nodded, looked at a surveillance screen on the table, and said, 10 minutes ago, a male mutant with a peeking opera face entered the central killing zone. According to observation, the camp is human and the ability is unknown, but it is suspected to be a superhuman. Continue to observe. Whether to recruit remains to be determined. Yes, continue to observe. At this time, Zhang Jingyi had no idea that someone had discovered and was watching him from a distance. He was standing on a half-collapsed high-rise building. Not far in front of him was the blue-black giant deer, one of the culprits of the Mountain City disaster. After a night of killing, the giant deer, whose body was dark blue, had countless marks on its two forked horns. It was unknown how many buildings it had knocked down, and its vampire-like fangs were also covered with human blood. There are also many scars on the blue-black giant deer's body, which makes it look a bit violent, and the violent blue-black giant deer is even more terrifying. At this moment, the blue-black giant deer was fighting against an army again. There were no less than 10 tanks roaring on the opposite side of it, and hundreds of soldiers were desperately shooting at it with heavy machine guns and RPGs. Tongues of fire were shooting at its body like chains. At this moment, the nearly 100-foot-long body of the blue-black giant deer was the best target. There was no need to aim specifically. Just firing a cannon or a gun would often hit it directly. On a battlefield not far from the blue-black giant deer, many warriors were setting up newly arrived weapons and equipment, and soon the new weapons were set up one after another. At the front of the position stood a burly soldier. In front of him was a newly mounted heavy multi-barreled miniature machine gun. The 6 barrels embedded together with metal rings and the heavy gun body painted black all showed that this weapon was unique. A green-painted magazine was tightly inserted into the bullet groove, making the weapon full of lethality. Behind it, holding the gun handle, was an expressionless face. This soldier was none other than Zhong Chong, the captain of the Tianhu Special Forces. Around him, there were no less than 10 such heavy multi-barreled rotary machine guns. This kind of weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield could fire at a rate of more than 6,000 rounds per minute. This is a weapon specially used for slaughter. Today, it is a deadly weapon used to slaughter the blue-black giant deer. Following Zhong Chong's order, those 6 pitch-black cylindrical gun barrels lined up together pointed at the blue-black giant deer from different positions in a fan shape. Tick, 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 tick. The next moment, the barrels of all the heavy multi-barreled machine guns rotated at the same time, and blue flames spurted out of the barrels. Suddenly, a heat wave from the huge bullets came over them, along with the pungent smell of saltpeter and the deafening noise of heavy machine guns, rushing across the sky and the earth. It was as if the earth was shaking. Standing on the ground, one could feel the earth trembling, as if strands of electric current were flowing through the body, and everyone's nose was filled with the thick smell of gunpowder. As the thick bullets flew out, the air seemed to be torn apart piece by piece, and the bullets with terrifying power rushed out of the gun barrel first. Tongues of fire shot out like chains of fire, shooting towards the ferocious beasts and blue-black giant deer surrounding the formation. Around the position, a large number of ferocious beasts, led by the blue-black giant deer, were charging forward, and no less than 10 of them appeared directly within the fire coverage area. TSK, TSK, TSK. As a series of sounds were heard, blood spurted from the bodies of these ferocious beasts. Their thick fur could block ordinary bullets, but they had almost no resistance to the thick bullets from the heavy multi-barreled rotary machine guns and were directly beaten into pieces of flesh and blood. In an instant, blood splashed everywhere, and the ferocious beasts died wailing, which boosted the morale of the surrounding soldiers. Zhang Jingyi, who was on a tall building not far away, looked at Zhong Chong with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Zhong Chong was his good superior and good friend when he was in the army, and a comrade in arms who had truly been through life and death with him. When he decided to come back for revenge, he was afraid of implicating his best brothers and did not dare to tell them. Because they were the best soldiers trained by the Federation for many years, he did not want to ruin their future for themselves. He would rather die than take revenge. To him, his master's family is his family, and he has the responsibility to take revenge, even if it's death. The sound of gunfire woke Zhang Jingyi from his meditation. He looked up, his face suddenly changed color, and in an instant his figure flashed out. A series of fierce attacks, especially the tragic deaths of many ferocious beasts, completely enraged the blue-black giant deer. With a yo-yo roar, its two front hooves left the ground and slammed heavily to the ground. As the two front hooves landed, the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. With the blue-black giant deer as the center, huge cracks appeared on the ground around it, like deep pits that were whipped out by a huge force. Countless tanks, armored vehicles, and even elite soldiers surrounding it were torn to pieces. In an instant, it seemed as if there was an invisible force field that distorted, destroyed, and ruined everything. It was as if a devil appeared on the killing field, reaping all the lives it saw with a sickle. Zhong Chong watched his comrades in arms being torn into pieces one by an unknown force, and the corners of his eyes broke. He knew that it might be him in the next moment, but he did not retreat. Instead, he roared to the sky, clasped the heavy multi-barreled rotary machine gun with both arms, and swept towards the blue-black giant deer with even more fierce flames. The next moment, a white shadow flashed in front of him. It was the masked Zhang Jingyi. He shouted loudly and held up a translucent light shield to block the unknown force that was rushing over. The translucent light shield is a skill generated by his mental power after the mutation. It can withstand a certain level of attack and has good defensive capabilities. But at this moment, the light shield seemed to be beaten by a huge force, and soon, cracks appeared on the light shield. With a bang, the light shield was completely shattered. Before Zhong Chong could react, the white figure rushed over and pushed Zhong Chong to the ground. The powerful force made it impossible for Zhong Chong to resist. The figure raised his arms and lay on Zhong Chong to protect him. Then, a huge force rushed over. Zhong Chong felt the power contained in the explosion on the white figure. It was a terrifying aura that could tear everything apart and blast everything into pieces. Even feeling it once would make people tremble with fear. But at this moment, he was safe and sound because this force was blocked by the white figure. But the other soldiers around him were not so lucky. They were twisted and torn like pieces of paper. Some were even twisted and deformed like a pretzel, and died beyond all possibility of death. But Zhong Chong was still alive because the white figure lying on him protected him. For a moment, he seemed a little confused, as if this scene was particularly familiar. Because that white figure gave him a special and familiar feeling, like a dead comrade in arms. Soon, this unknown force was gone, and less than 10 of the more than 100 soldiers on the scene survived. The tanks and armored vehicles had all been destroyed. The scene was littered with broken limbs, and even the bodies of many soldiers were turned into pieces. Zhang Jingyi stood up, patted Zhong Chong on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Be careful." At this moment, Zhong Chang's heart was filled with strange feelings, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Turning around to look at the blue-black giant deer on the side, Zhang Jingyi was standing opposite it with a tang sword in his hand. After releasing that invisible force field energy, the blue-black giant deer's momentum declined. It seemed that the move just now also came at a price. The blue-black giant deer seemed to sense Zhang Jingyi's strength. The two faced off, but neither of them attacked immediately. Ha! The rain from the sky hit Zhang Jingyi's wet shoes, turning into scattered water splashes. This sound seemed to be the signal for an attack. At this moment, only attacking can eliminate the anger in Zhang Jingyi's heart. Attack! 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 The man and the beast pounced on each other almost at the same time. When they were within 10 feet of the giant deer, Zhang Jingyi felt his body sink, as if the gravity field here was different and exceptionally heavy. The gravity field caused his body to stagnate for a while, and the situation improved only after he suddenly increased the output of his mental power. This giant blue-black deer actually has the ability of gravity field, which is amazing. As the killing began, the natural elements controlled by the blue-black giant deer caused the space to distort and the gravity field to change from time to time, transforming into ferocious evil spirits that rushed through the air and the ground, roaring and completely submerging Zhang Jingyi's figure. To the blue-black giant deer, this human was simply a little stronger and tougher. The blue-black giant deer was very confident in its own abilities and believed that if it exerted its full strength, this human who was stronger than the ant would have died. However, when the blue-black giant deer was panting and preparing to find a place to rest for a while, under the gazes of the surviving soldiers and Zhong Chang, who were gradually filled with numbness and despair, there was a loud whoosh sound. An RPG rocket spun and flew at high speed, directly hitting the blue-black giant deer's eyes. The blue-black giant deer screamed and was seriously injured. All the surviving warriors, including Zhong Chang, looked in shock at the place engulfed by supernatural power. A figure wearing white casual clothes stood there. Although the white casual clothes were badly damaged, it did not diminish the heroic demeanor. Zhang Jingyi was like a Rakshasa who had returned from heck, with the tang sword stuck on his waist and an RPG on his shoulder. There was a translucent light shield in front of him, separating the natural elements manipulated by the blue-black giant deer. In this extremely brief moment, maybe it was an illusion, or maybe it was just the way it was, in the perception of the blue-black giant deer and the ferocious beast, the upright white figure seemed to suddenly twist into an rakshasa with blood everywhere. The rain falling from the sky turned into sticky, never-coagulating blood plasma, which rolled endlessly around him and at his feet. Afterwards, Zhang Jingyi threw down his RPG, drew out his tang sword, and took a step forward. His figure was like a ghost, jumping quickly, and the tang sword in his hand was blessed with spiritual power, making it invincible. The next moment, he appeared under the belly of the blue-black giant deer. The tang sword violently pierced through the lower abdomen of the blue-black giant deer and cut it horizontally. Blood and internal organs gushed out like a waterfall, splashing all over Zhang Jingyi's body. At this moment, he seemed to have truly turned into the bloody Rakshasa, war god in heck. At this moment, the blood and the wailing sound of the blue-black giant deer turned into a hymn of death. As the giant blue-black deer fell to the ground with a bang, it seemed to have broken the last straw in the hearts of many ferocious beasts, especially since Zhang Jingyi was still standing there. His whole body was filled with shock. The beasts were filled with great fear and let out miserable screams. Even when the hawks in the sky screamed repeatedly, the beasts turned around and fled, wanting only to escape from this heck of Rakshasa. Boom! A thunder exploded in the sky. A minute ago, the ferocious beasts that were roaring, showing their fangs and claws, trying to kill and destroy humans, now turned into bereaved dogs, with expressions of fear and despair. They retreated one after another, looking for a way out and escaping to the distant mountains. Even the falcon that was still holding on in the sky began to look away when it saw the giant blue-black deer fall to the ground. It folded its wings and stopped entangled with the helicopters and fighter planes, flying towards the distant mountains. As for the surviving soldiers, their expressions were filled with shock, their eyes fixed on the figure covered in blood. Although that figure was not very tall at this moment, under the fire of guns and artillery, and the illumination of lightning and thunder, they couldn't imagine. How powerful must the figure standing in the center of death and blood be to be able to do this? Like a Rakshasa, like a killing god, a god among men whose killing ability is so great that even ferocious beasts are terrified. Zhang Jingyi stood beside the blue-black giant deer, raised the blood-flaming Tang sword, and pierced through the blue-black giant deer's heart. Zhong Chang on the side raised his right hand and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But when he saw Zhang Jingyi drawing his sword, blood splattering, and the blue-black giant deer's vitality slowly disappearing, Zhong Chang slowly put down his hand and no longer bothered about the old soldier's order to capture the body alive. At this point, being able to survive was a miracle. Even for him, he thought he was doomed just now. In that case, what else can I ask for? Besides, there are so many ferocious beasts. Just catch a few and give them to the people in Institute 502. That would be enough. Thinking of this, Zhong Chang put his thoughts to rest and looked at the man in front of him again, the man who always seemed particularly familiar to him. It's over? In the distant building, all the observers from the 502 institutes were staring at the monitor in confusion. This was much better than the dramatic result they had rehearsed. They didn't even use some of the backup measures they had prepared to deal with the beast's ferocity. The blue-black giant deer was a standard second-level ferocious beast and was clearly the best experimental subject, but it was killed by a suspected human of unknown origin. The psychic mutant who looks like a human but has unlimited strength seems to have great potential that can be tapped. Should we decide to recruit him or eliminate him? The staff at the scene all subconsciously looked towards the long-haired woman in the lead. She was also confused for a moment, and then she gave a firm order. Continue testing and follow the third response plan. After a while, she added, inform team leader Ellie about this person's situation. She will decide whether to recruit him or not. Yes, the data has been sent to team leader Ellie. 11 p.m., temporary command center outside the mountain city. As many troops entered the mountain city, the place became much more deserted in the center of the military camp, inside the largest tent. Everyone was speechless and shocked as they watched the real-time images sent back by the drone. The old soldier in military uniform suppressed his ecstasy, took out a cigarette with trembling hands, lit it, took a deep puff, and then burst into a violent cough. A burst of violent coughing woke up the stunned people, and they all looked at the old soldier. The old soldier took another deep puff of a cigarette, then put out the remaining half of the cigarette into the ashtray. He looked around at everyone and said, I command. Everyone stood at attention. The old soldier checked the time on his watch and said, all troops attack immediately. Complete the cleanup of the city before 5 a.m. and recapture it. Yes, all the soldiers present shouted together. Also, contact Zhong Chang immediately and ask him to invite the mysterious man back. I want to thank him in person. Remember, tell Zhong Chang that this is a military order, said the old soldier. A clerk quickly wrote down these words, then contacted Zhong Chang and gave the order. Mountain City Center. Zhong Chang got off a communications vehicle, looked at the mysterious man standing not far away, took off his helmet and scratched his head. The mission he received really gave him a headache. The old soldier's order was to ask the people to go back. Was the word ask polite or impolite? Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Zhong Chang walked over to Zhang Jingyi, looked at him sideways and said, Brother, may I ask your name? These words awakened Zhang Jingyi, who was in deep thought. He was trying out the new skill that the blue-black giant deer had given him, the gravity field. He turned to look at Zhong Chang, his most beloved comrade in arms. But he didn't know how to explain resurrection from the dead. If I say that I have come back from the dead, everyone will think of me as a monster. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Call me the War King. War King? Zhong Chang was startled. This name really sounded loud. Thinking back, based on this man's fighting style and strength today, he deserves the title of King of War. But this is obviously not his real name. Is there something he cannot tell? Zhong Chang hesitated for a moment and pointed at his mask. War King, can I see your true face? No, my face is disfigured. That's why I'm wearing a mask. Zhang Jingyi refused firmly. Okay, I see you are injured too. I'll ask the health worker to check your injuries. Zhong Chang said. Zhang Jingyi did not refuse this arrangement, but when the sanitation staff pulled open his torn clothes, they found that his skin was pale and intact, without any scars at all, as if he had never been injured. Everyone was stunned after seeing all this. Just now, this mysterious man was lying on Zhong Chang and helped him resist the attack of the blue-black giant deer. At that time, it seemed that blood and flesh were flying everywhere, but how come there is no trace of injury at all now? At this point, even Zhang Jingyi was puzzled. He must have been injured before, but after he was resurrected this time, whenever he was injured, the injury would heal quickly. Could this also be considered a skill? At 11:30 p.m., an armed helicopter flew over the mountain city. Zhang Jingyi in the helicopter was looking at the mountain city outside the window. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky had gradually dissipated, and the previous heavy rain had turned into a sparse drizzle. Looking out from the plane window, the mountain city was filled with military vehicles, tanks, and armored vehicles. A large number of surviving civilians staggered out of the ruins and, under the arrangement of the army, were evacuated to the assembly point outside the city. In each neighborhood, there were many people in military uniforms, armed with live ammunition and wearing heavy military boots, moving quickly towards each neighborhood, setting up roadblocks and guns, quickly blocking every intersection. In certain areas of the city, one can occasionally hear the sounds of chasing, capturing, and shooting. This should be the army clearing out the remaining beasts block by block. Look at this prosperous mountain city under the sky. Now it has become a large ruin. If it is rebuilt, it will probably take many years. At this time, a voice came from the side. What? Delu is dead? Jingyi's body is missing too? Duck! Was it Wang Felin's son who did this? Find him for me. I don't care, I want to find him. If he did it, I want him to pay for it. Zhong Chang was holding a satellite phone and chatting with someone. From what he heard, he seemed to have discovered Delu's body and his own disappearance. But what does this matter have to do with Wang Felin's son? Zhang Jingyi hesitated and asked, Is there anything I can help with? These words frightened Zhong Chang. This guy was a capable person who could fight and defeat the blue-black giant deer in a one-on-one fight. He dared not let him move around freely. If anyone offends him, he will die without knowing how he died. It's okay, it's okay. It's just a small matter between my brothers, Zhong Chang quickly said. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Jingyi and hesitated, as if he also wanted a channel to vent his emotions. So, he talked incessantly about his brother Zhang Jingyi and said that he had gone to see his body, but it was missing now. One of the brothers who stayed behind was also dead, and he suspected that it was done by Wang Felin's son. Zhong Chang gritted his teeth and said, If it was really him who did it, I will kill him even if I lose this layer of skin. Extending his hand, Zhang Jingyi looked at Zhong Chang and said, If it's really him, give it to me. Zhong Chang felt embarrassed, hesitated for a moment, and said, Then I'll buy you a drink. 15 minutes later, in the large tent in the center of the temporary command center of Shanxing, Zhang Jingyi sat on a chair in the tent, silently looking at the three people opposite him. An old soldier with gray hair, his back straight, holding an unlit cigarette in his hand, his eyes sparkling. A beautiful woman in a casual suit, with short hair and a pair of large brown sunglasses on her face, tall and thin, has a unique temperament. Against this temperament, even the high heels on her feet seem to have a sharper aura. A middle-aged man, wearing a suit and tie, with a slightly bald head and a formal smile on his face. The old soldier looked at his watch and said with a smile, Are we just going to sit here in silence? Ellie, you tell me. Hearing this, the short-haired woman with a special temperament took off her brown sunglasses and placed them on the table. The woman's eyes, like reflecting stars, flashed with a clear light that made people forget the world. The woman smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ellie, and I'm the leader of the Special Operations Team of the 502nd Institute. This, Mr. Zhan Wang, is grateful for your presence tonight. You killed the blue-black giant deer and saved the city. I would like to express my gratitude. In addition, the leaders of the 502nd Institute are very interested in you and hope that you can join us." At this point, Ellie glanced at the bald, middle-aged man on the side and received a hint of affirmation from his eyes. She continued, "To show my sincerity, I will introduce the intelligence we have. The arrival of the other dimensional world this time is not accidental. This situation actually occurred 15 years ago. What I'm going to say is highly confidential to the Crescent Federation, so please keep it confidential." With Ellie's introduction, a brand new world appeared in front of Zhang Jingyi, a world that he had never imagined before. First of all, the Crescent Federation world where Zhang Jingyi is located is not the only world in the universe. There are many parallel worlds in the universe, and these worlds often have fixed orbits and do not overlap. But there are always exceptions. 15 years ago, in April of the 238th year of the Crescent Federation, an alien dimension accidentally connected with the Crescent Federation world, and the first advent occurred in the mountains northwest of the Crescent Federation. During that descent, a human town from the other dimension landed in the northwest mountains. The descent was very short, only 5 minutes. After the descent, the town disappeared, but the townspeople did stay. There were a total of 123 townspeople left. During the process of leaving the mountains, 32 of them died for various reasons. The remaining 91 people came to a township in the northwest of the Crescent Federation. After the local people found them, they reported them to the federal government. Later, the federal government changed the names of these townspeople and arranged for them to live a new life in a secluded place. Through the townspeople who descended on them, the federal government learned that the other dimensional world was a magical world. In that world, humans were not the dominant race. In addition to humans, there were many different races living there. The mainstream races included vampires, zombies, beasts, ghosts, etc. There, humans are the most numerous, but their technological strength is relatively weak, and society is in the agricultural age. However, a small number of special people there can awaken supernatural powers, which they call magic power, and those who master magic power are called magic masters. It was these magicians who supported the human race in that world and prevented humans from being wiped out by other races. There, vampires are relatively friendly to humans. Ghosts remain neutral, but zombies and beasts are mortal enemies of humans. Every year, the two races invade human territory for various reasons, and wars of varying scales often occur. Currently, 3/4 of the world is occupied by other races. Although humans are numerous, they can only live in less than 1/4 of the area. It is difficult to survive, and the situation is getting worse. After the first visit 15 years ago, the Crescent Federation government held several internal discussions on the situation and soon reached a consensus and established the Kyoto 502 Special Incident Investigation Institute, referred to as 502 Institute. Since then, the 502nd Institute has begun monitoring similar incidents in 100 city-states within the Crescent Federation and dealing with disasters and strange events related to the Advent. In the past 15 years, there have been 3 successive arrivals within the Crescent Federation. The second one was 8 years ago, the third one was 3 years ago, and the fourth one was this time. There were 7 years, 5 years, and 3 years in between, respectively. If this rule is followed, the next coming will occur 1 year later with the 5th coming. Each time it descends, the area where the other dimensional world descends is not fixed. It may be a city or a forest. For example, the area that descended in the mountain city this time was a territory of the ferocious beast clan. Every time it descends, the matter of the other dimensional world will overlap with that of the Crescent Federation world, and it will bring the matter of the other dimensional world to the Crescent Federation world, like the giant peaks and towering trees that appeared in the mountain city this time. But after each Advent time ends, only living things can remain in the world after the Advent. Things such as houses, vehicles, mountains, trees, etc. will return to the other dimension world again with the end of the Advent time, while living individuals will remain. This is why there are so many ferocious beasts and monsters in the Mountain City. According to the detection of the 502 Institute, the duration of each precipitation matter in the past 15 years has been different. The first time it lasted less than 5 minutes, the second time it lasted 10 minutes, the third time it lasted 15 minutes, and this time it lasted for 40 minutes. The time is getting longer. A most terrifying conclusion is circulating among the top leaders of the 502 Institute, the Crescent Federation, and various city-states. Perhaps in the near future, the two worlds will completely merge together and eventually form a new world. At that time, we will need to face those 4 fierce races, and conflicts and wars between races will be inevitable. According to the latest research, the power of those 4 races is extremely powerful and is beyond the ability of the Crescent Federation to resist. Perhaps by then we will face the crisis of genocide, just like humans in the other dimension. According to the latest deduction by the 502 Institute, this near future may be the next time the planet descends, which is 365 days later. Moreover, this time may be advanced at any time. After listening to Ellie's introduction, even though the veterans and middle-aged men knew about it in advance, they were still silent when they heard it again, not to mention Zhang Jingyi, who knew nothing about it before. 365 days is not a long time. What can we do in such a short time? 3 days later, at 8 o'clock in the evening, downstairs of a high-end apartment building in Crescent Federation Qingqing, under the moonlight, a figure appeared in the distance. He had a tall stature and a peaking opera mask on his face. It was Zhang Jingyi. He was wearing sports shorts, a sports top, and sports shoes. He had just finished a night run. He ran 10 times around the community, almost 20 kilometers, but the change in his physical condition meant that he did not feel tired at all, and he did not even sweat a little on his head. Arriving at the temporary apartment building, he subconsciously wiped the sweat off his face with the towel hanging around his neck, but it seemed like he was wiping in vain. He was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his self-deprecating mouth twitched slightly. Since its resurrection, this body has become more and more bizarre. It does not sweat, has a super strong recovery ability, super strong physical strength, and sometimes even craves blood and murder. Especially every time you kill a beast or monster. What is that cotton candy like black mist? Why can't others see it? Why can I increase my spiritual power after absorbing it? I can also gain a skill from the beast or monster I killed. None of this is very scientific. 3 days ago, at the temporary command post outside the Mountain City, after learning about the Advent, Ellie, on behalf of the director of the 502nd Institute, proposed that he join the 502nd Institute's Special Operations Team. The team brought together the best mutants in the Federation and was responsible for dealing with the disasters and strangeness caused by the Advent. At that moment, he hesitated because he was a reborn person coming back to life from the dead, and this was his biggest secret. He wasn't sure if 502 would have other thoughts after knowing about his resurrection. He has seen the evil in this world and is naturally hesitant and distrustful of human nature. Perhaps seeing his hesitation, Ellie suggested arranging a place for him to rest and think first. Therefore, he was arranged to stay here, in Qingqing, a port city in the Crescent Federation. He spent 3 days here. During these 3 days, he had been thinking about the next plan, but he seemed to have no idea. He stood downstairs looking at the moon in the sky, thinking of his master, his mistress, and his comrades. How could he destroy such a beautiful world? Suddenly, he felt someone was looking at him, and he turned his head to the right. On the right side of the road, parked on the shaded side of the tree, was a black Hummer that looked like an iron monster, sturdy and ferocious. A woman in a casual suit and with short hair was leaning against the door. She wore a pair of large brown sunglasses, had a thin and strong figure, a wild temperament, and a pair of high heels. She was mysterious and arrogant. She was none other than Ellie, the leader of the Special Operations Team of Institute 502. Get in the car. I'll buy you tea. Tea? When Zhang Jingyi saw that it was Ellie, he let down his guard. It didn't seem normal for such a cold and beautiful girl to ask him out of the blue for tea. but he didn't want to refuse. But now he really doesn't want to drink tea so late at night. It's too bland. So he relaxed his brows and said with a smile, "Can we change to something else? I don't want to drink tea now." Ellie saw that Zhang Jingyi did not refuse. Although he was wearing a mask, he seemed to be smiling. She was a little surprised at his calmness, but she had obviously seen many people like him. Thinking of his recent situation and the murder that night, she smiled and said, "Okay, let's go to the bar. Let's drink." As she spoke, she naturally opened the passenger side door for Zhang Jingyi. Zhang Jingyi smiled, gestured to his body, and said with a smile, "You have to let me go upstairs and change clothes first." Zhang Jingyi was sitting in the passenger seat. Although he had never ridden in a car driven by a woman in his life, the woman was very beautiful. After getting in the car, he sat obediently in the passenger seat, looking at the night view of Qingcheng outside the window. He didn't even peek at the woman who was driving. It wasn't that the woman was not beautiful, but he didn't know what her purpose was tonight, which made him a little nervous. Ellie was also in no hurry to speak. She just concentrated on driving. She drove very steadily. There were fewer cars on the road at night. The car was silent with only the sound of wheels rubbing against the ground. They drove for about 30 minutes, and the car drove into a sparsely populated street. There seemed to be few people coming here. It seemed to be a factory area, and not far away was the port area of Qingcheng. Zhang Jingyi was a little puzzled. Didn't Ellie say she was going to the bar? Why did she bring him here? Ellie stopped the car and took Zhang Jingyi through a dilapidated factory area, walked into a dark underground passage, came to a large gate with an iron fence at the door, pushed it open, and walked in. There was a whole other world inside. There was a bar behind the door, but it was still early and it wasn't the peak time for customers yet, so there were only a few tables filled with guests. There is a certain distance between the tables to ensure sufficient space and privacy. There is a candle lit on the table. The light is dim and quiet, which adds a special charm. After finding a secluded seat, Ellie called a waiter and said something to him. The waiter left and returned quickly, put a bottle of wine and 2 glacés on the table, and continued to do other things. The next moment, Zhang Jingyi felt a wave of energy. He looked up at Ellie, and the energy seemed to be emanating from her. As the energy dissipated, Zhang Jingyi had an illusion that he and the woman in front of him were the only ones left in such a huge bar. Everyone else seemed to have disappeared, leaving the place empty and deserted. Don't mind me, this is one of my abilities. I can create an independent energy space that separates the inside and outside of the space. People outside can only see us, but can't hear our voices. I don't want others to hear our conversation. As if afraid that Zhang Jingyi would misunderstand, Ellie picked up the bottle and poured 2 glacés of wine. She pushed one to Zhang Jingyi and held the other in her hand. Her fingers unconsciously turned the glacé, and the golden wine swayed slightly in the glacé. Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but look up to Ellie's frank expression. He just nodded to show that he understood, but didn't say anything. Holding the wine glacé and looking at the golden liquid, Zhang Jingyi was a little dazed. Thinking about his inexplicable resurrection made him feel uneasy. Especially after his resurrection, he felt bloodthirsty and manic in that battle. And he also felt that this resurrection had changed him too much. For a moment, he was a little dazed. As if noticing his trance, Ellie drank the golden wine in the glacé and said, "War King, how do you think about what happened 3 days ago?" AI Li's words brought Zhang Jingyi back to his senses. He looked at the part of the woman's clothes that was floating up around her waist and realized that it was a gun. He asked calmly, "Why? Why? I mean, why do you want to recruit me into 502? If I get in, what do I need to do?" Hearing his question, Ellie did not answer it immediately. She picked up the bottle on the table and poured herself another glacé of wine. Looking at the golden wine in the glacé, Ellie said, "That day, I introduced you to the advent of the other dimension, but I didn't introduce you to the 502 Special Events Investigation Office in detail. The 502 office is a new department established after the advent. It is a department that handles special events and is responsible for all events related to the advent of the other dimension. Many people ask what the 3 numbers 502 stand for. Perhaps you have heard of 502 glue, which can solidify and stick instantly. It has strong adhesion and can stick to most materials. Therefore, the original intention of establishing 502 is to be like 502 glue, stick to any special event, never let go, and completely solve it. The 502 Special Incident Investigation Institute is divided into 3 departments: the Research Group, the Special Operations Group, and the Logistics and Administration Group. The Research Group is responsible for studying all the people, objects, weapons, and special powers that have descended from the other dimension. The Logistics and Administration Group is responsible for the allocation of supplies, logistical support, etc., and the Special Operations Group, where I am, is responsible for handling special incidents caused by the descent. She paused for a moment, then continued, "You could say that the safety of the 100 cities in the Crescent Federation is undertaken by Institute 502. We are the guardians of world peace. Yes, in the past 15 years, along with the disasters and bizarre events that have descended from the other dimensional world, beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, such as the disasters and bizarre events brought by the strange and ferocious beasts you encountered in the mountain city. Moreover, the remaining disasters over the past 15 years have not been completely eliminated. At least 10 great wastelands remain in the Crescent Federation, where many ferocious beasts and monsters from other dimensions remain. With our current strength, we can only maintain them, but not completely eliminate them. It can be said that without the sacrifices and efforts of the many mutants of the 502nd School over the past 15 years, the Crescent Federation world would have been completely changed." Zhang Jingyi blinked. He could understand every word Ellie said, but when they were put together, he didn't quite understand. "Mutants?" Ellie nodded, took out a document, pushed it in front of him, and said, "You can take a look." Zhang Jingyi glanced at Ellie, then lowered his head and saw the word confidential printed on the title page of the document. He held the document and did not open it in a hurry. Instead, he held the wine in the glacé, pondered for a while, drank the wine in one gulp, and slowly opened the document. The first page of the document is an aerial photo of what appears to be a dark street. There is a flash of lightning in the photo, and a man in military uniform holding a fire axe is confronting a monkey-like monster. In the shadows not far away, it seemed that an army was rushing here. The man in military uniform in the photo had his face illuminated by lightning. It was Zhang Jingyi. For a moment, Zhang Jingyi's hair stood up. He underestimated the strength of the Crescent Federation. He didn't expect that his previous battle with the monster had been filmed. The secret of his so-called rebirth is no longer a secret. What will he face next? What plans and actions will she take? Zhang Jingyi, you don't need to worry about anything. This world can even host other dimensions. For us, nothing is surprising. Therefore, the secret of your rebirth will not be a problem. Seeing Zhang Jingyi quickly calm down after the shock, Ellie showed a hint of admiration in her eyes. "What exactly do you want to do?" Zhang Jingyi said, "I told you that I hope you can join Institute 502 and become a member of my special operations team." Ellie replied calmly. Zhang Jingyi calmed down. The photo just now almost made him panic, but the next moment he realized one thing. If Ellie wanted to deal with him, she would not be the only one here. It must be an army, a particularly powerful army, possibly even his brother Zhongchang's army. Since there is only Ellie here, it means that the 502 Institute she represents, at least for now, has no malicious intentions, even though they know about her resurrection. Thinking of this, Zhang Jingyi asked tentatively, "What else do you know?" Faced with this question, Ellie was not surprised at all, and was even a little surprised that he asked it at this time. "I said, we are friends, not enemies, and we definitely know a lot." Ellie took out a flat golden box from her pocket. When she opened it, she saw long, thin cigarettes with white filters inside. She took out a cigarette, put it to her lips, lit it with the lighter with the bar logo on the table, and handed the cigarette box to Zhang Jingyi. Zhang Jingyi took it, but didn't rush to smoke. He held the cigarette in his hand and motioned her to continue. Ellie took a deep puff of her cigarette and blew a smoke ring into the air. She stared at the smoke ring that was slowly dissipating in front of her eyes and said, "There are too many things we don't know about this world. In the past few years, I have experienced too many things you don't know. Your situation is complicated and simple. In a word, you are a mutant. Zhang Jingyi listened to this word that was familiar, but suddenly unfamiliar, raised his head, and his eyes revealed confusion. Yes, a mutant. Ellie nodded, repeated it, and said, since the first arrival of the alternate dimension 15 years ago, it has brought two changes to our world. The first is that the energy of the arrival has activated some mutants like you and me. Mutants are no longer like normal humans. Each mutant has one or more superpowers, some strong and some weak. There is no doubt that mutants are powerful, just like Superman in the movies. A powerful mutant can do anything. If they are not guided and controlled, they will often cause chaos within a certain range. And these mutants can easily become tools in the hands of ambitious people, and become tools and sacrifices of these ambitious people's struggles. The second thing is that after each advent, some of the ferocious beasts and strange creatures from the other dimensional world that followed would always escape the pursuit and hide in the Crescent Federation, which led to some regional strange events, greatly destroying the normal order and operation of the Crescent Federation. The 10 most dangerous places I mentioned were formed in this way. At this point, Ellie leaned forward, staring at Zhang Jingyi, and said, the changes in these two things prompted the establishment of Institute 502. Strictly speaking, we represent the side of justice and the Crescent Federation. Zhang Jingyi listened quietly to AI Li's words, from which he heard a lot of unknown information, and this information seemed to have touched him as well. Ellie took the document in front of him, turned a page, pushed it in front of him, and said, your information is all here. We know your situation, so there is no need for you to hide anything from us. Zhang Jingyi saw that the document contained his photo, address, age information, and the word mutant in large letters. Name, Zhang Jingyi. Age, 26. Ability assessment, level 1. Temperament evaluation, honest, reckless, and responsible. Family situation, an orphan, taken in by the master's family since childhood. The master's identity is questionable. Work experience, former soldier of Tianhu Special Operations Force, now retired. Currently a security guard of Shanqing Jinghang Freight Transport. Mutation direction, resurrection from the dead, suspected to be a superhuman. Description of the mutation. In order to avenge his master's family, he was killed on the spot. Within 24 hours, he was affected by the energy from the other dimension, mutated and resurrected. His abilities are superhuman. In the Battle of the Mountain City, he killed the blue-black giant deer. Seeing this, Zhang Jingyi leaned back, took out the cigarette he had just smoked, lit it, and then, as if he wanted to expel the depression in his lungs, he exhaled heavily and fiercely. He took off the mask from his face and threw it on the table. There was nothing to keep secret now. After Ellie finished her explanation, she leaned back slightly, relaxed her chest, and looked at Zhang Jingyi with a calm and appreciative attitude. Seeing his performance, a smile appeared on her face. As you can see, since the Advent incident, a very small number of people have become mutants and have become increasingly powerful. These people are exactly what we need. You're one of them. Your resurrection and awakened abilities are also very powerful. During the previous Shanqing Descent incident, you were discovered by the observation point of the 502nd Institute. After observing you and evaluating your abilities, including your past, all the evaluation data show that you were very suitable for this job, and your performance in the Mountain City was beyond our expectations. We didn't expect you to be able to defeat that giant deer. We need people like you to help resolve disasters and strange events between the city-states of the Crescent Federation, and even to communicate with the alien world that is about to come. And that's why I'm sitting here, ready to recruit you. After the explanation, AI Li leaned forward slightly, staring at Zhang Jingyi, and said in a calm voice, now it's your turn to choose. Do you want to be our enemy or join us? The next moment, the air was silent. Zhang Jingyi smoked silently for a long time. AI Li was not in a hurry. She just turned the wine glacé in her hand and looked at him quietly, as if waiting for something. Finally, he put out the remaining cigarette, but in the ashtray, and adjusted his sitting position slightly. He took a deep breath, and his eyes seemed sharp at this moment. I can join you, But how can you guarantee that you won't use me as a test subject? After saying this, Zhang Jingyi became a little nervous. His pupils glowed faintly, and his mental strength surged, as if he would take drastic action if Ellie said something wrong next. However, to his surprise, Ellie just sat there quietly, without any nervousness or surprise. I can't guarantee it, but what I can say is that you and I are the same kind of people, both mutants, and I won't let this happen. After saying this, Ellie fell silent, and Zhang Jingyi, who was sitting opposite her, also fell silent. For a moment, both of them seemed to have thought about a lot of problems. At this time, an anxious voice came from a tiny piece of metal in the left ear hole of Ellie. Captain AI, if he does not agree to recruit, according to his ability in the Mountain City, if he stands on the opposite side of the Federation, it will be too dangerous. It is recommended that he be eliminated as soon as possible while he is still weak to avoid causing too great a disaster. If another incident like him occurs, no one can bear such serious consequences. The sound left Ellie's face expressionless for a long time, but only she herself knew that all her muscles were tensed. Even her hands were subconsciously on the gun hidden at her waist. She had long known that Zhang Jingyi had many secrets, and what they had discovered about his abilities was definitely not comprehensive enough. In her bag, there was an envelope containing many aerial photos of Zhang Jingyi fighting in the Mountain City. Each of these photos showed how powerful this young man's fighting ability was. Therefore, she understood more deeply that this seemingly harmless young man was hiding such a madness. But at the same time, it also made her really want to recruit him because she saw how he protected his comrades in the Mountain City. What a precious quality this is. As long as you become a member of your own team, you may be able to rest assured that he will take care of your back. Thinking of this, Ellie lit a cigarette to hide her mood and ignored the nagging voice in her ear hole. There were many choices before her. She could immediately withdraw her decision to recruit him, or even use her ability directly to kill him as a hidden threat in this small bar with few people. But thinking about the cause of Zhang Jingyi's death in the file, his performance in the Mountain City, and more importantly, the current situation of the advent of the other dimension, she still hesitated. Finally, she made up her mind, took out an envelope from her side, pushed it in front of Zhang Jingyi, looked into his eyes and said, "I'll give you another day to think about it. Once you've made up your mind, you can find me at the address inside." Zhang Jingyi took the envelope silently, was silent for a moment, and said, "Joining the 502 Institute is considered a formal job, right? Is there a salary? Do I have to sign a labor contract?" Being asked these questions suddenly made Ellie stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on her face. She looked at Zhang Jingyi's face and said with a smile, "Of course." Hearing the affirmative answer, Zhang Jingyi smiled and said, "I have one more request. Do not disclose my real name to the public. I want to continue wearing the mask for a short period of time. I have given myself a code name, Zhan Wang." Ellie smiled and held out her hand, saying, "Deal?" The two hands were clasped together, as if they had made a vow. When I came out of the bar, the sky was already completely dark. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky. The cold moonlight shone on the distant sea, lighting up the sea with silver dots, which was very beautiful. "Let's go. I'll take you there." The two of them slowly walked to the black Hummer, and Ellie opened the door for him with a smile. "That's fine." This time after getting in the car, Ellie directly threw a bag over. Zhang Jingyi took it puzzledly, opened it, and saw that it was full of documents. AI Li held the steering wheel and looked ahead, and said to Zhang Jingyi naturally, "From now on, I think we are comrades in arms. If you have no other requirements from this moment on, we are a family." "Okay." Hearing this, Zhang Jingyi was stunned for a moment, then agreed. He actually couldn't wrap his head around it for a moment. "Does this mean we are a family now?" I glanced at him and saw that he was in a daze. Ellie, who was driving, didn't explain further. On the way back to the apartment in Ellie's car, Zhang Jingyi roughly glanced through the documents she gave him. The above basically talks about how I was recruited by the 502 Special Operations Group as a trainee. Within the scope of my duties, I need to cooperate with the Special Operations Group in handling investigations and cleanup of some strange incidents according to the arrangements of my leaders. At the same time, The document also stipulates that Institute 502 will be responsible for guiding and training itself in terms of mutation capabilities, helping itself to better control its capabilities and move to the next level. At the same time, it is noted that although he is a trainee, his salary is extremely generous, as much as $50,000 per month. Each time you participate in a field mission, you will receive additional subsidies, which will depend on the degree of the mission. I will arrange for you to take a pre-employment physical examination tomorrow, and you can officially start work after the examination. Ellie held the steering wheel, staring straight ahead, and said, "The purpose of a physical examination is to allow the experts to better understand your situation. Only in this way can they know how to help you." "Don't worry." Hearing this, Zhang Jingyi subconsciously felt that the physical examination was not very safe. But after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. After all, he had already decided to join the 502nd Institute, so there was no point in worrying about all this. After breakfast and a short rest, Zhang Jingyi went downstairs and slowly did some exercises. His body was changing every day, and the magnitude of the changes surprised him. In just a few days, he felt that his overall abilities seemed to have reached a new level, and his entire body had become somewhat unfamiliar to him. So, he decided to exercise more, and he developed a habit of going downstairs for a walk after dinner every day to improve his physical fitness. He practiced a set of Hunyuan Kung Fu, a few sets of military boxing, jumped a few times, jogged 20 kilometers back and forth, and sweated a little. This made Zhang Jingyi feel that he had worked hard and would be able to get familiar with his body as quickly as possible. After all, Ellie has agreed to work in the 502 Institute. Since she has agreed, she has to do something to show off. Thinking of this, he looked up at the slightly red sun above his head. It seemed like he hadn't seen her for a long time. He wondered if she knew about his death. It should be very sad. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi suddenly felt a murderous intent coming towards him. This murderous intent was sharp and invincible, making people feel unable to defeat it. He turned his body quickly and looked vigilantly in the direction where the murderous intent came from. But the next moment, he suddenly turned his head to look in the opposite direction. Because he turned his head so suddenly, he even heard a cracked sound from his cervical vertebrae. "Huh, you're a mutant after all. You notice the problem so quickly. You react really fast." There was no one where Zhang Jingyi looked for the first time, but in the shadow of the corridor when he turned his head, a voice suddenly sounded. It was an unfamiliar male voice. As the voice came, a white light flashed in the shadow of the corridor. After the white light disappeared, two figures appeared. One of them was Ellie, and the other was a tall young man with a toad mirror on his face, but a bright smile. Seeing Ellie, Zhang Jingyi slowly put down his right hand. He was ready to use the entanglement skill just now, but when he saw her, he knew she was a friend, not an enemy. Before Ellie could speak, the young man raised his hands and said with a smile, "I have no bad intentions. I just heard from Team Leader AI that you are very powerful, so I wanted to give you a try." As he spoke, he walked towards Zhang Jingyi, stretched out his hand, and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Candle Dragon. Yes, that Candle Dragon. My dream is to be like the legendary Candle Dragon, to control infinite time and space, to travel freely through the past and the future, and to travel in time." Although Zhang Jingyi didn't understand what he said, he was deeply shocked. He stretched out his hand and held Candle Dragon's hand. As soon as he held it, he felt the other person's hand shrink violently. For a moment, it seemed as if a huge force was acting on his palm. Zhang Jingyi frowned, but soon relaxed his brows. Under the influence of his mental strength, his hand seemed to turn into a sponge. No matter how hard the other party tried, they always felt slippery and couldn't hold his hand tightly. "Ah, good. It's just as Team Leader AI said. It's really amazing." Seeing that there was no way to achieve any results, Candelong wanted to let go. But the next moment, Zhang Jingyi's palm suddenly changed from a sponge to a piece of steel. With a force, Songlong felt as if his hand was clamped by a pair of pliers, and he cried out in pain. Zhang Jingyi quickly let go, took a step back, and said, "Do you know that doing this is very dangerous?" "Danger?" The man named Zhulong looked a little surprised, rubbing his hands, and said, "No way, buddy. It seems that I am the one who suffers. Besides, it's just a competition. How can it be dangerous? If Ellie wasn't here, I think you would be in danger," Zhang Jingyi said seriously. Seeing the peaking opera expression on his face and hearing his serious words, Songlong was speechless. He scratched his head and explained awkwardly, "Brother, it shouldn't be like this. I just said hecko. After all, we are all mutants. Usually during training, someone suddenly shoots at you, saying that they are here to train your personal alertness. Okay, stop talking nonsense, War King. You should know the reason why I came to see you this time. I brought Candle Dragon with me, because he will be your guide after you join the company and help you get familiar with some things within the team," Ellie said on the side. Candle Dragon, who was about to make more jokes, subconsciously became more respectful when he heard the impatience in Ellie's words, and said, "Brother Zhan Wang is indeed worthy of his reputation. I like to make jokes, and you will know my good side after a while." After hearing what Candelong said, Zhang Jingyi became curious and asked, "What do others say about me? You are a very secretive person." And Candle Dragon laughed and said, "And everyone says you are very dangerous. I heard that you killed a level 2 beast all by yourself. As expected, all rumors are unreliable and full of prejudice." Zhang Jingyi thought about it and stopped talking about this issue. He turned to look at AI Li and asked, "So, did I ask the pre-employment physical examination now?" "Wait for notification." Ellie glanced at the silver digital watch on her wrist and said, "But it should be soon." Zhang Jingyi was a little puzzled after hearing this. Does this kind of thing need to be decided on the spot? Before Ellie could say anything, Candle Dragon laughed and said, "Doing a full physical examination for the mutant is a small matter, right?" As she was talking, the screen of the digital watch on Ellie's wrist suddenly lit up, and at the same time, Lien Songlong's expression immediately became more serious. "Here we go." Zhang Jingyi's heart tensed up, and he asked hurriedly, "When?" 15 minutes later, Kaiwa Building in the Southern District. After hearing Ellie announce a time and place, Candle Dragon's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, "Brother, the people doing your physical examination are all weirdos from the 502 research group. They have bad tempers and don't like people being late. But we are not close to each other. It's time to show your strength." Before he finished speaking, Candle Dragon had already retreated backwards, with his vest leaning against the wall of the apartment building behind him. He continued to retreat backwards and actually walked up to the wall backwards. He took 4 or 5 steps in a row, then thrust his body upwards and stuck tightly to the wall. He leaned against the wall, smiled at Zhang Jingyi, and said, "Brother, come on, the competition just now is not over yet." As he spoke, he quickly climbed up the wall like a ghost and disappeared on the roof in an instant. Zhang Jingyi looked at the place where the Candle Dragon disappeared, his expression somewhat stunned. Then he looked at Ellie, silently walked to the Hummer parked beside the garden, and diligently opened the door for Ellie. Ellie looked at Zhang Jingyi in astonishment, then turned back to look at the place where the Candle Dragon disappeared and burst out laughing. Zhang Jingyi sat quietly in AI Li's car, looking at the scenery outside the window, thinking to himself, doesn't he know that he can ride in a car? Using his ability is so tiring. Young people are still too impulsive. When Zhang Jingyi slowly got out of Ellie's Hummer, he saw Songlong climbing down the wall of the building next to him, panting. Because it was already bright, there were many pedestrians walking on the street, and he needed to avoid their gaze to some extent. So they can only hide from time to time, seize the time when no one is paying attention, and then quickly flash through some remote corners. "You are being shameless, but I lost." Facing Zhang Jingyi's strange eyes and AI Li's expression of not minding the excitement, he explained angrily, "At first I saw you didn't catch up, so I went back to look for you. Who would have thought that you would take Team Leader AI's car? If I didn't care about other people's eyes, I would have come here a long time ago." Although his explanation may make sense, Zhang Jingyi still feels a little speechless. This man looks quite smart, but in fact, it seems not. Deciding to ignore Candle Dragon's nagging, Zhang Jingyi looked up at the building in front of him and asked, "Is the entry test just upstairs?" Seeing that Zhang Jingyi had changed the subject, AI Li looked up at this tallest building in Qingqing. "Yes, they should be ready. Let's go." After hearing what Ellie said, Zhulong looked at the building that seemed absurdly tall, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Should we just climb up? Ellie looked at him deeply and said, if you don't want to die, just be obedient. After hearing what AI Lee said, Candlelong seemed to turn into a frost-bitten eggplant, listless, and obediently went into the elevator with AI Lee and Zhang Jingyi. The entire building was very quiet with no one around, but in the lobby and at the stairwells, some armed guards could be seen. There were even some soldiers in military uniforms, each of them like a tall pine tree, guarding the entire building, making the atmosphere of the building somewhat solemn. It was the first time for Zhang Jingyi to see such strict control, as if something was about to happen here, or some important person had arrived. As far as he could remember, he had never seen such a big battle, even in the temporary command center outside the mountain city. When he looked more carefully, he found that the armbands of those soldiers were actually Tianhu. Could it be that his brother Zhongchang was here too? Under the leadership of Ellie, they paced several checkpoints before entering the building. After registering, the three took the elevator to the top floor of the building. Come over here, the professors are here. At the elevator entrance on the top floor, Zhongchang had been waiting there for a long time. He was wearing a brand new military uniform and looked very energetic and capable. When he saw Zhang Jingyi with the Peking opera mask on, a smile appeared on his face. Good. Zhang Jingyi shook hands with Zhongchang somewhat awkwardly. Under his guidance, the three of them followed him to a conference room. This test is a routine procedure before officially joining the company. After pacing the test, you will have your own code name War King and officially get the opportunity to be guided. Officially joining the company, Zhang Jingyi quickly grasped the key points of AI Lee's words, and especially when he saw his good brother was also here, he couldn't help but feel relieved, and even his steps became lighter. Ellie on the side noticed his change and couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. It was not her fault. If she hadn't used the power of Institute 502 to force Tianhu to send Zhongchang to escort the expert, Zhang Jingyi would probably have to be much more cautious. Now it seems that the effect is good. While introducing them, Zhongchang brought the three people to a spacious conference room where many people were already waiting. There were 4 or 5 researchers in white coats. Among them was a woman whose eyes lit up. She was about 20 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, with long flowing hair and a pair of black leather shoes. Even through the wide white protective suit, the woman's graceful figure could be seen. Security guards wearing black police uniforms and armed with live ammunition stood at the 4 corners of the office. There was also an old man with gray hair, about 60 years old, wearing a suit, and sitting in the middle of the desk, wearing gold-rimmed glacés. He had a kind face. These are the staff who are here to assist you with the pre-employment physical examination. They are all experts in the 502 research group, including neurology, brain, psychology, mysticism, and many other fields. Don't be stressed. These security guards are equipped as a routine. Unforeseen accidents have occurred during previous tests, causing major disasters. So this is just a precaution. Ellie introduced the people in the office to Zhang Jingyi skillfully, without any hesitation. So, these are all experts specially sent from Kyoto 502? Zhang Jingyi was somewhat surprised by the experts from the 502 Institute's research group. After all, from their appearance, he couldn't tell how they were different from ordinary experts. Heko, we did just arrive from Kyoto 502. As he was talking, the old man with glacés stood up with a smile, stretched out his right hand to shake hands with Zhang Jingyi, and introduced himself. My last name is Lee, and I am the deputy director of the 502 Institute. You can call me Mr. Lee. This is Lee Wanting, the head of the research group. This time, your induction test will be led by me, Xiao Li, and several other colleagues. Afterwards, your guidance plan will also be completed by several of us. Don't be nervous, we are very experienced. The other 5 people, both men and women, also nodded to Zhang Jingyi. The young woman turned out to be the leader of the research group. Her name was Lee Wanting. It was amazing that she became a leader at such a young age. Zhang Jingyi kept it in mind. Zhang Jingyi looked carefully at the other people. In addition to Mr. Mao and Lee Wanting, there were 2 men and 2 women. all of whom were around 40 or 50 years old. The men were basically bald or half-bald, while the women had bare faces. They were calm and composed, and at this moment they all nodded at him with a friendly expression on their faces. Zhang Jingyi was not nervous at first, but when he was looked at by them, he became inexplicably nervous. Yes. These are the 6 most qualified, professional, and beloved expert professors in the 502nd Institute. Their research in the field of mutation is top-notch, not only in the 502nd Institute, but also in the entire Crescent Federation. Candle Dragon, who had been pretending to be nonchalant, came over with a smile and took the initiative to introduce himself. Ellie added casually, Zhulong was also examined by a specialist. His abilities are somewhat similar to yours, so he could be used as a benchmark. Benchmark? That's too bad. Zhulong muttered something, and then greeted everyone in the conference room with a bright smile, especially Li Wanting. Hecko, experts, move aside. The head of the research team, Li Wanting, waved her hand, signaling him to move away because he was blocking Zhang Jingyi. Seeing Li Wanting's face full of disgust, Zhulong touched his nose and had to step aside. Li Wanting walked up and looked at Zhang Jingyi as if she saw a rare treasure. In a gentle voice, she told Zhang Jingyi some things that he needed to pay attention to in the pre-employment physical examination. It seemed like they were giving him some buffer time to relax. Next, at Mr. Li's suggestion, the group walked out of the meeting room and headed to the prepared testing site. The test that needed to be done at this time was the first ability he had demonstrated. For mutants, the first and biggest change is the precise control of the body. Since the Advent incident, this is one of the earliest abilities discovered by people, and it is also the most common. Mr. Li looked very amiable, and he explained to Zhang Jingyi with a smile. When he mentioned the word common, he glanced at Candle Dragon and said, of course, precise control of the body is also one of the most powerful abilities. The Candle Dragon, who was following beside him, nodded with satisfaction. Mutants in this direction are often mental mutants. Through the strengthening of mental power, they can better control their bodies. The stronger the mental power, the greater the percentage of control over the body, and the stronger the ability. Its essence lies in the improvement of the mental level. So, the mental level test is the most important part of our entry test this time. With this data, we can know exactly how to help you. So, the help you're talking about is? After hearing this, Zhang Jingyi really didn't want to pretend that he understood everything. So he asked the question that concerned him most. This amiable old man obviously didn't expect Zhang Jingyi to ask this question, and looked at him in surprise. Help means helping you improve your mutation abilities. Ellie explained, we call this type of mutants the Superman type, just like the Superman in the DC Comics company. Because the level of their mental strength is very high, under the influence of their mental strength, they will quickly become fighters, shooting experts, etc. Almost all skills related to controlling the body and extending abilities are easy to do. Moreover, according to the observations and collections of the 502nd Institute over the past 15 years, there are more than just parahuman mutants in this world. When she said this, her voice became a little serious. In our world, due to the influence of the descending energy, some people have experienced mental changes, and these mental changes have shown different branches after observation. In addition to the superhuman psychics, there are also different ability systems such as bestiality, magician, space, dream, control, soul, and judgment. These abilities are different from the magic power of the other dimensional world. For example, I belong to the space and control department. After so many years of research by the 502 institutes, we have discovered that each ability has different advantages and disadvantages. Moreover, we also discovered that since mutants were originally ordinary people, most of them did not know how to better utilize and improve their abilities after mutation. There is a huge gap between individuals and government organizations, because government experts can conduct in-depth research on a large number of mutant cases. Therefore, these expert professors may understand the abilities of mutants better than mutants themselves. So, this is why the mutants need our help. With our help and even some data support, we can achieve rapid progress and improvement in the abilities of mutants. Zhang Jingyi listened and felt that although he didn't quite understand it, he was deeply shocked. The candle dragon beside him murmured quietly, "Ah, this is where you get annoying. There are many things you have calculated and thought I could do, but I just can't do it. Like, what makes you think I can fly like a bird? I am a human, not a bird. In fact, this just proves that you need our help." Mr. Lee, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, smiled and explained, "You just had a mental change due to chance. You have only been exposed to abilities for a short time. How can we, the research team, understand the concept of ability better than you?" After hearing the explanations from Ellie and several veteran experts and professors, Zhang Jingyi understood a lot. At least he knew that he was not the only mutant. Moreover, mutants also need training to use their abilities better, but I should be different from them, right? After all, my abilities can be directly obtained from killing beasts. So, how can you make yourself stronger and kill more beasts? Although he was still a little confused, he decided to listen to these people and do a thorough test. So, he just thought for a while and asked how to test it. Li Wanting, who was standing at the side, was silent for a moment after hearing this, and said, "Take it step by step." As she spoke, she took a document, checked a few boxes on it at random, and then led him to an office. Mr. Lee and a few experts followed behind her, talking and laughing as they walked over. AI Lee and Candle Long followed closely, especially Candle Long, who, although wearing sunglasses, could hardly hide his curiosity about the battle against Jing Yi, or rather, his curiosity about people with the same abilities. As they were talking, they came to a huge room with transparent bulletproof glace. At the end of the room stood several targets. Li Wanting looked into Zhang Jingyi's eyes and said, "The first thing we need to test is your shooting ability." A staff member came up carrying a few light blue iron boxes and placed them on the table near the wall. When the box was opened, the things inside made Zhang Jingyi frown slightly. It was filled with guns, neatly arranged in the grooved lining, giving off a chilling aura. Based on Zhang Jingyi's previous knowledge of guns from his service, although the guns here are diverse, he has basically practiced with all of them, including classic pistols, semi-automatic rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, light and heavy machine guns, etc. The unique sheen and sharpness of all the guns show that they are not toys. Zhang Jingyi turned around and looked at AI Li and said, "Do I need to practice this? Why not? See if there is any difference between the front and the back." As Ellie spoke, she took out a silver pistol from the box next to her, disassembled it, tested it, put bullets in it, loaded the magazine, and opened the safety. Holding the gun in one hand, he fired a shot at the distant target. Soon, an image appeared on the display screen. 8 rings. Candle Dragon on the side said to Zhang Jingyi with a smile, "Don't be nervous. It's usually hard to shoot accurately when you first shoot. You need to adapt. After the bullet leaves the barrel, there will be a strong recoil. At this time, you need the coordination of muscles throughout your body. By changing the muscle strength, you can coordinate with the gun. And finally, the shot will be successful." Zhang Jingyi took a deep breath and took the gun from Ellie. After getting the gun, he did not shoot immediately, but lowered his head and touched the gun in his hand, as if he was thinking about something. Then suddenly, his 2 hands crossed and removed the chamber, followed by the barrel, slide, return spring, slide, trigger and magazine, and finally, with a series of clicks, even the bullets were removed one by one. Soon, the whole gun turned into pieces, scattered on the table. When everyone saw this, they were all a little surprised, and everyone held their breath. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi felt that a miraculous change had indeed occurred in his body. Every muscle and bone in his body, even his heartbeat and breathing, were under his control. This feeling became stronger with every breath. After 3 breaths, he felt as if his whole body had become a sophisticated machine. He quickly picked up the various parts of the gun on the table with both hands and assembled them so quickly that his hands left after images, which was too fast to watch. Soon, the gun was assembled, and he looked at the target opposite him with his pupils slightly shrinking. In the radiation of his mental power, the target became unusually clear. Then, his hand was as steady as a machine as he gently pulled the trigger. The recoil didn't even cause his arm to shake a bit. As the gunshots rang out, a picture appeared on the display. 10 rings. Before the people around him could look at him in surprise, Zhang Jingyi had already pulled the trigger again. Snap! 2 more bullets were fired, and the screen showed 10 rings. 10 rings! Swish! Everyone around turned their heads to look at him at the same time, their eyes becoming somewhat surprised, looking forward to Zhang Jingyi's next performance. Zhang Jingyi looked at Ellie, put the gun on the table, and said, "I don't think we need to test this one. Can we test something else?" Zhulong on the side said in surprise, "Brother, you are amazing. It seems that this is not your first time to touch a gun. You are a master of all guns. You were born to play with guns." Zhang Jingyi smiled but did not answer. Ellie had read his file and knew that he was once a soldier of Tianhu. For a good soldier, being able to shoot well is a basic skill. But hitting 10 rings with a gun is probably not something that an ordinary soldier can do easily. It seems that his ability is still very powerful. All right, he has shown his talent with firearms. Your time is precious. Let's try something else. Ellie's words left the expert stunned for a moment. Fortunately, Ellie explained at this time, several experts. Zhan Wang has served in the army before, so he is relatively familiar with guns. After all, the experts have limited time in Qingcheng, and we still have a lot of things to test next, so everything is based on efficiency. Upon hearing this, the experts had no choice but to agree. However, the subsequent tests were no different from routine physical examinations. I had my eyesight tested, height measured, weight weighed, blood drawn, urine tested, B ultrasound, X-ray, CT, and even an MRI done. What the experts said is very good. Since we are here anyway, let's do it together. The more comprehensive it is, and the more careful we observe, the more confident we will be about how to help him in the future. After going through the whole process, Zhang Jingyi was exhausted. He felt even more tired than fighting against the blue-black giant deer. Before the testing officially started, he had not thought that there would be so many items to be tested. Then, Li Wanning took Zhang Jingyi to a gymnasium downstairs, where Zhang Jingyi cooperated in doing some other tests, such as weightlifting, high jump, short distance speed, reaction speed, physical sensitivity to electricity and light, and highly complex micro-movement memory and imitation. The results of these mobility tests can be seen visually, and the results of each test are extremely surprising. This was amazing, mainly to Zhang Jingyi himself, because he didn't even know he was so outstanding. Lift weights and easily lift 300 kilograms with one hand. High jump from meter pole, just one easy leap and you'll fly over. His short distance speed was even more astonishing, running 100 meters in 3.4 seconds in the 100-meter race test. He did not feel any changes in his body during the static physical examinations, but now that he has started doing the sports-related assessments, he only feels that at the moment of exercise, all the muscles and bones in his body are coordinated and cooperated, completing various wonderful performances in the most reasonable state. Looking at his movement test results, Li Wanning nodded and said, "You just transformed not long ago, and your strength and speed are still changing rapidly. Judging from now, these results are not your peak. After all, there are animals in nature that are faster than you. Of course, after some time, when you can precisely control every bone and muscle in your body, you should be able to burst out with even more amazing speeds. You need to keep working hard." At this point, a bald expert nearby suggested that he might not be able to exert his full strength because he was not under enough pressure. He asked if he could ask the guards on the side to help and increase the pressure. After hearing this, Zhang Jingyi had a question mark in his mind, wondering what kind of pressure the guards were adding. Seeing that several experts were eager to try, Zhang Jingyi decisively rejected the proposal, not because he was afraid of getting hurt, but mainly because he felt it was unnecessary. Seeing his refusal, several experts shook their heads and sighed, as if they had lost a great opportunity. This really made Zhang Jingyi feel uneasy. These experts looked very serious, but why did they all become so abnormal when it came to research? Especially Li Wanning on the side. What's with that regretful expression on her face? Finally, his mental power was tested. As Mr. Li, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had said before, mutations always start with mental power, and the mental power of mutants is very strong. Because mental strength is the foundation. Only when mental strength is strong can other skills become truly powerful. The test was conducted in an empty room with 4 iron bars standing side by side at the innermost part of the room. The bottom ends of the iron bars were fixed to the ground. In the upper half of the right wall of the room was a large piece of transparent glace, which seemed to make it convenient for people outside to observe the experiments in the room. Arriving here, Elderly smiled and said to Zhang Jingyi, "The average person's mental power is generally only 3-5 units. After our research, as long as a human's mental power exceeds 40 units, in theory, they will be able to generate telekinesis. It's just a matter of the strength of the telekinesis. The mental power of mutants is usually above 40, so I think mutants should all have telekinesis. Now, we will leave this room. You stay in the room and use your mental power to imagine bending these 4 iron bars. You can make them as big as your mental power allows. Don't worry." After saying that, all the experts left the room, leaving Zhang Jingyi alone, standing in the room in a daze. Use mental power to bend these 4 iron bars? How is this possible? Zhang Jingyi muttered to himself as he stood at the other end of the room. To his surprise, when he stood at one end of the room and looked at the 4 iron bars, he concentrated his mental energy a little, and the lights in the room began to crackle and crackle with sparks, as if they would go out in the next second. The experts in the corridor outside saw, through the transparent, bulletproof glace, that the 4 iron bars at the other end of the room were slowly bending, as if an invisible monster was twisting the iron pipes. Seeing all this, the experts' eyes shone brightly, and they couldn't wait to rush into the room, lift Zhang Jingyi onto the operating table, and perform a thorough dissection and study. Fortunately, Mr. Li was still rational at this time. He waved his right hand and said, "We must be reserved and not scare him. Otherwise, it will be difficult to trick him into coming for a physical examination in the future." These words convinced everyone, and every expert suppressed the fire in their eyes. After completing this task, an expert held up a knife that looked very sharp, gestured to Zhang Jingyi a few times, and explained, "In theory, mutants have very strong healing abilities, and when they are injured, they can control the closure of the muscles at the wound to prevent excessive bleeding and even speed up the healing of the wound. So, if you don't mind, I'll give you a cut on the arm first." Although Zhang Jingyi refused very seriously, the expert always looked reluctant, as if he would regret it if he didn't stab him. Finally, after Ellie's persuasion, the expert put away the knife with a look of regret and left reluctantly. Seeing the expert's reluctant expression, Zhang Jingyi's mouth twitched involuntarily. "How come you, a researcher, are so crazy about playing with knives? What's the matter with you always wanting to cut me? I've told you before, I've discovered on the battlefield that it can speed up healing, just as you said. Do you really have to cut me and see it with your own eyes? Experts, this creature is so scary. How are you? Are you tired?" After completing various ability tests, blood sampling, and other procedures, Ellie came to his side and asked questions with concern. Zhang Jingyi smiled slightly. "I'm not tired, it's mainly because the expert's eyes are too hot, which makes me a little scared." Ellie held the documents in her arms, smiled, and said, "The people in the research group are all people who love research. For them, research is everything, research is their life. When they see you, they are more excited." Hearing this, Zhang Jingyi hesitated and said, "I'm really afraid that if I continue the test, they will dismember me." Ailey noticed Zhang Jingyi's expression and said with a smile, "It's not that scary. Sit down for a while. I'll take you back later." After hearing Ellie's comfort, Zhang Jingyi felt a little relieved. He always felt uncomfortable here, and it always made him a little nervous. It seemed as if, deep in his memory, he was extremely disgusted with this place. Therefore, he always subconsciously wants to escape from here. But why? He himself couldn't explain it clearly. Is this the first level? At this time, in another office, several experts were quickly sorting out their data, which was different from their usual smiling and friendly appearance. At this moment, they all looked serious, carefully checking or calculating the data that had just been detected. Some of them looked even more solemn, while some even looked a little enthusiastic. After they sorted it out for a while, an old expert said something with emotion. "Level 1? A beautiful woman in a white coat repeated it and laughed softly. "The ability seems to be at level 1, and the potential, What are the results of the mental test? Suddenly, the entire office became extremely quiet. Even Mr. Lee, who was smoking and chatting with Lee Wanting, looked over. A middle-aged man with a big belly and half-bald hair at the table looked up at everyone and said in a somewhat uncertain tone, "There may be some problem with the instrument." "What's the problem?" Everyone seemed a little nervous, because the instrument test showed that his mental strength is only 5. The half-bald middle-aged man shaved his remaining hair and gave the answer, "It's even lower than mine." "Opposite." Lee Wanting blurted out, looked around at everyone, and then said, "Everyone can feel that his mental power is very strong. How could it be only 5? Could it be that the machine is broken? How about calling him back for another test? Could it be that his mental power is too high, beyond the upper limit of the machine's measurement, so it only gives the result according to the standards of ordinary people?" A woman in white protective clothing gave a different answer. "That's impossible. This machine is the most advanced in the Federation." The half-bald middle-aged man retorted subconsciously, but before he could finish his words, he fell into deep thought. This answer sounds very outrageous, but it seems to be the most likely answer. If that's true, doesn't that mean his ceiling is really high? Maybe as high as a 10-story building? Many experts became depressed, and everyone seemed to be thinking about something. At this time, Mr. Lee knocked on the table, attracting everyone's attention. We need to think about why he was resurrected under the influence of the descending energy. Will this make him different? We need to combine his physical examination data and do follow-up tests on him to find a reason. Perhaps the secret of resurrection is the root cause of his sudden surge in mental power. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, and a look of contemplation appeared on their faces. On the way back to the apartment in Ellie's car, Ellie held the steering wheel with one hand and handed a document bag to Zhang Jingyi, saying, "After signing the document, you will be a member of the 502 Special Operations Team and will be directly under me. I will arrange for you to carry out some cleanup work for some abnormal incidents. Of course, you are still in the internship period, which is a temporary recruitment. The real recruitment requires you to pace the probation period." Is there really an internship period? Zhang Jingyi hesitated for a moment to find out that this kind of dangerous job actually had an internship period, but after thinking about it, he took the pen. He took out the document and saw that it was a formal labor contract. What comforted him was that the document did not say that he would only be paid 50% of his salary before becoming a regular employee. This was good. Before he put pen to paper, he couldn't help but ask, generally speaking, what is the main content of our work? Investigation and cleanup of incidents related to Advent, disaster, and mutation. While driving, Ellie answered seriously, "I said before, after the first Advent incident 15 years ago, the 100 cities of the Crescent Federation have successively discovered many special events caused by the Advent anomalies. Some have already erupted, some are still under observation, and there are still some that we have not discovered yet. The focus of your future work will be to go to these special places after receiving our notification, find out the source, or solve the problem directly. Of course, in addition to the changes or disasters caused by the Advent, it is also possible that some ambitious people use the energy of the Advent to research something else. Such man-made disasters are generally very terrifying." After listening to this, Zhang Jingyi was silent for a moment and asked, "Is it a disaster like the one in Shanshan?" This question made Ellie silent for a moment. She thought for a moment before she said seriously, "That kind of disaster is on the table. It's not scary. What's scary is the giant crocodiles hiding under the water. Those are the scariest. I hope you're prepared, because some of the problems we need to step in to solve are often very dangerous and terrifying incidents. To us, they represent danger and uncertainty. To ordinary citizens of the Federation, they are devastating disasters. When they encounter these problems, they don't even have the chance to call for help, let alone resist. Before they know it, they have been robbed of their lives, completely dead, or even more terrible, become part of the monster. For the Federation, every citizen of the Federation has the right to live, which is very worthy of our cherishing and protection." Zhang Jingyi listened to what AI Lee said. His expression became serious, and without hesitation, he lowered his head and signed. Ellie, who was holding the steering wheel, looked at him in surprise and said, "After hearing what I said about the danger, you signed it more firmly? If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world." Zhang Jingyi smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "I have been an orphan since I was a child. My master adopted me and raised me. He once said these two sentences to me. Since I have come back to life, I have chosen to join the 502nd Institute. I cannot watch order collapse, civilization regress, and everyone experience nightmares. I am willing to protect the peace and tranquility of the Crescent Federation world." Ellie glanced at Zhang Jingyi with a strange look in her eyes. It was a nice thing to say, but it felt a little bit awkward to hear it coming from the young man in front of me because, strictly speaking, he was no longer a living person. But in the end, she just smiled and said no more. She put away the document signed by Zhang Jingyi with one hand, picked up another box and handed it to him. Zhang Jingyi opened it curiously and saw an ID, a satellite phone, and a pistol and 2 boxes of bullets. "What is this?" Zhang Jingyi looked at Ellie doubtfully, feeling somewhat surprised and shocked. Ellie calmly drove the car while introducing, "We don't have a work system. We are usually more relaxed. The phone is for our convenience to communicate. If there are any things or arrangements in the future, I will inform you through this phone. You can also find me through the phone. The only number saved in the phone is mine. The purpose of a certificate is to prove your identity. It allows you to get the cooperation of some departments when necessary, which makes it easier to carry out your work and can also reduce a lot of trouble. One more thing, the power of the 502 Institute is very large. It might surprise you." Ellie made a rare witty remark, and the smile on her face made Zhang Jingyi's heart flutter, but he quickly calmed down. As if realizing that her words were a little casual, Ellie's face turned slightly red, and then she said, "Guns are for protecting yourself, and they are also our standard weapons." Zhang Jingyi pondered for a moment, put the gun and documents into the file bag, and nodded to show that he understood. "Now that you have officially joined the 502nd Special Operations Team, there is one thing I need to explain to you solemnly." Ellie turned around and looked at Zhang Jingyi with a serious expression. "Except when we are on a mission, I will not interfere with your daily life. Your phone is on 24 hours a day, and you must be available at any time. If you encounter any difficulties or troubles in your life, it is not recommended that you use your abilities to deal with the troubles unless it is absolutely necessary. I will give you 3 suggestions. First, call the police if you have any problems. Second, call me. Third, stay out of trouble. What if trouble still comes? Then use the above 2 suggestions." After listening to Ellie's words, he slowly figured it out. Mutants' abilities are generally very strong. If I really run into trouble and am forced to use my abilities to solve the problem, then the impact of solving the problem will definitely not be too small. I understand. I can only promise not to bully others, but if others bully me, then don't blame me. 10:30 morgens, Qingxing, temporary residence, downstairs. Squeak. An obviously modified military Hummer stopped in front of Zhang Jingyi. The co-pilot's window rolled down, and a smiling face with large frog eyeglasses appeared in front of Zhang Jingyi. "Get in the car, warlord." Zhang Jingyi opened the passenger door and sat in the passenger seat. As soon as he got in the car, Songlong took off his big glasses and said proudly, "How is this car?" Zhang Jingyi patted the frame and said with a smile, "It looks like you put a lot of thought into it." "That's right, man. I'm telling you, this car is a military-grade off-road Hummer with a high chassis, a big but a 4L80E automatic transmission, a 6.6-liter Duramax turbo diesel engine, a maximum horsepower of 500, a peak torque of 1,356 Nm, plus bulletproof glace. Once in combat, it can be immediately equipped with a heavy 6-barrel rotary machine gun. This is ducking. It's like a mobile battle fortress." As he spoke, Songlong started the car. The motor made a loud roar and carried the 2 people out of the community. When they reached the main road outside the community, Songlong drove even faster, as if he had really turned into a giant beast, causing other vehicles to avoid him for fear of being crushed into pieces if they were not careful. "Warlord, have you thought about where you will stay permanently? Is there any difference?" Zhang Jingyi asked doubtfully. "Of course there are. The 100 city-states of the Crescent Federation have different levels of prosperity and different levels of damage caused by the coming. After all, not all cities have experienced the coming in the past 15 years. In our 502 Institute, except for the research team and the logistics and administrative team who are stationed in Kyoto, most of the members of our special operations team are scattered in various cities. The biggest advantage of this is that once a disaster or strange incident is discovered, the nearby action team members can solve it. However, as disasters and strange incidents occur more and more frequently, there are more and more disasters and strange incidents in various places, and our team members are only a few dozen people. Therefore, one city-state cannot be managed by one person. Basically, one person is responsible for multiple city-states. Are there so few mutants now? Not even 100? Zhulong held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and said with a smile, "How is it possible? If the Crescent Federation is so big and there are not even 100 mutants, how can we talk about resisting the advent of the other dimensional world?" In fact, mutants are generally divided into 3 categories. The first category is recruited by the Crescent Federation and joins the 502nd Institute, or the military's Special Talent Club. The second category is recruited by some companies or ambitious people and becomes their tools. The third category, which is estimated to be the most numerous, is wild mutants who hide among the citizens of the Federation and have not been discovered. So, I feel like we hit it off right away. I want to invite you to stay in Qingqing and guard the 5 surrounding city-states with me. We will form a team. I will be the captain, and you will be the deputy captain. Oh, all the team members have those? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The key is that we have fun. Ha! Zhang Jingyi showed a look of concern. It seemed that this team only consisted of him and Songlong. I've always thought of a name for the team. It's called the Candle War Heroes team. This name. Zhang Jingyi looked at the excited candle dragon with helplessness. Are you serious? Sizzle. The bright red meat strips, wrapped in golden fat, gave off a unique and mellow aroma, which made the diners on the side unable to stop saliva from overflowing from their mouths. And at this moment, their stomachs also began to growl. This Japanese-style restaurant was doing brisk business. It was only 11:30 in the morning, and if they hadn't made a reservation in advance, Zhang Jingyi suspected that they would have to wait in line outside in the scorching sun like everyone else. This canteen is not very big. There are a dozen dining tables scattered around the hall and a circular table in the center of the hall. Now there is a chef wearing a chef's hat cooking delicious food on the iron stove. Zhang Jingyi and Songlong are now sitting next to the circular table. They can watch the whole process of the chef preparing dishes while enjoying the food and wine. It smells so good. Several people stared at the bright red and plump piece of meat on the iron grill in front of them and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. At this moment, the 2 curved knives and forks rubbed against each other, making a clacking sound. This sound suddenly focused the diner's eyes on the chef in front of them. The chef, who was about 30 years old, had a slightly plump figure. He wore a tall chef's hat and a neat white chef's skirt. He looked smart and capable and had a silly smile on his chubby face, which made him look very friendly. A salmon with flat sides, a bulging back, sharp teeth, small scales, silver gray color, and a thin round body was cut by the chef's knife. The scales were cut off, the intestines were ripped open, and the bones were removed and sliced. With just 3 cuts and 2 scoops, the fish bones, fish residue, and fish meat were all laid out in rows on the table. When the fat chef cooks, he looks extremely focused and meticulous. The seemingly ordinary knife skills, in the hands of this fat chef, are transformed into something magical and become an art to be appreciated. The precise, perfect, and almost perfect technique seems to have sublimated the life of this fish. The whole process makes the diners sitting at the table unable to take their eyes off the food, and the saliva secreted from their mouths is increasing. Zhang Jingyi's expression on the other side became more and more strange. Although the foods looked vivid and delicious to him, his body told him that these things were not good. The chef rolls the fried meat and fish on the iron grill into the lettuce on the side, spreads a little special seasoning on them, and places them in exquisite containers. Fish pan fried. The bright red meat, golden on both sides, and the salmon with clear texture. The combination of the two exudes a unique and alternative temptation. A diner at the table took a light bite. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't control the joy on his face. It's delicious. Several diners started tasting the food. It was not known whether the meat and fish were fried sweetly or the seasoning made the food even more delicious. In short, the diners seemed to have turned into gluttons and desperately grabbed the food on the plates. The food has a unique taste, so fragrant and glutinous that one would want to swallow one's tongue. Even the self-respecting female diners could not control their emotions after eating, because the taste of these simple pieces of meat was unforgettable, as if elves were dancing on their taste buds. The feeling was unimaginable. At this time, Candle Dragon was about to put a piece of fish meat into his mouth, when suddenly a hand blocked his mouth. He turned around in surprise and saw Zhang Jingyi looking at him seriously, shaking his head slowly. What? Candelong looked puzzled and looked down at the fish in his hand. It smelled and looked delicious. What's the problem? Zhang Jingyi grabbed the Candle Dragon, stared at the fat chef in front of him, and said word by word, "Is this food really edible?" The fat chef looked at him with a smile, and after a while he said, "It's not good to waste food. Eat it." She casually pushed a plate of grilled meat in front of his eyes, looked at him intently, and picked up the kitchen knife placed beside her with her other hand. Canelong on the side also felt that the atmosphere was not right. He looked back and forth between the chef and Zhang Jingyi in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Greed, gluttony, laziness, lust, wrath, pride, and envy are the 7 deadly sins of old humanity. Now that you have discovered them, experience the power of gluttony. Before Zhang Jingyi and Songlong could do anything, the fat chef muttered a few words to himself, then fell to the ground at an angle. The two were shocked. Candle Dragon pressed the tabletop and flew into the circular table with a whoosh. It touched the fat chef's nose and felt that the chef was still breathing. He stood up and looked at Zhang Jingyi. What happened just now? I feel different fluctuations in my mental power on him, as if there is another person present. Zhang Jingyi's face also looked a little dazed. Yes, as soon as he came in, he felt that there seemed to be another spiritual force in this chef. This force controlled the chef's work, and he could feel that the food he made seemed a little different. Control system? Candle Dragon was also a little surprised. How could he encounter such a thing while having lunch? Is he just too unlucky? Or is he just too unlucky? Is it Conan who is possessed? It's delicious. It's delicious. A well-dressed man was holding a few pieces of fish wrapped in lettuce and stuffing them into his mouth desperately. After a while, all the fish was stuffed into his mouth. He was chewing and tapping the table at the same time. "Waiter, please serve the food quickly. I'm so hungry." Similar sounds came one after another, and for a moment, the restaurant seemed to have turned into a pigsty with countless pigs crying for food. Something's not right. Zhang Jingyi looked at the scenes in front of him with a serious expression. The restaurant was obviously a bit chaotic, and the waiters disappeared at some point, leaving no one to maintain order. A man couldn't resist the urge to eat, so he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Suddenly, most of the restaurant's diners followed suit and swarmed away with bloodshot eyes. Only a few diners who had not yet eaten looked at this scene in surprise, looking a little bit at a loss. The kitchen at this moment. The place had become a mess. Several people dressed in chef and waiter uniforms were squatting in front of a bag of rice and noodles, desperately putting handfuls of raw rice into their mouths as if they were delicacies from the land and the sea. Soon, the kitchen was packed with people, as if everyone in the cafeteria had squeezed into the kitchen. Soon, even the raw rice was eaten up. When they found that the food had been eaten up, the bloodshot in everyone's eyes became even redder. Everyone seemed to have lost their mind and turned into an insatiable glutton. At the same time, similar incidents were happening in various canteens and restaurants in Qingqing. When the hungry people had eaten up all the food in restaurants and homes, they began to take to the streets and snatch anything they could eat. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Hunger had made them lose their minds. There was even an old man whose belly was bloated like a pregnant woman in 10 months, but he still kept eating with his big belly. A young man next to him rushed forward to stop him, shouting "Dad," but was knocked to the ground by the old man. Soon, the hungry old man climbed on the young man. Even though the young man resisted desperately, he could not resist the old man who was crazy because of hunger. Bite, bite, and keep biting. The young man struggled desperately, but his movements became quieter and quieter, and his cries became lower and lower. The blood of young people mixed with the mess on the ground, forming a unique charm. A tragedy is unfolding. This scene, as if with some kind of magic, was reflected in everyone's pupils. It spread in the air, and more onlookers were infected and joined in, and everyone was swallowing their saliva. In their eyes, everything around them seems to be so delicious, waiting for them to taste. At this moment, Chingcheng City Center, Spring Square. It's a free gift. It's a free gift, a box of 6 eggs. Scan the QR code to join the group. It's free, no need to pay. One after another, he shouted at the top of his lungs. A stall in the square was holding a sales promotion, which soon attracted a large number of people, especially the old ladies who were taking a walk, who swarmed over. After a while, the stall was filled with people lining up to receive the free eggs. But the eggs were limited after all. After a short while, all the eggs were given away. A staff member shouted through a loudspeaker that the eggs had been given away and asked people behind to stop queuing. But the people in the queue behind didn't seem to hear it, and the queue was still very long and thick. Not far away, there was still a constant stream of old people calling their friends to come over. Under the scorching sun, the staff at the front stall kept shouting through a loudspeaker, but the people below seemed indifferent. Only the people around them slowly moved over. Although the staff was shouting desperately through the loudspeaker, as more and more people gathered, the staff's voices became lower and lower. People were surrounding him frantically, scolding him one after another, asking why he didn't give any gifts. Those voices seemed to have magical power, constantly impacting everyone's eardrums. The people watching the excitement, as well as the police who noticed something was wrong and wanted to go over to maintain order, all stopped what they were doing and stared at the scene in front of them in a daze, as if they were shocked by the crazy scene before them, until everyone's eyes were filled with bloodshot and a manic atmosphere brewed among the crowd. The manic people soon overturned the stalls, and the staff were knocked to the ground. Various items on the stall were scattered all over the floor, mixed with the blood of the staff. This scene, as if with some kind of magic, was reflected in everyone's pupils. Greed, gluttony, laziness, lust, wrath, pride, envy. These are the 7 deadly sins of old humanity. It's time to show the power of greed. In the distance, a man in a burgundy suit, with long hair and a smile on his face, muttered to himself. At the same time, similar incidents were happening in various large squares in Chingcheng City. People angrily pushed down the shelves of free gifts and beat the staff standing nearby. Everyone's eyes were filled with bloodshot, and traces of greed spread in the air. More and more onlookers were infected and joined in. The air in this city is filled with the power of greed and gluttony, which spreads rapidly through the air like an infectious disease. A riot, a disaster seemed to be brewing, and would erupt in the next moment. Outside the Chingcheng port, a cargo ship with Mingyue City on its name tag was docked on the sea. There was a red sun in the sky at noon, and it looked exceptionally large, as if it occupied most of the sky above the city, dyeing the bustling city with a layer of light red, as if a bloodstream was slowly flowing. On the top armor of this huge freighter, there were 7 or 8 fully armed men, holding guns in their arms, standing guard around the edges of the top armor. In the middle of the top carport, there was a box with 4 or 5 wine glacés, several bottles of white wine, pork heads, peanuts, and several canned meat on it. Next to the box, there were 3 people sitting. One of them had his hair combed cleanly with wax and a pair of large sunglasses on his face. He had a unique, elegant temperament, as if he was a professor at a university. The other one was a thin dwarf, about 1.3 meters tall, wearing a dark tuxedo and a magician's hat. His small eyes were exposed from under the brim of the hat, and there was a hint of evil in his eyes. There was another one, a man wearing a burgundy suit, with long hair and a smile on his face. The 3 of them drank wine, ate peanuts and meat, and stared at Qingqing not far away, as if waiting for a wonderful performance. Are you sure the power of greed and gluttony has been activated? The man wearing sunglasses walked to the gate, looked in the direction of Qingqing, and spoke without turning his head. You still don't believe me? Don't worry. All measures have been activated. A lazy voice came from the man in the burgundy suit with a smile on his face. But then he hesitated again. The man wearing sunglasses suddenly turned his head to look at him and shouted, But what? The man in the burgundy suit hesitated for a moment, but still said, When I was releasing gluttony in a restaurant, 2 mutants happened to come to the restaurant for dinner. One of them seemed to have noticed my mental fluctuations. Oh? The man wearing sunglasses pondered for a moment and said nothing more. What role can an ordinary mutant play for them? Maybe there won't even be a splash. So why bother? Moreover, just now, a white display held by the man wearing sunglasses began to flash blue light. Has it started yet? The man in the burgundy suit came over and said, It looks like our chances of success are still very high. Perhaps it was because of those 2 mutants that they were discovered. After all, the mutants in the Federation are quite capable. The man in sunglasses smiled and said, However, according to the plan, there are already quite a few people gathered around gluttony and greed. They will soon evolve into psychotic monsters. A psychotic monster of this magnitude should be enough for the experiment. Then we have a smooth trip this time. We can go back and get our reward soon. The dwarf-looking man also came over. It can be seen that although he speaks in an old-fashioned manner, if you only look at his appearance, he looks like a junior high school boy with very delicate skin. This time we brought the latest experimental product from Qingxia, which is a spiritual pollution energy produced by simulating the energy of Advent. Of the 7 deadly sins currently being studied, only greed and gluttony have been completed. After the outbreak, we will enter the city separately and be sure to record the relevant experimental data. This is our main mission this time, remember? Kid, after you finish recording the data, go find Qin Hao and help him empty the laboratory. Don't leave any traces behind. The man wearing sunglasses said, Data recording is the most important thing for this mission. Don't worry about other things. Also, the Federation should have been alerted by now. The 502nd Institute is not as useless as we thought. Don't be too greedy and do more. Remember, the pig that is too greedy to eat will always be the first to be served on the table. Yes, boss. As they spoke, the 3 of them stood at the edge of the armor, looking towards the distant direction of Qingqing. Qingqing in the distance was shrouded in a thin mist, and there seemed to be some abnormal noise that was slowly spreading. Japanese restaurant kitchen, seeing the people hugging each other and eating each other. Some of them had the flesh and blood of others in their mouths, and there was no humanity in their eyes at all. Yes, it is just a need and desire for food, and it is an extreme desire. Zhang Jingyi and Song Long were stunned at seeing all this. They were just having a meal. What was going on? The next moment, Zhang Jingyi picked up a frying pan at hand, flashed, and ran quickly towards the people in the kitchen. Bang, bang! A series of noises rang out, and everyone in the kitchen was knocked unconscious. Zhang Jingyi looked at the frying pan in his hand. The bottom of the pan was a little deformed, and it looked like it could no longer be used. This guy was quite good at hitting his head. Throwing the pan away, he looked at the dazed candle dragon and asked, What should we do now? Should we call the police? Ding ding. Before Candle Long could say anything, the satellite phone in his hand rang. He picked up the phone, said a few glanced at Zhang Jingyi, then put down the phone and turned on the speakerphone. Zhulong, Zhanwang, you are together, so I won't talk about it separately. What I want to say now is very important. Just now, we detected energy fluctuations in Qingqing, similar to the energy generated by the Advent. We suspect that someone is artificially releasing spiritual power and trying to infect ordinary people with a new type of spiritual pollution. The Qingqing Police Department has received many calls for help from citizens and has now preliminarily confirmed that this was a premeditated and planned mental pollution incident. The information we have collected so far seems to be related to the 7 deadly sins of greed and gluttony. It should be that the essence of some object has been changed by the energy of Advent, and it has the ability to pollute the mind. This ability is something we currently do not understand. Next, you will support two places respectively. Under the premise of ensuring the safety of citizens, find the source of infection as soon as possible and clean it up. Mission, are you clear? Ellie's voice on the phone was cold and clear. After a few words, Zhang Jingyi felt the urgency. It was obvious that she was a leader with the aura of a queen. No problem. Zhang Jingyi and Zhu Long replied quickly. Zhang Jingyi's reply was especially loud and clear. This was his first time participating in a mission, and he listened very carefully, worried that he had missed something and that his salary might be deducted if the result was not good. Ellie was obviously somewhat satisfied with their attitude, but she quickly said in a calmer voice, I will also arrange for the security department to participate in support. By the way, where are you now? Shaoxing Japanese cuisine restaurant back kitchen. Candle Dragon quickly reported his current location, and then asked carefully, What am I doing now? You. Set off immediately. Your support team is on the way. The War King is waiting here. Ellie continued, Warlord, a team will soon join you. You will follow them to investigate. They are all experienced veterans, but you are the leader because you are the mutant. Sometimes your intuition is more useful than experience. So although this is your first mission, I hope you can lead them well. And for now, considering that this is your first mission and you may not have enough experience, keep me updated on the progress of this investigation. By radio, Warlord, please remember that every mission we take is a war. Like this time, even though we don't know who started it, we must fight back. After saying that, Ellie hung up the phone in a snap, leaving Zhang Jingyi and Songlong staring at each other. Qingcheng, Shaoxing Japanese Cuisine Canteen, outside the door. Zhang Jingyi stood outside the door wearing a mask, looking at the scenery in the distance. Beside him were a few diners who were not knocked unconscious and were sober. After the call ended, Candlelong hurriedly drove away in his modified Hummer in a cloud of dust. Squeak! With an emergency brake sound, a silver-gray Jeep drove quickly towards Jingyi, spun around half of the car body, and then the door opened, and two fully armed men jumped out. Zhang Jingyi looked at the heavy and solid car body in front of him. He was surprised by its cold and hard temperament. Among the two fully armed men who jumped out of the car, there was actually a short-haired girl with a pretty face, a tall figure, a bulging chest, and she held her head high and strode up to Zhang Jingyi. She gripped the gun in her arms tightly and stood still. Mr. Zhan Wang, I am Qin Huier from the 502nd Special Operations Team in Qingcheng, reporting to you on the orders of Team Leader AI. Zhang Jingyi stood at attention subconsciously, whispering in his heart, She's actually a pretty girl. Besides, the momentum is quite strong. He nodded with a smile and said, Don't be so polite, just call me the War King. The other girl had a blank expression on her face. Yes, Mr. Zhan Wang. Although the leader of the armed forces recruited by Ellie is a girl, her style of doing things is as fierce and vigorous as Ellie. After meeting up with Zhang Jingyi, I invited him into the car. The Jeep looked large from the outside, but after getting in, I discovered that the space inside was even larger. As soon as they got in the car, the short-haired girl Qin Huier operated it, and then a small LCD screen hung on the inside of the car began to flash with snowflakes. And it makes sizzling sounds. The next moment, a spacious office appeared on the screen. The office is filled with rows of computer monitors, with a lot of data floating on the screens and changing all the time. Pretty female soldiers are busy in the office. They are all good-looking, and their straight military uniforms make their figures even more curvy, which is pleasing to the eye. Each of them seemed extremely busy. Some were typing or operating different instruments, while others were running quickly with a stack of documents in their hands. It seemed like everyone was busy, and a tense atmosphere was overwhelming. There were several banners hanging on the wall not far away. If you don't work hard today, you will have to work hard to survive tomorrow. Another dimension could come at any time. We are saving the world. Don't be afraid of working overtime. Your taxi fares will be reimbursed. And we also offer super high overtime pay. Just as Zhang Jingyi was staring at the banner on the wall in the distance, a figure flashed on the screen. A female soldier in military uniform, with short hair and delicate features appeared on the screen. She was thin and strong, with a special temperament, mysterious and arrogant. She was none other than Ellie, the leader of the 502 Special Operations Group. The next moment, a female electronic voice sounded in the car. Special Team Line Access. Soon, a small picture appeared at the bottom of the screen, showing several girls in military uniforms. King of War, report your current situation. A cold voice came. It was Ellie's voice. Zhang Jingyi scratched his head. He was shocked by the momentum before him and didn't know where to start. After a pause, he repeated what he and Candlelight had seen and encountered when they arrived at the Shaoxing Japanese cuisine canteen. Then he waited for a moment, not really knowing what to do next. While he was reporting, Ellie just listened carefully with a heavy face and did not interrupt him, but listened to it completely. After he finished speaking, she spoke again calmly. Xiao Lu. Hecko, Mr. Zhang Wang, I am Xiao Lu from the special team. My team, and I will provide you with information support. The voice of a girl who seemed sweet and a little timid was heard again in the carriage. Although her voice was small, it was very clear. First, let me report the incident. Provisional number. Level 3 Special Pollution Source 0, 11 Target Level. Unknown Infection Level. Suspected primary, involving a wide area and a large number of people. The number of people is still being counted, and it is suspected to be close to 1,000. Threat level. Suspected primary related person. Unknown cause of the incident. Suspected to be related to the 7 deadly sins of greed and gluttony. In addition, combined with Mr. Zhang Wang's report, this may be a planned and premeditated incident. The following targeted measures are recommended. First, immediately conduct an investigation to find the source of the pollution and start cleaning it up. Second, arrange for the Qingqing security office to block the streets, isolate the patients who have been infected with the mental virus, and observe the subsequent changes. If necessary, we can choose to remove all patients to cut off the threat of infection to the public and cut off the chain of contamination. Ah? Zhang Jingyi nodded repeatedly as he listened to what the girl said before. But when he heard the last point, he was stunned. It was actually possible to clear them all. That was nearly 1,000 lives. He didn't expect that clearing the patients was actually an option. This is your first time participating in a formal investigation, and it's a chance to learn. Ellie's voice echoed in the carriage. Every time you go out on a mission in the future, there will be a specific team following you. Qin Huier, you have already met this. Xiaola's team will serve as your technical support, helping you analyze information, provide data, give you action suggestions, etc. You should adapt to this model as soon as possible. Zhang Jingyi immediately understood that this was the leader teaching him, and nodded quickly and said, "Okay." Then Ellie explained, "You may think that killing all the infected is cruel, but it is often the simplest and most effective method. In the past, there have even been cases where the pollution source disappeared on its own after the characteristics of the pollution source were met. However, there is not enough information about the incident at the moment, so it will not be adopted for the time being. My suggestion is to immediately find the commonality between several things, quickly locate the source of the pollution, and clean it up. Yes, we are analyzing it." Xiaola's voice immediately rang out on the screen. Soon, on the 2 small screens under the big screen, you can see several girls nervously tapping on the computers in front of them. Their movements are so fast that their hands leave after images. Amid the hustle and bustle, Ellie's cold voice rang out again. According to the latest intelligence, the infection mainly occurred in restaurants and giveaways. The infected people showed symptoms of greed and gluttony. The analysis team will focus on the relationship between the problematic bars and restaurants and the giveaways. According to the intelligence we have received so far, the special incident in Qingqing has begun to spread to other cities, and there are also signs of special incidents in other cities. Because there are no signs and no preparation, most of them have already shown signs of spreading. The threat level has been adjusted to medium. Also, immediately issue 2 orders to all teams and the security office. First, contact the Qingqing Police Department and immediately sound the Level 2 alarm, requesting the closure of relevant streets. If necessary, request military support. Use radio, television, and all other media to notify citizens to lock doors and windows and take shelter immediately. Second, after the streets are blocked, anyone seen behaving unusually should be stopped and questioned immediately. If the person behaves abnormally and cannot be persuaded, he should be arrested immediately. If necessary, he may be shot, received, executed immediately. Zhang Jingyi was infected by the grand scene and tense atmosphere in front of him and sat in his seat quietly waiting. My fingers rubbed together involuntarily. It would have been nice to have a cigarette at this moment. Ouch! Soon, a heavy and loud alarm sounded suddenly from the distance, layer by layer. This sound possessed a heavy and terrifying power, as if a tide was coming from the center of Qingsheng, with extremely terrifying power and speed, pacing through all the buildings and streets in Qingsheng, shocking every resident. Every citizen stopped what they were doing in surprise and looked up at the place where the alarm came from in the distance. The alarm came so suddenly and shockingly that their souls were greatly shaken at this moment. This is the level 2 alert that Ellie just requested. Whenever such an alarm sounds, it means that a city has entered a second-level alert state. The second-level alarm is second only to the first-level city destroying alarm. When the alarm sounds, everyone is required to find a nearby hiding place immediately no matter what they are doing, otherwise their lives will be in danger at any time. As far as many elderly people can remember, this level 2 alarm has not been sounded in Qingsheng for nearly 10 years. As the alarm was sounded, deafening noises were heard from every street in Qingsheng. Countless police cars and military jeeps flooded the streets. The sound of propellers turning could be heard in the air, and countless helicopters were flying in the sky, looking ready for action. Soon, fully armed police and soldiers were seen on the streets and alleys, quickly moving various obstacles, blocking traffic points on various avenues, and conducting strict inspections of pedestrians and vehicles passing by. Similarly, there was a middle-aged woman wearing a red armband, holding a loudspeaker and shouting loudly, causing the panicked crowd around her to hide in the roller shutter behind her. As police and troops from the guard hall entered the scene one after another, the order on the streets improved a lot. Special teams wearing thick protective clothing were everywhere, and all the infected areas had been cut off. The sun is at its brightest at noon, making it the best time for a nap. When Zhang Jingyi was sitting in the seat of the jeep, waiting and feeling sleepy. "War King, I need you to carry out a mission." A cold voice reached his ears, making him shiver all over and wake up immediately. The Qingsheng Harbor Bridge is the only passage between the southern and northern districts. There are two relatively large infection areas in the northern district. At present, as long as the bridge is blocked, the spread can be effectively controlled within a certain area. At present, the National Guard and the Army have rushed to the bridge to set up control, but judging from the current situation, there is a danger that the number of infected people in the nearby area will increase day by day. If these infected people reach the limit, and if we rush out, for the sake of the vast majority of citizens who are not infected, the police and the military have been ordered to open fire if necessary. By then, even if there are patients who can be saved, they will probably be eliminated. Hearing this, Zhang Jingyi already understood the seriousness of the situation. He quickly sat up straight and said, "Leader, just arrange whatever you need me to do. Put on your gear now and set off immediately. Once you reach the harbor bridge, find the source of the pollution and remove it so that the situation can be brought under control." At this point, the voice suddenly stopped. Zhang Jingyi looked at the screen in surprise, wondering why the words, "just now," seemed to have not been finished. Ellie on the screen seemed to be thinking about something, and the next second, the voice came out again. "If you find that it is out of control, don't take risks. Save yourself first. If that doesn't work, ask the local garrison to implement a clearance plan." After hearing this, Zhang Jingyi suddenly realized that his leader cared about him. For a moment, his heart was filled with emotion. Zhang Jingyi felt a sense of being cared for. His eyes were a little wet, and he quickly said, "Leader, don't worry, I will work hard. There will definitely be a way." Although the current situation is very serious, the conversation between him and Ellie still made the special team members in the lower right corner of the screen smile secretly. Even Qin Huier at the side showed a smile, and the atmosphere around them seemed to soften a lot. "Okay, let's do it immediately." Ellie on the screen seemed to have a blush on her face and said quickly. At the moment when the screen went dark, Zhang Jingyi, who had sharp eyes and ears, heard a hint of scolding coming from the screen. "You little witch, I'll make you laugh." Then there was silver bell-like laughter begging for mercy. Qin Huier and the other armed man quickly packed up their things, and it turned out that Qin Huier was in charge of driving. Whoa! In the hands of this cute girl, this silver-gray Jeep seemed to have become the most flexible tool in the world, rushing along the road like a mad buffalo. The girl didn't care about the road conditions at all. Whether it was in chaotic traffic or on a congested main road, she increased the speed to the extreme. With a gleam in her eyes, she drove this high-performance Jeep through the city. The madness in the girl's eyes made Zhang Jingyi fasten his seat belt involuntarily. It is necessary to fasten the seat belt while driving. The Jeep was speeding. The girl's driving skills were superb. Although the road conditions were bad, they were all easily solved in her hands. She even encountered a street full of waiting cars due to a traffic jam. She did not have the patience to wait. She stepped on the accelerator, and the huge Jeep ran over countless car roofs. All of a sudden, countless sincere thumbs up came from behind the car. The sincerity of the thumbs up was so great that Zhang Jingyi blushed. But the girl was very calm. Without even any expression on her face, she just calmly drove this huge creature. In order to catch up with time, she ran through this already chaotic city at such a crazy speed. During this process, Zhang Jingyi saw through the car window that this beautiful city had already become somewhat chaotic. Sometimes crazy people would rush onto the street, hug strangers, and kiss them desperately. After a while, blood and flesh were everywhere, as if they wanted to merge into one entity. Even if the police rushed over quickly, they were unable to separate the two people. Sometimes you see someone standing on the side of the road, confused and panicked, shouting a name loudly, but not knowing where to look. Seeing all this, Zhang Jingyi somewhat understood Qin Huiyer's anxious mentality. If they could get to the bridge 1 minute earlier and solve the pollution source 1 minute earlier, they could save more ordinary people. Now that I have the ability and have become a mutant, I must of course take on the responsibility to protect and guard the people here. Soon, the crazy car was driven by a crazy driver. It crossed many blocks, damaged countless vehicles and roadside objects, and left dents on the body of the car one after another. After a beautiful drift, the car finally reached. This also made Zhang Jingyi, who had never been carsick, start to be a little afraid to ride in a car driven by this girl again. Really, I feel like vomiting. Zhang Jingyi and his companions, who had hurriedly driven over, were surrounded by a team of soldiers stationed at the harbor bridge as soon as they got out of the car, with countless guns pointed at them. Qin Huier, who was driving, got out of the car quickly, gestured, took out her ID from her pocket and held it high. The leading soldier looked at the documents, saluted Qin Huier and Zhang Jingyi, and shouted, "What do you need? What's the situation now?" asked Zhang Jingyi as he got off the car. "It's not good. We have blocked the bridge deck, but there seem to be more and more people on the other side. Standing here, you can see that at the bridgehead of the harbor bridge, countless sandbags have blocked the bridge exit, and countless soldiers are standing behind the sandbags with weapons in hand. Not far away, at the other end of the bridge, countless people had gathered, and one by one, citizens with staggering figures were approaching the blockade line. Each of them moved slowly, staggering, with their arms hanging down, and slowly moving forward step by step. Some people even had blood stains on their clothes, and their bellies looked as if they were pregnant. Some people muttered to themselves, and their faces sometimes looked ferocious. There was a loudspeaker at the bridgehead that kept shouting in a loop, asking them to stop and rest on the spot. But these words had little effect on these dazed people. Seeing this situation, the soldiers who had blocked the bridge head pointed countless grim gun muzzles at the other side of the bridge. Although ordinary soldiers may not be very useful in solving pollution sources, they are indeed very suitable for dealing with this kind of blockade mission at present. In such a chaotic situation, it is crucial to control the further spread of pollution. For example, now in view of such terrain, sealing the bridge head is equivalent to controlling the spread of pollution within a range. But again, Because the harbor bridge is so important, the soldiers were given orders to open fire if they felt they were losing control. Therefore, at this moment, whether the source of pollution can be cleaned up successfully is the top priority. Chingcheng, North District, Yichun Shopping Mall. This mall is a large shopping center in the northern area of Chingcheng. It covers a large area and has a tall building with 5 floors. The exterior walls of the building are made of glace, which shines brightly under the sunlight. Inside the mall, one could see the lights were on. The glace doors at the entrances and exits had been smashed, and one could see countless people with crazy looks on their faces rushing madly towards the door. If you look down from above, these people with crazy expressions on their faces are like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, swarming towards the port bridge not far away. At this moment, inside Yichun Shopping Mall, in the department store area on the 3rd floor, 2 men, one old and one young, hold baseball bats and look forward nervously, while a group of old, weak, sick, and young people are hiding behind them, each of them revealing a desire for life and fear of the unknown. In front of the 2 men, there were no less than 6 or 7 men and women with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths and grim faces, gradually approaching them. "Master, master, everyone else has run away. Why should we stay? These people look too fierce. What should we do?" "Afraid? What are you afraid of? Have I wasted my time teaching you kung fu? Clear. Rush." One old and one young. Even when facing so many hideous-looking men and women, they did not back down, because behind them were a group of old, weak, sick, and young people. Sometimes death is easy, but life is more difficult. In their hearts, at this moment, they would rather use their own lives to pave a new path of life, just for the survival of the old, weak, sick, and young behind them. It should be noted that this old man and the young man had some skills. They waved their bats and quickly cleared a path, shielding a group of old, weak, sick, and children behind them. They avoided the blockade of many crazy people and fled into an open shop on the 2nd floor. Fortunately, the rolling shutter of the shop was still functional. After closing the rolling shutter and locking the door, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did the old and the young feel the aches all over their bodies. Hiding behind the shelves to conceal his figure, the old man bent over, hammering his old waist with his right hand and looking at the movements outside the store through the gaps between the goods on the shelves. Although this place is not safe either, at least there is a place to hide. As long as we can hide safely for a while, I believe the government's rescue will arrive soon. At this moment, there was a sound of intense running outside. 2 men ran past the door of the store quickly, shouting help. Behind the 2 of them, there was a group of crazy people following them, shouting and chasing them. Looking at the 2 people running away, the young man next to the old man muttered to himself, "Master, should we go and save them? You always say that we should stand up for the weak and the weak. Do what you can. Master, you also said that people who practice martial arts are chivalrous and righteous. I will never show off. Oh, Master, what should we do now?" Use stillness to control movement. The old man sat down on the ground panting, looking at his beloved disciple with a look of disappointment, asking, doesn't he know how capable he is? Just now, in order to save these old, weak, sick, and young, I almost lost my life. Now, if I go out to save people, I will only die. It is not scary if I die, but I can't let this stupid disciple of mine die here. Master, master, come and see Superman. The next moment, the apprentice's loud roar frightened the old man so much that he trembled and almost fainted. When the apprentice saw it, he hurriedly patted the old man on the back, allowing the old man to finally breathe a sigh of relief and look in the direction the apprentice pointed. A man wearing a Peking opera mask was standing on the stairs not far away, greeting them. The next moment, the man suddenly floated up. After Zhang Jingyi arrived at the harbor bridge, he found the situation very critical. After communicating with Ellie and the special team, he learned that the Yichun shopping mall in the North District was a large source of pollution. Many of the people blocking the bridge are driven by emotions. Although they are also polluted to a certain extent, As long as the nearby pollution source can be found and eliminated, most of the polluted people can be effectively rescued and the harm to people can be effectively reduced. But the bridge has been blocked and the situation on the other side is unclear, so it is no longer accessible to traffic. Therefore, the next move can only rely on Zhang Jingyi himself to catch up. After confirming the location of the Yichun shopping mall in the North District, he changed into a black protective suit with the help of Qin Huier, who then handed him a box. Zhang Jingyi maintained his calm expression and movements, opened the box, and in the sponge depression lay a headset with ear clips and a miniature camera. The headset was very similar to the one he had used during his previous military service. He had previously discovered that Qin Huier and other people also had such a headset on their ears. Without being taught, he picked it up, put it on his ears, and pressed a button. Soon, a female mechanical electronic voice prompt came from the headset. Line access. Special team, line access. War King. Hurry to the North District Yichun shopping mall. Find out the source of the pollution and clear it. If there are any problems, please keep me informed. Then, Ellie's voice rang in the headphones, crisp and cold. Okay. Zhang Jingyi replied quickly, and with the help of Qin Huier, he installed the micro camera on his chest. After testing, there was nothing abnormal. Everything was ready. Just as Zhang Jingyi was about to fly away, Qin Huier pulled him again. With a puzzled expression on his face, she took him to the back door of the Jeep and opened it, which scared him. What appeared before him was a small ammunition depot with all kinds of thermal weapons. He even saw heavy-duty weapons like RPG. The weapons here were enough to start a small war. Are there any cold weapons? Like knives? Zhang Jingyi turned around and asked. Qin Huier pondered for a moment, walked forward, rummaged in the small armory, found a bag, opened it, and found a long knife and 2 military daggers inside. The blade of the long sword is straight, 3 feet and 1 inch long, without any complicated decorations or embellishments. The scabbard and handle are made of black hardwood with a frosted surface to minimize reflections during covert combat. The dagger is the standard equipment of the Federal Army. Zhang Jingyi fixed the long knife on his back, inserted the military dagger at his waist, and brought a Storm PX-4 pistol with 3 magazines. This pistol is a compact pistol commonly used by special forces. Its biggest feature is that the gun body is small and easy to carry. Although pistols are not very effective against monsters, they do have a significant scare effect on ordinary people. At certain times and occasions, they often have unexpected effects. It is better to carry one with you to be prepared. Besides, he used it often when he was in the army. The pistol is still useful against some long-range monsters. In particular, Zhang Jingyi discovered that his mental power could be infused into any weapon, such as bullets. After the mental power was infused, the explosive power and lethality of the bullets could be increased. He greeted Qin Huier, and the next moment, his figure became somewhat distorted. He climbed up the bridge frame at an incredible speed and quickly climbed to the other side of the bridge, all of which stunned the soldiers on the side. The leader of the army shouted from behind, "Be careful. There's a member of the action team in black uniform. He is on the top of the bridge. Hurry to the infected area. Everyone, don't shoot. Everyone, don't shoot." At this moment, Zhang Jingyi realized that there was a troop of soldiers armed, with live ammunition, standing on guard below him. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If the leader of the team had not reacted quickly enough, he would have had to experience a baptism of gunfire and bullets. He crossed the bridge, dodged the polite attempts of some people on the street to stop him, climbed up the wall, climbed onto the opposite building, climbed to the roof, and disappeared into the dark side of the building, as fast as a ghost. Zhang Jingyi climbed the eaves and walls at a very fast speed, twisting and loosening his body from time to time. He paced by rows of buildings at a strange and lightning speed. Even in the afternoon, when the sun was at its brightest, his figure seemed invisible. He was like a ghost or a huge spider, climbing rapidly with the help of every object he could find. Zhang Jingyi was very happy at this moment because he could use his abilities to save citizens again, making him feel that his resurrection was valuable. Perhaps God let him live again just for this moment. In the city shrouded in sunlight, his figure was getting faster and faster. Even the sunlight could hardly catch his trace. He would often appear hundreds of meters away in a flash. Become a man racing against the light. Or rather, becoming a man who can't even catch up with the light. When Zhang Jingyi arrived at Yichun Shopping Mall, the mall was already in chaos, and it seemed that the chaos had lasted for quite some time. At this moment, there were countless people running in the mall. Some looked panicked, and some looked enthusiastic. Faced with such a chaotic situation and huge flow of people, anyone would feel deeply powerless. He stood outside the gate of the mall, looking at the chaotic mall. While keeping his voice calm, he asked for opinions on the channel in a low voice. I've arrived at the mall, and it's chaos. What do I do next? Recommended action plan. First, find the source of infection, eliminate it, and cut off its contamination to the surrounding area. Second, stop polluters in shopping malls and prevent their spread. After listening to Xiaola's suggestions in the headset, Zhang Jingyi looked at the crowd pouring out of the mall entrance. He sighed, now I'm afraid it won't be so easy to stop the spread. I'll try my best. I'm going to go in and see if I can find the source of the infection. Well, Mr. Zhang Wang, please be safe. Okay, listening to Xiaola's soft voice in the headphones, Zhang Jingyi pushed his feet on the ground and ran towards the entrance of Yichun Shopping Mall. Maybe it is not easy to complete this task, but he still has to work hard. After all, this is a job, and there are so many people who need his help. When we arrived at the gate, we saw a lot of people crowding at the gate, blocking the gates so tightly that most people couldn't get out. Seeing that it was not easy to get in through the gate, Zhang Jingyi decided to find a way to get in first to see if he could find the source of the pollution. As long as the source of the pollution was eliminated, it would be easy for the others. He stood at the gate, looked at the terrain nearby, moved his body, tapped the wall of the mall with his toes a few times, and like a nimble spider, turned around and shot a mental wave towards the ground. With the help of the recoil force, he jumped up, directly jumped a distance of 3 or 4 meters, landed in front of an open window on the second floor of the mall, bent down and drilled in. With strange and unusual movements, he flashed in through the open window. Just as he was in the shopping mall on the second floor, he used the barriers between the corridors to avoid the crazy people, jumping and running quickly. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard. Master, Master, come and see Superman. Zhang Jingyi was so frightened that he trembled and almost stepped on something and fell down. Looking back, he saw an old man and a young boy standing behind the transparent roller shutter door of a shop on the second floor. There seemed to be a lot of old, weak, sick, and young people standing on the shelves behind them, staring at him in amazement. Seeing this, he waved in a friendly manner. The next moment, he seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind. If an ordinary person ran to this extent, he would definitely bring up a gust of wind, but he did not. Instead, he walked lightly and motionlessly. From behind, not far away, an old man's voice came, Ghost. As Zhang Jingyi ran, he quickly paced through 3 doors, turned 2 intersections, and arrived at the middle of the mall from the second floor window. It took less than 10 seconds. Arriving at the center of Yichun Shopping Mall, you can see that there are even more people in chaos. In the center of the first floor is a square stage with a fountain on one side, and the fountain is already a mess. The place was in chaos at the moment. Within the field of vision alone, there were nearly 100 figures biting and roaring madly. Many people were lying on the ground, covered in blood, and it was obvious that they would not survive. He was a little depressed. How could he stop so many people by himself? To find the monster hidden in it, but how to find it? Thinking of this, Zhang Jingyi's heart suddenly moved. After his mental power changed, he always felt that his mental power was different from that of others. Perhaps under his mental power vision, all monsters could not escape his detection. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated his mental strength. He opened his eyes again after activating his mental vision. In an instant, the originally noisy noise in the mall seemed to be sunk into the deep sea, becoming unclear until it completely disappeared. His vision also suddenly became clear from absolute darkness. The next moment, a world completely different from the one just now appeared in his spiritual vision. Those demons hiding in dark corners like shadows. Those evil spirits wandering aimlessly in shopping malls. They were all inexplicably summoned at this moment. A pair of eyes filled with death, evil and weird, stared straight at Zhang Jingyi. Sharp wails and sorrowful cries were like the devil's whispers, all woven into a frightening, malicious melody that lingered in his ears like the lingering spirit of a wronged person. Among the nearly 100 figures on the first floor, countless of them had various mental abnormalities on their heads, backs, or themselves. It was like there was a burly man standing on the stage on the first floor, roaring towards the sky. On his back stood a monster with half of its upper body exposed, which looked extremely ugly. This monster had no facial features, only a crack in the middle where it fell from top to bottom, like an eye secretly observing the surroundings. It looked extremely weird. The other one, a girl wearing a white t-shirt, tight jeans, and a pair of white sneakers, looked friendly, but now she was lying on a corpse and gnawing at it. Her eyes were full of bloodshot, and red blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. The girl looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. On top of her head, there was a brightly colored carnivorous plant in full bloom. The stamens inside the flower looked like tentacles, swaying in the wind. Under the illumination of Zhang Jingyi's mental power, similar scenes were everywhere. These monsters could not escape. The obvious and shocking scenes made him have the illusion that this place did not seem to be in the human world, but in a ghost realm. It seemed that he was the only one around, and all the others were demons and ghosts. These monsters hid in the crowd. They looked around and the city with all kinds of greedy and weird eyes, which also caused their hosts to become extremely crazy. The people who are left in the mall now cannot be considered human. Judging from their appearance, they have all turned into monsters. The endless monsters in the mall give people a depressing and irritating feeling. Even though it was still daytime and the sun was shining brightly, these monsters still made him feel a little dizzy, as if the sunlight around him had become a little gloomy. All of this made Zhang Jingyi a little dazed. Even though the phone kept calling him, he didn't respond. Warlord, if you hear me, please reply. If you hear me, please reply. Warlord, if you hear me, please reply. If you hear me, please reply. It wasn't until Ellie's calm and powerful voice rang through the headphones that he was pulled out of his trance. Zhang Jingyi turned off his mental vision, and everything in front of him returned to normal. The people on the first floor were still in human form, as if what he had just seen was just an illusion. I am here. Are you okay? Why did you just lose contact? What happened? Hearing Ellie's anxious questioning through the headset, Zhang Jingyi hesitated, not knowing whether to tell the truth. I think I found a problem here. What did you find? Report your findings immediately. Zhang Jingyi took a deep breath and tried to remain calm and careful. I saw that some people in the mall had strange mental monsters born. However, these mental monsters are very weak. Preliminary estimates show that their magnitude is only in the dozens or even lower. But it is these monsters that affect the people around them and make them manic. Among these monsters, there is the power of greed and gluttony. As long as we get rid of these monsters, I think the chaos here can be brought under control. Zhang Jingyi analyzed calmly, now that he had calmed down. What does the Special Task Force think? Came Ally's cold voice. The information is incomplete right now, but if a mental monster is indeed found, it should help to eliminate the chaos. It can't be worse than it is now. But, Mr. Zhan Wang, how did you discover these monsters? Xiao Li's puzzled voice came. I saw it firsthand. Why can't I see it? Xiaola in the channel observed the surrounding environment through the camera on Zhang Jingyi's chest and spoke softly. Maybe. Zhang Jingyi just shook his head slightly and whispered, "This is your problem." Ellie's voice came. War King, what did you see? It's like entering a ghost town. Zhang Jingyi pondered for a moment and said, it's like a monster growing out of a person's body. Each person seems to be different. Is there a better way to stop them? While asking these questions, Zhang Jingyi's expression became tense. He recovered his mental vision, ran quickly, and used the entanglement technique to entangle the people who saw the monster appear in pairs and question them. Although the polluted people have produced spiritual monsters, according to Mr. Zhan Wang's description, the degree of pollution should not be serious. Xiaolu answered promptly. So there are two ways to stop them. First, restrict these people and prevent them from spreading spiritual pollution. Second, kill the spiritual monsters that can see. As long as the impact of the pollution source is weakened and the situation is under control, the special team of the security department can enter and concentrate on treating the patients. Understood. After understanding the situation, Zhang Jingyi drew out his long sword, touched the blade with his hand, and filled the long sword with his mental power. The long sword seemed to roar, and then he held the long sword and rushed towards the mental monster quickly. On the other side of the camera is the 502 Special Operations Group office. AI Li, Xiao Lu, and others were staring at the real-time images transmitted back by Zhang Jingyi's camera. To be honest, the picture quality is average, the shaking is particularly severe, and it is often difficult to see clearly. In their eyes, Zhang Jingyi on the opposite side was like a spider, or like a Superman who came and went without a trace. In their eyes, Zhang Jingyi was swinging his sword as if he was fighting with the air, swinging it a few times here, and then chopping it there. In their eyes, although they could not see the mental monster that Zhang Jingyi mentioned, they could use the faint light through the camera to see that the air in the mall had been distorted beyond recognition as Zhang Jingyi moved. Even platforms, bricks, flagpoles, etc. would become twisted or shattered for unknown reasons. This made their hearts rise to their throats. He seemed to be fighting an invisible monster. Qingcheng, North District, first floor of Yichun Shopping Mall. In Zhang Jingyi's eyes, he was rushing towards the monster with a long sword filled with spiritual power. The various spiritual monsters that exist in these people's heads seem to be suddenly alarmed. Some seemed to be preparing to escape through the passage. Some looked more violent and twisted, with sinister eyes, and some underwent various changes. To Zhang Jingyi, these mental monsters were no different from ordinary beasts. Wherever the long sword paced, the mental monsters were quickly chopped into pieces, deader than dead. The death of the mental monsters was accompanied by the painful screams and groans of people. As for some mental monsters that wanted to escape, a spider web flew out of his hand quickly, tied up the host of the mental monster that was about to escape, and then beheaded the mental monster with a knife. Zhang Jingyi's killing seemed to have seriously stimulated these mental monsters. The next moment, the remaining mental monsters seemed to riot, and each mental monster grew some strange and twisted tentacles. These strange and twisted tentacles seemed to grow and tremble like crazy, and the spiritual power visible to the naked eye began to fluctuate and radiate continuously. The mental monsters' tentacles entangled with each other desperately, like weaving hemp ropes, and the tentacles without tentacles were twisted into one huge tentacle. This tentacle grew larger and larger, and soon reached a thickness of more than 10 feet, as if it had turned into a giant python more than 10 feet long. The huge tentacles were swinging in the air, and waves of mental power were radiating in all directions. All of a sudden, all the glacé in the mall was shattered, and even the window frames and walls were making whooshing sounds, as if they would shatter in the next moment. At the top of this huge tentacle, a ball that looked like a head slowly grew, without any facial features. Then the head suddenly split in the middle and turned into a mouthpart with sharp teeth. With unusual horror and ferocity, it bit towards Zhang Jingyi. Seeing the monster's movements and the huge tentacles biting towards him, Zhang Jingyi still had the same expression, calm and without surprise. He just gently placed a long knife on his chest and closed his eyes. After he closed his eyes, suddenly, layers of invisible forces began to rapidly converge towards him in the shopping mall area. The speed of this convergence was extremely terrifying. Soon, the area around Zhang Jingyi was filled with various distorted pressures, and these distorted pressures seemed to form a gravitational vacuum. The next moment, Zhang Jingyi opened his eyes and stared at the huge tentacles that were rushing over. With the arrival of the huge tentacles, it was as if a demon was roaring, wrapped in incomparable mental pressure, like an invisible giant rolling over. The ground and walls of the shopping mall shook, cracked, and soil and rocks flew. Facing the giant tentacle, Zhang Jingyi supported the ground with his legs and pointed the long sword in his hand forward with both arms. He used all his strength to condense his spiritual power and cut the giant tentacle with one blow. Bang! The knife flashed, and there seemed to be a dull sound in the air, as if a muffled thunder had struck in the sky. With this action, the boundless spiritual power that had gathered around Zhang Jingyi's body seemed to have found an outlet in an instant. The boundless spiritual power, along with the light of a knife, suddenly chopped towards the huge tentacle. At this moment, in Zhang Jingyi's vision, he saw a bright light of mental power rushing in front of the huge tentacle and then engulfing it like a landslide without any hindrance. The huge tentacle monster that was submerged in the light of spiritual power seemed to be stagnant for a moment, suspended in the air, with an expression of fear on its ugly face. After a while, the huge tentacle collapsed with a bang. As a gust of wind blew, the huge tentacles were like melting snowflakes, breaking into extremely fine fragments bit by bit, and scattered all over the ground, turning into small grains, one by one, crystal clear like small crystals. Zhang Jingyi squatted on the ground curiously and picked up a small piece of grain on the ground. It was crystal clear and looked like some small candies. Could it be eaten? He hesitated for a moment, then slowly put the small grain in his hand into his mouth. Before he could chew, a warm current flowed into his mind. He could feel that his mental power was as warm as soaking in a hot spring. The gravity field I just used consumed a huge amount of mental energy, and the mental energy in my brain was almost exhausted. But at this moment, because of this small particle, my mental energy actually recovered a little. It was a pleasant surprise that he could actually get treasures from killing monsters. Just now he was sighing that he could gain skills from killing beasts, but killing these mental monsters seemed to have no gain. Unexpectedly, a greater harvest came. These crystal-clear particles, like small crystals, can actually replenish spiritual power. It's amazing. That's right. These spiritual monsters grow from people's spiritual power, absorbing everyone's spiritual power. After these monsters die, their spiritual power turns into these crystal-clear little crystals. Has the mental monster been solved? In the headset channel, Ellie was asking nervously. Solved. Zhang Jingyi nodded and looked around. As the huge tentacle was shattered, the strange and distorted atmosphere in the mall had completely disappeared. The people who were infected by the mental monster and were running and roaring at the scene seemed to have their mental and physical strength exhausted at once. One by one, they lay paralyzed on the ground, with only the occasional twitch of their limbs to prove that they were still alive. So he whispered, "All the spiritual monsters that could be seen at the scene have dissipated. Well done, Warlord." Ellie's voice sounded a little relaxed in the channel, but she hesitated and said, "I saw you squatting on the ground just now, as if you picked up something to eat?" Hearing this, Zhang Jingyi was startled. He had forgotten that he had a camera on his chest. His actions just now must have been seen by his leader. Now, all these good things would be lost. He said sadly, after the spirit monster died, it dropped some crystal-clear particles that looked like small crystals. Eating them can quickly replenish your spirit power. Then, there was silence in the channel. After a long time, he vaguely heard that the other party seemed to be arguing about something. Because they seemed to be covering the microphone, he could only vaguely hear words such as air, spirit, and diagnosis. Hearing these words, Zhang Jingyi, who was eavesdropping, looked confused and had no idea what was going on. "Mr. Zhan Wang, we will arrange for a special team from the guard room to enter. You can take a rest for a while, as we will have other tasks to do later." Xiao Li's soft voice came through the channel. "King of War, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You have done very well so far." At the same time, Ellie's cold voice was heard. "Pressure?" Ellie's words left him confused. "What kind of pressure is there?" "There is no pressure. These monsters aren't too hard to deal with. What's hard is seeing them." It was confirmed that the spiritual monster in the mall had been eliminated. Although the chaos in the city was still continuing, at this moment, the problem of Yichun Mall was solved, allowing them to put their worries to rest. Gradually, more and more people in the mall regained consciousness. They looked at the densely packed corpses lying around them and the blood covering their bodies, not knowing what had happened. More and more people were enveloped by the growing panic, and soon some people started crying and some started running around. At this time, letting them run around would naturally be a very dangerous thing. Even if the mental monsters in the mall have been dealt with, we must still be careful to see if there are other potential risks hidden in these people. After all, they had been controlled by these mental monsters before, and they didn't know whether there were any potential dangers among them. Therefore, according to regulations, these people should be gathered together, observed, and isolated until it was confirmed that there were no problems. These things are extremely complicated, rigorous, and detailed, and no mistake can be made in any link, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. But fortunately, Zhang Jingyi no longer needs to worry about these problems, because at this time, outside the mall, the sound of propellers turning in the sky was deafening, and bright lights fell from the sky. 3 helicopters landed nearby, with large black characters saying Qingqing Guard Hall on the helicopters. Then, teams of support personnel wearing protective clothing rushed down from the helicopter, and the special team of the security department began to enter and take over everything in the mall. Everyone, don't panic. We are the police from the security department, and we are here to rescue you. You just experienced a food poisoning incident. Medical personnel will be here soon. Everyone stay where you are and don't run around. If you run around, the medical staff won't be able to find you when they are intensively treating you, and you won't get the compensation in the future. Also, a friendly reminder, if you go to the hospital for treatment by yourself, you will have to pay for the treatment yourself. The intensive treatment here, as well as the accommodation and meals thereafter, are all free. Just stay where you are and don't run around. The first to arrive were 2 special teams from the guard hall and a number of soldiers in military uniforms. Soon, the sound of loudspeakers could be heard all around. Originally, it would have been difficult to control such a large crowd given their numbers, but fortunately they received clear instructions. The words shouted through the loudspeaker had a surprisingly good effect, and soon, although there were still some people crying, some groaning in pain, and some people who seemed to be anxiously looking for someone, there were very few people running around. Zhang Jingyi sat on the steps at the entrance of the mall, listening to the words shouted out from the loudspeakers inside the mall. He felt that the words were so direct and hit the nail on the head that it made him feel inexplicably at ease. Not far from him, there were several people caught in spider webs. These people were running around everywhere before the special team arrived. There was no way. Zhang Jingyi could only use the entanglement skill to catch them in spider webs to prevent them from running around and affecting their work. He looked around. With the arrival of the special squad from the guard hall, the order at the scene had improved a lot. At least he only caught less than 10 people running around, and the others stayed where they were. Moreover, he soon saw a row of jeeps and ambulances driving quickly in the distance. They seemed to be other teams coming to support. As more and more support personnel arrived, the situation here was no longer a problem. Seeing these support vehicles coming in one after another, Zhang Jingyi's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. The first mission was finally completed successfully. Sitting on the steps, he took out the cigarette box from his pocket, opened it, and found that the cigarettes were all destroyed because of the fight just now. He sighed, balled the cigarette box in his palm, and threw it towards the trash can in the distance, accurately into the mouth of the trash can. A wrinkled cigarette was handed to Zhang Jingyi. He looked up in confusion and saw a young man. There was an old man standing not far away, who seemed afraid to approach. He looked at the young man with a puzzled look. The young man's hands were shaking a little, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. After a while, Zhang Jingyi took the wrinkled cigarette, smoothed it with his hand, and tried his best to straighten it out with a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Pop, a lighter was extended in front of him. He took the cigarette over, lit it slowly, took a deep puff of smoke, and exhaled slowly. At this time, smoking a cigarette was really comfortable. "Thank you." Zhang Jingyi greeted the young man politely. The young man was so scared that he took a step back. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. He nodded repeatedly, turned around, and followed the medical team to the other side with the old man. He looked at the old man and the young man going away, and he always felt that the young man seemed to be a little afraid of him, and it seemed that he had seen him somewhere before, but he really couldn't remember where. Now, any other clues? Zhang Jingyi sat in the jeep driven by Qin Huier. talking to Xiaola from the special team through the video. Xiaola's voice also seemed much more relaxed than before, and he said softly, "Mr. Zhan Wang, according to the information from other places, there are 3 large special pollution areas in Qingqing this time. You and Songlong have solved 1 each, and the remaining 1 has been well controlled by others. At present, it seems that this crisis has been basically resolved. In addition, after conducting an in-depth investigation into this incident, we found that the 12 restaurants and 21 suppliers involved in this spiritual pollution event all came from a company called Qingshi Trading. This is the only common point after an in-depth investigation. We suspect that this company may be the mastermind behind this series of events." Zhang Jingyi nodded slightly, put out the cigarette he had taken 2 puffs of, and flicked his fingers, flicking the cigarette but into a trash can far away. Turning around to look around, I saw that after the special team of the security hall entered, a long cordon had been set up at the entrance of the mall, and many white tents had been set up in front of the square in front of the mall. In another area outside the mall gate, there were stretchers filled with corpses wrapped in body bags. Inside the gate, workers were still working in groups of 2, carrying out the unfortunate dead. Among the panicked survivors, staff members kept talking to them through loudspeakers and began to guide them to the white tent area. The overall scene was orderly. Next to the stretcher where the bodies were placed, medical staff were checking one by one to see if there were any living people to avoid tragedy. On the other side, staff were shouting on walkie-talkies. Zhang Jingyi seemed to hear words like funeral home, truck, and forged truck in their voices. All this made Zhang Jingyi happy, but also made him shudder slightly in his heart. After all, not long ago, he was also in a body bag, lying in a cold morgue. This feeling is inhumane. This disaster did not last long, and the responses of the federal government and 502 Institute were very timely. But there was still some damage, and civilians were the most defenseless under this damage, so he even subconsciously didn't want to look at the dead bodies all over the ground, because for a moment, he couldn't even estimate the number of people. I think I succeeded. After all, I save a lot of people here. But what about those who died? What about their families? These people lay quietly in the body bags, having lost all vitality, like a pile of human-shaped waste. Seeing these scenes, he seemed to hear the painful voices of these people's relatives, and he instantly felt his eyes stung by the scene before him. Someone should be held accountable for this, for the lives lost. Zhang Jingyi turned his head and looked into the distance, his expression looking a little strange. "Then I will. Go find them, and have a good talk. It doesn't matter who they are, where they come from, or where they flee to." Zhang Jingyi muttered to himself. Not like he was chatting with anyone, but like he was giving himself a task. 30 minutes later, in Qingqing South District, downstairs of a luxurious office building. "Wait for me here. I'll go up and take a look and then come back down." Zhang Jingyi placed his long sword, dagger, and pistol in convenient positions, preparing to get off the car, and at the same time said something to Qin Huier in the carriage. Qin Huier had no expression on her face, but she naturally held the gun in her arms and stood up, as if preparing to get off the car. Zhang Jingyi was obviously a little surprised as he looked at this heroic and capable girl. In the headset channel, Ellie's cold voice came. "Let them stay with you. At least you can take care of them." "Well, okay. If there's any danger, run away quickly." Seeing the other party's good intentions, Zhang Jingyi pondered for a moment and had no choice but to agree. After completing his preparations, Zhang Jingyi pushed open the side door of the Jeep, which was inlaid with bulletproof glace, and jumped down gently. A ray of sunlight shines down and shines on people's bodies, making them feel warm and comfortable. He shielded his eyes with one hand and looked up at the building in front of him. It was 20 stories high. From the outside, the entire building was luxuriously decorated. It seemed that the company here should have a strong background and strength. There was a slight sound of landing behind him, and Qin Huier and another armed man were standing behind him. "Let's go." Zhang Jingyi greeted Qin Huier and the others with a smile, and walked towards the entrance of the building first. The first floor was already guarded by a special team from the guard room. After greeting them, Zhang Jingyi came to the idle elevator, pressed the up button, entered the elevator with Qin Huier, and went straight to the 19th floor. As the elevator went up, the atmosphere became tense. When Zhang Jingyi saw Qin Huier and the armed man, his fingers holding the gun turned white. After all, no one knew what they would face after going up. Ding dong, the elevator stopped on the 9th floor, and someone was waiting there. As soon as the elevator door opened, Qin Huier and the armed men immediately pointed their guns outside the door. Outside the door were a man and a woman. The man was wearing a floral suit and a dark shirt, and was dressed very fashionably. The girl was young, beautiful, and tall. The two were hugging each other. As the elevator door opened, the two men were about to enter when they saw two long guns about to stab them. Their faces turned pale with fear. The man trembled all over and said tremblingly, "We are not in a hurry. You go first." "Thank you." After Zhang Jingyi thanked him, he put down the guns in the hands of the two people beside him and then pressed the switch to close the door. The elevator continued to rise. Zhang Jingyi looked at the two people beside him who were obviously nervous and comforted them softly. "It's okay. Don't worry. I'm here for you." These words seemed to make the two of them even more nervous. They couldn't help but hold the guns tighter. "Hecko, sir. I've been waiting for you, da-da." When I reached the 19th floor and just got off the elevator, a man in a burgundy suit and long hair was already waiting there. He had a smile on his face, but when he saw Zhang Jingyi, his smile froze involuntarily. Zhang Jingyi glanced at the man in front of him and seemed a little familiar. He was moved and smiled. "Have we met before?" The man with long hair quickly adjusted his smile and said, "I've seen it before." "Sir, why are you here in our company?" "The security department has come to check 3 times today." There is a hint of dissatisfaction in his words, which is completely in line with the current situation and is a normal human emotion. Zhang Jingyi said, "I know. I just came up to take a look." Okay. Then, sir, please come in." It can be seen that this man is a very generous and natural person in dealing with people. He entertained Zhang Jingyi very well. Although he was not satisfied with something, he always had a smile on his face. As he led Zhang Jingyi and the other two inside, he introduced himself. "My name is Qin Hao, and I'm the general manager of this company." He was the leader? This surprised Zhang Jingyi. As a general manager, how could he be so kind to others? Or is it that he is smiling in front of people, but is a knife behind their back? The entire floor is about 200 square meters. When you walk into the company's gate, you are greeted by a front desk. Behind the front desk, Qingshi Trading is written in large golden letters. The font is bold and impressive. A receptionist was standing outside the gate. She was wearing a cheongsam, had a pretty face, a tall figure, and a professional smile on her face. Seeing several people coming over, the receptionist bowed 90 degrees and said, "Thank you for coming." Seeing the receptionist being so polite, Zhang Jingyi and the others felt much more relaxed. After pacing the front desk, they were faced with a spacious office area of about 100 square meters. On one side of the space are windows, and along the windows are rows of office partitions, arranged neatly. Although it is almost 6 o'clock, the hall is bustling with people, as if it is particularly busy. The sound of telephones dinging was heard constantly, and people coming and going nodded slightly when they saw the general manager and were busy walking around. All this busyness seems to confirm the message on the wall in the distance. If you don't work hard today, you will have to work hard to find a job tomorrow. On one side of the office area are 2 meeting rooms. Each room is brightly lit and someone is discussing something. Although everyone was busy, they all had a smile on their faces, the same professional smile as the receptionist at the front desk. These smiles always gave people a weird feeling. "Mr. Qin, is your company mainly engaged in trade?" Zhang Jingyi said, standing in the middle of the hall with a thoughtful look on his face. "Yes, our company mainly does trade," Qin Hao replied. "Are you so busy every day?" Zhang Jingyi said with a smile. "Yes, the employees are working hard," Qin Hao said with a smile. Zhang Jingyi nodded, praised, and continued walking inside under Qin Hao's guidance, along the corridor of the hall, and came to a spacious conference room. After the guests were seated, Qin Huier and the armed man stood aside, holding their guns tightly and remaining alert. Qin Hao did not force it. He turned around and offered Zhang Jingyi a cigarette and helped him light it. However, he did not smoke himself. He sat in his seat, as if he wanted to wait for Zhang Jingyi to speak first. Watching the cigarette smoke rising slowly in the air, Zhang Jingyi was a little distracted. He lowered his head as if thinking about something. He didn't say anything. The atmosphere in the room seemed a little strange. As if noticing his distraction, Qin Hao politely said, "Sir, how about staying for lunch? No need to eat, let's just stop here. We'll leave first." Zhang Jingyi raised his head, looked around, put out the cigarette he hadn't even smoked in the ashtray, stood up and walked outside. Qin Huier, who was standing on the side, looked at Zhang Jingyi in surprise, as if she was extremely puzzled about his sudden departure. She also knew why she came here, because this place might be the mastermind behind the Qingqing incident. Although the guard department had been here 3 times before, they didn't find any problems, so they sent out the mutants, hoping that Zhang Jingyi could find something. But after arriving, I just walked around and sat down for a while. The stool under my butt wasn't even warm enough. So I'm leaving now? Shouldn't we walk around more and see more? Even just chatting with someone is good. But now it just turned around and left. Although she didn't understand, Qin Huier was very professional. Even though her eyes were full of doubts, she didn't say anything. Before coming, Team Leader AI Li had repeatedly emphasized that everything should be centered around Zhang Jingyi, and they were just atheisting. Since it is an atheist, then we must have a corresponding attitude. Maybe he has his reasons for doing this. Pacing by the lobby outside, Zhang Jingyi stopped and looked around. He looked at the busy staff. Although they looked very busy, they still had smiles on their faces. He nodded and walked towards the door. When we arrived at the gate, the receptionist bowed 90 degrees again and said, "Take care. I look forward to seeing you again." Zhang Jingyi stared at the girl, nodded, and without saying anything, led the way towards the elevator. He walked quietly along the way, ignoring Qin Huier, who was looking puzzled behind him. Arriving at the elevator, Qin Hao pressed the down button attentively, and the elevator door opened soon. After Zhang Jingyi greeted Qin Hao, he took Qin Huier into the elevator, waved goodbye to Qin Hao, the elevator door closed, and the elevator started to go down. There was silence in the elevator. The 3 of them were silent. Qin Huier would occasionally cast a puzzled look at Zhang Jingyi, as if hoping to get an answer, but he seemed not to see it. The elevator went down and soon reached the ground and opened. Qin Huier and her friend were about to step out when they found that Zhang Jingyi did not move. They looked at him with puzzled eyes. "Go inform Team Leader AI first. There's a problem in this company. There's a big problem here." When Zhang Jingyi said this, Qin Huier and the other person were a little surprised. Zhang Jingyi had already discovered the problem? "You go inform Team Leader AI to bring more people to support me. I will go up and hold the enemy back first." Zhang Jingyi spoke slowly and calmly, but Qin Huier and the others still felt the seriousness of the situation. He suddenly realized now that he must have discovered the problem just now, but considering their safety, he led them down calmly. Now let them go and inform Team Leader AI that even though he knew it was dangerous, he still wanted to return to the 19th floor. At this moment, Qin Huier and the other person were both moved. "Hurry up!" They seemed to be preparing to escape. "There is no time. I will go and hold them back first, and you guys come after me." After saying that, Zhang Jingyi pushed the 2 people out of the elevator. Ignoring the 2 people with touching looks in their eyes, Zhang Jingyi pressed the 19th floor button, pressed the door closing button, the elevator door closed, and went up. Zhang Jingyi in the elevator thought for a moment, first pulled out the Storm PX-4 pistol from his waist, checked the bullets, loaded the bullets and took it in his hand, and adjusted the long knife on his back to a position suitable for him to draw the knife. This time the elevator did not stop in the middle and went directly to the 19th floor. With a ding-dong sound, the elevator door opened. Zhang Jingyi walked out of the elevator slowly, pistol in hand. Standing here, he could see the company gate not far away, as well as the beautiful lady in Cheongsam at the front desk, and even vaguely the professional smile on her face. Looking at everything here, Zhang Jingyi smiled, raised his hand, and shot at the beautiful woman in Cheongsam not far away. There was a bang sound. The Cheongsam beauty in the distance suddenly fell backward with her head tilted, and her body staggered, but she quickly stood up. However, there was a bloody hole on her forehead, and streams of white and red liquid flowed out. Then, the girl with a pretty face seemed to turn into a devil. The human skin peeled off from her face like paper scraps, revealing her dark and hideous true face that looked like a deformed fetus. The Cheongsam beauty opened her ugly mouth with uneven teeth and roared madly at Jing-yi like a beast mutant. As his gunshot seemed to alarm something, Zhang Jingyi instantly felt that inside the company, there seemed to be a pair of deathly aura, evil and weird eyes, staring straight at him. A chill began to spread from inside the company to the corridors. The air temperature seemed to drop by several degrees, and there was a feeling that a severe cold was about to come. And Zhang Jingyi's ears seemed to be filled with sharp wails, sorrowful cries, and the whispers of the devil. All of this seemed to be woven into a frightening and malicious melody. This kind of music seems to carry a kind of weirdness, making people feel as if they have entered a layer of heck. What lingers is the wailing of wronged souls, making people terrified and unable to muster any strength. I believe that if a timid person, even someone from the guard room, came here and heard this kind of music, he would probably become weak in the arms and legs and fall to the ground. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi's body was shrouded in a faint golden light, and the air around him was slightly distorted, blocking all malicious intent from entering his body. He did not move immediately, but just stood there silently, watching everything in front of him quietly. It was as if none of this existed, and as if I was watching a farce. And he, like a spectator sitting in the audience, is looking forward to the start of this farce. Do you still want me to invite you out? Zhang Jingyi calmly took out a cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and took a deep puff of smoke. It was as if everything in front of me was just a decoration, and as if what I heard in my ears was not that kind of miserable wailing, but rather like listening to an opera in an opera house. How did you know that? Suddenly, a voice was heard. The voice was erratic, and its direction could not be determined. You are so smart. I recognized you right away. Your lunch made me feel sick. So I remember you deeply, chef. Besides, everything here is so fake. All the employees have the same smile. Can I see the problem? Do you really think everyone is a fool? Zhang Jingyi said indifferently, looking at the gate. Toot, toot. There was a sound of footsteps, and the man in burgundy clothes, with long hair and a smile on his face, walked out. It was the Qin Hao, President Qin. With his appearance, the sounds in the corridor quickly dissipated like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. Mr. Mutant, we don't seem to have any grudge against each other, right? Why are you targeting us? Do you really think we are easy to mess with? Qin Hao said calmly. Didn't you come to Qingqing to find us first? Zhang Jingyi took a puff of cigarette, looked at Qin Hao, and said. Qin Hao was a little speechless, and he ruffled his hair and said, How did you know there was something wrong here? It seemed that Qin Hao could see the problem here during his battle with Jing-yi, and he was deeply dissatisfied. In his opinion, everything here was disguised very well. Even after 3 waves of searches by the guard hall, no clues were found. How could he find out there was a problem within less than 10 minutes of being here? From the fact that he decisively shot and killed the Cheongsam girl at the front desk, we knew that he was not bluffing them, but had really discovered the problem. So, where exactly does the problem lie? For a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder, Qin Hao felt very uncomfortable if he didn't figure out this problem. However, Zhang Jingyi didn't seem to want to chat with him for too long, and there was no need to tell him why. Although he is the general manager here and a leader, he is not Zhang Jingyi's leader after all. He also has no right to ask Zhang Jingyi to tell him why. At this moment, alarm bells suddenly rang on every floor of this 20-story luxury office building, and a tense atmosphere arose. Immediately, the 4 elevators in the elevator room began to rise rapidly at the same time. Ding dong, the elevator door rang. 2 fully armed teams rushed out from the elevator door, all their guns pointed at the front door and Qin Hao. Among them were Qin Huier, who had gone down earlier, and another armed man. After rushing up, they seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Zhang Jingyi was safe and sound. Then they looked towards the gate and saw Qin Hao and the beast-like Cheongsam woman behind him. Seeing that woman and feeling the lingering murderous aura in the corridor, Everyone knew that something must have happened here before. Thinking of this, Qin Huier and the armed personnel both looked at Zhang Jingyi with gratitude. Then, the elevator made a click sound and seemed to be locked. And in the stairwell, there was a series of heavy and rapid footsteps. Another fully armed team rushed up and guarded the staircase, with all guns pointed at Qin Hao. Even outside the building, there was a rumbling sound of propellers turning. 2 helicopters appeared outside the window, and the muzzle of the heavy machine gun on each helicopter was pointed directly at this floor. At once, at least a dozen guns were pointed at Qin Hao. If these guns were fired at the same time, even if he was a mutant, it would be difficult for him to dodge. Seeing so many armed men coming and so many guns pointing at him, Qin Hao's expression did not change at all. He looked particularly calm and just watched everything calmly. It was as if everything in front of me was made of clay. Mr. Zhan Wang, what's the problem here? Do you want to arrest him? Qin Huier stood out from the armed team, walked up to Zhang Jingyi, and asked urgently. There is a big problem here. Let's catch him first. Zhang Jingyi stood here and pointed at Qin Hao. As he pointed his finger, 4 of the armed men around Zhang Jingyi, under the command of Qin Huier, immediately walked towards Qin Hao with guns in hand. As for the others, all their guns continued to be pointed at Qin Hao and the woman behind him to prevent any accidents. Even Zhang Jingyi was ready at this time. He pulled out the long knife from his back and held it in his right hand, while his left hand continued to hold the pistol. If Qin Hao resisted, he could rush over the wall at any time and grab Qin Hao. With such a short distance and so many people around, he believed he would not be able to escape at all. He believed that possessing such an abnormal person might not necessarily submit obediently, and he might need to take action in the next moment. If there is nothing abnormal, that would be weird. Hey, what do you want to do? I am a legal citizen, and I have the freedom of life. Don't point guns at people. What are you arresting me for? What crime have I committed? However, somewhat unexpectedly, the 4 armed warriors captured Qin Hao and the woman unusually smoothly. Qin Hao, who was wearing a burgundy suit, had long hair and always had a smile on his face. When he saw the muzzle of the gun pointed at his face, he was so frightened that his body suddenly went limp. He kept shouting, "It's a mistake," and although he struggled, he didn't resist. Even after getting panicked, he started yelling at the top of his lungs. "What are you doing? What do you want to do? I have a strong background. No one can touch me, or else you will be in big trouble." It was not until he was kicked on the leg by one of the armed fighters and knocked to the ground that he collapsed to the ground, lowering his head as if he had given up resistance. Soon he was handcuffed, shackled, and even put on a device that looked like a wrist cuff, but he did not resist. The woman behind him didn't say a word and didn't resist at all until she was treated the same way and escorted aside. So simple? Zhang Jingyi, who was standing at the back, couldn't help but frown. It was so easy to catch him, it didn't even take a minute. This made Zhang Jingyi, who had just stretched his hands and feet, look a little embarrassed. Even Qin Huier and others standing beside him had confused expressions on their faces and cast inquiring glances at him. The captain of the armed warriors who was escorting the 2 men out was already reporting. The abnormal has been controlled, and the bracelet that suppresses psychic abilities has been put on. No abnormal psychoactive level detected. Prepare to escort the 2 men to the guard room for a surprise interrogation and further testing. It was all too dull. Except for the scene when Zhang Jingyi just came up, everything that happened here surprised him. "Warlord, how did you find out about their abnormalities?" The anomaly was seen through the micro camera, and Ellie's voice was heard in the headphone channel, and her solemnity could be heard from her words. "I didn't check." Zhang Jingyi reacted for a moment and said, "Honestly, I saw it firsthand." At this point, Zhang Jingyi reacted. He lowered his head and activated his mental vision. Look up again in an instant. The noise here seems to sink into the deep sea, becoming unclear until it disappears completely, and his vision suddenly became clear from absolute darkness. In his eyes, the 4 armed men were supposed to be escorting Qin Hao and the Chongsam beauty, but in reality, there was no one around them. But judging from their expressions, the 2 armed men who detained Qin Hao had their hands suspended in the air, and from their postures, It seemed as if there was a person being escorted between them. Is it all an illusion or magic? Zhang Jingyi turned his head and looked towards the gate, and saw Qin Hao still standing there with that smile on his face. This time, there was another person beside him, a thin dwarf, only 1.3 meters tall, wearing a dark tuxedo and a magician's hat. His small eyes were exposed under the brim of the hat, and there was a hint of evil in his eyes. Seeing Zhang Jingyi's eyes looking at them, both of them seemed to be stunned for a moment, then looked at each other. The dwarf magician took off his hat and placed it in front of his chest, bowing slightly. Thank you for watching my performance. Please continue to watch. The next moment, the walls around the corridor began to wriggle like melted syrup, the lights began to flicker, and the entire corridor was plunged into a dark and deep tone. Soon, Zhang Jingyi and all the armed personnel discovered that everything around them had been severely weathered, as if countless years had passed. The walls were wriggling, and the skin was falling off with a clacking sound. The entire corridor soon became a dark, dilapidated place filled with a foul smell of decay. Faced with all these changes, all armed personnel held their guns tightly. These personnel had very strong psychological qualities. Even now, no one opened fire without orders, even though everyone's eyes were filled with despair and fear. But soon that sharp wailing reappeared in my ears, the sorrowful crying, the devil's whispering. The melody formed by all this seemed to carry a kind of weirdness, making people feel as if they had entered a layer of heck. As soon as they opened their eyes, they seemed to see the lingering and lingering ghosts of the wronged, as if they had entered heck, and all the armed personnel on the scene were immediately confused. Some armed personnel even lost their guns and dropped them to the ground. Their limbs went limp, and they fell to the ground, covering their ears and rolling on the ground, losing all ability to resist. Seeing this, Zhang Jingyi put his pistol back into his waist, holding a long knife in his right hand, and slowly walked to the front of the team. He pointed his finger at the magician and Qin Hao across from him and said with a smile, "Come on, let me see what tricks you have." The next moment, Zhang Jingyi took a deep breath, which was so long that it seemed as if he was suffocating. Soon, both cheeks puffed up, and his eyeballs seemed to flash with light. There was a huge scream, and along with the scream, a wave visible to the naked eye rolled in the air. The glacé windows on one side of the corridor shattered one after another, and a huge shock wave headed towards the company's gate. All the armed personnel were stunned. Soon, changes appeared in front of their eyes. The air was turbulent, as if turning pages of a picture. The abnormal changes before their eyes and the magic sounds in their ears disappeared, and at the door of the company, Qin Hao and the dwarf magician appeared in front of them, as if they appeared out of thin air. All of this stunned the armed personnel. Zhang Jingyi's reaction seemed to anger the dwarf magician. His small eyes were filled with bloodshot, and he said word by word, "I hate it most when others despise me. I will make you regret coming to this world." Qin Hao frowned and said, "I'm leaving first. You can have some fun and catch up as soon as possible. You know, the boss hates being late." "Okay, you go first. Don't worry, it won't take long for him." The dwarf magician stared at Zhang Jingyi, as if he wanted to imprint his figure into his heart. "Be careful. He is not a simple person. Don't let yourself get caught in a trap." Qin Hao slowly retreated until his figure disappeared into the shadows inside the gate and slowly disappeared. Qin Huier on the side looked at Zhang Jingyi with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. "Don't chase him. He can't run away. Deal with this first, and then chase him later." Zhang Jingyi said quietly, "You are different from ordinary people and are qualified to know who I am. Please remember, my name is Xiao Zhen, nicknamed Kid, and I'm a magician. Next, let me perform a magic trick for you," said the dwarf magician. King Zhan, Institute 502. Zhang Jingyi held a long sword and looked at him quietly. The dwarf magician raised his right hand and seemed to blow into the air. Suddenly, a surge of orange flame, with a roar of burning flames, rolled toward Zhang Jingyi. Seeing the flames approaching, Zhang Jingyi did not dodge because the armed men were behind him. If he dodged, the people behind him would suffer heavy casualties, especially since some of the armed personnel had not yet recovered from the mental attack. If he dodged at this moment, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, Zhang Jingyi did not even hesitate or dodge. He just watched the approaching flames silently. In a moment, the flames completely engulfed Zhang Jingyi. Seeing that he did not dodge or evade, the dwarf magician who had prepared many backup plans was stunned for a moment. He dared not to dodge. Did he think that he could withstand the super bright flames of up to 1,000 degrees? The dwarf magician glanced at the armed men lying on the ground behind Zhang Jingyi, and suddenly there was a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Could it be that he didn't dodge for the sake of these lowly lives? Thinking of this, the dwarf magician curled his lips with a hint of sarcasm. It was so unwise for a mutant to fight against him for these lowly lives and even sacrifice himself voluntarily. Fortunately, he is dead. If he were still alive, he would know what it means to live a life worse than death. It's a good thing for him to die like this. The brief, strange silence even made the dwarf magician think that Zhang Jingyi had died in the flames. But soon, in the astonished eyes of the dwarf magician, a figure stepped out from the flames. It was Zhang Jingyi. There was a golden light emanating from his body, and the barrier formed by his mental power was such that no matter how fierce the strange flames of elemental power were, they could not hurt him at all. At this moment, his eyes were as ruthless as a bloody iron prison, and his long sword was filled with mental power. As the sword flashed, it seemed as if there were living creatures wailing endlessly. If this is all your tricks, then I'm not going to be polite. All this drove the dwarf magician a little crazy, and he could not tolerate such contempt. Born with a strange body shape, he was abandoned by his loved ones and had a hard time surviving since childhood. He suffered a lot of discrimination and went through a period that he considered to be the most unbearable, until he was affected by the energy of the Advent, mutated, became a mutant, and successfully awakened the magician's supernatural power. When he became a mutant, the first thing he did was to seek revenge on those who had laughed at and ridiculed him, making them pay the price for their past foolish behavior. Even the only person who had ever helped him was harmed by him, because he hated the pity and condescending look in other people's eyes when they saw him. Anyone who is familiar with him knows how stupid it is to laugh at, ridicule, and provoke a dwarf magician. Even though Zhang Jingyi seemed like someone who was not easy to mess with, the angry dwarf magician had forgotten to be cautious. Soon, the dwarf magician threw his body forward, and the next moment, he turned into an evil spirit born of resentment, with an ugly face, sharp teeth, and claws. The incarnated evil spirit let out a silent roar unique to evil spirits toward Zhang Jingyi and the many armed personnel. It was a crazy roar that could not be described in words, as if it had converged into an extremely terrifying mental attack. The attack of spiritual power made all the people present feel as if they had arrived at the seaside. At a glance, the sea was surging, with huge waves one after another, crushing towards everyone present like a flood. Along with the huge waves came a silent roar, which pierced into everyone's brain like sharp needles, constantly bombarding the nerves of everyone present and causing unbearable pain. This silent roar was enough to plunge everyone present into great fear and panic. Soon, they were like lambs to be slaughtered, losing their ability to resist and could only passively wait to be slaughtered, thus dying miserably. And in fact, it was true. The previous sharp wails had almost made everyone present collapse, and now the roar of the evil spirits was filled with sorrowful cries, like the devil in heck whispering in everyone's ears. Even the entire floor seemed to have undergone a huge change. The entire corridor seemed to no longer exist in this world, as if it had been forcibly moved to a certain location in heck. At this moment, everyone felt a chill in the wind, as if there were ghosts from heck watching them from all directions. The roar of evil spirits is mainly aimed at attacks on mental power, and mental power is often the weak point of ordinary people. So as long as it is a mental attack, it will always be the fastest to take effect. This move is also the magician's signature skill. In the past, he could be invincible as long as he used it. Just as the magician expected, the armed team members were in complete chaos, and some even started firing randomly. Even those with strong willpower had basically lost the power to resist and could only hold their guns tightly in panic and look around. Seeing all this, Zhang Jingyi gathered his strength and released his mental power with the momentum of his shout. As he shouted, space folded and waves rushed towards the roaring power of the evil spirit. Pa! Pa! A series of explosions sounded. It seemed as if there were invisible forces colliding in the air, and eventually both forces dissipated. As the spiritual power in the air faded, the various strange noises gradually disappeared. At this moment, a group of armed personnel were lying on the ground. Some of them were even unconscious, and only the twitching of their limbs proved that they were still alive. Even the few armed personnel who were not unconscious had blood gushing out of their ears and noses. Their faces were pale, and they were just trying hard to hold on. The next moment, a small number of armed personnel who were still conscious, under Qin Huiyer's command, opened fire at the same time, and bullets rained down at the dwarf magician. Swish, swish, swish. The bullet fell, paced through the dwarf magician, and hit the wall behind, splashing pieces of wall skin. This scene shocked the armed personnel who were still awake. How could it be a phantom? The bullet couldn't even hit it. I told you I'm a magician. How could you find me so easily? The next moment, the dwarf magician waved his hand, and 4 red rays of light shot towards Zhang Jingyi and others. Careful! Zhang Jingyi swung his sword and chopped at a ray of red light, but his sword hit nothing, as if it was nothing. The red light flew into his body with a whoosh, and the other 3 red lights also quickly entered the bodies of several people. When the red light entered Zhang Jingyi's body, he felt as if he was being controlled by someone. The red light quickly flew towards his mind inside his body, as if it had life. In a hurry, Zhang Jingyi could only use his mental power to meet it, trying to wrap up the red light. When Zhang Jingyi wrapped the red light with his mental power, the red light seemed to be swallowed by the mental power and quickly disappeared in Zhang Jingyi's mental power. However, his mental power actually grew. It felt like eating a big jelly. It was delicious. At the same time, a scream came from a shadow on one side of the corridor, and a figure vaguely appeared. It was the dwarf magician. He stared at Zhang Jingyi, as if something precious had been stolen from him. With the appearance of the blessing magician, the dwarf magician who had been standing at the gate seemed to have waves on the TV screen. He flashed several times in succession and disappeared. At this time, the 3 armed men possessed by the red light had stiff and distorted postures. Although they still maintained a struggling posture, they had obviously lost the ability to control themselves and seemed to be out of control. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jingyi ignored the dwarf magician and looked at the 3 people. In his mental vision, he found that the 3 people were shrouded in a vague and strange red light, and this red light seemed to be lingering in the minds of the 3 people, thereby achieving the purpose of controlling the 3 people. At the same time, Zhang Jingyi could also see that there was a faintly visible red thread on the red light of the 3 people, extending in the air towards the dwarf magician. It was obvious that the ultimate control of the 3 people was in the hands of the dwarf magician. Seeing the problem clearly, Zhang Jingyi decided to take down the dwarf magician first. Just as he was about to take down the dwarf magician with a knife, Qin Huiyer's voice rang out. "Be careful." Zhang Jingyi looked back and saw that the faces of the 3 controlled armed men had turned blue in the painful struggle, but they seemed to be driven by an invisible force. They slowly turned around and slowly raised the guns in their hands. Although they seemed to be trying their best to resist, they were unable to withstand the power that controlled them. Under the control of that power, they could only passively raise the guns in their hands, aim at Zhang Jingyi, and suddenly, the guns opened fire. At this time, several sober armed men near them also rushed towards them quickly, hoping to stop them, but it seemed that everything was a little too late. Bullets rained down at Zhang Jingyi. The moment Qin Huiyer reminded him, Zhang Jingyi put up a mental barrier. So, when the bullet came, it was stopped in the air about 3 steps away from him, which was surprising. The other armed personnel stared blankly at the 3 controlled people. They were shocked that these 3 living people suddenly lost self-control and suddenly shot at Zhang Jingyi. But this was not the most surprising thing for them, because the subsequent stopping of the bullet in the air was simply a magical skill in the eyes of these people, which made them astonished and amazed. At this time, the three controlled armed men were controlled by an invisible force. They nimbly dodged several armed men who tried to stop them, ran forward quickly, approached Zhang Jingyi, and tried to shoot at a closer distance. Seeing these controlled people, Zhang Jingyi looked at the red threads in the air. Perhaps he could solve the current situation by cutting these threads. Thinking of this, Zhang Jingyi started running on the spot. After getting close to the three people, he rushed straight towards them in an extremely brave manner. Seeing this, the dwarf magician in the distance showed a cruel smile on his face. Humans are indeed stupid. It is not so easy to save these lowly lives at this time. Soon, under his control, the three armed men aimed their guns at Zhang Jingyi. At such a close distance, and with so many guns, even Zhang Jingyi would find it difficult to dodge. At this moment, the three controlled people even closed their eyes as they couldn't bear to watch, but their fingers still pulled the trigger uncontrollably. As the trigger was pulled, countless bullets fell madly toward Zhang Jingyi. At the moment the bullet was fired, Zhang Jingyi, who was running, suddenly stopped and closed his eyes, as if he had completely given up resisting. But in an instant, he could feel that the air in the area between him and the three controlled people seemed to become extremely heavy. If it was a feather before, it now became like a giant ship. At this moment, in this area, the density and weight of the air seemed to be increasing infinitely. It can be said that in this area at this moment, even a feather will be immediately crushed to the ground. Under the influence of this weight, even if bullets came from all directions and entered this area, they would eventually be forcibly suppressed by the huge gravity field in an instant. Snap, snap. There was a sound of bullets hitting the ground. All the bullets were controlled by the sudden gravity field not long after leaving the gun barrel, and fell to the ground in the corridor. Seeing all this, the dwarf magician was stunned, as if he couldn't understand what was going on, because Zhang Jingyi could accurately control the changes in the gravity field of a small area, while the gravity field of other areas did not change. If you just watch from the sidelines, you won't understand what has changed. It's as if he is the real magician. At the same time, while the dwarf magician was still in surprise, Zhang Jingyi moved his body like a ghost. His figure became blurred, and he seemed to disappear from the corridor in an instant. At this time, in the Qingqing Guard Hall conference room, in front of Ellie and the important official from the Qingqing Guard Hall was a large LCD screen with a large screen on top and countless small screens below. These images were transmitted in real time from the miniature cameras on Zhang Jingyi and the many armed personnel around him. Due to the long distance, the signal was intermittent and the image quality was not very good. But when Zhang Jingyi rushed towards the three armed men regardless of everything, Ellie stood up suddenly. In her eyes, Zhang Jingyi's ghostly movements and crazy actions were really incomprehensible. In her mind, if the three armed men were controlled, the best way would be to kill them as quickly as possible with a gun from a distance so that she could continue to deal with the dwarf magician. Why would she risk rushing forward? What is he doing? In the picture, Zhang Jingyi's movements are agile and weird, like a ghost. He rushes directly forward towards the bullets like a madman. He's dangerous. An old man from the Qingqing Guard Hall, who was sitting in the conference room, murmured to himself. In his opinion, Zhang Jingyi's doing this was unnecessary and extremely dangerous no matter how you looked at it. In his opinion, it was totally unnecessary. They were just three ordinary armed men. If they died, they would be compensated. In his opinion, three ordinary armed men are far less important than a mutant. Therefore, in his mind, he strongly disapproved of Zhang Jingyi's impulse at this time. While this behavior was heroic, it was certainly unnecessary. But the subsequent miracles of the bullet being trapped in space and the change in gravity field surprised everyone present. Is this the difference between ordinary people and mutants? All of this seems to be a scene that only appears in certain science fiction novels. Are all mutants in real life so powerful? It seems that he was recruited by Ellie alone. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Ellie in unison. all with expressions of confusion and surprise. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Ellie's shiny forehead, and she thought to herself, "He is so powerful." At this moment, Zhang Jingyi, who was in the corridor on the 19th floor of the office building, had no idea that someone was evaluating him in the distance. After dodging all the bullets with the power of the gravity field, he continued to rush towards the three control people. The dwarf magician was furious, and the bullets from the muzzles of the three people's guns continued to fly, blocking his way forward. At this time, Zhang Jingyi knew that he had to run faster to avoid the bullets. While running quickly, his body spun strangely like a nimble flying bird. Then, countless dust flew around him. Under such intensive sweeps, he actually managed to dodge the bullets. At this moment, he remembered that he was not fast during the entry test. At that time, a baldness expert suggested that he might not be able to exert his full strength because he did not have enough pressure, and whether he could ask the guards on the side to help and increase the pressure. And this time, the armed personnel really helped. It turned out that, just as the baldness expert expected, under this kind of pressure, his speed really increased a lot. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Researchers engaged in scientific research are indeed not simple. When he was about to rush to the side of the three armed men, Zhang Jingyi suddenly jumped up, dodging another round of bullet shooting, and then his body seemed to leave a residual shadow and rushed to the side of the three men. He approached a controlled armed man, then swung a long sword filled with spiritual power and chopped at the vaguely visible red silk thread in the air. As for whether he could cut it, he was not sure. But according to his guess, this red light should be the spiritual power of the dwarf magician, and the red line behind this red light should be the key to controlling the three people. Since the red light is transformed from mental power, the long sword filled with his mental power can theoretically cut it off. The armed man in the air thought that Zhang Jingyi was here to kill him, so he closed his eyes and waited for death. It would be better to die than to be controlled by others and shoot at his own people. But as a result, the armed man suddenly felt his body lighten, and the force that restrained him disappeared instantly. Before he could react, he felt a violent loss of control of his limbs and fell forward with his arms and legs bared. This was his natural reaction after his movements were suddenly cut off by someone controlling him. After rolling on the ground for a few times, he stood up smoothly and regained his mobility. At the same time as he helped him cut off the red silk threads wrapped around his body, he didn't care about his subsequent rolling behavior. Zhang Jingyi had already kicked the ground with both feet and used the recoil force to jump towards another armed man. 3 seconds later, Zhang Jingyi landed steadily on the ground. The three armed men behind him crawled up from the ground with bruised faces and noses. Although they were all grimacing in pain, their faces showed an expression of relief for being alive. This also made Zhang Jingyi breathe a sigh of relief. He finally saved all three people alive. Next, Zhang Jingyi looked towards the dwarf magician not far away, and he couldn't help but let out a hint of coldness in his eyes. It's time to have some fun with this magician. At this time, in the Qingqing Guard Hall conference room, Ellie and the others stared at the large LCD screen, their mouths wide open. From what we saw just now, the dwarf magician possessed extremely strong mental power. The mental roar he transformed had powerful attack power, able to control the three armed men and pull them into the air, indicating that he possessed extremely high mental power. In this situation, the best choice is to abandon those three people and immediately organize fire coverage. But in this situation, Zhang Jingyi actually rushed forward. Is he really not worried about being shot to death? Although he knew that with his ability he could dodge the bullets, he would still die if he was really hit. This is not a drill. This is real bullets. However, after Zhang Jingyi did this, Ellie and the others saw through the video that his series of magical operations rescued the three armed men who seemed to be completely controlled and started shooting at their companions. As for how to save it, the method is unknown. What was even more shocking was that once the three armed members were rescued, they quickly regained their autonomy and quickly retreated. Their movements were flexible and orderly, which meant that they were most likely not infected by the spirit. They were just being controlled. The old man in the guard room, opened his mouth unconsciously. Ellie, who was about to go out and rush to the scene, slowed down her movements, surprised and happy. After a moment's reaction, she immediately gave the order. Quick, contact them and have the armed personnel retreat first. But before she could finish her words, her eyes widened as she looked at Zhang Jingyi's actions on the blurry image on the screen. I found you. After rescuing the 3 armed men, Zhang Jingyi did not retreat with them, but turned and looked towards a place at the gate. His body flashed and turned into a flash of lightning, rushing towards that direction. And his target was the dwarf magician. Just now, when the 3 armed men were controlled, he discovered the clue. On the surface, the 3 armed men seemed to have lost consciousness, but in his mental vision, he could see red lines behind the red light controlling them. The place where these red lines connect is where the true body of the dwarf magician is. Now, he wants to find the dwarf magician and communicate with him properly. Why can't he learn well? As if knowing that Zhang Jingyi had found his true identity, the dwarf magician revealed his true identity under the dim light of the corridor. At this moment, he looked hideous, as if he had turned into an evil spirit from heck, which was terrifying. On the other hand, the armed personnel who received Ellie's order to retreat, and those who were still conscious and able to move, helped up the unconscious person and slowly retreated from the stairs to the corridor in batches, leaving the entire space to the 2 of them. Before leaving, Qin Huier took off the micro camera on her chest and placed it in a corner of the corridor. When the armed men retreated, the dwarf magician did not try to stop them. To him, those lowly lives were meaningless for him to vent his hatred. There was only Zhang Jingyi in his eyes. Only by completely defeating him, or even killing him, could his perverted psychology be relieved. Soon, the brief confrontation and silence came to an end. The dwarf magician let out a scream, and at that moment, it seemed that countless ferocious evil spirits flew out of his body. The space above the corridor was instantly distorted. The faces of those evil spirits were ugly, representing the fear of the limits of human cognition. They have slender limbs but huge bodies. They crawl all over the corridor. At the same time, because they are too fat, their bodies seem to be shaped like tires. But on the head, there is a painful human face. The whole face is extremely stiff and weird. One glance at it makes people feel that it can trigger the most painful moment in your heart. If you look more carefully, you will find that the painful face seems to be made up of many different faces, corresponding to the 7 emotions unique to human beings. Some faces represent frenzy, some represent pain, some represent sorrow, and some represent anger. Each face has a different expression, and these faces are arranged and combined into a painful face. Moreover, each evil spirit has rows of neatly arranged stripes on its body, and those stripes are actually mouths. As the monster crawls, each mouth emits different sounds such as pain, sadness, anger, etc., which make people emotionally collapse. When the evil spirits filled all the space in the corridor, the dwarf magician chanted some magic spell, and dense scales quickly covered the surface of his body. Horns grew on his head, and claws appeared on his limbs. The next moment, he roared, got on all fours like a wild beast, and ran toward Zhang Jingyi with his long tail swinging behind him. Evil spirit? Mental monster? Seeing these grotesque evil spirits and the dwarf magician approaching, Zhang Jingyi dodged and felt a little surprised. He did not expect that the dwarf magician's heart must be so evil to give birth to such ugly evil spirits. Moreover, it seemed to appear suddenly. Twisted desires will inevitably give rise to evil thoughts, which is what the 502 research group calls a mental monster. During such an urgent time, Zhang Jingyi also took the time to recall the description of mental monsters in a document that Ellie had given him. The comparison with real objects really helps in learning and mastering knowledge. This gives him a more intuitive understanding of the emergence of spiritual monsters. Facing the attack of evil spirits, Zhang Jingyi swung his long sword, leaving marks with spiritual power, one by one, dispersing the evil spirits circling around him and tearing their spirits into pieces. So, this is your backup plan? Zhang Jingyi took a deep breath, gripped the long sword in his hand tighter, looked at the dwarf magician who had turned into a monster, and asked, "Buzz, buzz, buzz." As he was thinking about these questions about evil spirits and mental monsters, the distorted air around the corridor became more and more. When he looked around, he could see that, as if attracted by the evil spirits created by the dwarf magician, more and more evil spirits were constantly emerging from the void. Those evil spirits, like huge, strange worms, rushed towards Zhang Jingyi quickly. 1, 2, 3, soon I couldn't count how many there were. At a glance, it felt like I had entered a vast ocean. At this moment, one can feel the air around him constantly twisting, as if the earth is burning the air into pieces of varying densities, making one feel the pressure that is gradually becoming huge, chaotic, and brutal. Finally, I've encountered a somewhat difficult challenge. What should I do? How can we ensure that these mental monsters don't escape? Zhang Jingyi stared blankly at the increasing number of evil spirits in front of him, muttering to himself. The next moment, Kachaka! The air around Zhang Jingyi was rippling like waves, and the air was making sounds like glacé. This sound might not be particularly loud, but it made all the evil spirits present feel a genuine horror. The next moment, the light in the entire corridor seemed to become dimmer and dimmer. Although there are several high-rise buildings outside the corridor blocking the sunlight, it is daytime after all, and the light is still very sufficient. At this moment, in the space of the corridor, there is a feeling that the light is being slowly drawn away. As the light was withdrawn, the surrounding scenery became gloomy, as if covered by a layer of shadow. The most important thing is that this shadow is still deepening, gradually turning from gray to black. And this black seems to have great spiritual power. Just like when we enter the deep sea and see the dark color inside, we can't help but feel a huge fear in our hearts. This is a concrete manifestation of spiritual power reaching its extreme. Perhaps other people cannot feel it, but the evil spirits born from the dwarf magician's body and the spiritual monsters that drilled out from the void suddenly had a strange feeling. It seems that this place makes them so scared. Soon, a large mace of black was seen expanding rapidly. The black expanded so quickly, like a black tide, raising one wave after another, directly rolling towards all the evil spirits and enveloping them inside. And in the center of this darkness is a seemingly inconspicuous figure. That is Zhang Jingyi wearing a Peking opera mask. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi stood quietly in the center of the black tide, looking down at everything here, like a god. Then he slowly stretched out his palm and clenched it tightly. Wow! The deep black tide that expanded to almost cover the entire corridor suddenly began to shrink vigorously. The contraction of the black tide pulled the evil spirits towards the center of the black tide at the same time. Some evil spirits had already escaped into the void, or half of their bodies had already escaped, but the other half was enveloped by the black tide, struggling in vain and being pulled back in panic. Whether in the air or underground, without exception, all were shrouded in the black tide. The struggle of these evil spirits dragged irregular deep grooves on the ground, and some evil spirits were dragged into the depths of the black tide, while others were shattered into pieces when they were pulled in. For a moment, tragic trembling sounds and chewing sounds were heard from the black tide, echoing throughout the entire space. Soon, all the monsters in the corridor were swallowed up by the black tide and were completely destroyed, without a single one left. All that was left was the dwarf magician not far away, staring at Zhang Jingyi in a daze. Zhang Jingyi smacked his lips in satisfaction, as if savoring something, and muttered to himself, "What an amazing performance." When the black tide evolved from Zhang Jingyi's mental power surged in the corridor, the entire city circuit system seemed to have problems. All the lights around the office building were flashing non-stop, and the sounds of emergency reminders being played in the surrounding vehicles suddenly became distorted. The sound became extremely rough and slow, and the next moment it became sharp and fast. It felt absurd and ridiculous. On the LED screen on the floor outside the office building, the product promotion images played kept flashing, sometimes clear, sometimes filled with chaotic blocks of colors. And it was a mess. At this moment, The Ching Guard Hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the empty screen in front of them, as if they had experienced a nightmare. Gudon. There was dead silence for a long time before a faint sound was heard. I didn't know who was swallowing because of fear, but it was very clear because it was so quiet. It was this sound that seemed to suddenly clear up the stagnant air here. There was a series of sounds of deep relief. The old man in the guard room felt his legs go weak, and he almost fell down. He quickly grabbed the arm of a colleague beside him and whispered, "Hold me up, my legs are a little weak." The colleague had a blank expression on his face. While holding onto the executive, he reached out and held onto the wall next to him. With an expression of shock and terror on his face, he moved slightly and whispered, "Actually, I also have a little bit." In the video feed of the 502 research group, which had been watching the situation from a distance, Mr. Lee, with eyes wide open, rubbed his sour eyes and sighed in a low voice. Such a powerful force. This is definitely not a power that ordinary people can covet. Perhaps we can push forward the launch of that plan. Perhaps this is our only chance. Zhang Jingyi looked at the dwarf magician not far away. His lips curled up slightly, and he burped involuntarily. Those mental monsters were swallowed up by the black tide just now, which were actually swallowed up by his mental power. Although this feeling seems a bit disgusting, the taste is indeed good. Moreover, the food seemed a little full. It seems that an exercise is urgently needed to digest the food. So, Zhang Jingyi hooked his finger at the dwarf magician and said, "Come on, it's just you and me." Seeing his gestures and eyes, even though the dwarf magician was really frightened by his cruelty, he still couldn't accept his contempt. The dwarf magician transformed into a monster, leaped high into the air, and pounced toward Zhang Jingyi with extreme ferocity, trying to bite off his head with his bloody mouth. Moment of life and death. Zhang Jingyi was not in a hurry. He dodged the fierce attack by leaning sideways, and a long sword filled with spiritual power was held in his palm. And without flinching, he violently slashed at the transformed dwarf magician. The sound of metal hitting metal was heard. The transformed dwarf magician rolled backwards and landed steadily. The fine scales on the forearm were cut by the long knife, and sticky pus flowed out of the body, but soon the bleeding stopped and the fine scales regenerated quickly. Beastly mutant? Seeing all this, Zhang Jingyi was very surprised. It turned out that he was not the only one who was powerful. This dwarf had shown at least two skills, magician and bestiality. This dwarf named Xiao Ji was really not simple. The dwarf turned into a lizard or a monster. He lay on the ground, sticking out his bloody red tongue. His long golden pupils were filled with contempt and cruelty towards his prey. He grinned at Zhang Jingyi. "You're dead, you running dog of the 502nd Institute, you worthless life." The next moment, the monster he transformed into rushed towards Zhang Jingyi, its sharp claws flashing cold light in the air and leaving scratches on Zhang Jingyi. Facing the attack, Zhang Jingyi jumped quickly and met the monster's claws with his back. Scratches appeared on his back and blood and flesh flew everywhere. "Haha, you're dead. My claws are poisonous." The dwarf magician who had transformed into a monster showed a triumphant smile in the air, but he found that Zhang Jingyi was looking at the monster's transformation in the air with a cold and ruthless face, and the long sword filled with mental power was slashing towards his body. "Don't waste your energy. You can't penetrate it." The spiritual power on the long sword suddenly lit up, and the long sword flashed a dazzling golden color. Then, the long sword chopped off the dwarf magician's right hand and forearm, which was full of confidence and trying to forcibly block the attack. Then, another extremely sharp blade, like a divine weapon, broke through the dense scales covering his right leg and split his right calf. The pain almost made the dwarf magician faint. Until this moment, he couldn't believe that he could be injured like this after his transformation. He opened his eyes wide, and unbelievable fear froze on his face. The next moment, the power of transformation faded, and he turned back into the dwarf who was only 1.2 meters tall, but he lost a hand and a calf. He fell to the ground, wailing non-stop. "I surrender. I confess. Please stop fighting." The dwarf magician kept wailing, his entire face covered with tears and snot. After receiving the news from Zhang Jingyi, the armed group staying outside quickly sent people in. They all wore thick protective suits and glacé masks. When they arrived, they quickly controlled the crying dwarf magician, and the doctors who were with him gave him emergency treatment for his injuries. The dwarf magician sitting on the ground looked very depressed, and as if he had lost too much blood. Whenever he saw Zhang Jingyi, a look of fear would flash in his eyes. In his opinion, his bestiality could not be defeated. He used all his trump cards, but they were all broken by Zhang Jingyi one by one. In the end, he was even slashed twice by him. This man was simply not a human being. Originally, he was jealous of the man who was scratched by him. The poison was very strong, and even their boss would not dare to resist it. The man was scratched at least 3 times, so he should come to him for help. As a result, when he saw with his own eyes the doctor trying to bandage Zhang Jingyi's wound and lifting up his tattered clothes, he saw a back as white as jade. At that moment, the dwarf magician was completely stunned. Seeing that everything had calmed down, Qin Huier led the search of the company on the 19th floor. Zhang Jingyi believed that there would be no remnants left there. As for the man named Qin Hao, he should have already escaped, so we can only wait and capture him later. He took the elevator down to the 1st floor and rested in Qin Huier's jeep, waiting for further arrangements and instructions. Soon, from the air came the sound of a helicopter propeller turning, and 2 beams of light shone down from the sky. Ellie, dressed in a military uniform, walked out of the cabin. She wore a pair of black sunglasses and high military boots. She came to him, looked him up and down, especially his back, and said, "Thank you for your hard work this time." She paused for a moment, then deliberately added, "I'll buy you a drink later to celebrate your success." Zhang Jingyi felt a warm feeling in his heart. After all, he had saved so many people, which was something to be proud of. "Let's go." Ellie stepped aside and said to him, "Come with me. There is some work to be done." "Good." Zhang Jingyi stood up obediently and followed her towards the helicopter. 7 p.m., Qingqing Guard Hall, meeting room on the 3rd floor. A huge copper hot pot was placed on the table in the conference room. Red charcoal fire gradually grew under the copper pot. The clear soup and red soup in the hot pot gradually boiled, bubbling with steam. Slices of red and white, paper-thin mutton were thrown into the seething clear soup. After a few gurglings, the mutton changed color and became delicious and fresh. Zhang Jingyi and Zhu Long gathered around the copper pot, fighting for the cooked mutton inside, and ate it with sesame dipping sauce with great relish. There were some fruits and yogurt on the conference table. After being busy for most of the day, it was such a blessing to be able to sit here and have a peaceful dinner. After returning from Qingshi Trading Company, Zhang Jingyi followed AI Li to the Qingqing Guard Hall, a solid, spacious, but very old 4-story building located in the center of the South District. Taking the elevator directly from the lobby to the 3rd floor, Ellie took him to a conference room. This conference room seemed to have been prepared in advance. After entering the conference room, she found that Candle Dragon was sitting there obediently in a daze. The conference room, both inside and outside, was very quiet. There was a plate of snacks and a plate of candies on the table. Soon, Ellie went to work, leaving Zhang Jingyi and Songlong staring at each other. As it was almost time for dinner, Zhulong wanted to go out for a bite to eat, but Zhang Jingyi firmly refused. What happened at noon was still fresh in his mind. What if he went out for a meal again, and something went wrong during the meal? Doesn't that mean Zhang Jingyi's Conan physique has really been realized? After confirming that they would have dinner here, Zhulong made a call using the intercom in the conference room. Soon, a beautiful girl with long legs wearing a guardroom uniform came in and asked what we would like to have for dinner. After Zhulong's introduction, Zhang Jingyi realized that he could actually order food here. He hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively if he could have a hot pot. Under the equally surprised looks of Candle Dragon and the girl, Zhang Jingyi's face turned a little red, and he repeatedly said, "It's okay. I'm just asking." But to his surprise, soon an old copper hot pot was placed on the conference table, and plates of beef and mutton slices, fresh meatballs, shrimp slips, tripe, lamb blood, and various vegetables filled the table. While serving the food, The waiter looked at Zhang Jingyi with strange eyes, which made him feel embarrassed. So there were the scenes at the hot pot before, where Zhang Jingyi looked at the candle dragon who was snatching food with contempt. When he ordered the hot pot, seeing Candle Dragon's surprised look, he thought he wouldn't eat it. But the aroma of the hot pot wafted out, and he ate it so fiercely. Thinking of this, Zhang Jingyi quickly put in another plate of mutton. Such delicious mutton is rare. Fresh and not smelly. Delicious. Thumbs up. While Zhang Jingyi and his friends were enjoying their hot pot, in a meeting room on the 4th floor, Ellie was arranging the finishing work. Not long ago, an escort vehicle with a fully armed team and 2 mutants escorted the dwarf magician to the guard room, where professionals conducted a surprise interrogation of the dwarf magician. At the same time, a federal wanted order has been issued for Qin Hao, the man with long hair and a smile on his face mentioned by Zhang Jingyi, and a special person has been arranged to collect all information about Qingshi Trading Company. It was possible that the dwarf magician had been frightened by Zhang Jingyi, so it didn't take much time to interrogate him. He told him everything he knew, and his only request was to spare his life. In addition, he also made a request that Zhang Jingyi should not come to him. It seemed that he was really scared by Zhang Jingyi. This is actually a good thing, as it can reduce a lot of trouble and get everything the Federation wants to know in the shortest time possible. Therefore, the first things that came out were an interrogation report and a search report on Qingshi Company. Through the confession of the dwarf magician and some evidence collected at the scene, it has been basically confirmed. Everything that happened in Qingsheng was an organized and planned conspiracy. And all this seems to point to a clear goal. 7:30 p.m. in a certain city, in a certain mysterious building on the 10th floor. A spacious conference room. Because the lights were not on, the black night outside the window enveloped the entire conference room. Suddenly, projection equipment on the 4 walls of the conference room started up, and beams of light shot out, outlining one life-size figure after another in front of the long desk. For a moment, it seemed as if the conference table was filled with people, both men and women, no less than 10 people. Except for the blurry faces, the rest of the figures looked lifelike, as if they were living people. If an outsider saw this at this time, they would definitely find it extremely strange, even extremely weird. Today's Qingqing experiment data has been sent to you. Although there were some deviations today, the overall experiment has been completed. The data can prove the great power of our gluttony and greed. I suggest that within the next year, we continue to develop the other 5 sins based on the perfection of gluttony and greed. In the darkness, the first person sitting there, a man in a white coat with a blurred face, said, "Agree, agree." A series of agreements seemed to have brought everyone present to a consensus. What to do with a captured magician? He doesn't know much, and I've already arranged for the ghost to handle it. Next, the projectors in the conference room went off one by one, and shadows began to disappear one by one in the conference room. The conference room returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Go check the data of the mutant who confronted the magician head-on. If you can't recruit him, eliminate him. Also, we need to speed up the action in Chunqing. Let Qin Hao do it, and complete the plan as soon as possible. After a while, an elegant male voice was heard in the silent conference room. Yes. A response came from a shadow in the corner of the conference room. Immediately, the conference room fell into a long silence, as if the 2 people who had just spoken had never existed. When Ellie entered the conference room carrying documents, she was speechless when she saw the table full of empty plates and 2 hungry mutants. I don't know what they were thinking when they ate hot pot in the meeting room of the security office, but she didn't say anything. After all, it wasn't a big deal, and they both worked very hard today. Ellie sat silently beside the hot pot. Songlong brought a new set of plates and chopsticks with a hint of courtesy. Zhang Jingyi also quickly poured a plate of vegetables into the clear soup in the copper pot. The investigation has concluded. While waiting, Ellie took out a newly printed document and said to the 2 of them, "The chaos that occurred in Qingqing today has been basically calmed down after emergency treatment. Although there is still some minor chaos, at least no one else will be harmed for the time being." Upon hearing the news, Zhang Jingyi and Zhu Long both breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Their efforts had paid off, and they were very happy. Zhang Jingyi nodded. Great. And Zhulong on the side also nodded in agreement. Ellie could see that Zhang Jingyi was really happy, which made her feel strange. Especially when the calm Zhang Jingyi now overlaps with the crazy Zhang Jingyi when he was fighting the dwarf magician. She even felt like she was splitting into two parts. When was he the real him? The dwarf magician has already confessed the relevant plan, proving that this incident was carried out by him and two other mutants, and that the organization behind them is called Bluestone Cliff. This Bluestone Cliff organization is made up of some ambitious people and illegal researchers, secretly conducting illegal research on the energy of the descent of another dimension. According to the information we have obtained, we can find that their research has made further breakthroughs. They have now figured out how to use the energy of Advent to infect ordinary people, and use the evil thoughts of the polluted ordinary people to evolve spiritual monsters, thereby achieving their unknown goals. This time, they're using the ordinary people of Qingsheng to experiment with their results. They call this power the 7 deadly sins. The ones released in Qingsheng this time are greed and gluttony. The Crescent Federation firmly resists this kind of behavior and will pursue it to the end. After hearing what Ellie said, Zhang Jingyi and Song Long fell into deep thought. These ambitious people are really ambitious. So, what do we need to do next? Zhang Jingyi looked into Ellie's eyes and asked. Next, you guys take a rest. As for the investigation, someone has already been assigned to do it. Ellie replied. After hearing her words, Zhang Jingyi did not say anything immediately, but picked up the cooked vegetables with a new pair of chopsticks and put them in Ellie's bowl. Just like eating hot pot, we have to eat it while it's hot. If we don't eat it while it's hot, the taste will be much worse. So, the true meaning of eating hot pot is to eat it while it's hot. Since I discovered them and I remember their smell, let me find them. I think no one can do better than me in this regard. Listening to Zhang Jingyi's words, Ellie widened her eyes in surprise. It was such a short time, but she was surprised by his changes. He actually took the initiative to ask to chase those people. Doesn't he know that they are very dangerous? Why? Ellie asked back. I want to ask the families of those ordinary people who died, do they really not feel pain in their hearts by doing this? Or are they really just a bunch of beasts? If we are really a bunch of beasts, then why do we live in this world? After hearing what he said, Ellie and Candlelong couldn't help but look shocked. Ellie looked at him silently without saying anything for a long time, until Songlong silently gave Zhang Jingyi a thumbs up. Zhang Jingyi rubbed his head a little embarrassedly and said, I just think this from the bottom of my heart. If we let them hurt so many people like this and still walk away so proudly, it shows our incompetence. I can't stand this. Besides, someone has to be responsible for the deaths. You know this is dangerous? Ellie said, Don't you? A real man has a share of things to do and things not to do. This is what my master taught me. Zhang Jingyi looked at the sky outside the window. The night sky was like a navy blue curtain, dotted with twinkling stars, which made people deeply intoxicated. Thinking about everything his master had taught him, he thought that perhaps one of the stars was his master, watching him from the sky. Listening to Zhang Jingyi's words, Li felt a little confused, but soon she calmed down. She crossed her hands, supporting her chin, and looked at Zhang Jingyi seriously with a pair of eyes that seemed a little deeper than those of ordinary people. Also, this time, you met 2 mutants and defeated such a powerful mutant. She paused for a moment and said, I want to know, do you have any hidden abilities? Otherwise, how did you manage to face such a powerful magician and still win? As soon as these words were spoken, even Candlelong looked at Zhang Jingyi in surprise. Other abilities? Zhang Jingyi didn't quite understand what Chen Jing meant for a moment, but he still thought about it seriously and then asked seriously, what ability do you think I have hidden? As Li listened, she suddenly laughed and pushed a document at the bottom to Zhang Jingyi, saying, This is your physical examination report. According to your physical examination report, your mental strength is the weakest, which is only at the standard of ordinary people, but your performance is far beyond that of ordinary people. Zhang Jingyi took the document, which contained his basic information, and then some complicated and confusing terms and units, which made him feel dizzy. Ellie had given him some documents before, which seemed to have these units or nouns on them. Many of them were written in English and contained some complicated formulas and measurement methods. Although he tried hard to understand, the result was that he understood nothing except the issue of treatment. At this time, Ellie continued, after testing, except for your mental strength, your other results are only average among mutants. But you can defeat such a powerful dwarf magician. We found that the dwarf magician's spiritual energy has reached 100, entering the second stage of the mutant. And he also has 2 skills. Oh! Zhang Jingyi acted as if he understood everything and nodded thoughtfully. Then he paused and asked, what does that have to do with whether I have other hidden abilities? Because you defeated him, and you defeated him completely in the field of his most proud spiritual power. Ellie looked at him with a barely perceptible smile on her face and said, from the previous test on you, your ability belongs to the superhuman system, and your ability is rated as level 1, and your mental level is around 5 units. Generally speaking, the higher the mutant's mental level, the more powerful the ability will be, but it seems that it is not quite applicable here. So, we suspect that your ability can be controlled. When you don't want to be detected, your mental power will be dormant. If you need to use it, it will really work. This seems to be something we haven't encountered before. So, we think that besides the superhuman type, you should also have other abilities such as the psychic type. After saying all this in one breath, Ellie paused, picked up the cooked vegetables, dipped them in the sauce, and ate them slowly, as if to give him time to think. Zhang Jingyi lit a cigarette and fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, actually, I don't know either. I just know that my mental power seems to be different. If I use my spiritual power to look at this world, I can see many things that you can't see. It seems that any illusion or magic can be seen clearly in my eyes. Also, since I was resurrected, my physique seems to have changed. I am not afraid of poison. I heal quickly if I get hurt, and I am extremely strong. Candle Long, who was listening silently, twitched his eyebrows slightly when he heard Zhang Jingyi talk about resurrection. Ellie sensed the change in Candle Long's mood and glanced at him with warnings in her eyes. Candle Long quickly nodded, indicating that he was a good boy and would never say anything nonsense. Maybe I'm a little unusual. Thinking about what Ollie had just said, Zhang Jingyi thought slowly and said, the key is I don't really know. This time, Ellie really frowned. Zhang Jingyi answered honestly, it's true. One of the reasons why I joined the 502 Institute was to find out what the abnormality in my body was. Ellie had a thoughtful expression on her face, as if she was thinking about how to start the conversation. As if afraid that she would not believe him, Zhang Jingyi pointed to the medical examination report on the table and said, look, I have been cooperating with the examination because I also want to understand the problem of my body. Ellie stared at Liu Xin for a long time before she let out a soft sigh. She leaned back slightly to make herself more comfortable and then said, forget it, let's not talk about this question for now. There's one more thing I'm very curious about. How can you be so sure that there is something wrong with the Bluestone Company? When this question was raised, Zhang Jingyi became more serious and said, because there are too many unreasonable places, it's very obvious. When Ellie heard this, she became even more confused. Before Zhang Jingyi left, the security department sent 3 waves of people to check, and the reports that came back all proved that the company was normal and nothing abnormal was found. Zhang Jingyi smiled and said, actually, I was just guessing at first because when I went there, everything I saw was too normal. But under the circumstances at the time, this normality was actually the biggest anomaly. I've also worked in a company. The city was on alert. The whole city was under martial law, and the security department sent 3 waves of people to check on the employees. But those employees were still working so hard, and they were about to get off work. Moreover, every negotiation room in the company is full of people. With the whole city under strict martial law, there are still people from outside coming to their company to discuss business. Are they so dedicated? Are they so fearless? Everything seemed too normal, but this normality seemed too abnormal at that special time. Besides, as I said earlier, with my mental vision, I can see through the magician's tricks. Can you really see through it? After listening to Zhang Jingyi's words, Ailey paused for a moment before she subconsciously asked back. She emphasized the word see through. Yes, When he said this, Zhang Jingyi also seemed to be a little serious and said, like an Ichun shopping mall, I entered the spiritual vision and could directly see the spiritual monsters generated by people, so I could destroy them. In Qingsha Company, it was the same. I could see through the magician's illusion, so they couldn't hide from me and could only confront me head-on. So, Ellie seemed to be thinking about something, and her expression gradually became serious. Can you see those distorted mental force fields? A twisted mental stance? I see. At least that's what it seems like for now. Zhang Jingyi spoke slowly, frowning. Can't you see it? In most cases, you can't see it. Ellie frowned and said slowly. And to be precise, we can't just see it, we can feel it. Those spiritual monsters are formed by spiritual power. In appearance, they have no form, and we can only sense their existence with our mental power under certain circumstances. Perhaps this is because your spiritual power level is much higher than ours, so you can see them directly, while we can only discover their existence through perception. See and feel? Candle Dragon on the side suddenly interrupted and said, it's like the difference between TV and radio. One has both video and sound, and the other only has sound. Zhang Jingyi pondered the difference for a while before slowly saying, so, if you can't see these mental monsters, maybe it's your problem? This. Zhang Jingyi's words made AI Li and Zhu Long's thoughts a little confused. It feels weird to chat with Zhang Jingyi. You always feel like he can confuse you, and you can't refute him. Ellie's consistent professionalism allowed her to adjust her attitude quickly. Her tone became relaxed, and she chatted with Zhang Jingyi and Zhu Long for a while with a smile. You did a great job this time. I will arrange for someone to take you back to rest later. After a serious conversation, AI Li rubbed her temples and said to Zhang Jingyi, I will tell you the results of the follow-up investigation. If you need to take action, I will arrange it. Okay. Zhang Jingyi and Zhu Long both stood up, but Zhang Jingyi seemed a little hesitant. Is there anything else? Ellie looked at Zhang Jingyi and asked. Zhang Jingyi hesitated for a moment and said, I heard from Candle Dragon that we can choose the city to defend? Yes, what do you think? Ellie glanced at Candle Dragon with a hint of blame in her eyes. Why did she say this so early? Candle Dragon shrugged his shoulders to show that he was innocent. I think in the future I can apply to stay in Chunqing. Zhang Jingyi said seriously. These words surprised Zhu Long. He thought Zhang Jingyi would apply to guard Chingqing with him. After all, he had mentioned forming a team and even had a name for the team. Zhang Jingyi gave Songlong an apologetic look. He had already made up his mind about this choice. After all, he wanted to be closer to her. Without asking why, Ellie thought for a moment and said it's worth considering. We'll recruit you formally when you become a regular employee. After watching Zhang Jingyi and Songlong go away in the arranged car, AI Li looked thoughtful and did not go back upstairs immediately. Instead, she strolled back and forth downstairs. As she walked, she was thinking about the communication just now. Some of Zhang Jingyi's answers, just now, seemed to make her think of a lot of particularly complicated things. The fact that he can use his mental power to see those spiritual monsters shows that his mental level is definitely not low, but should be quite high. Come to think of it, this might become a loophole in her work, and she should have noticed this a long time ago. From the current perspective, the last test was not comprehensive enough. Given Zhang Jingyi's specific situation, we may have to apply for a higher level of test. If we don't understand his abilities, we may lose a lot of possibilities. But if the test continues, will he be able to accept it? Judging from his previous attitude, there is a chance that he will cooperate, but it is difficult to fully cooperate. After all, no one likes to be studied. Every time she saw the desire in those researchers' eyes, she felt as if her body was crawling with bugs. It was uncomfortable and unbearable. She just wanted to escape from that suffocating place as soon as possible. Retracting her divergent thoughts, Zhang Jingyi's performance in this mission made her feel even more conflicted. The abilities he displayed were diverse, and he was even able to defeat a dwarf magician who possessed at least 2 skills. All of this meant that his potential was very strong, even to the point of being out of control. But in today's operation, he even saved the 3 controlled armed members regardless of his own danger. Afterwards, the security department's tests on the three people also proved that they were not contaminated and were just controlled at the time. So, if they were really shot at the time, it might be. In other words, it was Zhang Jingyi who prevented the guard hall from killing 3 of their own people. Now think about it, the qualities he displayed are so touching. How could such a person lose control? Then why did he choose the Chuncheon garrison he mentioned just now? What secrets does he have there? 3 days later, Qingcheng, a high-end fitness club. Zhang Jingyi was happily lifting iron when the satellite phone rang. After returning to the temporary apartment that day, he thought he had nothing to do, so he searched on the internet and found a fitness club not far from the apartment. In order to get better acquainted with his body that was changing every day, he came to this club to apply for a VIP card. During these 3 days, he spent all his time here, working out hard. Initially, seeing that it was a strange face, a coach from the club wanted to come over and instruct him on his posture to ensure that he would not use too much force and hurt himself. As soon as the coach walked over, he saw Zhang Jingyi holding a 300-kilogram barbell in one hand and a satellite phone in the other, talking on the phone with someone. Seeing the coach coming over, Zhang Jingyi nodded towards the coach in a friendly manner, as if he was showing off something. Seeing this scene, the coach suddenly doubted his life. How could a newcomer be so powerful? The coach wondered if he was hallucinating. Could it be that everything he saw was an illusion? He stood there staring at Zhang Jingyi blankly. Seeing the coach standing there looking at him, Zhang Jingyi thought he was going to use the barbell. While talking on the phone, he gently put down the barbell with one hand and gestured to the coach, indicating that he should use it. He walked aside with the phone in hand, ignoring the coach who had a surprised look on his face behind him. After seeing him leave, the coach came over as if he didn't believe it and tried to take the lever that Zhang Jingyi had just raised. As a result, the coach's waist was almost sprained. The call was from Ellie. They chatted for a while, and she asked him to tell her his current location. She said someone would pick him up soon and that he might have a mission in the near future and would need to go on a business trip. Zhang Jingyi heard that he was going on a business trip, and it seemed that he had to have another mission. He had just been idle for a few days, and he always felt uncomfortable and a little hot, as if he needed killing and pace ion to quell this heat. 2 hours later, Qingcheng, a special forces airport. The airport at this time was a busy scene, as if a large-scale war was being planned. A silver-gray, giant C-5 Galaxy military transport aircraft was parked on the apron. This giant was much larger than a common passenger plane, and one of its wings was as big as a basketball court. The height of its majestic fuselage was comparable to that of a 6-story building, like a giant steel beast waiting for the order to soar into the blue sky. At this moment, there is a ramp at its rear, and 2 M1A2 main battle tanks, with their engines roaring, are pacing through the ramp and driving into the aircraft's inner cargo hold. While not far away, there are 2 M2 tanks and 2 UH-60 attack helicopters waiting to be loaded. Woo-woo-woo. Following a series of rapid engine sounds, a silver-gray Jeep drove onto the tarmac at a very fast speed, and the engine made a huge roar, like a ferocious beast. With a beautiful sudden brake, the silver-gray Jeep stopped steadily in front of Ellie, and the front of the car seemed to be only 0.01 centimeters away from Ellie. The wind caused by the sudden brake messed up Ellie's short hair, but she just stood there calmly, not even trying to dodge. Such calmness impressed Zhang Jingyi, who got off the car. Even Song Long, who got off the car with him, looked at him with admiration. Ellie was wearing a pair of big sunglasses that covered half of her face, so the fear in her eyes was well concealed. This darn girl is getting more and more crazy. She drives the car as if she is flying. She might as well change her career and become a racing driver. While maintaining his cold image, he silently criticized Qin Huier, who was driving. After getting off the car, Qin Huier seemed to know that she had made a mistake. She stood aside silently and did not dare to say a word, which made AI Li grit her teeth. Looking at Zhang Jingyi and Zhulong after getting off the car, AI Li walked over with a smile and handed a stack of documents to Zhulong. There is an urgent cleanup mission. Ellie pointed to the stack of documents she had just handed to Candle Dragon and said with a smile, "In order to prevent the mountain city from becoming a new wasteland, the Federation has decided to rebuild the mountain city. However, The remaining beasts and monsters from the previous calamity in the mountain city have now occupied the Pei Mountain surrounding the mountain city. If these remaining beasts and monsters are not cleared out, the newly built mountain city will easily be attacked by disasters again. For this reason, the federal government has just made a decision to approve the clearing of the beasts and monsters in Pei Mountain. This mission is led by the military, with the 502nd assisting. Considering that the War King had participated in the fall of the mountain city, the headquarters decided to arrange Candle Dragon as the captain and the War King as a team member to assist the military in completing the clearing mission of Mount Pei. The specific mission description and the information about the ferocious beasts and strange creatures are described in detail in the documents. You can check them carefully on the plane. After hearing the leader's arrangement, Zhang Jingyi and Zhu Long both agreed seriously. It can be seen that even Candle Dragon put away his usual nonchalance when faced with the cleaning task and put on a serious expression, not daring to take the cleaning task lightly. Zhang Jingyi was very happy to hear that he could go to Shanqing again and participate in the reconstruction mission of Shanqing. After all, he and his master's home is in the mountain city, and he has lived there for almost 10 years, so he still has a lot of feelings for it. Now he is able to contribute to his second hometown, which is something he really wants to do. After all, this city left him and his master's family with many beautiful memories. Crescent Union, Kyoto, train station. Gumanji and Yi Zini, two junior students at Chungcheong University, agreed to take the train together and return to Chungcheong a week in advance because they are the officers of the school's student union. The student union notified them to return to school early so that they could be ready to welcome the newest batch of younger students. After communicating with their families, the two decided to travel together a week in advance and take the express train to Spring City. The sadness of parting is always painful, but when two young girls are together, they always have endless things to talk about. They soon put aside the sadness of leaving home and travel far away. The two girls sat together and chattered. Along the way, following the rhythm of the train roar, the train left Kyoto, crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, and slowly got closer and closer to the mountain city. By the evening of that day, the night had gradually darkened. The two girls squeezed against the car window, looking at the hazy outline of the ruins of the mountain city in the distance under the night sky. I heard that the Federation has decided to rebuild the mountain city. Manji, have you heard your father say that? Gumanji's father worked at the Crescent Federal Construction Company and knew a lot about this. Yes, I heard my father say that, but I heard the worry hidden in his words. It seems that rebuilding the mountain city is not that easy. Oh, is it because of the beast? It seems so. My father didn't say much about it, so I don't know for sure, but I think this should be the main factor. I heard that when the other dimension descended on the mountain city, many civilians in the mountain city were killed or injured, and corpses can still be cleared out of the ruins now. That should be the case. How can ordinary people endure such a disaster? As we talked, time paced quickly, and the express train was getting closer and closer to the mountain city. Gumanji looked at the night outside the window and raised her eyes casually. The outline of the huge mountain city ruins was like a lurking giant beast. The hazy appearance always made people feel a little depressed. Suddenly, Gumanji felt a little breathless, as if something bad was about to happen. At this time, the train braked suddenly, making an extremely harsh, screeching sound. Amid a burst of screams, some standing passengers lost their balance due to the train's emergency brakes and hurriedly grabbed something to steady themselves, but still fell to the ground. When the person who fell got up from the ground cursing, people looked through the car windows, wondering why the car stopped in an emergency. Suddenly, I heard different noises coming from the front of the train and the front carriages, as if something terrifying had happened. Gumanji stood up slowly, frowning, and said, "Zini, I heard it. What happened ahead?" Yi Zini walked to her side and looked into the distance. The passengers in the same carriage, upon hearing the unusual noise in the distance, also stood up and looked through the windows towards the train carriage in front. For a moment, everyone was shocked and talked about it, but no one knew what had happened. Some passengers also walked to the iron door connecting the two carriages and looked forward. Some passengers even approached the train conductor to ask what had happened and why the train had to stop in such a remote place. The train conductor comforted the passengers while asking what happened ahead through the intercom. Then, suddenly a terrified scream rang out in the intercom. The conductor was so frightened that his hand trembled and the intercom fell into the carriage. All the passengers stared at the intercom in horror, as if they were worried that a ferocious beast would suddenly jump out of their hearts. The sound seemed to come from the car in front. What happened in front? The next moment, all the passengers turned their eyes away from the intercom on the ground and looked at the iron door connecting the two carriages. It was as if he hoped to see through the iron door what was happening in the carriage ahead so that the train attendant over there could let out a scream before dying. After a brief moment of dead silence, the depressing and murderous atmosphere was suffocating. Suddenly, the iron door connecting the different carriages seemed to be hit by some huge force, and the cloth curtains hanging on the glacé windows shook continuously. Immediately, a stream of blood splashed out, staining the curtains red, and slowly slid down along the glacé. At this moment, the fear in the air is spreading rapidly like a demon spreading chaos, which is terrifying. All the passengers in the compartment with the two girls were stunned. When the female passenger closest to the iron door screamed at the top of her lungs, all the passengers rushed towards the door like crazy, trying to escape from this place of death that was like an iron coffin. For a moment, there was pushing, shoving, cursing, and trampling. All the passengers seemed to have gone crazy. But the locked door was locked tightly and could not be opened no matter how hurriedly. The train attendant on one side was crowded with people and could not even take out the emergency key. Bang! Another loud noise. It seemed as if a giant beast had crashed into the train. The impact of its massive weight caused the entire train to shake. Inside the carriage, a little girl was held in her mother's arms. Her watery, pure eyes reflected the restless and frightened crowd in the corridor and the carriage door. Suddenly, a strong claw with sharp claws growing wildly broke through the glacé and stretched into the compartment on this side. Under the horrified gaze of the passengers, the iron door connecting the two carriages was torn in half by the claw. The mountain city is called a mountain city because it is surrounded by the Pay Mountains. There are mountains on three sides of the city, and only the west side has a road leading directly to the outside world. After the last advent, most of the mountain city was destroyed, and the ruins of high-rise buildings could be seen everywhere. Even though some time has passed since the extra-dimensional advent, the reconstruction of the mountain city has just begun, and there are still large areas of ruins in the city waiting to be cleaned up. The temporary command center outside the mountain city is still a large military camp. The number of troops is no less than when the alien dimension descended. The entire camp is full of soldiers, people coming and going, and it is very lively. Not far from the command center, a large area was cleared and a temporary military airport was built with 2 runways to facilitate the landing of military aircraft. At this moment, although it was dark, the airport was unusually busy. Military aircraft ordered to transport strategic supplies from all over the Federation took off and landed continuously, transporting main battle tanks, weapons, ammunition, and a large number of soldiers from all over the Federation to here. Among them, a silver-gray C-5 Galaxy military transport aircraft had just landed and was unloading military supplies from the cargo hold through the ramp at its rear. Main battle tanks were slowly driving out of the cargo hold and parked at designated locations. Zhang Jingyi, standing next to the plane, looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment around him and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. 3 years ago, he was still one of these soldiers. If I were myself 3 years ago, I would definitely be on the front line, carrying out the most dangerous mission. But now, he is participating as a mutant. In today's war, a powerful mutant can change the situation on the battlefield in an instant just by participating. Therefore, mutants are often called walking nuclear weapons. In wars, they often appear at the most critical moments, thus playing a decisive role. Many times, different people have different destinies. I remember my master once said that the butt determines the head, which means that where your butt sits will determine what kind of role it will play. And now that I have become a mutant, I must fulfill the responsibilities of a mutant. Although mutants are powerful, they are not immortal. If they encounter a real disaster, they may still die. I'm only afraid of having no value when I die. As long as there is a valuable sacrifice, it is worth dying. Just as he was stunned, Candle Dragon came over with two soldiers in military uniforms. Upon seeing Zhang Jingyi, especially the iconic Peking opera mask, the leading young officer snapped to attention and saluted Zhang Jingyi. Although the young officer looked unfamiliar and young, only about 24 or 25 years old, his salute still made Zhang Jingyi frown. Although he was no longer in the army, he still stood up straight and returned the salute. When Zhulong saw this scene, he was a little puzzled. The officer's surname was Guan, and his name was Guanzhong. Although he was young, he was the adjutant of Tai Lao, the temporary commander of Shanqing. Tai Lao's personal adjutant was one rank higher than his rank in the army. Even the captain had to be polite to him. Moreover, Songlong heard that this young officer had an extraordinary family background. Once he was transferred to the army, he would at least be a squadron leader. Such a promising person is treated with respect wherever he goes. For example, when Zhulong was communicating with him just now, his nose was pointing to the sky, as if he was looking down on Zhulong. This was the first time that Candle Dragon was looked down upon since he became a mutant. If this person was not really someone he could not afford to offend, Candle Dragon would have wanted to beat him up. Unexpectedly, when Guanzhong saw Zhang Jingyi, he seemed like a different person. He became respectful around Zhang Jingyi. And if it wasn't for Songlong accompanying him, people would have thought he was a different person. Why are they treated differently? Is this the true treatment for the strong? Although this thought flashed through Candle Dragon's mind, he firmly refused to believe it because he felt that he was absolutely no worse than the War King, only a little bit worse at most. Hecko, Mr. Zhan Wang. I am Guanzhong, the adjutant of Mr. Tai, the temporary commander of Shanqing. You just arrived, so I should arrange for you to rest first. But we just received an emergency message that a ferocious beast has been spotted near the train station in the west of the mountain city. In an hour, a train will stop by the train station. There will be a large number of civilians and soldiers on board who are coming to support the mountain city. At present, the military mutants are all on missions and cannot be temporarily transferred. Therefore, Mr. Tai hopes that you and Mr. Songlong can support the Western Railway Station together to ensure the safety of the passengers and soldiers on the train and the station. After he finished speaking, Guanzhong stood aside respectfully, waiting for his reply, his eyes full of expectation and admiration. Zhang Jingyi pondered for a while, turned to look at Candle Dragon, and asked, Candle Dragon, what do you think? Candle Dragon was a little surprised. When did he become so important to Zhang Jingyi? He was a little spoiled. I think we should go and provide support. After all, we are here to cooperate with the military's operations. After hearing Songlong's reply, Guanzhong looked at him with gratitude, still staring at Zhang Jingyi, as if he wanted to hear Zhang Jingyi's reply more. Since Captain Songlong said so, then we have no choice but to take our weapons and equipment and set off. Zhang Jingyi agreed readily. Hearing his affirmative answer, Guanzhong's eyes lit up, and he saluted him and Songlong again, then pointed to a convoy not far away and said, Mr. Zhan Wang, Mr. Songlong, I'll wait for you over there. Zhang Jingyi and Zhu Long agreed and walked towards the place where they had just unloaded their equipment. Since they were going to fight, they had to have all the necessary equipment. Watching the two people walking away, a soldier who had been standing next to Guanzhong asked curiously, Adjutant Guan, is that the legendary War King? He doesn't look that powerful and seems to be inferior to our Soldier King. His eyes still fixed on Zhang Jingyi in the distance. Guanzhong said, that's because you didn't see how powerful he was when he descended on the mountain city. Now he seems as harmless as a sheep, but if he were on the battlefield, he would be a tiger, a fierce and ferocious tiger. The blue-black giant deer was killed by him. At the time, I was on the front line protecting important military officers under Tai Lao's orders. I saw how powerful he was with my own eyes. Since I mutated and became a mutant, he was the only person who made me feel fearful. When he killed the giant blue-black deer, I felt like if he just looked at me, I would be scared to death. Moreover, so many days have passed. How could he not have grown? The personal feeling I had at that time was a true reminder to me, instinctively, that this person could only be a friend, not an enemy. Zhang Jingyi, who was far away, had no idea of Guan Zheng's evaluation of him, nor did he know what an invincible image he had left in Guan Zheng's heart. As the iron door was torn apart, under the horrified gaze of the passengers, an extremely powerful three-eyed giant wolf appeared in the carriage. When the iron gate was torn open, time seemed to stand still at that moment. The brief pause was not broken until the crying of the little girl sitting at the back in her mother's arms. The three-eyed giant wolf swept its bloodthirsty eyes over the passengers, howled to the sky, got on all fours, and rushed towards the passengers amid their screams of despair and extreme terror. Behind him, 5 three-eyed giant wolves of different sizes rushed towards the passengers in the carriage like predators breaking into a flock of sheep, biting the fleeing passengers and knocking them to the ground one by one. The three-eyed wolf used its sharp fangs and claws to rip open the passengers alive. It was like heck on earth. In an instant, the floor and walls of the carriage were covered with bloody blood, and some of the bodies of the passengers that had been bitten and gnawed were broken into several pieces and scattered in the aisle. During the struggle, some intestines were pulled out of the body and thrown onto the iron luggage rack like spider webs, hanging like winter sausages, making people feel like they have entered heck. The faint screams of misery, pain, and death shocked every living person who heard it. There were timid people in the carriage who were even completely frightened by the scene before them. They stood there in a daze, indifferent, and allowed the three-eyed giant wolf to knock them down. They were torn into 2 pieces alive amidst the roars. Gu Manji's left hand held the dagger. Her knuckles were white and beads of sweat covered her forehead. The dagger was a birthday gift from her cousin. She had never liked girls' things since she was a child, but liked daggers like this one more. She blocked Imani behind her. At this moment, even if she wanted to run, there was nowhere to run. After all, the space inside the carriage was too narrow, and the three-eyed giant wolf blocked the only escape route. At this moment, she could only hope that rescue would arrive in time. After all, when she got on the train, she saw several carriages at the back, carrying many fully armed soldiers. But soon, a ferocious three-eyed giant wolf discovered the delicate girl, got on all fours, and pounced on the girl amid the desperate screams of the 2 girls. The next moment, bang, the gun roared, and a bullet wrapped in mental power, containing huge and violent destructive force, paced through the terrified crowd and accurately shattered the skull of the ferocious three-eyed giant wolf that was rushing towards the girl. The loud gunshot startled the dark creatures that were killing crazily in the carriage. All pairs of bloodthirsty and violent eyes suddenly turned to the man lying outside the carriage window, with a peaking opera mask on his face, dressed in black, and holding a gun. Bang! Immediately afterwards, there were 5 more deafening gunshots. 5 bullets flew over the crowd and accurately hit the heads of the 5 three-eyed giant wolves in the carriage. The extremely destructive power of the bullets caused the heads of the 5 three-eyed giant wolves to shatter and explode like bright red fireworks blooming in the night sky. At this time, all the passengers who were in great shock seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. They turned their heads around, and their eyes stopped on Zhang Jingyi, who had just climbed in from the window. Zhang Jingyi took a step forward and walked towards the carriage door, and the remaining surviving passengers consciously made way for him. When he reached the locked car door, Zhang Jingyi stepped back and kicked it. Immediately, there was a loud bang. The car door was kicked away by this kick and fell far away into the wilderness. Standing outside the door, Zhang Jingyi said to everyone in the carriage, "Everyone leave the carriage and go to the back. There are military rescue troops over there. Don't look back." After saying that, Zhang Jingyi jumped off the stopped train in a flash and looked along the train towards the special train transporting soldiers in the rear. The harsh sound and violent vibration of the train's emergency brake woke up the soldiers who were sleeping soundly in the carriage. Just as many soldiers were looking around, they didn't know what was happening. A squadron leader jumped onto the train and shouted, "Don't F King sleep. I'll give you 1 minute to get down and assemble." Boom! Before the squadron leader finished speaking, There was a series of loud noises coming from the front of the car in the distance. Then thick smoke and flames appeared one after another, and miserable wailing and wolf howling could be heard continuously. Faintly, there seemed to be countless monsters moving around in the carriage ahead. The scene was chaotic, with dead bodies everywhere. The highly stimulated adrenaline stimulated the soldiers' central nervous system over and over again. The soldiers who were awakened from their sleep made a lot of noise and jumped out of the carriage one after another like dumplings, holding their guns tightly, and followed the captain's command, running towards the front of the train in the distance. Wang Bing, a new recruit who had just joined the army for 3 days, suddenly opened his eyes and was awakened from his sleep. With sleepiness still on his face, he adjusted his tilted helmet on his head and looked through the window at the front of the car in the distance, his pupils shrinking. Squad leader Wu Song woke up his comrades one by one, asked all the soldiers to pick up their guns, stand up, and walk quickly towards the door in the noisy carriage. All the soldiers hurriedly slung their rifles over their shoulders, looked at each other, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes, but they still hurried over. The squadron leader outside the carriage shouted at all the soldiers to get off the train immediately, and with his eyes wide open, he yelled, "I'll say it again. Be smart. If you see a monster, aim at the head and shoot." Before he could finish his words, a dark shadow threw him to the ground at an extremely fast speed. Biting, growling, and wailing stimulated the nerves of every soldier. The interweaving of blood and flying flesh composed a prelude to death that terrified all the soldiers. "Oh my God, what kind of monster is this?" "It's not a monster. It's a 3-eyed giant wolf." Bang bang. 2 veterans not far away quickly pulled the trigger and shot the indistinct wolf-like creature in the darkness. But then, more 3-eyed giant wolves rushed towards the nearest veteran and bit off his neck. In the distance, there were soul-stirring sounds, like the sharp hissing of iron scraping against glacé, or like the howling of wolves at night. The dense and sharp sounds rang out one after another from far to near. Boom! After the sound of something heavy hitting the top of the carriage where many soldiers were, the same collision sound was heard one after another. Soon, one after another, the 3-eyed giant wolves, blurry in the darkness and extremely agile in their movements, began to slaughter the human soldiers crazily like bloodthirsty monsters rushing into a flock of sheep. The soldiers who had not yet gotten out of the carriage retreated hastily upon seeing this situation, and the person at the front pulled the door shut tightly to prevent the 3-eyed giant wolf outside from rushing in. New recruit Wang Bing was pushed to the ground because he was not standing steadily. The experienced squad leader Wu Song, breathing rapidly, with cold sweat all over his forehead, pointed his gun at the car window and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, hold the window! Quick!" The corridor of the carriage seemed to be plunged into silence for a moment, but roars, screams, and gunshots could still be heard from outside. New recruit Wang Bing stood up hastily, his body shaking like a sieve, and his right hand trembling so much that he could hardly hold the gun in his hand. After finally loading the bullet and aiming at the nearest window, he happened to run into a 3-eyed giant wolf lying on the window. It had an ugly face, a long and pointed upper jaw, a wide and curved mouth, long and pointed ears, and curved fangs sticking out. For a moment, rookie Wang Bing felt as if time had come to an eternal standstill. His mind went blank and his ears were buzzing. But his usual training had a good effect, and he subconsciously and mechanically pulled the trigger. The car window was shattered, and the 3-eyed wolf's chest was pierced by a bullet. The 3-eyed wolf fell to the ground wailing. However, when he was terrified, his adrenaline was rushing, and he aimed at the 3-eyed wolf like crazy, preparing to fire the second shot. Another 3-eyed giant wolf broke through the glacé at an extremely fast speed, opened its smelly mouth filled with meat and blood, and bit towards his neck. The dirty mouth of the 3-eyed giant wolf rapidly enlarged in the reflection of his pupils, and he seemed to have seen his own end. Just before death comes, unexpected, a figure dressed in black and wearing a black and white Peking opera mask appeared behind the 3-eyed giant wolf. It grabbed the 3-eyed giant wolf's neck with its right hand and twisted it gently. With a crack, The huge head of the three-eyed wolf was twisted to one side by a huge force, and it looked deader than dead. Then the man in black threw it aside. Afterwards, a cold voice sounded in the ears of the new recruit, Wang Bing. "Don't be in a daze. New soldier, grab your gun and kill these monsters." The new recruit, Wang Bing, then realized that it was this person who saved him. But before he could express his gratitude, the figure had already drifted away into the distance. Puff! Puff! Zhang Jingyi stood on the front of the train, with the long sword in his hand flashing with a cold light. There were no less than 23 giant wolves lying around him. Each of them had either died from being disemboweled or had their necks twisted in an unusual way, and died in a very tragic way. In the distance, there were dozens of remaining three-eyed giant wolves, breathing heavily, with smelly saliva constantly flowing out of their mouths, and low beast growls and heavy breathing coming from deep in their throats. With a roar, a three-eyed giant wolf, which was obviously larger than the other giant wolves, rushed towards Zhang Jingyi. As it ran, its huge weight seemed to make the ground shake. In an instant, the sharp claws of the three-eyed giant wolf had reached Zhang Jingyi's eyes, and the terrifying huge size, filled with suffocating pressure, made people tremble. Not far away, the passengers and soldiers, startled by the howling of the wolves and the running of the three-eyed giant wolf, all looked over. The huge figure with muscular body and dense hair reflected in their eyes was like the fear from the depths of a nightmare. Gu Manji could not help but hold Yi Mani's hand tightly, her palms soaked with sweat. Under the horrified gazes of many passengers and soldiers, Zhang Jingyi suddenly jumped up, and his body seemed to have lost weight, and was blown away by the night wind. The next moment, a sound like the wailing of a wild dog being beaten suddenly rang out. A long sword shining with golden light pierced through the body of the three-eyed giant wolf that was rushing up. Zhang Jingyi then rotated the sword and threw the three-eyed giant wolf corpse on the long sword to the side. The blood dripping from the tip of the knife was like a brilliant flame, which burned out before it even hit the ground. Bang! Immediately afterwards, 3 deafening gunshots were heard. Before the other three-eyed giant wolves could react, Zhang Jingyi had already approached the three-eyed giant wolves. 3 bullets flew out from the pistol in his left hand and accurately hit the heads of the three-eyed giant wolves. The bullets wrapped by Zhang Jingyi's mental power contained the extremely violent and destructive power of mental power. Even though the skull of the three-eyed giant wolf was the hardest part, it shattered and exploded in an instant like bright red fireworks blooming in the night sky. A series of attacks made the remaining dozen or so three-eyed giant wolves lose the will to fight. Like livestock, they turned their heads and tucked their tails between their legs, running into the dark night in the distance. Evil is gone. Zhang Jingyi pushed his feet slightly on the ground, so that his figure was almost invisible, and he pounced towards the fleeing three-eyed giant wolf like a ghost. Bang! While chasing, the pistol in his left hand continued to fire. Blood gushed out of the three-eyed giant wolves one by one, and then they fell to the ground. This kind of long-range and scattered attack still had enormous power from the gun. Just as Zhang Jingyi approached the 2 remaining three-eyed giant wolves and had already swung the long sword in his hand, a creepy feeling suddenly came over him. His body suddenly stopped, and with a whoosh sound, a scaly claw appeared out of thin air in the space in front of him. Because of his paws, the scaly claw grabbed nothing. Just as he was about to retract it, Zhang Jingyi took a step forward instead, raised his right hand suddenly, and grabbed the beast claw that was about to reach into the space. He pulled it out with all his strength, and a bang sound like a mirror shattering echoed out. The next moment, a black ape more than 5 meters tall was pulled out directly from nothingness. After being pulled out of nothingness, it immediately growled with ferocity in its eyes. The huge black ape was as tall as a mountain, with fierce light flashing in its eyes. What surprised Zhang Jingyi even more was that this black ape had 4 arms, no hair, and its body was covered with black scales. Just now, this 4-armed black ape was hiding on the side, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If he had not suddenly smelled the danger, he would have suffered a lot from this hit. Although this four-armed black ape is not as big as the blue-black giant deer before, judging from its demeanor, it seems to be smarter in terms of intelligence. It even knows how to hide in a corner to launch a sneak attack. Moreover, it seems to have spatial attributes. Zhang Jingyi looked at the four-armed black ape in front of him and thought silently in his heart. I believe you can understand what I am saying. You came to our world and killed us humans at will. Aren't you afraid of death? If you don't know, those who kill will always be killed. Zhang Jingyi swung the long sword in his hand, and a golden blade light broke away from the long sword, flashing with cold light, and slashed towards the four-armed black ape. The four-armed black ape grabbed a big tree on the roadside with its forearms. With a bang, the big tree was pulled out completely. The four-armed black ape swung the big tree to block the golden blade, but the big tree in his hand was also chopped into two parts. Huh! 2 pieces of tree trunk were thrown out by the four-armed black ape one after another, and they crashed toward Zhang Jingyi one after another. Good job! As if the four-armed black ape had aroused his bloodlust, Zhang Jingyi thrust his long sword into the ground instead. He used all his strength and flexed the muscles in his 2 arms. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into a muscular man, and his whole body felt much bigger. Ha! With a loud shout, Zhang Jingyi's fists flashed with golden light, and he hammered the 2 flying tree trunks one by one. The tree trunks were smashed into pieces in the air and broke into countless pieces that fell to the ground. The four-armed black ape leaped over from behind the 2 ends, and 4 fists came towards Zhang Jingyi. The wind from the fists alone blew the surrounding 3-eyed giant wolves to the ground. Gravity field. Just as the four-armed black ape came within 3 feet of Zhang Jingyi, a force of gravity descended from the sky. The huge gravity seemed to make the four-armed black ape carry a mountain on its back. With a pop sound, the four-armed giant ape was pressed to the ground and unable to move. It had no power to resist at all. A loud noise was heard throughout the earth, with vibrations and waves. Although it has been struggling desperately, the pressure of the gravity field cannot be easily offset. This is the signature skill of the blue-black giant deer, and it is also relying on this ability that it can be successfully promoted to a second-level ferocious beast. Although the four-armed black ape was also gifted and possessed spatial abilities, he did not expect that an ordinary human could possess the same gravity field abilities as the blue-black giant deer. I was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. At this time, the four-armed black ape was lying face down on the ground, with deep indentations all over its body. It was caught off guard and was frightened to the extreme. With a little struggle, he could feel himself in this violent storm, like a lone boat in the raging waves, being crushed by the overwhelming force, unable to control himself. And as he struggled, not only was he unable to break free, but blood kept gushing out of his huge mouth. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Should I cut off your head with a knife, or crush you to death with a gravity field? Seeing that the four-armed black ape was struggling desperately, a hint of coldness flashed in Zhang Jingyi's eyes. The next moment, Zhang Jingyi swung his long sword swish. 3 swords flashed, and the four-armed black ape let out a miserable scream, and 3 arms were cut off by the sword and fell to the ground. In an instant, the four-armed black ape's entire body began to tremble like a sieve. Its eyes were bloodshot, and blood was gushing out from its broken arm. Don't blame me for bullying you. But who made you weak? You are so weak. You are the one being bullied. The next moment, Zhang Jingyi took his breath away, and the four-armed black ape suddenly felt the pressure on its body relieved, and it jumped up. But because he was missing 3 arms at once and had lost too much blood, he couldn't stand steadily after jumping up and fell directly to the ground. He struggled for a long time before he got up. Run. You're lucky today. Run as far as you can. If I catch you, I'll kill you. The four-armed black ape seemed to understand his words and tried to get up from the ground again. He quickly adjusted his balance, ran away, and soon disappeared into the darkness. Run quickly. I hope this bait can attract the big fish. Zhang Jingyi murmured to himself. Xiao Ding, under the gaze of Zhang Jingyi. The badly damaged train started to move slowly with a clang and clang. The body of the train, twisted by supernatural forces, had already been broken into pieces, but at least there were still a few carriages intact. The surviving passengers and soldiers boarded the train one after another and left. But Zhang Jingyi chose to stay. He had already laid out a bait and was going to catch a big fish soon. Moreover, he had already asked the new recruit Wang Bing to take his plan back, and he believed that the army would have corresponding arrangements. After the train went away, Zhang Jingyi's figure flashed, and he ran quickly towards the location where the four-armed black ape went. He attached a strand of his mental power to the four-armed black ape. As long as he was within a certain range, he could sense the whereabouts of the four-armed black ape. This is also a little trick he just learned from Candle Dragon recently, which is very practical. If he just passively waited to be killed, this was not the scene he liked to see. Today, the many passengers and soldiers who were brutally killed by the beast have completely enraged Zhang Jingyi. He decided on the spot to take revenge on the ferocious beasts in his own way. After all, the ferocious beasts were a group of wild beasts. He believed that as long as he killed the 100-foot-long falcon, the ferocious beasts in Mount Pei would surely be killed in one blow. This time, he will take the first step and go to the door. 8 p.m., Shanqing Railway Station. Teams of fully armed soldiers, armed with live ammunition, were patrolling back and forth. There were sentries everywhere, and heavy multi-barreled rotary machine guns were mounted on each sentry post, creating an atmosphere as if they were facing a powerful enemy. In order to respond to this possible beast attack, starting from this morning, all trains passing through the mountain city have been warned not to enter the mountain city area, except for special military transport trains. Not long before this, Guanzhong brought Zhang Jingyi and Zhu Long to the Shanqing Railway Station. They heard that it was already past 12 o'clock and that a train had lost contact since 6 o'clock in the evening. They suspected that it might have been attacked by a ferocious beast. Considering that there were nearly 300 soldiers and more than 100 civilians on the train, if it was attacked by a ferocious beast, the soldiers only had simple standard weapons and lacked heavy firepower support, and it would be difficult to fight against the beast. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Jingyi said that he could go to support. Originally, Songlong wanted to go with them, but was stopped by Guanzhong because a big war was about to start and the defense of the train station became more important. At present, the defense of the railway station is relatively weak, and there are not many heavy weapons. If we encounter a large-scale ferocious beast, it will probably be difficult to defend. Especially if a second-level ferocious beast attacks, there must be a mutant to resist the attack. Otherwise, defeat is inevitable. After discussion, it was decided that Songlong would stay at the train station, while Zhang Jingyi would lead 100 soldiers with heavy firepower to search along the railway line. If they found any ferocious beasts attacking trains, they could provide timely support. After the discussion, considering that the team was moving slowly, Zhang Jingyi went ahead and the team could slowly catch up. 2 hours passed in a flash, and there was no news. Guanzhong and Zhu Long watched the time pass by, feeling anxious and looking towards the dark end of the railway from time to time. Looking up at the time on the clock tower, Guanzhong's brows were furrowed, and he was pacing on the spot with his hands behind his back, sounding anxious. The train has been delayed for 3 hours and 13 minutes. Did we really encounter a ferocious beast on the road? Have you contacted John Wang and the others? Guanzhong turned his head and asked a young officer beside him. Not yet. The signal seems to be very poor over there. The young officer replied with sweat all over his forehead. Keep in contact. Guanzhong was pacing back and forth anxiously. He was very anxious because he couldn't get in touch with John Wang and the others. After he finished speaking, Songlong also became a little impatient and muttered to himself, "Next time I must not stay behind. This is really a waste of time. It's better to go and kill them." Before he finished speaking, the noise of a running train could be heard faintly from a very far distance. Guanzhong's expression suddenly changed. He said, "Go notify the medical team and have them take their equipment and stand by nearby. The rest of you check your weapons and stay on alert." Suddenly, someone ran away quickly to pace on the message. 1 minute later, A train covered with scars, with less than half of its original 26 carriages remaining, drove into the Mountain City railway station with difficulty. At this time, the sentry inside the train station shone the light of a high-power lamp onto the train. There were large pools of blood on the train, dried on the windows. The car body, twisted by supernatural forces, was bent and dented as if hit by a huge hammer. The doors of some carriages had long been missing. At present, only the main bodies of a few rear carriages are still intact. What horrified the soldiers present was that pieces of burnt or frozen flesh were stuck to the outside of the vehicle. Some soldiers even discovered that there were small pieces of human remains stuck in the wheels of the train, rolling slowly along with it. With a click sound, the sharp braking sound rang out, and the train began to brake and slow down. The deafening train whistles of the past now sound like the painful cries of a dying person, which is breathtaking. Guan Zheng and Zhu Long both stretched out their hands and grasped their pistols, aiming at the nearest carriage door, fearing that a ferocious beast might jump out of it. Seeing this, the soldiers standing on the side also took out their weapons and were on full alert. Several heavy multi-barreled rotary machine guns on the company sentries also began to aim at the carriage door. If anything goes wrong, the whole place will be engulfed in a chain of fire. The sound of the flute faded away. The platform fell into deathly silence, and the atmosphere was depressing, as if one could suffocate at any moment. There was a loud bang. The iron door of a carriage was pulled open forcefully, creating an extremely harsh noise that made all the soldiers, Guan Zheng and Zhu Long, tremble slightly. Soon, all weapons and eyes were directed towards the source of the sound. At the door, a pair of blood-stained left hands were seen grabbing the door frame, as if using up all their strength. Afterwards, a slightly staggering figure appeared at the door. Seeing the figure, Zhu Long subconsciously ran forward. His forearm muscles tightened, and he was ready for rescue and fighting. However, when he saw the figure's military uniform clearly, he was stunned for a moment and slowly put down the gun in his hand. After the figure in military uniform appeared, many other hideous figures slowly walked out of the carriage, including soldiers in military uniforms and many civilian passengers. Candle Dragon turned around and shouted in unbelievable words, "Medical team, darn it. Hurry up and get the medical team over." The first person to step out of the carriage was the new recruit, Wang Bing. There was a severe scratch on his right arm. After walking out of the car, he half knelt on the ground, and he had no strength to stand up. He grabbed the Candle Dragon, who was running to his side, and said weakly, "Hurry up and save them." Also, the War King has a very important message. Let me report it to Adjutant Guan. But your injury, Wang Bing, the shy recruit, opened his eyes wide and grabbed the collar of Zhu Long. His voice was hoarse, and his expression seemed to be on the verge of collapse. He shouted, "Take me to see him." As a powerful mutant, Candle Dragon actually shocked an ordinary soldier at this moment. 15 minutes later, in the largest tent in the center of the Mountain City's temporary command center, an old soldier in a federal military uniform with gray hair was holding a telegram that had just been sent back from the Mountain City train station. With wisdom flashing in his eyes, he was carefully reading the contents of the telegram word by word. "Isn't this a bit rash of a move, War King? Wouldn't this mess up our strategic plans?" An officer who had read the contents of the telegram spoke cautiously. As he spoke, several other officers also expressed their opinions one after another. Most of them disagreed with the actions described in the telegram. The old soldier slowly placed the telegram he had read 3 times on the table, took out a cigarette from the cigarette box on the table, and lit it. Then he took a deep puff of the cigarette, seeming to be thinking about something while smoking. Seeing the veteran's demeanor, the staff officers who have followed him for a long time all know that once faced with a difficult decision, the veteran will be like he is now, smoking and falling into deep thought. At this time, everyone just needs to remain quiet and wait for the final decision of the veteran. As long as they think clearly, once veterans make a decision, it is usually the right one. The past decade or so has proven this. Otherwise, the old soldier would not be called the military god of the Federation. Everyone sat there in silence, waiting for the veteran's final decision. Not long after, when the old soldier had only 1/3 of his third cigarette left, his expression straightened up as if he had made up his mind, and he put out the remaining half of the cigarette in the ashtray. He blew away the smoke in front of his eyes with his hand, looked around at the many staff officers around him, and said, "I order." After hearing this, many staff members suddenly became serious. The old soldier said, "Telegraph the artillery unit. 10 minutes later, launch an extended artillery bombardment at the designated coordinates. Fire all the ammunition, leaving no bullet behind. Order the Blue Sword and Eagle Special Forces to attack the beasts in Mount Pei, as planned immediately after the artillery fire stops." The staff officer in charge of on-site record, keeping solemnly transcribed the 2 orders and showed them to the veteran soldier for review. After the veteran soldier signed them to make them effective, a telegraph operator immediately conveyed the orders via the radio. A gust of wind blew across the table, revealing words on the telegram. It said that after the War King dealt with the 3-eyed giant wolf that attacked the train, he went to Mount Pei. Before leaving, he left a message saying that in order to resolve the threat to the mountain city as soon as possible, he would kill the leader of the ferocious beasts, the 100-foot falcon, and asked the general to decide the timing of the dispatch of troops. Sir, isn't this a bit risky? After all, some of our equipment has not yet been delivered. If we launch a hasty attack now, what if... A middle-aged staff officer approached the veteran and expressed his opinion. There is no certainty in war. I have been able to stand firm in the Federation for 20 years without any defeat. I have only one thing I have learned, which is that the battlefield is ever-changing and requires courage and guts to seize the ever-changing moment. This kind of opportunity is rare and hard to seize. So sometimes we have to seize the situation, seize the opportunity, and act decisively. If the War King can kill it this time, or even lure away the 100-foot falcon, then our chances of winning will be extremely high. And the War King, I believe him. The old soldier's powerful voice made the staff present feel his confidence and determination. As the order was conveyed, the military camp soon became bustling with noise, and military vehicles sped away one after another. A big war is about to break out. Snap, snap. Zhang Jingyi was walking quickly along the mountain path in the wilderness under the moonlight. The cool night breeze blowing on his face was indeed very comfortable. But the problem was that there were too many mosquitoes, and their bites made him feel a little confused. Although his abilities after the mutation are not weak, he seems to be able to resist the bites of these mosquitoes and insects. Moreover, I came here in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare any protective products. Now I can only endure it. Although he hesitated for a moment, wondering if he was being too rash and that he could wait until everything was planned and then come back, he still felt uneasy. Until this moment, Zhang Jingyi's eyes would always see the miserable scene of the passengers on the train being torn to pieces by the 3-eyed giant wolf. Whenever he thought of this, a trace of hatred for his own powerlessness would always emerge in his heart. He was even afraid that Ellie would stop him. So he temporarily turned off the satellite phone and only kept his own private phone, which he had not even told anyone at Institute 502 about. Now, he just wants to fulfill his duties and live up to the title of the King of Mutants of Unit 502. If we can find the 100-foot falcon this time and kill it, the mountain city can be rebuilt, and it can be considered an explanation for the people who died there. As I walked along the mountain road, I thought about it for a while and decided not to think about it anymore. He still thought that he should think about how to find the 4-armed black ape and the huge 100-foot-long falcon. As he walked, he realized that he had been a little careless. I came here by plane and just had a quick bite on the plane, thinking I would have a good meal after I got off the plane. But the plane was assigned a mission and ended up here. I haven't had dinner yet. In addition to weapons and equipment, he only had a bottle of mineral water that he took from the train before leaving. In addition, Zhang Jingyi discovered a more important problem. He looked around the wilderness in the light of the moon, because he found out he seemed to be lost. At first, he could still follow the footprints and bloodstains left by the 4-armed black ape, but for fear of being discovered, he could not follow too closely. But as he walked, he found himself in the unknown wilderness of Pei Mountain. There were overgrown weeds and huge trees everywhere. In many places, The weeds had completely covered the road. The footprints and bloodstains of the four-armed black ape have disappeared. Looking far away, all you can see are patches of dense forest located everywhere in the wilderness. Now I don't know where I am in Mount Pei. If I can't find the four-armed black ape as soon as possible, I might lose this opportunity. He took out his cell phone, opened the map on his phone, and compared the terrain. He found himself in the depths of Mount Pei, but there was no help for solving his current predicament. Alas, he sighed deeply and said to himself, the mountain road is too difficult to walk on at night. Zhang Jingyi muttered, looking up at the bright and brilliant moon. Fortunately, the moon was brighter tonight. The little bit of moonlight shining down made the road much easier to walk on. He murmured to himself with relief. Fortunately, the moonlight is bright enough. He randomly chose a direction, cut through the thorns with the long knife in his hand, cut out a path, and continued walking forward. Although his footsteps were light, the only sounds around him were the gentle buzzing of mosquitoes in the silent mountains. The sound of his footsteps and the chopping of trees was still remarkably clear. And in the mountains at night, among the wild grace that was as tall as a person, there always seemed to be some eyes staring at him sinisterly. Maybe some ferocious beast was staring at him fiercely. Zhang Jingyi walked in the direction he had chosen for a long time, and then he realized that the direction he had chosen seemed a little wrong. He walked back and forth, feeling as if he was going around in circles. Did we get the direction wrong? Zhang Jingyi said this softly, because his intuition told him that he had been moving for nearly 2 hours. But the path I was moving seemed to be going in circles, over and over again, round and round, over and over again. Moreover, when he opened the map navigation, it proved that he seemed to have been going around in a circle. So, he shook his head and looked up at this eerie and strange wilderness. He recalled a story about ghosts that his master told him when he was a child. Not a mystery. Could it be that I really encountered the legendary ghost wall in this desolate forest at night? Thinking of this, Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but feel refreshed. Since he was a child, he especially loved listening to his master telling ghost stories. When he was a child, he would often run to the cemetery to check the green will the wisp fire, hoping to meet a female ghost named Xiaoqian. But I have heard too many similar ghost stories since I was a child. This is the first time I have encountered such a ghost story. Soon, Zhang Jingyi fell into deep thought. When he was a child, his master told him what to do when encountering a dilemma. He recalled several solutions his master had mentioned. 1. Take off your underwear and put it over your head, then keep walking forward and you can leave. 2. Sleep on the spot and wait until dawn. 3. Find a ghost and let it lead the way out. Zhang Jingyi hesitated for a while. The first plan was too embarrassing. Although there were not many people here, he would feel uncomfortable if he did this. The second plan was a waste of time. After thinking for a while and pondering for a while, he rejected the second plan. After all, he had to find the trace of the four-armed black ape as soon as possible, and there was no way he could wait until dawn. But the third option, how to find the ghost, since it is called a ghost, it must be invisible. So he lowered his head, closed his eyes, and turned on his mental vision. The originally dark forest slowly changed in his spiritual vision. In his vision, most of the forest was dark, but there were still a few places flashing with blue light. Not far from him, there was a place flashing with blue light. From this we can infer that this might be where the ghost is. Uncle, didn't you say you knew the way? How could you be lost? Not far from Zhang Jingyi, two people held torches in their hands and walked carefully in the dense forest. A middle-aged man with a fierce face, carrying a double-barreled shotgun on his back, cursed at a young man wearing jeans and a black t-shirt beside him. I've always been here during the day, but who knew the mountain road at night would be so eerie? Uncle, how about we go back the same way? Why are you talking so much nonsense when you can go back? I can't even find the way back. What should we do now? We can't find the way. How about we sleep here for the night? Uncle, let's not talk about anything else for now. Is the medicine you mentioned really there? The middle-aged man with a fierce face took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette, lit it, and said, "It can't be fake. I saw it with my own eyes. As long as we dig it out and sell it, The money we get will be enough for you to marry a beautiful wife." Hearing this, the young man showed a hint of anticipation. "So what should we do now? We can't find any herbs, nor can we find a way out of the mountain." "Wait, the worst possible outcome is sleeping here for one night and getting caught by the soldiers tomorrow." The middle-aged man muttered in frustration, frowned and looked at the dense forest in the distance, saying, "This is really weird. Is it really a ghost wall? Don't talk about ghosts at night, ba-ba-ba." The young man on the side was frightened by the middle-aged man's words. He shivered all over and spit on the ground a few times. Then he turned around and said, "Uncle, is there any other way? I've been walking for a long time. I'm hungry. Eat, eat. All you know is eating. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated?" "Uncle, we agreed not to talk about ghosts at night." "Ugh." The middle-aged man looked puzzled and said, "I have been in Paishan for many years and have never heard of any ghosts and demons. Today is really evil." The young man was stunned by the words and said with a tearful face, "How about we leave at dawn?" "No, absolutely not." The middle-aged man shook his head in panic, looked around and said, "It's too evil in this mountain tonight. It's okay to keep walking, but as soon as I stop, I feel uneasy." When the young man heard what the middle-aged man said, he was a little confused and looked forward in a daze. "Keep going. Don't stop. Keep going. I don't believe we can't get out." The middle-aged man cursed angrily. "When I was a soldier, I was also a well-known tough guy. Now I still don't believe it. I can't get out. At worst, I can just walk until dawn." Before leaving, the middle-aged man pulled out the machete hanging on his body and chopped down a big tree next to him, leaving a mark to make it easier to identify the direction. After marking the spot, the two continued walking along the mountain path. The night in the mountains was quiet and eerie. They were surrounded by boundless wilderness and huge darkness, covering everything on the earth, including the two of them. In front of them, there was only a small area illuminated by the torches, and this little light did not add much sense of security. Everything that was happening now had already made them feel terrified and uneasy, and in that completely impenetrable darkness, it seemed as if something unknown would suddenly rush towards them at any moment. After walking for another half an hour, the middle-aged man walking in front looked up and vaguely saw a big tree in front of him, with obvious marks of a machete on the tree. The only difference is, in the light of the torch, I could vaguely see a figure standing next to the big tree. In the moonlight, the shadow's face seemed to be a ghost. The ferocious-looking middle-aged man was so frightened that he let out a cry, grabbed the double-barreled hunting rifle in his hand, and without aiming, fired a shot at the ghost face in front of him. After firing the gun, the ghost disappeared like a gust of wind. "Excuse me, but why did you shoot me?" When the middle-aged man was looking around for the ghost, a ghost face suddenly appeared in front of him. This frightened the middle-aged man so much that he almost fainted and fell backwards. Fortunately, the young man next to him supported him in time. The middle-aged man calmed his mind, lowered his head, and saw a shadow behind the black shadow. It turned out to be a person, so he felt relieved. At this time of night, it's not scary if a ghost scares people. What's scary is if people scare others, and this can be frightening enough to kill. Looking at the young man, the uncle and nephew had to admit that they were completely stunned for a moment. How could such a person appear in this dark night and in this desolate forest? And what is on his face? The most outrageous thing is that his body was so erratic and the double-barreled shotgun fired at him with shotgun pellets, but he was not hurt at all. Is this a human or a ghost? Late in the night, the thought of it makes one's scalp tingle. However, the two of them reacted quickly. After all, anyone who dared to cross the blockade and run into the mountains at such a late hour must have much more courage and willpower than ordinary people. In addition, the other party took the initiative to ask questions, which alleviated the panic to a certain extent. After all, the legendary ghosts won't chat with you so easily. They usually just come up to you and say it's time to eat. Believe me, how bad can a bad guy who can talk be? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man with a fierce face relaxed a little, but still quietly loaded the gun in his hand again. Then he pursed his lips and winked at the young man beside him, signaling him to communicate. Seeing the vigilance in the two people's eyes, Zhang Jingyi smiled. Yes, if he met such a masked and very strange person in the middle of the night, deep in such a strange mountain. Estimating his own reaction, he would shoot him in the head first. Seeing that the two were somewhat cautious, Zhang Jingyi smiled, reached out and took off the mask, revealing his angular face, and said with a smile, "Heko, I am a human, not a ghost." I saw the person opposite me taking off his mask. He had a handsome face and a scar at the left corner of his eye. He was indeed a human and not a ghost. This made the uncle and nephew relax a lot. Seeing the look his uncle gave him, the young man subconsciously felt a little bit of resistance, but he also knew the importance of the matter. "Dude, what are you doing? Why are you still on the mountain so late?" Although he still felt uneasy about seeing people wandering around in the mountain so late at night, he still mustered up his courage, put on a smile, and looked at Zhang Jingyi. "Heko, I went up the mountain to hunt, but I got lost." When Zhang Jingyi heard his words, his face suddenly looked very happy. It was so late at night, and he was stuck in a mysterious wall. It was finally a happy thing that he could meet two living people at this time. After hearing Zhang Jingyi's reply, the young man stepped back subconsciously and looked around to make sure there was no one around. Although it was a moonlit night and the surrounding area was completely wilderness, he couldn't see anyone even if they were there. "Which village are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" The young man mustered up his courage and took 2 steps forward, approaching Zhang Jingyi and shouted loudly. From the young man's point of view, even though his uncle has a gun and is taller than the masked man, it seems that he cannot withstand a beating from either him or his uncle. But it was the middle of the night in the wilderness, and he had just dodged a shot from his uncle so quickly, so it was obvious that he was not a good person. And I heard him say he went hunting in the mountains. It was late at night, and there were ferocious beasts everywhere. Was he the hunter, or was he the hunted? Have you encountered any obstacles? Zhang Jingyi looked at the young man and the middle-aged man and asked calmly. This sentence made the young man so nervous that his palms began to sweat. He subconsciously took a half-step back, tightly grasped the machete at his waist, and said, "What the heck is this wall?" The masked guy scared my uncle at first. They almost came face to face with him that time. My uncle was so frightened that his legs are still shaking, and at this time he seemed very polite, as if he noticed the young man's nervousness, and stood still. Zhang Jingyi stood 3 or 4 steps away from the young man and explained with a smile, "I'm lost. I've been circling in one place. I think I've encountered a mysterious wall." The young people were a little puzzled. "How can you be so happy when you are lost, especially when you are in a maze?" Zhang Jingyi continued to smile and said, "So I'm trying to find a ghost." The young man was a little confused. He turned around to look at his uncle and found that his uncle was also looking at him with horror. The two turned around again and looked at the handsome young man not far away. They felt that he was very strange, although he was friendly, gentle, and frank at this moment. "But I told him honestly that I was looking for that ghost. Is this even remotely plausible? Is this a midnight ghost story? In the middle of the night, you are faced with a mysterious ghost. Instead of finding a place to hide, you are still wandering around looking for the ghost? This is simply something that young people cannot understand. Ignore him. Let him go first." The uncle behind him took a step forward and spoke in a low voice, reminding the young man. The young man understood what his uncle meant. Although Zhang Jingyi was smiling, he felt very frightened in his heart. Just now they were still wondering if they could ask for directions if they met someone. After all, they were also lost. But now, meeting a person who was looking for ghosts in the middle of the night seemed to be more terrifying to them than encountering a ghost wall. "Brother, then we won't bother you anymore. You go on your way, and we'll leave too." Thinking of this, the young man forced himself to cheer up and said to Zhang Jingyi with a smile. After a pause, he smiled meaningfully and said, "Haha, to be honest, we are also lost, but there are people ahead of us who have gone to explore the way. We're going to meet them. They are all experienced hunters, and they all have guns in their hands." Hearing this, Zhang Jingyi laughed. These two people were quite interesting. It seemed that they thought he was a bad guy. After thinking for a while, he said, "Since there are so many of you, why don't we find this ghost together?" The young man and my uncle both had goosebumps all over their bodies. It was scary to encounter such a weird young man in the middle of the night. And he actually invited me enthusiastically to find the ghost that was breaking into the wall. This person is too evil. I cannot agree to this. The uncle behind him reminded him in a low voice and picked up the double-barreled shotgun at the same time, but he did not dare to point it at the young man. Zhang Jingyi's swift movement just now really scared him. The young man also felt an indescribable chill. After hearing what his uncle said, he swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, "Brother, we will find friends soon and have other things to do. We don't have that much time. How about next time?" Zhang Jingyi didn't get angry when he heard the young people talking nonsense. After all, these two people were ordinary people and couldn't be forced to participate. But if they volunteered to lead the way, that is another matter. "Okay, I'll be leaving now. Be careful." After hearing what Zhang Jingyi said, both of them felt something strange and stared at him closely. Is he going to leave so easily? Zhang Jingyi randomly chose a direction, walked towards the dense forest, and soon disappeared into the forest. He really just left like that? The young man and his uncle watched Zhang Jingyi go away, feeling a little nervous but also a little complicated, and they exchanged glances secretly. Seeing Zhang Jingyi disappear into the dense forest, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The young man hesitated, looked at his uncle, and asked, "Never mind, let's get going." The uncle quickly walked in another direction. This young man was too weird. It was strange that he appeared and he could dodge the shotgun at such a close distance. Even if he was not a ghost, he was not someone they could afford to offend. The right thing to do is to leave here as soon as possible. At this time, his nephew didn't say anything else. He followed his uncle closely and walked quickly towards the distance. In the dense forest, in the shadows, Zhang Jingyi stood there silently, like a ghost, silent and motionless. He looked at the uncle and nephew from afar. He thought to himself, "These two people are just like him. They are both trapped in this ghost wall, but my mental strength is definitely higher than theirs. This ghost may not be able to confuse him, but it's hard to say about these two people. Maybe if we follow them, we can find this ghost." Looking at the two people going away, Zhang Jingyi followed them quietly from a distance. Now that there's someone leading the way, maybe we can lead the ghost out. On the other hand, the uncle and nephew felt inexplicably frightened and naturally did not want to say more. They walked quickly towards the distance. As they walked, they were surprised to find a narrow path under their feet. They looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The existence of a path means there is hope. After all, this is deep in the mountains, and if people don't walk on it often, a path will not be created. If you follow this path, you might find a way out. Perhaps because there was always a shadow in their hearts, the two of them walked along the path, always feeling that something was staring at them in the shadows around them, but if they stopped and shone the torches in their hands over there, they could see nothing. As they walked, the path seemed to become wider and the road seemed to become much flatter, and the two walked faster and faster. Uncle, what is that?" Just now, when they were concentrating on finding the way, they were indeed walking in circles. But now, most of their attention was on observing the surroundings. They often looked back, fearing that the man would chase them. As they walked, the two of them found that they had suddenly walked into a large open space. "Come out?" Seeing this was obviously different from before, my uncle was pleasantly surprised. He took a torch and walked out of the weedy path with the young man. In an instant, a feeling of rebirth filled my heart. Then, they quickly looked up with joy, and suddenly their breath was held and their scalps went numb. The torch shone forward, and they came to an open space with a huge tree in front of them. Countless branches hang down to the ground, densely packed and flying everywhere, and many of them grow together in a disorderly manner, which is enough to shock everyone who sees it. What attracted people's attention the most was the blood-filled area around the giant tree. Looking closely, there seemed to be a lot of branches tied with something around the tree in piles. The uncle and nephew used the flickering firelight to vaguely see that the branches were tied with various corpses. Most of these corpses were different ferocious animals, and occasionally human corpses could be seen. They should be hunters or herbalists who went into the mountains. What terrified the two men even more was that there were many branches stuck in these corpses, as if this giant tree was absorbing nutrients through these branches, as if it was relying on the power of these flesh and blood to nourish itself. When the wind blew, the uncle and nephew shuddered all over, and their faces turned pale. At this time, Zhang Jingyi, who was far away, also saw this scene and said with a smile, "Ghost, I finally found you." As he got closer, he felt the mark of his own mental power, which was the mark of his mental power that he left on the four-armed black ape. At this moment, this mark is near a pile of branches of the big tree. It seems that this four-armed black ape was captured as a prey by the giant tree when its strength was greatly weakened. It's a pity that my plan to lure the snake out of its hole failed. After a moment of deathly silence, the nephew and uncle suddenly heard a mixture of angry curses, suppressed shouts, and hurried footsteps as they tried to run back. Obviously, everything that happened before their eyes frightened the uncle and nephew. No matter who it is, on such a strange and tense night, suddenly came to such a place, saw such a big tree, and the corpses around the tree. Anyone would probably be frightened to the point of losing 2 of their 3 souls. As they turned around and ran back, the nephew and uncle were so frightened that their fear reached its peak. Call! A somewhat chilly breeze blew over, spreading over the waist-high wild grace around. It sounded like a person's sigh, or like a hospitable host trying to keep the tourists. At this time, the branches of the giant tree were dancing gently with the sound of the wind. Faintly, there seemed to be waves flashing in the air, as if these branches were dancing a beautiful dance. The dead beasts and humans on the ground were swaying back and forth as if they were waking up. Through the dense branches on the ground, one can see the dead beasts and humans, their purple faces, their tongues sticking out due to suffocation, and their twisted and painful expressions. But the corners of their mouths were slightly curled up, as if they were immersed in a sweet dream, making everyone look like they were just asleep and having a sweet dream. These 2 extremes of pain and pleasure actually appeared in these dead people or beasts. As the branches danced, the 2 people, an old man and a young boy, who were running out in panic, slowed down, and the terrified shouts and curses coming from their mouths also slowly disappeared. Time seemed to have stopped. The 2 of them turned around and slowly walked back. At this time, you could see that their expressions were very dull. The eyeballs of both of them were rolling in a strange way, and the black pupils were completely invisible. Moreover, the 2 of them seemed to be attracted by something and walked towards the giant tree together. When they arrived under the giant tree, they just looked up at it. Slowly, the corners of their mouths began to curl up, and a happy smile seemed to appear on their faces. Soon, 2 branches hung down from the giant tree, slowly wrapped around their necks, and then slowly tightened. Little by little, their faces began to turn purple, and their breathing became rapid. But both of them seemed to have lost the will to resist, and had no idea that they were not far from death. At the same time, the smiles on their faces grew wider and wider, as if they had a truly beautiful dream. And this beautiful dream will continue for a long time, even after their death. But their bodies will become one of the many corpses around this giant tree and become a source of nutrition for the tree. This scene is really scary. Zhang Jingyi stood on a high ground far away, quietly watching the branches encircle the necks of the nephew and uncle, and sighed softly. At the same time, he also analyzed in his mind the specific reason why he had been haunted by the wall that night. So, this giant tree is actually the ghost that caused the ghost to crash into the wall? Or is it not this huge tree, but something unknown inside this tree? And its logic is that people who get close to it will be affected by some mysterious influence and start to bump into walls in this area. When they are exhausted and their mental strength is relaxed, they will be attracted here. Once you come here, you will be tempted by its power, fall into its trap, and then it will begin the final harvest. When he decided to look for the ghost just now, he had already guessed this possibility, but in the end, he kept going around in circles and really couldn't find the ghost. The only explanation is that his mental power is too strong, and the tree can only confuse him, but does not dare to actually take action. Until the arrival of this uncle and nephew. These two people were just ordinary people, so they were just used as bait by Zhang Jingyi. According to our analysis, just now, the two of them are closer to the standard of a giant tree, so we just need to follow them and we will be able to find this ghost. As a result, in fact, even Zhang Jingyi did not expect that they would find it so quickly. It seemed that after meeting me, the two of them became more nervous, so they met the requirements more quickly. As expected, when you encounter some seemingly strange events, you can quickly solve the problem by carefully analyzing it. When I finally understood what was going on, I saw that the two nephews and uncles were almost dead as the two branches contracted. Now that we've found this ghost, the problem is solved. As for the solution, after a little consideration, Zhang Jingyi took out his pistol, aimed at the big tree, and pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang. In an instant, a bullet wrapped in Zhang Jingyi's mental power flew out and hit the tree trunk solidly. The moment it hit, the mental power in the bullet burst out and weaved into an electric grid, which electrocuted the entire giant tree with a sizzling sound, and black smoke came out of the tree trunk. Then, the giant tree began to tremble in pain, and the branches on the tree fluttered like a witch waving her whip. The next moment, the branches and leaves of the entire giant tree suddenly grew wildly. The originally quiet giant tree seemed to have become a living thing, and many different faces appeared on the trunk of the giant tree. These faces are filled with hatred and pain, and the tree trunk seems to be made up of these countless vengeful faces. If you look carefully, you can vaguely make out that these painful expressions form an old face with bulging eyeballs and a crooked mouth, like an old man who is terminally ill and may be dying soon. At this moment, the giant tree is constantly swaying its branches, and those extended branches are like countless tentacles stretching out towards the sky. Faintly, in this desolate forest, the faces of countless vengeful spirits emerged, and in the air, there came a shrill sound that seemed to be mixed with countless emotions and crying. Zhang Jingyi saw that there were many more distorted ripples in the air around him, and these distorted ripples were rushing towards him. The entire forest was filled with a strange feeling of eeriness and weirdness that made people shudder. For a moment, it seemed as if countless feelings of endless resentment and pain were brewing in the air, emanating from it, and forming a huge vortex that was rolling. And at the center of this vortex was Zhang Jingyi. Standing at the center of this vortex, he felt a powerful pressure rushing towards him from all directions. The enormous mental pressure seemed to pierce his heart. This giant tree has a really strong spirit. It's really scary. Seeing the giant tree's mental attack, the force and magnitude of it were so great that Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but sigh. The wind brought by the spiritual vortex rubbed against Zhang Jingyi's cheeks in the air, cutting his skin like a knife, making him feel a tingling sensation. The next moment, Zhang Jingyi's body suddenly stretched out, his feet stomped the ground hard, and he quickly threw forward. The dim moonlight around him pulled his figure into a distorted and elongated shape, like a vicious centipede. At the same time, a terrifying mental force burst out from his body, sweeping across the surroundings like a hurricane, tearing apart the mental storm formed by the countless resentful spirits of the giant tree. As his figure flashed, Zhang Jingyi quickly moved towards the giant tree. As he ran, the shadow beside him seemed to turn dark and quickly spread around. As he ran and got closer to the giant tree, the shadow behind him became darker and darker. This is the result of Zhang Jingyi's mental power being used to the extreme, forming a distorted magnetic field of mental power similar to a domain. The distorted magnetic field of mental power was like a layer of cold and dark tide, surging heavily towards the giant tree. Swish! As if stimulated by Zhang Jingyi's attack. At the same time, a small red flower as bright red as blood bloomed on the branch of the giant tree. Following the blooming of one flower, soon dozens of flowers bloomed. As the bright red flowers blossomed, the dozen or so undecayed corpses of ferocious beasts surrounding the giant tree seemed to have all their blood and energy sucked out by the branches. With a loud bang, the entire corpse exploded into a pile of debris. As Zhang Jingyi approached, a blooming blood-red little flower seemed to lose weight. It broke away from the branch as the branch shook and flew towards Zhang Jingyi quickly in the air. This little red flower, as red as blood, was extremely gorgeous, drawing a bright red streak in the forest at night and hitting Zhang Jingyi's body. The moment little red flower collided with Zhang Jingyi, the ground suddenly seemed to be plowed out by an invisible wave, and a deep pit was formed. The soft soil on the ground was also lifted up high, like waves. Even the air seemed to pause for a moment at this moment, and the next moment, the air suddenly broke into pieces, and pieces of blood-red petals were torn apart by the distorted mental force in front of Zhang Jingyi, and a huge roar echoed all around. Zhang Jingyi's momentum of rushing forward was suddenly stopped, and his body rolled backwards and fell out. He flipped his body in the air and finally stabilized his body. He twisted in the air and landed lightly on the ground. After landing, his pupils contracted instantly. The power of this giant tree was really beyond his expectations. It seems that this is a battle that will not be easy to win. Zhang Jingyi stood on the ground and looked up at the giant tree. He saw that the small red flower, as bright red as blood, had disappeared. He looked at the bodies that had disappeared on the ground. He touched his chin, and a kind of enlightenment gradually became clear in his eyes. He just saw that when the small red flowers as bright red as blood blossomed, some branches sucked the blood essence of a large number of corpses on the ground. As the blood essence was sucked out, the corpses withered and finally exploded. This also shows that the little red flowers that are as bright as blood on the giant tree did not appear out of thin air. It seems that the little red flowers are blooming by absorbing the essence and blood of the corpses on the ground. Moreover, the little red flower's attack method is to release powerful mental attacks. However, although this kind of mental attack is powerful, it is not long-lasting. The previous attack has consumed all of little red flower's mental strength. It's really hard to deal with something like this. Zhang Jingyi frowned. Judging from what happened just now, this giant tree could actually absorb the essence and blood of the surrounding corpses to transform this little red flower. Although the mental attack power of the little red flower was not great, it had the explosive characteristics of a mental attack. Although the spirit level of the little red flower is not high, 100 or 200, if it's just a small red flower, it's not scary. But if the number is large enough, does that mean that they can explode at the spiritual level of tens of thousands at once? If that's the case, it's terrible. When Zhang Jingyi was thinking about this question, he looked up again and was surprised to see blood-red flowers blooming one after another on the branches of the giant tree. Even the little red flower that exploded when he rushed over has been filled by others. And these blood-red flowers, in this deep night, in this forest, are particularly eye-catching and stunning. This blood-red flower seemed to be woven together by a painful spirit. The little red flowers were extremely bright, and as more and more of them bloomed, stranger things happened. As the number of little red flowers increased, a strange floral fragrance filled the air. This fragrance was a bit bloody, but it could make people forget their worries. Once you smelled it, it was as if everything was empty and you just wanted to throw yourself into the ocean of flowers. At this time, as many small red flowers bloomed, the air around the giant tree began to become extremely heavy, as if the density of the air was gradually increasing. As the fragrance of flowers filled the air, Zhang Jingyi felt as if he was in a sea of flowers, surrounded by sea water formed by small red flowers. At this moment, blood-red sea water rushed in from all directions, as if to crush him who was in the center of the ocean. Plop! At this moment, Zhang Jingyi felt his heart beating heavily under the pressure of the seawater. It was a very strange feeling. It seemed as if my heart was beating faster and faster with the rise and fall of this pressure. It kept beating faster and faster. Zhang Jingyi frowned. This giant tree was using some kind of spiritual power to try to control his heartbeat and make it beat faster. Maybe even, I want his heart to explode and die. Try to control your heart. Slow it down, and let it break free from this control. At the same time, Zhang Jingyi saw the little red flowers on the branches in the distance, which were beginning to break away from the branches in rows and float in the air. The little red flowers that had separated from the giant tree seemed to have no weight, floating 2 or 3 meters above the ground, like a bunch of blood red will-o'-the-wisp fires surrounding Zhang Jingyi from all directions. While floating, these little red flowers continued to emit layers of spiritual fluctuations. With the fluctuations of this spiritual power, Zhang Jingyi would subconsciously develop a painful and negative emotion. It made him want to drop everything and rush forward to hug the little red flower. Simply put, that gorgeous flower has a special attraction that makes people want to get close to it and hug it. But this kind of closeness brings extreme danger, and the price of such closeness is often death. Looking at the many little red flowers gradually approaching him in the air, Zhang Jingyi thought carefully, trying to analyze and find a solution to the current dilemma. From what we can see so far, the giant tree possesses extremely strong mental power, which can control or interfere with the mental power of other people or creatures, causing problems such as auditory and visual hallucinations, and eventually being controlled to become the giant tree's death puppets. Moreover, these small red flowers that are as bright red as blood are generated by the giant tree by absorbing the essence and blood of corpses. After leaving the giant tree, the small red flowers can explode and unleash extremely strong mental attack power. If this is the case, you can first control the number of red flowers by clearing the surrounding corpses. Secondly, try to attack the tree's body as much as possible to kill it, and thus eliminate it. Shwa, shwa. The little red flowers that floated to a distance of 7 or 8 meters from Zhang Jingyi seemed to sense his breath, and the petals on each little red flower curled up at the same time. Numerous small red flowers, dozens of them forming a unit, formed human faces in the air. These faces were of old and young, each with different emotions. The only thing in common was that they were bright red like blood. In the dark night, these faces seemed to be floating in the air like ghost faces, staring at Zhang Jingyi. He felt that the dissatisfaction, resentment, and hatred in these faces' eyes had reached their peak. The next moment, each human face turned into 7 or 8 red shadows, let out a fierce roar, and pounced toward Zhang Jingyi, as if wanting to bite him. Zhang Jingyi frowned, and his body left a long line as he moved sideways 3 or 4 meters, avoiding the attack of these little red flower faces. At the same time, he pushed the ground hard with his feet and rushed directly towards the giant tree. It would undoubtedly be a loss to fight head-on with this strange flower, so he wanted to attack the giant tree itself. As he ran quickly towards the giant tree, he used a long knife to cut off the branches on the corpses on the ground. He wanted to make sure that these corpses would not continue to provide the giant tree with small red flowers. The next moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he looked forward, because he found that as he approached the giant tree, the surrounding field was subtly changing. Countless small red flowers floated between the giant tree and Zhang Jingyi, densely packed together, blocking his way forward. Swish! Seeing that he could not avoid it, Zhang Jingyi pushed off the ground with both feet, and before all the little red flowers flew over to him, he quickly rushed towards the giant tree. The last time he rushed over, the first little red flower had just begun to bloom, but at this moment, many more had already bloomed in front of him. As he impacted, the giant tree seemed to use little red flowers to weave out complex spiritual power around it, forming torrents, and little red flowers were blooming in front of Zhang Jingyi. Since avoiding the problem won't solve it, the only option is to go for it. This time, Zhang Jingyi had no intention of dodging. Golden spiritual power emerged from his body, and he rushed forward violently. Facing his figure, little red flowers blossomed one after another. Bright red faces appeared in the air, and powerful spiritual power intertwined towards Zhang Jingyi. Following his impact, Zhang Jingyi soon felt as if he had rushed into a ball of transparent glue. Here, it was as if he was swimming in the ocean. As the sea water gathered around him, his movements became increasingly sluggish, and his figure became blurred. The immensely powerful impact force contained in the sea water almost bounced Zhang Jingyi back, but this time, he did not retreat. Instead, he tried his best to relax his muscles and increase his speed. As he adjusted, his body suddenly became distorted. In this chaotic and powerful turbulence, he used all kinds of irrational body contortions to dissipate as much of the mental force that was impacting him as possible, and stubbornly threw himself forward in the ocean of mental impact. Swish! While charging, he also used his long sword to launch countless spiritual attacks, chopping the air barrier into pieces, thus causing the spiritual power from the giant tree to be impacted, creating a clear vacuum. Moreover, in his spare time, Zhang Jingyi took out a few crystal-clear small grains from his pocket and threw them into his mouth. These were the items that could replenish spiritual power that were dropped by the spiritual monster in the shopping mall that he killed in Qingqing before. Even when he was fighting the dwarf magician before, he was reluctant to eat a single pill. But today, after fighting the giant tree, his mental strength was greatly depleted, and he could only eat blue pills. As Zhang Jingyi got closer and closer to the giant tree, a huge mental shock came again. Little red flowers rushed towards him like dense bullets. And because the speed was too fast, almost a dozen flowers were woven together to form the same wave of shock. The bones in Zhang Jingyi's body crackled, and his body twisted like a pretzel. As he twisted his body, it seemed as if there were two images on his body. With every step he took, where the soil touched the ground, it formed a vortex that kept spreading outwards like water ripples. Moreover, as the spiritual power of the blooming little red flower hit him, his body twisted even more violently. However, this distortion is not unconscious. Instead, it constantly changes the shape of various parts of the body according to the mental impact of the surroundings, in order to alleviate the mental impact on oneself. Not only that, Zhang Jingyi stretched out his long sword forward, and where the tip of the sword touched the air turned into ripples, wrapping around his body in circles. At this moment, the spiritual power carried by the long sword actually distorted the spiritual radiation within a certain range, causing this spiritual radiation to help him increase his speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, small red flowers bloomed and shattered in the air. Then, a larger wave came towards Zhang Jingyi to chase and intercept him. The ground around him was shaking, and faint sounds of air explosions continued to ring out. Although Zhang Jingyi tried his best to dodge, after all, the range was too small and there were too many little red flowers. Soon wounds appeared on his body. After all, no matter how fast he was, he could not completely avoid the damage of mental shock. With the appearance of the first wound, a large amount of flesh was soon cut open and blood was dripping. However, there was no trace of pain on Zhang Jingyi's face. Instead, there was a bloodthirsty instinct that came from deep in his bones. At this time, Zhang Jingyi had already bumped into 14 or 15 little red flowers in succession. His body was covered with bruises and his clothes were torn to pieces, but he didn't mind at all, as if these scars did not appear on his body at all. There was only excitement on his face as he strode forward. But soon, Zhang Jingyi was no longer excited, because in his perception, it was as if he had entered a garden. Looking around him, more and more little red flowers formed into painful human faces, floated lightly over, one by one, filling the sky. All these changes caused Zhang Jingyi's speed to slow down significantly, and little by little, he was surrounded by bright red faces. Those bright red faces seemed like messengers from heck. Every one of them opened their mouths wide and let out shrill screams, which came towards Zhang Jingyi from all directions. In an instant, it felt like countless steel needles pierced into Zhang Jingyi's mind, causing him unbearable pain. Just when Zhang Jingyi was feeling unbearable pain in his head and was retreating repeatedly, suddenly, a sharp sound came from afar, which seemed to be the cry of an eagle, shaking the trees and stopping the moving clouds. As the eagle's cry was heard, the giant tree seemed to be stunned. Then, the little red flowers and branches surrounding Zhang Jingyi were immediately retracted, as if they had encountered some natural enemy. Soon, a strong wind blew from the distant sky, and a dark shadow appeared above the valley, pressing down like a blanket covering the sky. After Zhang Jingyi dodged the mental attack, he moved backwards and took a closer look. It turned out to be the person he had targeted for entering the mountain this time. It was the 100-foot-long eagle. Its neck and back were whitish, and its entire body was light brown. In the air, when its wings were spread out, they spanned 100 feet, as if covering the sky and the earth. Its shiny black wings swept across the cotton like clouds, as if a bolt of lightning had penetrated the clouds and stayed motionless in midair, staring at the giant tree in a condescending posture, as if it had some deep hatred for it. Zhang Jingyi was a little surprised when he saw this scene. It seemed that the falcon was not getting along well with the giant tree. Could it be that this giant tree has eaten too many ferocious beasts? So, this falcon is here for revenge? Moreover, judging from the hatred in its eyes, this falcon has probably come here more than once. It just so happened that I had just fought a battle with a giant tree and was a little tired. It would be best if the falcon could take over. After a while, the falcon circled in the air for several times, sometimes high, sometimes low, circling, as if looking for a flaw in the giant tree. Suddenly, the eagle flapped its wings. Whoosh, whoosh. There seemed to be a sound of breaking in the air, and along with the sound, more than a dozen branches of the giant tree seemed to be broken by some force, and fell to the ground after breaking. The giant face on the trunk of the giant tree seemed to be enraged and let out a loud roar, and small red flowers flew towards the eagle in the sky to block it. But the eagle flapped its wings, and a hurricane blew up in the air, blowing all the little red flowers to the ground, where they burst open one after another. Zhang Jingyi, who was standing at the side, could not help but sigh. It is true that there is always someone who can defeat someone else. The battle between the giant tree and Zhang Jingyi had consumed a large number of small red flowers. Now there were only a dozen or so left around him, which were consumed by the falcon at once. The next moment, the remaining branches of the giant tree suddenly grew rapidly, like thin snakes, rolling into the air. As if it hadn't expected the giant tree to have such a trick, the eagle flapped its wings quickly, trying to rise high into the sky. But it was too late. The branch quickly grew longer and wrapped around the eagle's claws in the air, and then strangled it with force, digging deeply into the eagle's flesh. At the same time, many branches grabbed the eagle's claws and pulled it down. It seemed that they wanted to pull the eagle to the ground and then use all their branches to eat this 100-foot eagle. Soon, many branches quickly grew out from the trunk of the giant tree, becoming longer and winding around the falcon's body. The eagle was surrounded by numerous branches, and the scene was enough to make one's scalp tingle. The falcon, entangled and hanging in the air, stretched its wings desperately, hoping to break free from the branches, but the branches on its body became tighter and tighter, slowly making it unable to move. Zhang Jingyi frowned when he saw this scene. Was this falcon caught so easily? Is there something a conspiracy? But it seems to be just a ferocious beast. The next moment, Zhang Jingyi was a little surprised because he actually saw a hint of cunning in the falcon's eagle eyes. Moreover, it seemed as if the corners of its mouth were raised, revealing a happy expression. This change shocked Zhang Jingyi. Is this falcon going to become a spirit? Or does it mean that the beasts in the other dimension have intelligence of their own? Seeing the upturned corners of Eagle Falcon's mouth, Zhang Jingyi was a little confused. Is Eagle Falcon still normal? Could it be that after being tied up, the pressure was too great and he became mentally ill? However, as if to refute his doubts, the eagle surrounded by many branches reacted. A red light flashed inside the eagle's body. The red light appeared so abruptly that the giant tree did not notice it at all. In an instant, all the places on the falcon's body that were originally strangled by branches and leaves, or had been pierced by them, began to emit red light. Along with the red light, flames appeared. At first, they were just sparks, but soon they spread like wildfire. And these flames seemed to have their own life. They burned out from the falcon's body, but did not harm a single feather of the falcon, and quickly spread along the branches. At this moment, The giant tree also felt the flame and its power. As if it realized something, the giant tree began to shake violently, trying to retract its branches that were wrapped around the falcon. But it was too late. The eagle's talons held on to the branches tightly, and its wings flapped, preventing the branches that touched its body from leaving. Red flames spread out from the falcon's body and quickly burned every branch. The fire spread quickly along these branches. The next moment, the red flames burned the tree trunk. Crack, crack, crack. Flames were burning on the trunk of the giant tree, and the countless evil spirits on the trunk screamed miserably, as if they were struggling desperately to escape. But there was no way to escape. Soon, the entire giant tree was engulfed in flames, and a huge noise came from the trunk, and it slowly lost the ability to resist. The shaking branches and leaves of the giant tree gradually froze, and many of them fell down with a rustling sound. The trunk of the giant tree was burning, and the face of the vengeful spirit inside the trunk gradually disappeared. Soon, the giant tree seemed to be charred, as if it had become a dry tree that had been dry for a long time and had lost all its vitality. Seeing that the giant tree had been carbonized and had lost its vitality, the hawk in the air let out a sharp eagle cry and flapped its wings, and strong winds blew up the dust on the ground. "Oh no, it's leaving." Zhang Jingyi, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw this scene. Although the falcon came unexpectedly and helped him get rid of the giant tree, his goal tonight was to take its life. Otherwise, when the army came to clear out the ferocious beasts in Mount Pei, the presence of this 100-foot-tall falcon would inevitably lead to a great deal more loss of life. He couldn't let it go. He had been worrying about how to get the falcon to come down because it was in the air. Even if Zhang Jingyi was quite capable, he couldn't do anything to it flying in the high school. And now is indeed the best opportunity. Zhang Jingyi fixed the back of the long sword on his back, stretched out his right hand, and a ball of silk net flew out from his palm and wrapped around the eagle's claws like a net. With a pull, a shake, and a shiver, Zhang Jingyi's body seemed to have lost weight, and the next moment he appeared on the back of a 100-foot-long falcon. Suddenly, the falcon felt someone landing on its back. It was startled, spread its wings, and flew into the air quickly. In the air, it rolled up and down, trying to throw Zhang Jingyi on its back to the ground. In order to maintain balance, Zhang Jingyi dug his hands deeply into the falcon's back. The bright red blood flowed down the falcon's feathers, making the falcon fly faster and faster in fear. At first, the speed was quite slow, but soon it became faster and faster, and finally seemed to break the speed of sound. In an instant, Yingshun and Zhang Jingyi disappeared in the air, and a white line stretched far away. It seems like galloping thousands of miles. The speed is so fast that even the best aircraft in the Federation cannot match it. What is this? What is going on? Just as the giant tree was burned into a pile of waste wood by the falcon's flames, the falcon flew away with Zhang Jingyi. Under the burnt giant tree, the uncle and nephew who had just been trapped by the branches woke up. After they woke up, they were confused for a moment, then seemed to remember something, got up in a panic, and screamed. After struggling desperately to push away the branches that were left on its body and crawling out from the pile of branches, the two men then discovered that there were many tiny holes on their bodies, as small as needle holes. Looking at the blood streaks on the end of the branch, the uncle and nephew seemed to understand something. They were worthy of being the ones who dared to run into the mountains to collect herbs in the middle of the night. At this time, they quickly figured out what had happened to them. Especially afterwards, I saw the burnt giant tree next to it, the scattered branches on the ground, and the corpses in varying degrees of decay around the giant tree, especially some human corpses. Thinking back to the last scene in their memory, they suddenly reacted and their faces turned pale. The uncle's lips trembled and his voice became dry. We are possessed by ghosts? It seems yes. But how were we saved? Why did the tree become like this? The young man on the side was also terrified. He looked around and said, "Could it be that the person we met before saved us?" The uncle and nephew exchanged glances, then looked around and discovered the bullet casing on the ground. It was now obvious that they had been deceived and that the man had come out to save them. But why is he not here? Is it because he doesn't expect anything in return? The uncle and nephew looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. After resting for a while and relaxing his tension, my uncle looked at the damaged and decayed corpses around him and said, "Let's deal with these." Soon, both of them covered their noses and mouths with handkerchiefs, carried out all the corpses one by one, and piled them into a pile. A lot of weeds were picked up from around the giant tree and piled next to the corpses, and a fire zone was cleared around them. Soon, a bunch of red flames appeared, which seemed unusually warm in the dark night. At this moment, in the sky, on the back of the falcon, Zhang Jingyi lay tightly on Eagle's back, his hands deeply embedded in Eagle's back muscles, maintaining his body balance so as not to be thrown out by Eagle. Just now, red flames burst out from the falcon's body again. Previously, I saw it burning a giant tree with flames, but because I was at a certain distance, I didn't feel the horror of the flames. Now they were very close, and when the flames appeared, the surrounding air seemed to wrinkle, making Zhang Jingyi feel a threat to his life. Huh? He almost fainted from the sharp pain in his head. Just now, Zhang Jingyi tried to use the mental barrier to resist the flames, but found that the red flames could even burn mental power. In just a moment, Zhang Jingyi felt as if his brain was hit hard by a knife, and his head was in extreme pain. Since his rebirth, mental power has always been his strong point, but he never expected that the red flame burning in the falcon's body could burn mental power. It is indeed the nemesis of his mental power. This is something he never expected. The red flames burned all of Zhang Jingyi's clothes clean, and the mobile phone, satellite phone, long knife, pistol, etc. on his body were all turned into a pile of debris in an instant. The strong wind blew them away in the air and disappeared. It hurts. The red flames kept burning his flesh and blood, and it was as if thousands of sharp blades were cutting his body in pain. Although Zhang Jingyi had died once before, he couldn't help but scream out when subjected to such brutal torture. Zhang Jingyi roared loudly, as if he was venting his pain through roaring. At this moment, even though his hands were covered in blood, his flesh was torn and his bones were exposed, he still subconsciously inserted his hands into the falcon's body. At this moment, only one sentence was floating back and forth in his mind. "If you want me to die, I'll take you with me." Tear. The flesh on the body was torn off from the blood, and blood like torn bark, and large clumps of sticky blood spurted out from the eyes, ears, and mouth. Zhang Jingyi felt as if his whole body was sunk into a pool of magma. His flesh was melting, his blood was evaporating, and his bones were softening. It seemed as if he would completely melt and turn into mud in the next moment. Eventually, he may disappear from this world, perhaps becoming part of nature. The constant pain made him sometimes unconscious and sometimes awake. At this moment, he seemed to be trapped in a nightmare hidden deep in his mind. In the dim light, the surrounding hazy light and shadow began to fade away, and the dream seemed to be unfolding. All this made him unable to figure out whether this was an illusion that appeared at the moment of death, or whether it was really a memory deep in his mind. At this time, he heard a faint voice, as if it was calling his name. But who was it? It seemed that whenever he thought about who this was, he would feel a little dizzy. The voice was very vague, as if it was very far away from Zhang Jingyi, so far that he could only vaguely hear the voice but could not make out clearly what was being said. But this voice seemed to have some kind of power. The voices were intertwined and chaotic, impacting Zhang Jingyi's mind from all directions. Zhang Jingyi, who was in the middle of this voice, suddenly had scenes in his mind, not sure whether they were real or fake. These images were like a movie, with fragments appearing from time to time and occupying all the space in his mind. But these images were always flickering, and every time he wanted to take a closer look, he always felt like there was a fog covering them, as if he was looking at something through frosted glace and could never see clearly. Some of the images flashing before his eyes looked like a window, some looked like a lamp, and some looked like a long corridor with no end in sight. It was as if there were fragments of countless worlds, constantly flashing in the depths of Zhang Jingyi's mind, constantly occupying his field of vision. What the heck is going on? When these scenes that did not belong to his memory appeared in the depths of his mind, Zhang Jingyi was a little confused. Were these hallucinations or dreams? For a moment, he even felt that these images were not solid, and if he just pulled himself together a little, these dream images would break and disappear. But it seemed that in the deepest part of his consciousness, there was always a voice telling him to keep watching and not give up. Moreover, these fragments that emerged in his mind inexplicably attracted him. Whenever he saw these images, he always felt familiar, as if these fragments were his past life. Therefore, for these unknown fragments of images, a desire welled up in his heart, a desire to understand. Therefore, instead of resisting the appearance of these images, he subconsciously wanted to chase them. Slowly, the images became more and more real, and larger. Pieces of the fragments were pieced together. Finally, all the fragments suddenly came together. His brain felt slightly dizzy, and then he saw a completely different world. Zhang Jingyi suddenly opened his eyes as if he had just woken up. He found himself standing in a corridor. The walls of the corridor were white, the same color as those in hospitals. There were no other patterns or decorations. It was simple and plain. At the far end of the corridor was a double door. The door was ajar, and he could hear some faint sounds coming from inside. He tilted his ear to listen, but because he was some distance away, he could not hear the sound clearly. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Jingyi walked slowly along the corridor and came to the open door. He hesitated. Should he push it open? Just as he was hesitating, there were sudden cheese sounds from inside the door, like the sound of a sharp knife cutting flesh. There were also faint, powerless groans and screams that seemed to come from a very far away place. And this voice is inexplicably familiar, as if he had heard it before. Where is this? Hearing this scream and that familiar feeling, Zhang Jingyi's heart suddenly contracted. This place also gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but in his memory, he had never been to a similar place. But why did this place give him such a special and strange feeling? Is this a familiar emotion, or a fearful emotion, or a feeling of separation between life and death? These are the areas he is uncertain about and does not know. In his perception, he felt that this place was both familiar and unfamiliar, and these two contradictory words were mixed together. The only thing that is certain is that he seems to have been here, but seems to have forgotten it. Once he tried to remember this, extremely complicated feelings emerged deep in his heart. Zhang Jingyi also knew that he was probably severely injured by the Falcon's fire and was on the verge of death. The moment before death activated the deepest memories in his mind. Although he had died once before, he did not experience the torture and pain this time. Instead, he died in an instant and did not have time to activate this memory. But if it was his memory, then why didn't he remember it? And why was this memory hidden deep in his consciousness? Thinking of all this, Zhang Jingyi felt a sense of panic that he had not felt for a long time. This is a fear of the unknown and uncertainty. This feeling of panic was so overwhelming that he couldn't help but take a deep breath to keep himself calm. Zhang Jingyi looked up and saw an open door at the end of the corridor. The sound came through the gap in the door. It seemed that as long as he walked over and pushed open the door, all his memories would come back to him. But at this time, he hesitated, because this memory did not seem to be very friendly. So is he really ready to accept this memory? Hesitation, still hesitation. But it was precisely this uncertainty that suddenly made Zhang Jingyi extremely curious. He didn't know where the impulse and desire came from. He just wanted to figure out what was in this memory. He lifted his heavy feet and walked forward slowly. He was ready to approach the door and see what was inside. However, when he took just one step forward, he felt the scene in front of him shaking, as if the entire corridor was shaking, as if it would collapse completely in the next moment. Click! A series of crisp sounds rang in Zhang Jingyi's ears, and along with the sounds the world began to tremble, and cracks appeared on the walls of the corridor. It was as if a mirror was about to shatter, with numerous cracks appearing on the surface. He didn't know how to stay here because he had no experience. If he had a choice, he would rather endure that near-death state for a while longer. Because he wanted to know what was behind the door, maybe something related to him would appear behind the door. Even though this thing may not be so beautiful. But soon, there seemed to be countless distorted forces in the air around him, which slowly made his vision blurred. Before he disappeared into his dream, he only felt gusts of cold wind blowing in from the door deep in the corridor and swirling around Zhang Jingyi. It's like there are many things surrounding me that I can't see. The corridor was not wide, and the space around it was not large either. So he could clearly feel that in the depths of the shadows in the corridor, countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. These eyes do not represent hostility towards oneself, but rather a kind of fear or terror. Zhang Jingyi could even sense that the owners of those gazes were trembling with fear at this moment, looking at him with eyes that were extremely frightened, yet not daring to escape, and uttering wails that he could not hear. Among the owners of these gazes, he seemed to see a woman standing among them, holding the hand of a little girl, and also looking at him. This woman was not afraid of him like the others. Instead, she looked at him with a very strange look, and her mouth was opening and closing, as if she was saying something to him. Although Zhang Jingyi tried hard to hear clearly, he always felt that the distance between the two was too long, until the whole dream collapsed, and the woman and the little girl slowly left his dream along with the collapse. It hurts so much. When Zhang Jingyi woke up from the dream just now, he felt excruciating pain all over his body. He was completely powerless and unable to move. He opened his eyes with great effort and saw a blood-red color in front of his eyes, but he could not see anything. Judging from the sound of wind coming from his ears, he seemed to be in a very spacious place. He thought back and remembered that he was on the back of the falcon before. The red flames that erupted from the falcon nearly burned him to death, but it was also because of this that he was able to enter the depths of his memory layer in a state of near death and see the memory scene that seemed like a dream. He moved his hands and found that they were still inserted into Falcon's back, and along with his hands, streams of heat flowed into his body. This heat flow made him feel as warm as if he was soaking in a hot spring, but also made him feel itchy all over his body, as if he were being gnawed at by ants. It seemed as if the heat flow was repairing his damaged body, allowing this body that was about to be broken to slowly recover. What is happening? Why can my hands absorb the energy of the falcon's flesh and blood? Where am I now? Now he couldn't go anywhere. He could only continue to absorb the falcon's flesh and blood silently and restore his vision and movement as soon as possible. Only in this way could he escape. But my satellite phone was also damaged. I had lost contact for such a long time, and I was afraid that Team Leader AI and the others would be worried. Report on the latest progress. At this time, in the Qingqing Guard Hall, a spacious conference room, Ellie's face turned blue. Her expression was serious, and she clenched her fists nervously and slammed them on a stack of documents. In front of her, several people who rushed over with the latest intelligence were almost crowded together. After Ellie glared at them, they hurriedly lined up and reported one by one. The military's operation at Peishan is going very smoothly. No eagle has been spotted so far. Without Eagle's command, the beasts are completely defeated. The purpose of the Peishan operation is about to be successfully achieved. According to the feedback from the special team we sent to Mount Pei, no trace of the War King was found. We have also maintained contact with various military units, but have not found any trace of the War King and the Falcon. According to the latest speculation, the War King seems to have disappeared with the Eagle Falcon. After hearing the news, especially the final speculation, Ellie's eyes turned slightly red, as if she wanted to get angry, but she quickly closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and her full chest rose and fell. When he opened his eyes again, his expression became calm again, and he said in a deep voice, "Tell me some information I don't know yet." "Yes." A person at the back of the line squeezed to the front, flipped open the file, and said hurriedly, "After learning that Mr. Zhang Wang had entered Mount Pei and challenged the Eagle Falcon alone, the military and the special team of the 502 Institute discovered a powerful spiritual energy explosion in a certain area southwest of Mount Pei through the hidden detection equipment they had set up in the early stage of Mount Pei. So, combined with the fact that Eagle Falcon has not appeared yet, we have reason to suspect that the violent mental fluctuations were caused by the battle between the War King and Eagle Falcon. But the final result is unknown. Having said this, he paused slightly. As if she sensed that he had something else to say, Ellie immediately raised her head and looked at him. And then? The reporter hesitated for a moment, then continued, by capturing and calculating the peripheral mental radiation, we can roughly determine that the core point has a total mental energy level of at least over 10,000. A spiritual level of 10,000? You should know that the spiritual level of ordinary people usually does not exceed 5. And this spiritual level of 10,000 is simply too amazing. Following the reporter's report, the busy conference room suddenly became silent. Ellie's face also turned gloomy, and she didn't dare to think further. With such a huge spiritual power, what happened in Mount Pei? Why hasn't Zhang Jingyi contacted me after so long? Has something really happened? As Ellie's face became gloomy, the entire office fell silent. At this moment, everyone was very cautious, fearing that they might accidentally offend team leader AI, who was clearly suppressing his anger. 3 days later, at an unknown peak, Zhang Jingyi stood at the edge of a cliff with tattered clothes and shoes. He looked down at the cliff and sighed. It was so high that he felt a little dizzy just looking at it. After 3 days, he finally recovered his sight, and his body basically recovered, including the flesh, blood, tendons, and bones that were burned by the flames. He recovered so quickly, mainly thanks to the dead falcon beside him. After he regained his sight, he saw that he was still on the falcon's back with his hand still inserted into the falcon's body. But the difference is that compared with before, the eagle's feathers have lost their luster, and its body has become dry and withered, as if all its blood and energy have been completely lost. Looking at all this, and then looking at his recovered body, Zhang Jingyi showed a puzzled expression. Why did this happen? How could I absorb the blood of a falcon? This is so weird. Could it be that this is also a supernatural power brought by my resurrection from the dead? Doesn't that mean that as long as you have essence and blood, you will be immortal? Or is it that there is something wrong with my blood? Thinking of this, Zhang Jingyi's heart shuddered, and a memory surged into his mind. He suddenly remembered that when he was a child, his master often drew his blood for testing. He had asked the master about it, and the master said it was to make him healthier, but he never told him the test results. Could it be that at that time, the master knew that there was something wrong with his blood? Last time I had a physical examination, I also had my blood drawn. Could you have discovered anything about Ellie? But why didn't you tell me? Or did you say there was nothing unusual? He suddenly wanted to call Ellie, but unfortunately, all the items on his body were burned by the falcon's red flames when he was on the falcon's back. Now, even if he wanted to contact Ellie, he lacked the means to do so. Resignedly, suddenly, a furry little eagle flew to his shoulder, cooed at him, and pecked Zhang Jingyi's ear with its beak, as if to remind him of its presence. Little Knife, stop making trouble. When Zhang Jingyi saw this cute little creature, he threw all his worries behind him, hugged the furry little eagle, and started teasing it. After he woke up, he found himself and Falcon on a cave platform on an unknown mountain. After he regained his mobility, he walked into the cave. He found many corpses of ferocious animals and humans in the cave, and the tattered clothes on his body were obtained from them. Even though the clothes were tattered and smelled of rot, he had no choice unless he wanted to remain naked. But thinking about the shame, he still chose to wear this tattered outfit. Deep in the cave, on a haystack, he also found 2 little eagles as big as pigeons. When he found out, one of the little eagles was already dead, and the other was also dying. It was obvious that this little eagle was also dead. In a hurry, Zhang Jingyi tried to feed the little eagle with his own blood. A magical thing happened. After eating Zhang Jingyi's blood, the little eagle quickly came back to life. After regaining its vitality, the little eagle was extremely obedient to Zhang Jingyi. In order to call Xiaoying conveniently, Zhang Jingyi started to think, Xiaoying? Xiaoshan? Mao Mao? I thought a lot of similar names, and the little eagle seemed to be very smart. He looked disdainful at these names and did not judge them. Finally, Zhang Jingyi lay on the ground exhausted. He decided to name the little eagle Daozi, and regardless of its opinion, the new name was immediately used. Fortunately, Little Eagle didn't seem to reject the new name. Thus, Little Eagle Daozi officially became his only companion here. 11:30 a.m., Crescent Union Spring City, City Center. A convoy consisting of 4 luxury cars drove out from the Chungqing Second Research Institute, braved the misty drizzle outside, and drove into the avenue outside the institute. The 4 cars lined up in a row and moved quickly. In the back seat of the second car, a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament was holding a stack of documents in his hand and reading them very seriously. There are quite a few books and other documents on the chair next to him. It can be seen that he is a very serious scholar. Ding-ling-ling. The car phone rang, and the secretary sitting in the passenger's seat picked it up, chatted quickly for a few words, and then hung up. Professor Lee, the security department just called and said that things are not peaceful recently, and they hope we can cancel today's trip. The secretary turned around and looked at the middle-aged man and told him the content of the previous phone call. I'm a researcher. Let the National Security Department handle these political matters. I will not cancel today's schedule. The secretary nodded at his words, not surprised at all, as if he had known he would say this. The secretary quickly made the call, chatted for a few words, fed back Professor Lee's opinions to the security office, hung up the phone, thought for a moment, picked up the intercom, and asked the person on the other end to speed up the journey and remain alert. The convoy quickly traveled through the streets and alleys of Chungqing and soon arrived at a street in the north of the city. This place is surrounded by a large industrial area, and the roads are very wide. Because it is the weekend and it is drizzling, there are fewer people and cars on the road, so the area around the road seems relatively empty. A convoy of cars was driving quickly on the road and soon entered a relatively empty area. Although it was almost noon, the drizzle had indeed covered the land with a damp and depressing dark tone. There was a loud bang. Following the loud noise, the vehicle in front suddenly lost control and rolled over. Bang! Boom! After rolling over the road for at least 2 times, the vehicle ended up lying face up in the middle of the road, blocking the way. Soon, a lot of blood flowed out of the deformed door gap, and soon a large pool of blood formed. It seemed that the people in the car would not survive. Squeak! What happened? Seeing the accident of the car in front, the cars behind hurriedly braked, and soon the 3 cars behind stopped one after another. In the second car, the secretary sitting in the passenger's seat swayed slightly and immediately asked with alertness, "Squeak!" At the same time, 2 small trucks appeared behind the last car. When they approached the last car, they braked suddenly and quickly placed the vehicles across the middle, blocking the road behind them. The 2 drivers in the car jumped out of the cab in a hurry, ran to one side quickly, and soon disappeared into a ditch not far away. Other vehicles appeared from behind, and the road was blocked. The secretary heard the voice of the bodyguard in the car behind him through his intercom. He felt nervous. There were abnormalities both ahead and behind. It seemed that this was premeditated. He had to act decisively. He glanced at Professor Lee sitting in the back seat. At this moment, Professor Lee in the back seat had no expression and was still looking at the information in his hand. The secretary was silent for a moment, then suddenly shouted into the intercom, "The 3rd car, move forward and hit it. The 4th car, watch out for the situation behind." Ouch! After hearing the secretary's instructions, the driver of the 3rd car stepped on the accelerator with his right foot, adding full power. The car instantly accelerated, turned the steering wheel, bypassed the second car, and suddenly rushed forward. At the same time, the bodyguards in each car held their submachine guns tightly, ready to respond to possible attacks at any time. The 3rd car, with its thickened steel body, was like a roaring monster, slamming hard into the 1st car that was blocking the middle of the road. Boom! With a loud bang, the 1st car was knocked to the side, and the road appeared in front of them. The driver of the 3rd car was overjoyed when he saw it, and he stepped on the spur of the horse and galloped away first. Seeing that the way out was clear, the 2 cars behind quickly caught up, and the secretary in the second car breathe a sigh of relief. The way out is right in front of us. As long as we rush out, there will be a glimmer of hope. Just when everyone thought they had escaped an unsuccessful assassination attempt, an old man appeared in front of the road. He had short hair, a haggard face, and was wearing a black priest's robe. The driver of the car in front of us nervously picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "There's a priest ahead." The sounds around seemed to disappear all of a sudden. Hearing this, the secretary in the second car's heart started beating wildly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly shouted, "Run over it." Ouch! The driver of the car in front heard the order, gritted his teeth, and stepped on the horsepower. The steel monster instantly accelerated, rushed forward, and slammed into the priest in front. No matter how you look at it, the relationship between the iron monster and the priest's body is a huge suspense. If God says it cannot be done, then it will not be done. God says that anyone who disobeys me is lying and will be punished. Seeing the car in front suddenly crashing towards him, the priest did not react at all. He just stood there, silently looking at the oncoming car, muttering something to himself. Squeak! Schwa! Boom! The next moment, the car was about to hit the priest, but suddenly it braked suddenly, made a sharp turn, brushed past the priest, and crashed heavily into a big tree on the side of the road. With a loud bang, the front of the car hit the tree hard, the entire hood rolled up, and all the airbags in the car popped out. At this time, the driver and 3 other bodyguards in the car were unconscious due to the violent collision. Then, there were a few bang sounds and blood splattered on the driver and the other 3 people. The priest on the side slowly put down the silent pistol in his hand and looked at the 2 cars behind. Everyone, alert! The secretary in the second car had seen the accident of the car in front through the car window and also saw the priest not far ahead. The fear in his heart had reached its peak. The next moment, he suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, "Bang! Bang! Bang!" At this time, the bodyguards in the car behind got out one after another, and 4 of them, holding submachine guns, rushed forward. The bullets used in their submachine guns are special bullets designed to deal with mutants, and their killing power is astonishing. The 4 bodyguards raised their guns at the same time and fired all their bullets at the priest standing in the middle of the road. The bullets formed a terrifying picture in the air, making people's scalps tingle. The bullets penetrated the rain curtains and enveloped the priest in front of them. God says that when a gift comes, we should give back. At the moment the bullet flew, the priest had a thick book in his hand. He opened the first page and read a sentence aloud. The next moment, as if by magic, all the bullets approaching the priest stopped in the air. After staying in the air for about half a second, the bullets returned along the original route at lightning speed. Puff, puff, puff. There was a series of sounds of bullets hitting flesh, and blood kept oozing out of the 4 bodyguards' bodies. After a long silence, the 4 bodyguards fell down at the same time. The blood from the bodyguard's body quickly soaked the ground and appeared even brighter red in the rain. "Let's go." Looking at the priest approaching step by step, the secretary gritted his teeth and took an MP5 submachine gun in his hand. Ouch! Immediately afterwards, the driver put the car in reverse gear and stepped hard on the accelerator. The engine roared, releasing a powerful force, and the car fell backwards suddenly, knocking the car behind it back 3 or 4 meters. Then, the driver suddenly turned the steering wheel, driving the car to drift sideways. The next moment, the car was about to break through the guardrail next to it. As long as it rushed out, it might be possible to rush out and find a way to survive. But at this moment, a female voice suddenly came from the surroundings. Control. The female voice was shrill and had a strange tone, which made people feel irritated. As the female voice rang out, the car that was about to break out of the encirclement seemed to be entangled by countless spider webs for a moment, moving slower and slower. The previously unstoppable momentum was being forcibly restrained. Slowly, the car stopped moving. Only the engine was still roaring, but the car stood still. The secretary rushed to the window, looked out, and suddenly felt choked. It was discovered that the car seemed to be lifted slightly by a force, with all 4 wheels off the ground. So even though the engine was still roaring, it could not move forward. Now, its way of escape was completely blocked. And the most terrifying thing is that the secretary and the driver felt that a force broke through the car and acted directly on them, as if they were toys in the hands of a giant. Now the giant has had enough and is tightening his hands to squeeze the two toys in his hands. The faces of the secretary and the driver turned extremely strange, and blood oozed out of their mouths, eye sockets, nostrils, and ears, as if countless earthworms were crawling on their bodies. Soon, both of them lost their breath, and the secretary's eyes revealed a look of incomprehension. The middle-aged man in the back seat of the car remained silent during the attack and just sat there in silence. He knew very well how well he was doing in terms of security, and he also knew what it meant to be attacked in Chunching. Therefore, he was just quietly assessing what level of attack he was facing and what the opponent's purpose was. After thinking for a while, he took out a pistol from a hidden place in the back seat, checked the bullets, loaded the bullet, held the pistol in his right hand, and then continued to wait silently. At this time, the car had landed steadily on the ground. If it weren't for the bodies of the secretary and the driver in front, it would seem as if the attack just now was an illusion. Only the rain curtain fell to the ground, making a slight rustling sound. The humidity from the rain and the strong smell of blood mixed in with the humidity filled the carriage. Squeak! After waiting quietly for a long time, I heard footsteps approaching the car door and pulling it open forcefully. A man wearing a burgundy suit, with long hair and a smile on his face, leaned halfway in, smiled at the middle-aged man in a friendly manner, and said, "Hecko, Professor Lee. I'm sorry to meet you under such circumstances. I have always admired your research on the use of energy from other dimensions. Your talent can only be fully developed on a broader platform. For this reason, I have come here specifically to invite you to join us in this great cause. Now, I formally invite you to join Bluestone Cliff." Zhang Jingyi stretched his waist and rubbed his sore legs. He was really tired after walking all the way. Yesterday, after resting, his injuries were basically no longer serious. Although he was on the top of the mountain with a nice view and a knife, it was still uncomfortable to eat raw falcon meat all the time. After all, this falcon is the mother of little Eagle Daozi. It is not easy for her to carry little Eagle on her back to give her some food secretly, because little Eagle Daozi is so clingy. Zhang Jingyi felt that Daozi seemed to think of him as its mother. This speculation made him feel even worse. After all, he was a grandfather, so how could he be a mother? The injury from yesterday was no longer serious. He put the little eagle knife in his arms and slowly climbed down along the bulge on the edge of the cliff. He then trudged through a large piece of primeval forest, 1 foot in shallow water and 1 foot in deep water for a whole day. Finally, in the evening of that day, Zhang Jingyi stood on a high cliff and looked into the distance. He found a small town nestled at the bottom of the mountain. Looking down from the high cliff, the whole town was not small, with several straight streets in front and back. But the strange thing was that there was no one on the street, as if it was an empty town. But there are indeed reclaimed farmlands around the town, one after another, and there are green manors among the farmlands, indicating that there are indeed people living here. Standing on the high cliff and looking far into the town, I couldn't see any lights. Although it was getting dark late, it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky was getting dark. Logically, I should turn on the lights. The town seemed very close from the cliff, but the mountain road was rugged. When Zhang Jingyi arrived at the edge of the town, it was completely dark. Walking into the town along the road paved with large blue stones, there are many street lights on both sides of the main road, but most of them are not lit. The only few that are on are flashing click and click, as if the voltage is unstable. Tall and dense trees can be seen everywhere in the town. After entering the town, Zhang Jingyi didn't feel that this town was any different from the ones he had seen before. If there was any difference, it was that he didn't see a single person since he walked into the town, and the shops on both sides of the road seemed to have closed early. Is this a custom here? Rest early at night? Go to bed early and get up early to stay healthy. Boom, boom, boom. Hecko. Is anyone in there? Zhang Jingyi walked along the road paved with large blue stones and saw a shop on the side of the street with a plaque on it that read Tianjin Inn. He walked up and knocked on the door. In the dark night, Only a few street lights in the distance emitted faint light, and the surroundings were silent. The knocks on the door seemed to come from far away. They were particularly loud in the quiet night, and even scared Zhang Jingyi. After knocking on the door, Zhang Jingyi waited for a while, but found no movement in the inn. Zhang Jingyi put his ear against the door and listened carefully to the sounds inside. The inn was quiet, and there was no sound at all. Is there no one inside? Swish, swish. At this moment, a rustling sound was heard at the end of the road in the distance. Zhang Jingyi looked far away and found that in the shadows at the end of the road in the distance, there were hunched people. One by one, they appeared from the darkness. At a glance, there were at least dozens of them, standing in the distance, looking at him silently. They looked very strange. Their eyes seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, and also seemed to hide a kind of hunger. Sure enough, there is someone. Seeing someone appear, Zhang Jingyi's mood became better, and seeing so many people made him feel happy. Zhang Jingyi was just about to step forward to say hecko to these people and find a place to rest. It would be best if he had a phone so that he could contact Ellie. Squeak! What surprised Zhang Jingyi was that the door of the inn he had been knocking on opened, and a hand reached out, grabbing his arm and pulling him inside. The moment the door opened, Zhang Jingyi felt that the person inside had no ill intentions, so when the person inside pulled him, he did not resist. As soon as Zhang Jingyi entered, the door of the guest inn slammed shut, followed by a large bolt that locked the door. When I entered the inn, I saw a young man in his 20s sitting next to me. He had a flat head and regular features. He was wearing a large t-shirt and looked very thin. Just as Zhang Jingyi was about to speak, the young man put a finger on his lips to signal him. Although Zhang Jingyi didn't understand why he was forbidden to speak, he still followed the local customs and stood aside, watching the young man silently. The young man was lying on the door, as if listening to the sounds outside. At first, there were swish and swish sounds outside the door for a while, but soon, the sound gradually faded away. Hearing the footsteps slowly fading away, the young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to look at Zhang Jingyi with a look of resentment in his eyes, which made Zhang Jingyi puzzled. The young man pointed his finger at Zhang Jingyi in the air, then pointed at himself, and then made a walking gesture with his hand in the air. Zhang Jingyi understood it and nodded at the young man. When the young man saw that Zhang Jingyi understood his gesture, he nodded and led the way into the inn. Although Zhang Jingyi didn't understand what all this meant, he followed behind silently. When I entered the town, I always felt that everything was so weird. I wonder what happened here. I was so scared. They almost found me. The young man brought Zhang Jingyi to a 3-story building. As soon as he entered the lobby on the first floor, the young man's tense nerves seemed to finally relax, and he sat down directly on a chair in the house. Zhang Jingyi looked at everything here silently. This room seemed to be the lobby of an inn. Against the wall was a row of old-fashioned armchairs in a U shape, and in the middle was a tea table, which seemed to be a place for guests to drink tea and chat. On the other side of the hall is a bar with a landline on it and a computer behind it, which looks like the staff area. In the middle of the hall is a staircase leading directly to the second floor of the small building. At this moment, there are no lights on in the entire building, and everything is illuminated by the moonlight projected in from the window. Now, can you tell me what's going on? What's going on? Where are you from? It's very dangerous here at night. There are a lot of those things wandering around the streets. If I hadn't been kind enough to help you, you would probably have turned into one of these weird things like the people who died before. Zhang Jingyi became more and more confused as he listened. What was that thing? Could it be the person in the shadow he saw earlier? Because it was quite far away and it was dark, he could only vaguely see a few people standing in the shadows, but he couldn't see their specific appearance clearly. Aren't those people? What are those things that look like people? Brother, thank you for your kindness. I just paced by here. Something happened in the mountains a few days ago, and I was trapped. I finally got out of it. Can you lend me some clothes? I'll ask my friend to pay you back later. After hearing what Zhang Jingyi said, the young man looked him up and down and said, I was wondering why I had never seen you in town. You are really from another place. Come on. Who asked you to be so kind? I'll find you some clothes to change into. It's getting late. Have a good rest tonight. If you have any questions, We can talk after dawn. After that, the young man took the lead and walked to the second floor. He pushed open the door of a room on the second floor and said, "You can rest here tonight. I will bring you some food and clothes later. Don't go out at night, otherwise don't blame others if something happens." After saying this, the young man turned around and left the room, leaving Jean Jingyi alone. He looked around the room. It was very simple, just like an ordinary inn. It was not easy to find such an inn in this strange town deep in the mountains. As for the conditions, he couldn't ask for too much. After a while, the young man brought up a set of clothes and a bowl of noodles. Before leaving, he reminded me not to turn on the lights, not to go out, to go to bed early, and to talk again in the morning if I had any questions. The young man's expression was so serious that Jean Jingyi felt inexplicably nervous. Jean Jingyi closed the door, took out the little eagle daozi from his arms, fed it some meat strips he brought with him, opened the window, and the little eagle daozi spread its wings and flew out, finding a tall tree, where it stood to rest and also help stand guard. Jean Jingyi closed the window and finished his noodles. He had just arrived in this town and didn't plan to go out for a walk. What does it mean to adapt to local customs? It means to abide by the rules. Moreover, I've been in the mountains these days and have not slept well. Now that I finally have a bed, I can put everything else aside and focus on getting enough sleep. A gust of cold wind blew out from somewhere, giving Jean Jingyi goosebumps all over his body. When he woke up with a shiver, he suddenly realized that he was standing in the room. Shouldn't he be on the bed? He looked up and found that the mirror on the dressing table was opposite him. Jean Jingyi touched his nose. Wasn't he asleep? Why was he standing here again? Suddenly, he saw himself in the mirror starting to rot little by little, slowly turning into a corpse, but there was still a strange smile on his face, which made his scalp tingle. What the heck? Am I hallucinating? Or did something happen to me? The next moment, Jean Jingyi's pupils contracted. In his black pupils, a rotten hand was reflected, stretching out from the mirror, making his vision instantly dark. Ah! Jean Jingyi sat up with sweat all over his head. Seeing that he was still sitting on the bed, he wiped the sweat off his head and was surprised to find that what he had just done was just a dream. How long has it been since I had such a nightmare? Is this a sign of something? Jingle bells. At this moment, there seemed to be a ringing sound coming from a distance, interrupting Jean Jingyi's thoughts. Jean Jingyi's ears moved. Why were there bells ringing so late at night? Was something going to happen again? After putting on the clothes brought by the young man, she walked to the window, quietly opened the window a little, and looked out. The room he lived in was on the second floor of the small building, right next to the courtyard wall. He had seen it before going to bed. There seemed to be a big river outside the courtyard wall, because he could hear the sound of waves not far away in the room. The little eagle daozi was perched on a big tree near the river. As if sensing his breath, the little eagle not far from the window even cooed a few times. Ignoring the little eagle's call, a series of ringing sounds in the distance were getting closer and closer. With the help of the moonlight, Jean Jingyi seemed to see two figures in the distance. Someone's here! Jean Jingyi's eyes lit up, and when he was about to take a closer look, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There was a river outside. How come there are people on the river? Are they standing on a boat? It's dark so I can't see clearly. Moreover, although it was not very clear under the moonlight, it did not seem that the two figures were adults. More importantly, they seemed to be floating in mid-air rather than standing on the boat. In mid-air, there were two children, a boy and a girl, who looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. They both had their hair in pigtails, rosy little faces, and a pair of small fangs when they grinned. They looked pretty and cute. So strange? Did I encounter something unclean? Or do ghosts really exist in this world? But when Jean Jingyi took a closer look, he found their shadows on the calm lake's surface under the moonlight. There are shadows? Then they are not ghosts. Then who are these two boys? Jean Jingyi's pupils tightened, and he quickly called Little Eagle Daozi over. He held Little Eagle Daozi and closed the window, leaving only an inconspicuous gap. He crouched down, hiding himself as much as possible, and peered through the gap in the window. The two children, who looked like children, held flower baskets in their hands and had a pair of bells on their feet. As they walked, they took out a handful of white paper from the flower baskets and sprinkled it down. Zhaoka took a look and found that the white paper was actually paper money with square holes. In a blink of an eye, the entire lake was covered with white paper money. Under the strange moonlight, it looked indescribably weird. Two boys were scattering paper money in front, and from behind came the sounds of gongs and drums and a low-pitched flute. The music sounded fast, but it did give people a feeling of deadness. Zhang Jingyi had heard this kind of music before. It sounded like the funeral music played at home. Then, a square black sedan chair, carried by 4 strong men, appeared behind the 2 boys. Zhang Jingyi took a closer look and found that the 4 men looked very strong. But when he looked more carefully, he found that they had no facial features at all. Under the moonlight, their faces were white and clean as a piece of white paper. Zhang Jingyi glanced at the river surface beneath their feet, and sure enough, there was not only a suspended sedan chair, but also the shadows of 4 men. Soon, a band playing funeral music appeared behind them. The whole team was playing music, and it looked very lively. What on earth are these? They look like humans but not humans, and like ghosts but not ghosts. If they're ghosts, shouldn't they have no shadows? But it seems that they all have shadows. And if they all have shadows, doesn't that mean they're human beings and not ghosts? But how did they manage to walk on water? And why did they carry such a strange sedan chair? Especially late at night, the music sounded like funeral music. Could it be that someone in the town was having a funeral? Since you can't see the problem from a normal perspective, let's look at it from a different perspective. Zhang Jingyi lowered his head, turned on his mental vision, looked over there, and was shocked when he saw it. In his vision, the 2 children, a boy and a girl, were actually 2 life-size paper figures. On the 2 paper pale faces were 2 large patches of bright red blush, and the black eyes were lifeless. These 2 paper figures walking in the air look exactly like real people at first glance, with such lifelike expressions. If it weren't for their lifeless eyes, no one would believe that they were alive. The other strong men and the members of the band are also lifelike paper figures. No wonder there is a shadow. After all, paper figures are real objects, not invisible. But how can paper figures be like living people? A new type of spiritual monster? Or something else? Even if they were not ghosts, then these paper figures would be enough to scare people just by thinking about them on such a spooky night. In the middle of the night, there was a bunch of paper dolls, playing music and carrying a sedan chair. Just thinking about it made me feel creepy. What's in the sedan? Is it also a paper figure? The more Zhang Jingyi thought about it, the more curious he became. He really wanted to go forward and pull open the curtain of the sedan door to see what was inside. Looking at the group of people getting closer and closer, Zhang Jingyi slowly lay down, carefully holding his breath and curling up his legs slightly. A cold, murderous look flashed in his eyes from time to time, and he was ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. No matter what this thing is, if it dares to harass me, don't blame me for being rude. This town had a strange feel to it the moment he entered, making him feel particularly uncomfortable. 10:30 p.m., in a certain city, in a certain mysterious building, on the 10th floor. A spacious conference room with no lights on. A pitch-black night enveloped the entire room. Suddenly, projection equipment on the 4 walls of the conference room started to start up, and beams of light shot out, outlining one life-size figure after another in front of the long conference table. For a moment, it seemed as if the conference table was filled with people, both men and women, no less than 10 people. Except for the blurry faces, the rest of these figures look lifelike, as if they were real people. Everyone, the descent experiment we have been looking forward to has been successful, which means that the descent energy can be used by us at any time. Combined with the previous experiments on the 7 deadly sins, we already have the conditions to create a god. While Zhang Jingyi was staring at a group of strange paper people in a town, whose name he didn't know, a conference room that was used to not turning on the lights was filled with blurry projected figures sharing some information. The person responsible for sharing the information had an irrepressible excitement in his tone. Since the Qingxia experiment was successful, our investment has also paid off. Congratulations, everyone. From now on, you have become people who can harness the power of God. The person who shared the information could not conceal his excitement, and his voice was excited, as if he had seen a great victory. However, compared to him, the other people present were obviously much calmer. Isn't the hijacking of Chunching a bit reckless? Will it affect our plan? A slightly fat man with a calm voice crossed his arms and asked calmly, also, can the data of mutants or even gods created by the Advent energy pace the test? These will be our next mission. This is also the reason why we took the risk of hijacking Professor Lee. With his technical support, we can get the answer quickly. The person who reported this information calmed down a little and said, as for the stability of the mutants created by the energy of the Advent, it will be demonstrated in the action that will take place in the near future. As for higher safety and reliability, I think everyone can find the answer through the next actions. After these words were spoken, the people around the long table fell silent, as if they were thinking about something important. Soon, the projectors in the conference room went out one by one, and shadows disappeared one by one in the conference room. The conference room returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Seeing that it was dawn, Zhang Jingyi, who had not slept all night, stretched lazily. Looking at the equally listless little eagle beside the bed, his mood suddenly improved a lot. Last night, the group of paper figures seemed to just pace by and did not approach the courtyard. This made him, who was preparing for a big battle, nervous for nothing. Because he was worried about what would happen at night, he spent the whole night playing with the little eagle. Although Zhang Jingyi was not afraid of these paper figures, it was the first time he encountered such a strange situation. To be honest, he still didn't know how to deal with it. At this moment, he missed AI Li, Xiaolu, and Canalong a little. If the satellite phone hadn't been there, he might have solved the problem by contacting them last night. At least it would be good to have someone to discuss things with. Look at this little eagle dozy next to me. He is simply a foodie and can't do anything. I fed the little eagle some meat strips that I had with me, and then released it out of the window to let it learn to live independently. After all, I'm not its parent, so I cannot let it develop bad habits of being lazy and gluttonous. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Jingyi stood up and opened the door. Two young people, a man and a woman, were standing outside. The man was in his 20s, with a flat head, short stature, strong build, and a good physique. He looked powerful and strong. He was wearing a pair of flat cloth shoes and a white sports suit, with a flattering smile on his face. The woman was about the same age as the man, with delicate features and black straight hair. She was wearing skinny black jeans, a white t-shirt that showed her waist, and a pair of high boots. She had fair skin and a pair of sparkling black eyes, which made her look particularly energetic. The young man in front of me should be the one who pulled me in last night. Although it was a little dark at the time, my feelings should be correct. Although both of them had smiles on their faces, Zhang Jingyi always felt that there seemed to be a hint of worry and fear hidden behind their smiles. Looking at the young man's appearance, Zhang Jingyi felt that the young man seemed a little afraid of him, and he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he really couldn't remember where. Seeing Zhang Jingyi's slightly wrinkled brows, a cigarette with a filter was handed to Zhang Jingyi. He looked up in confusion. Why did this scene look familiar? He did not take the cigarette immediately, but looked at the young man with a puzzled look. After a while, Zhang Jingyi took the cigarette and turned back into the room. Pop! He had just sat down in a chair beside the round table when a lighter was extended in front of him. He held the cigarette over, lit it slowly, took a deep puff of smoke, and exhaled slowly. I haven't smoked during this time in the mountains, so it feels really good to smoke one. Zhang Jingyi suddenly remembered who this young man was. This was the young man who offered him a cigarette outside the Qingqing shopping mall. He remembered that there was an old man next to the young man at that time. Hearing Zhang Jingyi exclaim, "Ah," and then looking at him with a hint of understanding in his eyes, the young man knew that Zhang Jingyi must have remembered him. Master. Hearing this title, Zhang Jingyi raised his eyebrows. What kind of title is this? The next moment, Zhang Jingyi's heart moved. How could this young man recognize him? When I saved them, I was wearing a mask, so the young man couldn't see his face. But now I am obviously not wearing the same mask, and my clothes are different too. How can he recognize me? Do you know me? Zhang Jingyi pointed at his nose and asked tentatively, Master, Didn't you recognize me? I'm the person you saved in the Qingqing Yichun Mall. I actually recognized myself. But how is this possible? He looked at the young man with a puzzled look and asked, How can you recognize me? The young man looked a little embarrassed, as if he was embarrassed to say something, and began to stammer. This made Zhang Jingyi a little confused. Was this question so difficult to answer? Master, don't misunderstand Xiaoli. He was born with a dog's nose. He can remember the smell of anyone he has seen once and will never make a mistake. Last night, we didn't want to risk going out to rescue you. Xiaoli just wanted to go to the door to take a look, but he smelled your scent through the door and it felt very familiar. So he risked opening the door to rescue you. After rescuing the master, Xiaoli did not recognize him. After all, the master was wearing a mask, so he was offended by your words last night. But Xiaoli always felt that you were very familiar, until this morning when he suddenly remembered who you were, master. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. There are actually people with such supernatural powers. He is truly a talented person. No wonder he recognized me. This is good. It is also good to have someone who recognizes me in an unfamiliar environment. Plop! Boom! Master, I kowtow to you. You must save my master. Seeing the look in Zhang Jingyi's eyes when he was looking at him, the young man suddenly knelt in front of Zhang Jingyi and kowtowed to him obediently, from confusion at the beginning to sudden realization now. He kowtowed so much that his forehead turned red. Just from this, we could see that this young man was really sincere. But this scared Zhang Jingyi. What was going on? What was the custom here? As soon as they meet, they call each other master and kowtow to each other if they disagree. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't just kneel down. A man has gold under his knees. Zhang Jingyi raised his right hand, and a spiritual force gently lifted the young man up. The young man only felt a force lifting him up. Although this force was gentle, it was indeed not to be resisted. This action made the young man and the girl look happy, and it seemed that the worry on their faces also faded a lot. Tell me what's going on. The young man hesitated, glanced at the girl, and after seeming to get a hint of affirmation from the girl's eyes, the young man said, Master, this is what happened. My name is Lu Li. The person I was with last time was my master Wang Hai. After Qingqing encountered that incident last time, my master said that we couldn't stay in Qingqing anymore, so we came back here. I originally wanted to take my master's daughter, Wang Bingyan, with me to go to other places to seek refuge with relatives. At this point, the young man pointed at the girl, and Zhang Jingyi nodded, indicating that he understood. The young man continued, I didn't expect that when I came here, I heard from my senior sister that a lot of strange things have happened in the town of Misty Ridge where she lives in the past 6 months. Just the day before yesterday morning, her boss, who is also the boss of this inn, went out for business and never came back. That evening, my master and I happened to be here and heard about this. Because the inn owner usually takes good care of my sister, and my master and I are also some kung fu experts, we went out with some people in the town to look for her that night. Result: at this point, the young man's face showed a look of horror, as if what happened that day made him very scared. Before we even left the town that day, we met many strange-looking people, as if they look just like paper figures, but they have flesh and blood. After encountering us, those paper figures seemed to be possessed by demons, and suddenly became ferocious and terrifying. At the time, there were 10 of us in total, 2 were killed and 6 were captured. If it weren't for my master's desperate efforts to protect me, I would have no chance of running back. Having said this, Lu Li squatted on the ground, holding his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. Master, in fact, in the past 6 months, the streets of the town have become very unsafe at night. There are often some strange creatures roaming the streets. In the middle of the night, someone saw a team of paper figures beating gongs and drums and carrying a black sedan chair. The strangest thing is that when I first saw these paper figures, they were clearly paper figures, but each one was made so lifelike that it looked like a real person. At first, some people saw this strange team of paper dolls and were afraid that if they made a noise, they would startle the paper dolls and kill them. But as long as you hide quietly, the paper dolls will not hurt others. After a while, people in our town got used to it. As soon as it got dark, Every household locked their doors and windows and refused to go out. If they really had to go out, they would go in groups. But something even stranger happened. 1 month after the first appearance of this team of paper figures, someone saw this team again. The strange thing is that these paper figures are becoming more and more human, and even flesh and blood appear on their bodies. So far, they have completely transformed into human-like appearances. If you are not a native resident of the town, you will think they are real people. You can't tell at all that they are just paper figures. As the girl Wang Bingyan spoke, the fear on her face became more and more intense, and even Zhang Jingyi could feel the girl's fear. That night, my father and his friends were not supposed to go look for the boss, but my father insisted that a righteous man should not be afraid of his own shadow. He was afraid that the boss might be in danger, so he mobilized some townspeople to go out of town to look for the boss. Result: after hearing the whole story, Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed that the team he saw last night was the paper mannequin team that the two people were talking about. Can a paper figure be transformed into a real person with flesh and blood? How is this possible? Are they evolving? But judging from the girl's expression and the logic of her words, it seems that this is what really happened. So what factors led to the evolution of these paper figures? Temporary command center outside the Crescent Federation Mountain City. Ellie has been in a very bad temper recently. Even the analysts who have followed her for several years were scolded and made to cry over trivial matters. Now everyone in the temporary command center knows that there is a big shot from the headquarters of the 502 Institute with a very strange temper. As long as there is a little disagreement, she will let you know why the flowers are so red. Ellie, who had just vented her anger, sat at a table with a flushed face, obviously still angry. Several analysts in the distance were buried in their computers and did not even have the courage to look at Ellie. Everyone actually knows that due to the disappearance of the War King, Team Leader AI is under tremendous pressure. She has received several calls from the 502nd Institute headquarters, most of which were questioning her why she sent Zhang Wang alone to carry out such a dangerous mission. Now Ellie is in a state of bitterness, unable to express her pain. She only arranged Zhang Jingyi and Songlong to carry out an ordinary reinforcement mission and did not assign him any tasks that must be completed, but plans never change quickly. She never imagined that a simple reinforcement mission would end up like this. It has been almost 10 days since Li Zhang Jingyi disappeared, and until now, no one has found him, alive or dead. Suppose he is dead, but his body cannot be found. If he was still alive, why hadn't he contacted her in almost 10 days? Or is he trapped somewhere? Now Ellie felt like a bug caught in a spider web, unable to move. Jingle bells. The satellite phone on the table made a call, but Ellie didn't even look at it. She guessed it was another call from the people from the research group of Institute 502. In the past few days, she has answered Li Waning's consultation calls 3 times. You were relieved at first, but now you don't dare to answer the phone because she doesn't know how to reply after picking up the phone. It can be seen that as Zhang Jingyi's disappearance time prolonged, she became less confident in the assumption that Zhang Jingyi was still alive. Bang! The door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open and Candle Long staggered in. Ellie was distracted and was startled by Candle Dragon's move. Her brows jumped and the suppressed anger surged in her heart. It was a good choice to find someone to vent her anger on. Seeing that Ellie's eyes seemed to be sparkling, Candle Dragon subconsciously shrank his head, quickly raised the phone in his hand, and shouted loudly, "War King's phone call." Cokes! Zhulong's words made everyone in the conference room seem to explode. For a moment, the whole conference room seemed to have turned into a vegetable market. The chaotic chatter made the whole conference room noisy and uneasy. Silent. At this moment, a loud roar like a thunderclap made everyone's ears buzz, but the noisy and chaotic scene became surprisingly quiet. Ellie snatched the phone from Candle Dragon's hand, took it in her hand, calmed down, and said in her usual cold voice, "War King, is that you? I'm Ellie, reporting your situation." Zhang Jingyi was standing at the bar on the first floor. As the town was located deep in the mountains, there was almost no signal for mobile phones, so external communication basically relied on landlines. Picking up the phone, Zhang Jingyi of course called his leader first, but strangely, Although the call was successful, there was only a dead tone on the phone. It seemed that the other party was not near the satellite phone, and no one answered the phone. Although it feels a bit strange, but considering that the leader is responsible for so many tasks, he must be very busy, so I guess he is in a meeting. After hanging up the unanswered call, Zhang Jingyi stood at the bar and thought for a while, then dialed Candlelong's satellite phone. Hecko, who is this? Candle Dragon. I am the War King. Boom. Ouch. Warlord, don't hang up the phone. Wait a moment. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Jingyi had just said a few words when he heard a loud noise coming from the other side, as if the Candle Dragon fell from somewhere and screamed, but quickly spoke to him again. Then he heard the sound of frantic running. Bang! Zhang Jingyi moved the phone slightly away from his ear. Why is this Candle Dragon so irritable? Why did I hear the sound of a door being pushed open again from the other end of the phone? What on earth was this unreliable Candle Dragon doing? Soon, the other end of the phone seemed to have arrived at a vegetable market, with bursts of noisy and uneasy sounds coming from inside, making Zhang Jingyi deeply doubt whether Zhulong was playing a prank on him. Just when Zhang Jingyi was considering whether to hang up the phone, he suddenly heard a roar from Ellie on the other end of the phone. Zhang Jingyi quickly put his ear close to the phone and listened carefully to the voice on the other end, fearing that he would miss any information. Sure enough, the next moment, a cold voice came from the phone. War King, is that you? This is Ellie, reporting your situation. Zhang Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief. It was the voice of team leader Ellie. He finally contacted the organization. It turned out that the leader was more reliable than Candlelong. Captain AI, it's me. I'm the War King, I'm fine. Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up right away. Hearing the War King's voice, Ellie breathed a sigh of relief. It was really great. She finally knew that he was okay. She asked quickly. Then, Ellie seemed to hear Zhang Jingyi and another male voice asking something on the other end of the phone. Soon, Zhang Jingyi's voice was heard again. I am in a small town called Misty Ridge in Ningxing, northwest of the Federation. After he finished speaking, Zhang Jingyi suddenly realized that there was silence on the other side. Puzzled, he put the phone away, then moved it closer to him, and listened carefully to the sound inside the phone, wondering if the call was disconnected. After a while, he vaguely heard what the other party seemed to be discussing. Because they seemed to be covering the microphone, he could only vaguely hear words such as Misty Ridge, curse, abandonment, paper man, and queen. Hearing these words, Zhang Jingyi, who was eavesdropping, looked confused and had no idea what was going on. Why did Ellie act as if she was facing a powerful enemy as soon as I mentioned the name of this place? What was there about this place that he didn't know? War King, remember when I told you about the Crescent Federation's 10 most dangerous places? Ellie's voice came from the phone. When she mentioned the 10 most dangerous places in the Federation, Zhang Jingyi's mind immediately emerged with the words that Ellie had once said to him. In the past 15 years, due to the advent of the other dimensional world, the ferocious beasts and strange creatures that descended from the other dimensional world, some of which are very powerful, have settled in some places in the Federation, leading to some regional strange events. These areas are called the 10 Jedi. The Misty Ridge where you are now is one of them. The 502 Institute once sent people in to investigate and found that the danger here is not serious. It will not actively pollute or harm the humans in it. On the contrary, humans and the monsters in it can live in peace. In order to avoid triggering more serious consequences, the federal government has not carried out a cleanup. The 10 great desolate places are also known as the abandoned cursed lands in the Federation's records. The weird creatures in Misty Ridge are very strange creatures, somewhat similar to the paper figures that the Federation makes for their deceased relatives. The area of Misty Ridge where these strange paper figures are found is called the Paper Figure World. According to previous investigations, if you enter the world of paper people in Misty Ridge for more than 20 days, your flesh and blood will turn into paper, and you will eventually become a member of the paper world. The strangest thing is that although the town of Misty Ridge is located on the edge of the Paper Man world, the residents of the town have not been homogenized. The Federation suspects that this is intentional by the Paper Man world, perhaps as a kind of goodwill towards the Crescent Federation. According to previous investigations, the first thing that descended with the other dimensional world was a black sedan. No one knows what is inside the black sedan. Initially, 3 waves of investigators were sent into the Paperman world, but only one person from the third wave came out alive and mentioned the words Paperman Queen. But soon after that person submitted his investigation report. This investigator turned into a Paperman in the hospital without any signs. Even though Mr. Lee and many professors in the research team conducted in-depth research, there were no results. They only said that this was a strange energy that did not exist in the Crescent Federation. I suspect that this kind of power is a very strange and powerful force even in the other dimension. I suggest you not to delay any longer and leave Misty Ridge as soon as possible. Head southwest. I will arrange for someone to wait for you there. Misty Ridge is very dangerous. Don't delay. Ellie's series of words gave him too much information in one breath. From her words, Zhang Jingyi felt Ellie's care and love for him. He knew that everything Ellie said was for his own good, for fear that he would get impulsive and get involved, which would put his own life in jeopardy. But what Ellie didn't know was that Zhang Jingyi himself had a feeling that his arrival was not accidental. It was as if there was an invisible force guiding me here, to Misty Ridge. For him, since fate has chosen him, how can he live up to fate's choice? Let him see whether it is fate that controls him, or he controls fate. War King, why are you silent? What are you thinking about? Do you want to bypass me and explore the world of paper dolls on your own again? Just when Zhang Jingyi was in a daze, a cold voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts, and he realized that he was still on the phone with team leader Ellie. Now that the leaders know my feelings, how can I still lie? Yes, someone here was captured by the Paperman, and I can't just ignore it. Ellie was silent on the phone for a long time. This cold and silent atmosphere made Zhang Jingyi, who was usually not nervous, dare not breathe. He just felt that the other end of the phone seemed to be brewing a storm. Okay, I'll send someone to support you. Just treat this as an investigation of the Jedi. You must wait for the people I arranged to arrive and set out together. You will also need equipment. Do you understand? After a long time, Ellie's voice came from the phone. As her voice came, the atmosphere seemed to break the ice and immediately became much more relaxed. Zhang Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief. He thought his leader was going to get angry just now, but in the end he agreed to his action. He was truly a good leader who knew how to respect his subordinates. Master, are we just going to wait like this? In the hotel lobby, Lu Li was turning around like an ant on a hot pot. And finally, he couldn't hold it anymore. My master has been missing for over a day. If we continue to wait like this... He turned his head to look at Wang Bingyan in the distance and lowered his voice to ask Zhang Jingyi, Master, tell me, could it be that my master is already dead? We'll know when we go there tonight. Zhang Jingyi had already made a cup of free tea in the inn and sat down on a high-end armchair in the lobby. He held the cup in both hands, and his face looked very calm. The conversation with Ellie just now, including the analysis and investigation report on the 10 most dangerous places, seemed to have no effect on him. Hearing Lu Li's words at this time, he seemed to have just reacted and responded to him in a friendly manner. My master. Lu Li looked at Zhang Jingyi with a strange look in his eyes. Master, are you going to go out to find my master at night? Those paper figures will come out at night. It's really dangerous. Slightly. Zhang Jingyi took a sip and said, First, we don't know where to look for him now. Second, we still need to wait for my support to arrive. So what we need to do now is to wait. Hey, this. After hearing these words, Lu Li hurriedly walked back and forth on the ground for several circles, as if he had finally made up his mind. He said in a firm tone, Master treats me like a family member. Tonight, I will go with you. But do we need to prepare something? Black dog blood? Boy's urine? Why prepare all this mess? Zhang Jingyi looked calm and said, Have you watched too many Hong Kong and Taiwan ghost movies? This. Lu Li looked at Zhang Jingyi cautiously and said, So what should we prepare? You just need to wait patiently. For other issues, trust the organization. I forgot to tell you that there is a huge organization behind me. Zhang Jingyi smiled as he drank his tea. We represent the Crescent Union government. Ha! Hearing this, Lu Li slapped his thigh vigorously and said, "Now I know the master is still amazing." He paused, then turned back to look at his senior sister Wang Bingyan, and said in a low voice, "Master, the action tonight must be kept secret from my senior sister. Otherwise, I'm afraid she will insist on going. It's really dangerous outside. Slippery." Zhang Jingyi took another sip of tea slowly, with a slight smile on his face. "It's great that you have this intention. It's great that your master has a disciple like you." Lu Li seemed particularly happy to hear Zhang Jingyi's praise. He walked back and forth for a few steps, then looked at Zhang Jingyi again with a strange look in his eyes. "Master, why do you really not seem to be worried?" "Why worry?" Zhang Jingyi said naturally. "Even if they are paper figures, they should be reasonable. We are not going to do anything. We can discuss it together. Isn't it good to get along with each other in a friendly manner? Besides," he blew on the tea in the cup and said slowly, "if it really disagrees, then let's see who is more powerful." This? Lu Li was shocked by Zhang Jingyi's words. Was he so domineering? He looked at Zhang Jingyi deeply, as if trying to tell whether he was telling the truth or a lie. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi's face was calm, and there seemed to be no trace of crazy talk. To him, it was just a simple statement of fact, and there was no need to tell lies. Zhang Jingyi thought for a while, then slowly said, "However, this time, in addition to rescuing your master, I also have my own mission." Lu Li's face suddenly turned into surprise. Zhang Jingyi's reaction was so strange that he felt something was wrong. Suddenly, he seemed to have guessed something, and said in astonishment, "Master, you don't want to go deeper into the world of paper dolls, do you?" "How come?" Zhang Jingyi held the teacup in both hands and leaned back, as if his whole body sank into the chair. Then, he said calmly, "I just want to investigate the world of paper dolls and write a report later." "Report?" Lu Li clearly showed a confused expression. Why did he feel like he and the master were not on the same wavelength? Zhang Jingyi seemed very calm, with the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. "The first time I heard about the 10 wasted places from my leader, I was particularly curious about what kind of weird or ferocious beast could occupy a place that even the federal government couldn't conquer, and it became a wasted place. Originally, I didn't want to get involved so early, but this time, by chance, I happened to come to the world of paper dolls. Since I was invited here, I should not let down the kindness of the host here. It is extremely impolite not to be a guest when the host invites you." Swish! Looking at Zhang Jingyi's extremely calm face, it was slowly being affected by the hot steam rising from the teacup, and it looked a little hazy. So Lu Li couldn't see clearly whether Zhang Jingyi had a sinister smile on his face at this moment, or whether his expression was distorted by the influence of water vapor. Lu Li felt as if the temperature in the entire hall had dropped, and the master's few words sounded very ordinary. But when he thought about it carefully, his whole scalp went numb. "This?" After a long while, Lu Li asked cautiously, "What if the owner is not very friendly?" Hearing this, Zhang Jingyi raised his head and said with a kind smile through the mist of tea, "Then teach him what is friendly hospitality." Lu Li's body felt stiff for a moment. He had just heard a strong and determined emotion from Zhang Jingyi's relatively calm words, an emotion that was determined to destroy something at all costs. No wonder when he and his senior sister told the master about the weirdness of this town in the morning. On the surface, the master didn't seem to have any special reaction, as if he was silent about it all. Now it seems that the master is not without reaction, but is holding back his energy. Once he unleashes this energy, suddenly, Lu Li shuddered, as if he had returned to the day at Yichun shopping mall. The master that I saw looked like a ghost, but it turned out that the master at that time was the real him. Thinking of this, he seemed to have a little anticipation for tonight's action. Knock, knock. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door of the inn. Could it be that the team members from Institute 502 have arrived? So quickly? Zhang Jingyi glanced at Lu Li and pursed his lips towards the door, motioning him to open it. Soon, as Lu Li went to open the door, a sound of footsteps came from the direction of the gate. Judging from the sound, there were 2 people in front and behind. One should be Lu Li, and the other should be the person knocking on the door. Zhang Jingyi sat on the chair, looking at the door curiously. He was not sure whether the person was from Institute 502 nor did he know what expression he should show. If he were just a resident of the town, he would be a tourist and could sit still. If they are teammates from Institute 502, then after confirmation, it seems that it's not too late to be enthusiastic. After all, you are not familiar with them. The first person to step through the threshold was Lu Li, and there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Zhang Jingyi was a little confused. Why did he look like that? Who was this person? Why did he feel so confused? Then a person came in, and Zhang Jingyi's eyes widened immediately, and he was a little stunned. Black leather shoes with small high heels, green trousers, a lilac top, curly hair, and a kind face. Annie. What's happening? Is this my new teammate? Did I come to the right place? Mom, this outfit. Shouldn't we go to the town square and do a happy square dance to the music? A little battle, huh? I'm your Aunt Wu. Xiao AI asked me to come find you. As soon as she entered the room, the gorgeously dressed aunt glanced at the two people in the room and stretched out her hand directly towards Zhang Jingyi. Xiao Ai. Zhang Jingyi's eyes were full of doubts. Ellie? Could this really be his new team member? Holding Zhang Jingyi's hand and shaking it back and forth for a few times, the old lady directly pinched Zhang Jingyi's strong arm with one hand and said with a smile, "Wow, such strong muscles, really a good boy. Do you have a girlfriend? Do you want Aunt Wu to introduce one to you?" Suddenly, Zhang Jingyi felt like he was being urged to get married by his family members. Looking at the lady in front of him who called herself Aunt Wu, Zhang Jingyi suddenly had a bad feeling. At this time, Lu Li pushed a motorcycle into the yard, which seemed to be Aunt Wu's means of transportation. This motorcycle is very unusual at first glance, with a silver-colored, slightly low body, thick and sturdy tires, and an exposed engine that looks a bit weird, like a monster skeleton. Did you come here on a motorcycle? Seeing this peculiarly shaped and imposing motorcycle, Zhang Jingyi asked in surprise. Yes, there are mountains all around here. In order not to alarm the paper man, we can't just take a helicopter here. This motorcycle was modified by me. The body was reinforced, the mobility was improved, and it was equipped with a voice alarm and rescue positioning system. I even added 2 weapon systems to the back of the motorcycle. I'll show them to you when I have a chance. Looking at Aunt Wu's dress, Zhang Jingyi's first reaction was that she was a housewife. He didn't expect that she had this side. After much difficulty, he managed to appease Aunt Wu's desire to introduce him to someone, and asked Wang Bingyan to accompany Aunt Wu. When she saw a beautiful girl, her attention was drawn to her. Finally getting rid of Aunt Wu's entanglement, Zhang Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the satellite phone Aunt Wu brought him, and called AI Li. How is it, Warlord? The new team members I arranged for you are good, right? The phone was connected, and AI Li's cold voice was heard. Zhang Jingyi always felt there was a sense of laughter behind the voice. Are you serious about this? Aunt Wu, is she really capable of doing this? Don't think I was sent here randomly. Aunt Wu is a stable second-stage dream mutant. All previous investigations on the world of paper dolls were completed by her. Hearing AI Li's affirmative and persistent voice, Zhang Jingyi felt relieved. He made the call just to confirm, because after all, according to Lu Li and Wang Bingyan, the paperman world is very dangerous. He was worried whether Aunt Wu could really help him if he encountered such danger. Is this how you plan to go? It was getting dark. Zhang Jingyi and Lu Li quietly came to the lobby of the inn. Suddenly, a sound came from a shadow in the lobby. Both Zhang Jingyi and Lu Li were startled and looked towards the shadow. Only 2 people walked out slowly from the shadows. One was Wang Bingyan, and the other was Aunt Wu. Zhang Jingyi and Lu Li looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. After Zhang Jingyi and AI Li talked on the phone, he thought about it and still felt that Aunt Wu was not very reliable. Especially leaving Wang Bingyan alone in the inn would be bad if something happened. So he planned to let Aunt Wu stay here so that she could be his backup and protect Wang Bingyan at the same time. He believed that no matter how strange the paper man was, he had enough strength to deal with it, especially when Aunt Wu came in the afternoon and brought a full set of equipment. A specially made Tang sword, with a total length of about 70 to 80 centimeters, a blade length of 50 to 60 centimeters, and a thickness of about 6 to 8 millimeters. It is forged from special steel. The handle is wider at both ends and slightly thinner in the middle, making it convenient to hold with one hand. It has always been Zhang Jingyi's favorite. The M9 pistol has a grip made of aluminum alloy, a double-row magazine with a capacity of 15 rounds, a gun length of 217 millimeters, an initial velocity of 375 meters per second, and an effective range of 50 meters. The gun has high shooting accuracy and can adapt to various complex environments. He fixed the Tang Dao on his back, checked the pistol bullets, and inserted the pistol into the gun bag at his waist. After he was ready, he glanced at Lu Li beside him, hesitated, and asked, "Can you use a gun?" Lu Li was startled when he heard this, and shook his head quickly. He raised the axe in his hand and said, No, I'll just use this one." Seeing Lu Li's determination, Zhang Jingyi said nothing more. He brought Lu Li with him because he wanted to use his dog nose to find the person he was looking for smoothly. Without notifying Aunt Wu and Wang Bingyan, the two of them quietly closed the door and walked up the stairs to the lobby on the first floor. As a result, they were blocked in the lobby on the first floor. Aunt Wu came over, looked at the two people in front of her, and said, "What? You don't plan to take us with you?" Then he laughed and said, "Don't worry, I don't have to go with you. I just feel a little sorry for you." These two people were stunned. After all, I have entered the paper doll world 3 times, so I am relatively familiar with everything here. If I were here, a lot of trouble could be saved. If I weren't here, just take your time maybe. By this time next year, you'll be ready to pay respect to your master. Lu Li's expression suddenly became dull, and the next moment, as if he realized something, he looked at Zhang Jingyi expectantly, with the expectation in his eyes already sparkling. Zhang Jingyi spread his hands and said, "Then let's go together, but does Wang Bingyan want to come too? Since it's not safe here either, let's go together, so we can take care of him together." Okay. Seeing this situation, Zhang Jingyi had no choice but to compromise. In fact, he trusted Ellie's vision more. Hearing this, Aunt Wu smiled with satisfaction and said, "That's a good boy. When are you going to leave?" Zhang Jingyi glanced at Lu Li and Wang Bingyan and said, "I hope it will be as soon as possible." "Okay then." Aunt Wu stood up, took out 2 black backpacks from the shadows, threw them on the table beside her, and said, "We'll leave in 10 minutes. Zhang Jingyi and Lu Li both raised their heads suddenly. "Are they all ready?" Aunt Wu glanced at the two of them, then suddenly smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you still standing there? Come and see if it fits you." Wow! The two of them reacted immediately and hurriedly stood up and took the backpacks. I opened the backpack and found a black suit inside. The style was quite new, and I couldn't tell what it was made of. It looked like cloth or leather. It felt very smooth and soft to the touch. The backpack contains not only this set of clothes, but also corresponding boots, a mask, goggles, etc. Zhang Jingyi and Lu Li looked at each other. Why did this set of equipment look like a good set for thieves? Of course, I was definitely not going to be a thief. I was clearly going to save people. While Zhang Jingyi was looking at the clothes, Aunt Wu had already taken Wang Bingyan to wait outside the door. Lu Li also walked over without saying a word, silently took a backpack, took out the combat clothes inside, and put them on his head one by one. Zhang Jingyi looked at him silently, still feeling a little reluctant, and whispered, "Actually, you don't have to go. You can stay here with your senior sister." "No," Lu Li said firmly. "I believe in you, master. My master must be alive. I want to see him as soon as possible." Zhang Jingyi was a little surprised when he heard this and asked, "Why do you believe so firmly that your master is still alive?" "No." Lu Li still looked determined, looked at Zhang Jingyi, and said, "I believe that the master will definitely let my master live." He was so confident in himself. Zhang Jingyi was a little surprised. After thinking for a while, he said, "I will try my best. Is your master that important to you?" "Of course there is." Lu Li frowned and looked at Zhang Jingyi. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "Master, do you know? This time, Master plans to marry senior sister to me. You have seen my senior sister. She is such a beautiful girl. If you don't save Master, I will be at a loss without Master's help. You think I don't know that going there means taking risks, but I will seize every opportunity to fight for my future happiness." Only by rescuing my master can I have the best chance of getting this happiness. For this, isn't it worth risking my life once? Well, it seems to make sense. After listening to it, Zhang Jingyi didn't know how to respond. He was stunned for a moment before asking, "Does your senior sister know?" The key is that we don't know. That's why we must rescue the master, Lu Li said with a tangled and distressed look on his face. Master, you have to keep this a secret from me. I don't want my sister to know that I have some selfish motives involved. In fact, Master has always treated me like his own son. Even if senior sister hadn't happened, I would have tried my best to save him. At this point, Zhang Jingyi completely understood Lu Li's motivation for saving his master. That's right, everything needs a little motivation, and maybe this is what motivates him. After all, the power of love is great. Within 3 minutes, the two men changed into combat uniforms, put on ordinary clothes on the outside, and then came out carrying backpacks. Aunt Wu was standing against the wall in the yard, holding a long cigarette between her fingers. The dim moonlight in the yard shone on her, making her look a little mysterious. "Let's go." When she saw Zhang Jingyi and the other person coming out, she threw the cigarette but into the cigar tray on top of the trash can and said something in a low voice. While she was whispering, the door of a room next door opened and Wang Bingyan walked out, having also changed into the same black clothes as them. TSK. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi put his fingers to his mouth, and a sharp whistle spread all around. Wang Bingyan, who had just walked out, was startled and looked at Zhang Jingyi with a blush on her face. Aunt Wu on the side had a very satisfied look on her face, as if she was seeing her silly son finally grow up and know how to flirt with pretty girls. Lu Li, who was following behind Zhang Jingyi, had a surprised look on his face, looking back and forth between Zhang Jingyi and Wang Bingyan. Seeing everyone's expressions, Zhang Jingyi quickly pointed at the little eagle knife that was flying towards him with its wings flickering, and explained, "I can't just leave it here by itself, so I summoned it and brought it with me." Upon hearing this, everyone showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Lu Li's expression relaxed a lot, but Wang Bingyan's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment, but it quickly disappeared. The door opened, and everyone followed Aunt Wu out of the inn. What surprised Zhang Jingyi was that Aunt Wu did not lead everyone out of the town, but instead walked along the road outside the inn towards the center of the town. This world of paper figures is actually not outside the town, but on the back hill of this town. When the other dimension world first descended, a group of strange paper figures descended here. Fortunately, these paper figures do not seem to have the intention to kill. After they descended, they stayed quietly in the back mountain and did not go out for many years. It was only in the past 6 months that paper figures began to roam the town and its surroundings, and as they roamed, many tourists and locals went missing. After many investigations, I found that the missing persons were taken to the back mountain. It seemed that the paper people were performing some kind of ritual, but the details were unknown. Among the 10 most dangerous places in the Federation, the world of paper people is relatively peaceful and poses very little danger. Therefore, the Federation government does not want to rashly go to war with the paper people here before it is absolutely certain. So the federal government closed off the surrounding area, banned tourists from entering, and tried to relocate locals out of the area. As of now, the population in the area is very small. After hearing what Aunt Wu said, Zhang Jingyi had a better understanding of the Paperman world. It seemed that this Paperman world had no intention of becoming an enemy of the Crescent Federation. So what is the reason for the massive expansion and the constant disappearance of town residents? Is it because of the ritual that Aunt Wu mentioned? What is that ritual? What is it used for? After nightfall, there was no one on the streets of the town. There were not many residents in the town to begin with, and some people had gone missing a few days ago. The remaining people were probably hiding. Seeing Aunt Wu still wearing the bright clothes, Zhang Jingyi wondered if she didn't need to change her clothes. As if she saw his confusion, Aunt Wu smiled and said nothing. She led the way outside. As she walked, Zhang Jingyi felt a wave flash in the air. Looking at Aunt Wu in front of him, her gorgeous old lady dress had turned into the same black dress as theirs, which stunned Zhang Jingyi. Compared with the dwarf magician, Aunt Wu looks more like a magician. Is this a magic trick? I'm a dream-type person. I can distort the senses of people within a certain range, so you don't need to worry about me." Zhang Jingyi smiled and became more confident about rescuing people this time. It seemed that the leader was still very reliable. At least his vision in selecting people is not bad. After leaving the inn, Aunt Wu led the way, leading everyone along the bluestone road towards the back of the town. Looking ahead, I discovered that the entire city had an indescribable eerie atmosphere. Perhaps because it was dark and a little cloudy, the sky seemed very low, as if it was hanging over the town. This town is not small. As you walk into the town, you will slowly see dilapidated old houses. Like forgotten toys, they stand alone on the edge of the town, silently getting older and older with the erosion of time. The whole town is very green, with many tall trees on both sides of the town streets. These trees stand straight and tall, blocking out the sky and seem to cover every deep corner here. As they walked, the noise seemed to wake the birds in the trees, and from time to time a bird would fly up and circle over the town. Okay, from now on, we may run into something like that at any time, so just follow me obediently. Remember, we should not startle these things if we can. I will help you hide. Remember, no matter what you see, don't panic." Aunt Wu said something to the four of them, and Zhang Jingyi clearly felt that an abnormal mental force seemed to be distorting the air around them. This should be Aunt Wu's ability. She distorts the mental power around her, making the four people invisible so that other things cannot see them. "Master, it's so big. Where do you think we should start looking for it?" "Master, who is more powerful between you and Aunt Wu?" "Master, if we encounter danger, should my sister and I run away first? Or should we help you?" "Master, you are such a powerful person. Can I learn from you?" "Shut up." Since he came out and walked on the streets of the town, Lu Li has been chattering nonstop, causing Zhang Jingyi and Aunt Wu to shout at the same time. "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Perhaps he felt that what he said just now was a little too serious. Zhang Jingyi said with a smile, then glanced at Wang Bingyan and said, "And your senior sister." They walked through a low area of abandoned houses and along the dilapidated path. As they went deeper and deeper, they slowly reached the center of the town. As he walked, Zhang Jingyi looked around the town. It was similar to other mountain towns, with many dilapidated and empty houses. At night, it gave people a dark and depressing feeling. Human gathering places are man-made. Once they become dilapidated, they will appear particularly empty, and this emptiness will give people a strong sense of fear. Moreover, people always seem to be afraid of the things they create. It wasn't like this before. Misty Town was a famous tourist spot a few years ago, but since the advent of the other dimension, tourists have stopped coming and most people here have moved away. Only a few old people like the inn owner have insisted on staying. If I hadn't been following my boss for the past few years and didn't want to leave him, I would have left here a long time ago. Wang Bingyan muttered to herself as she walked, and from her words, one could feel a hint of affection for the town. After pacing through 2 streets filled with broken copper and iron, they saw some different shadows vaguely appearing in front of them. Several people stood in a dark corner in silence. Slowly, several dim figures paced by in a crooked manner. Zhang Jingyi and Aunt Wu looked at each other and seemed to see surprise in their eyes. Lu Li walked forward, as if preparing to go over and find out what was going on. Zhang Jingyi grabbed him and said coldly, "Be careful, they are not human." "No." For Lu Li and Wang Bingyan, the gradually darkening night made it difficult for them to see the objects in the shadows. But Zhang Jingyi saw it clearly and knew that those were not human. It is better to describe them as a group of paper figures with shadowy entities. These paper figures are twisted and weird, often with half of their bodies as thin as paper and the other half covered in flesh and blood, like strange deformed species. After seeing their appearance clearly, Lu Li and Wang Bingyan were so frightened that they almost cried out. They covered each other's mouths and barely suppressed their surprise. Only after the paper figures in the shadows paced by did Lu Li and Wang Bingyan dare to breathe loudly. "What the duck is this?" "Master," Zhang Jingyi said expressionlessly. "As you can see, It should be a paper figure that is still evolving. Keep going. The further we walked, the more we noticed that in the shadows ahead, there were swaying paper figures coming out one after another, wandering around the town like ghosts. Among these paper figures, a small portion are half flesh and blood, while the majority are still completely paper figures, as if their number is endless. Why so many? Shut up. On the dark road, the four of them dodged the paper figures that kept coming out of the shadows and followed the path that Lu Li and his friends took that day to find the inn owner, crossing the center of the town and heading towards the back of the town. Along the way, thanks to Aunt Wu's ability and their deliberate avoidance, although they encountered many paper people, they did not encounter any danger. As we walked, we were about to reach the edge of the town. At this moment, in the darkness ahead, a dense crowd of paper people appeared and blocked the entire road. Through the densely packed paper figures in front of me, in the distance, there seems to be a winding path leading directly to the back mountain of the town. At the beginning, the inn owner disappeared in the back mountain. My master, I and others encountered those paper figures in the back mountain. At that time, there were not so many paper figures. Where did all these paper figures come from? Listening to Lu Li's words, Zhang Jingyi looked at the mountain behind the town in the distance. The mountain was not high, nor was it big. Now that he was closer, he could clearly see the distorted air that could not be dissolved above the hill. The air density there seemed to be much higher than in the rest of the town, so it could be clearly distinguished from the rest of the surrounding area. From a distance, it looks like there is a big cover upside down on the hill, enveloping the hill into an independent world. In addition, many red lanterns were lit around the hill to symbolize festivity, as if a wedding banquet was being held on the hill. And these white paper figures at the foot of the mountain are like guests attending the wedding banquet? Or servants? Could that be the real world of paper dolls? If nothing else is considered, this phenomenon does seem to be a spectacular sight. Following the rugged road, we arrived in front of this ball of distorted air. Everyone slowed down their pace. They had to slow down because there were so many paper people in front of them that they could no longer move forward. Zhang Jingyi looked up and saw twisted threads of mental power floating in the air less than 10 meters away. They were particularly clear, like oil stains poured into clear water. This phenomenon occurs when the spiritual radiation is too concentrated, and this is just the edge. If you go in, there might be a chaotic world inside, and maybe you can find the inn owner and Lu Li's master. I can only take you so far. If we go any further, the mental radiation is too strong to distort our senses. Aunt Wu looked at the waves in the air ahead and spoke lightly. In that case, I'll have to come alone. Aunt Wu, you take good care of them, and I'll take care of the rest. Zhang Jingyi glanced at Lu Li and Wang Bingyan, took a deep breath, thought for a moment, took the little eagle knife out of his arms, threw it into the air, and the little eagle spread its wings and flew towards a nearby tree. It will be too dangerous to go up the mountain later, so let it wait here. After making preparations, Zhang Jingyi took a step forward and walked towards the paper figures. His feet made rustling sounds as he stepped on the bluestone road. When Zhang Jingyi left the coverage of Aunt Wu's ability, he soon revealed his figure. He no longer walked around these paper figures intentionally as before, but chose to walk in a straight line. In this way, it is easy to attract the attention of the paper figures on the edge. Those paper figures that were originally moving slowly stopped one after another, slowly turned their heads, and looked at Zhang Jingyi. Each of these paper figures had rosy cheeks and wore red and green clothes, looking strange. When they looked at Zhang Jingyi with their tightly closed eyes, they seemed to be in a state of being half awake and half asleep. All the paper figures turned their heads towards Zhang Jingyi. Their eyes seemed half closed, with only a line of white showing, and they looked cold and indifferent. There was a sense of danger in the air, and the quiet night made people tremble. This sense of crisis also made Zhang Jingyi slow down his pace slightly, but he only hesitated for a moment and continued to move forward. Zhang Jingyi's figure paced through the spiritual radiations, completely ignoring the stopped steps and slightly opened eyes of these paper figures. Beep! When Zhang Jingyi paced by a paper man, he broke a spiritual force that was stretched across the air like a thread. Then there was a sound of something breaking in the air, which was very crisp and pleasant. As the sound rang out, the paper man seemed to lose its support and fell to the ground all of a sudden. A hoarse sound came from the paper man's throat, like that of a wild beast. "Feel sorry." Zhang Jingyi stopped, looked back at the paper man lying on the ground, and whispered an apology. At the same time, he said, "But to be honest, I didn't actually touch you. If you attacked me, that would be considered a scam." While speaking, Zhang Jingyi ignored the paper man and continued walking forward with big strides. But at this moment, his heart was full of vigilance, ready to deal with attacks from all directions at any time. As he moved forward, he heard bang and bang sounds all around him, as if a lot of silk threads in the air had been cut. This crisp sound was particularly clear in the silent night, causing cold sweats to appear on the faces of the people behind him. But Zhang Jingyi continued walking as if he had not heard it. In this area, these countless wandering paper figures are particularly strange in themselves and represent danger. Moreover, for these paper figures, Zhang Jingyi's direct passage was equivalent to rudely intruding into their world. Perhaps it caused great damage to the activities of these paper figures, and there seemed to be an invisible hatred growing in the air. But at this moment, Zhang Jingyi chose to ignore them. From Zhang Jingyi's perspective, I was walking and you were blocking the road. If you didn't move, would you not let others walk too? If you don't give in, you'll just have to squeeze it just like walking normally. Zhang Jingyi thought he did nothing wrong. If there is a mistake, it must be the fault of these paper figures. If I have nothing to do or am not busy, I might wait and take care of the emotions of these paper figures. But now, I am in a hurry to get on the road, and if they don't give way, then that is their problem and I can't take care of it anymore. Looking at the paper figures that gradually gathered around, each one had a pale face with 2 large patches of bright red blush on it. Their eyes seemed half closed, with only a line of white showing. They looked cold and indifferent, yet lifeless. So many paper figures put together look exactly like real people at first glance, with such lifelike expressions. If it weren't for those lifeless eyes, I'm afraid people would believe they were living people. Especially with so many paper figures standing there, gusts of cold wind blowing past, making people shiver all over. Boom! The next moment, Zhang Jingyi found that the air shook violently, as if a stone had been dropped on the calm river surface, stirring up layers of water ripples. It seemed that he had destroyed too many aerial threads, which was not a big deal originally, but now it felt like a still picture with the sudden splashes of water on the lake, which instantly became the most discordant factor. In an instant, there was dead silence. A pair of cold eyes stared at him, and the air seemed to freeze in an instant. A black mist rose up from the paper figures surrounding Zhang Jingyi. From the mist, rotten human faces emerged and flew towards him. All he saw were human faces twisted in the black mist, some male, some female, and the screams of young and old, as if a group of women and children were screaming and crying. Waves of mental power impacted Zhang Jingyi's mind. Darn it! Seeing the black mist rolling in, Zhang Jingyi's expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand, and a pistol appeared in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A string of flames spurted out of the pistol in Zhang Jingyi's hand. This time, Aunt Wu brought him bullets from Institute 502, which were specially customized for the characteristics of the Paperman world and had extremely strong killing power against Papermen. The black mist in front of him suddenly appeared in midair, with 3 fist-sized holes pierced through it. Not only that, but black smoke was burning at the edge of each hole. As the black mist flowed, Zhang Jingyi used his extraordinary speed to quickly move his position, while at the same time he raised his pistol and continuously fired at the black mist. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the special bullets traced a strange trajectory in the air. Even when moving quickly, each shot hit the black mist accurately. The tricky angles, accurate hitting rate, and elusiveness made it no exaggeration to say that it was a one-sided massacre. Every bullet blew a hole in the black mist. The black mist, which was originally half a person's height, was shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi suddenly heard a burst of chuckles coming from not far away from him. He turned his head and found a pair of flower girls walking down the hill not far away. They were the same flower girls he saw on the lake that night. Pa! As the pair of flower girls appeared, a gust of cold wind blew, and the big red lanterns originally hung around the hill were extinguished at the same time, plunging the entire hill into darkness. But soon, the lantern that had been extinguished was lit again, but the previous lantern was red. But now, they're all white lanterns. This time, it seemed as if the event had turned from a happy one into a funeral. This change made Zhang Jingyi speechless. Could it be that he had killed too many paper figures? On someone's happy day, they immediately turned it into a funeral. Should I burn some paper as a token of my respect? But he also felt that as the white lanterns around him were lit again, a very dangerous aura was floating in the air. The next moment, when he looked at the pair of flower girls, Zhang Jingyi was stunned for a moment. How come there was only one flower girl? There were originally 2 flower girls, but now, only the girl is left hanging in the air. Under the white lantern light, the little face was reflected palely, and it let out a chuckling sound like a silver bell. The smile makes people feel cold on the back. At the same time, a burst of weird laughter suddenly came from behind Zhang Jingyi. Hearing this strange laughter, Zhang Jingyi's face suddenly froze. It felt as if someone had stuffed a poisonous snake into my collar, and the hairs on my body couldn't help but stand up. Without the time to look back, Zhang Jingyi tapped the ground with both feet, and his body suddenly threw forward. Even though he reacted quickly, he only felt a chill on his back, and several scratches appeared on his back. Zhang Jingyi was a little careless. He turned around abruptly and saw the half-human tall paper boy standing behind him with blood on his hands. Seeing Zhang Jingyi turning around and looking at him, the little boy put the blood in his hand into his mouth, as if tasting his blood. Soon, an intoxicated expression appeared on the little boy's face. Such a strange scene made Aunt Wu and others who were watching from a distance feel a chill on their backs. Not to mention Zhang Jingyi in front of him, the anger in his eyes was already burning. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets fired from Zhang Jingyi's gun and shot towards the little boy. The little boy did not dodge, and several bullets hit his chest. The little boy just grinned and trembled slightly, and the bullets fell off his clothes one after another. This special bullet worked on the black mist just now, but it seemed to have no effect on the pair of paper flower girls. Seeing this situation, Zhang Jingyi silently put his pistol back into the gun bag on his waist and took off the tang sword from his back. Don't think that I won't hit you just because you are children. If you do that again, I won't be polite. As he spoke, the little boy looked in the direction of Zhang Jingyi with cold eyes. The next moment, the little boy clenched his right hand in the air. In his hand, there seemed to be a long sword interwoven with invisible spiritual radiations. Suddenly, the little boy swung his clenched hand towards Zhang Jingyi. There was a loud boom. There seemed to be a gas explosion in the air, and mental radiation radiated violently. In Zhang Jingyi's eyes, a giant sword nearly 2 meters long and 20 centimeters wide appeared in the air. This giant sword of mental power arrived in front of Zhang Jingyi in the blink of an eye, as if it was going to pierce him. When the giant sword rushed in front of Zhang Jingyi, he had no intention of dodging, but just looked at the sword quietly. The violent mental radiation caused by the flying long sword was like a strong wind, blowing the hem of his clothes. Laugh! Just as the giant sword was about to hit him, Zhang Jingyi's pupil shrank slightly, and a distorted mental force surged forward in front of him, like an invisible force shooting forward. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi also released his mental impact. At this time, it can be seen that the mental impact he released did not seem to be as powerful as that of the long sword. At least in terms of momentum, it seems to be smaller. But when it comes to a comparison of mental strength, whoever has the greater influence will never win. The mental power released by Zhang Jingyi surged forward. Compared with the long sword, the density and strength of his mental power were much stronger. The virtual long sword formed by the interweaving of mental radiation was instantly blocked by this force. The two mental forces confronted each other, and the opponent's powerful mental power was transmitted to Zhang Jingyi, causing his feet to slide backwards and cut 2 deep grooves on the ground. But But at the same time, the speed of the virtual long sword formed by mental power became slower and slower, and finally stopped slowly at a distance of less than 10 centimeters from Zhang Jingyi's face. Then, with a snap, the spiritual sword shattered in midair. Fragments of mental power flew out in all directions, disappearing bit by bit in the air, turning into invisible mental waves that spread around. "You've fought enough. It's my turn." Immediately, Zhang Jingyi aimed his Tang sword at the little boy. As Zhang Jingyi pointed the Tang sword at the little boy, a rapid and dazzling light soon began to flash on the sword, and the little boy's face suddenly changed drastically. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zhang Jingyi's movements were extremely simple, but as he moved, the spiritual radiation around him began to fluctuate violently, and more spiritual power was swirling around his body. At this moment, the spiritual level around Zhang Jingyi was rising rapidly at a terrifying speed. A vortex of spiritual power seemed to appear on his Tang sword, containing a terrifying attraction. The spiritual power surrounding it was absorbed and surrounded his Tang sword. As Zhang Jingyi swung the Tang sword towards the little boy, his mental power condensed and made a sharp trembling sound, and there seemed to be a sharp sound in the air. Suddenly, a golden knife light slashed straight towards the little boy. Following the knife light, the surrounding houses collapsed and the ground shook, as if a major earthquake had occurred. Blah! The little boy had no time to escape and was hit by the golden knife, leaving a scar from his head down. Cracks appeared along with the scars, spreading from the middle to the outside, soon covering the whole body of the little boy. Finally, the whole body exploded into pieces and turned into confetti on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing the little boy's death, the little girl in the distance changed her expression, but she did not move forward, but slowly disappeared. With the death of the little boy and the disappearance of the little girl, it seemed to stimulate the surrounding paper figures. The next moment, all the paper figures responded one after another. As they moved, dull but sharp rays of cold light flashed from their eyes. Although the paper figures present were of different sizes, at this moment, their movements were remarkably consistent. At the same time, he slowly twisted his body, and the next moment, the mental power in the air began to become chaotic, and the mental power generated by many paper people intertwined in the air, and a giant mental power hammer slowly took shape in the air. Hum! Along with a series of subtle trembling sounds, the intertwined giant hammers smashed down toward Zhang Jingyi head-on, creating a sharp and piercing sound that broke through the air. As the giant hammer of mental power attacked, mental chaos arose, and this chaos caused the mental power within a certain range to intertwine and spread, forming undercurrents. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi was at the center of this undercurrent. He felt as if the world in front of him was pressing towards him at the same time. But at this moment, he could no longer use his concentrated mental power to break the long sword as he did just now. For now, he could only resist. Come fight. Feeling the pressure at the moment, Zhang Jingyi did not retreat, but took a firm step forward. When he took this step firmly, a distorted gravity field appeared around him and stretched outward. In this force field, the mass and weight of the air increased infinitely, and as a psychic mutant, he infused his psychic power into this gravity field. This can make this gravitational field form a distorted spiritual gravitational field. In this force field, the trajectory of all things will be affected by one's own thoughts. Such a mental force field is enough to withstand the attack of the mental hammer. Boom! The giant hammer formed by the mental power of many paper men bombarded the mental force field. Although the giant hammer was a virtual weapon woven from mental power with such a high density of mental radiation, it seemed to be no different from a real sword weapon. The next moment, the power of the giant hammer penetrated the mental force field and hit his body. The giant hammer seemed like a real weapon, allowing Zhang Jingyi to feel its powerful impact. He could even feel his skin and flesh being torn and the severe pain in his internal organs. Moreover, the blood in the body gushed out from the 7 orifices like a spring. Looking from a distance, Zhang Jingyi's face was covered with bloodstains, making him look extremely miserable. Although the giant hammer and the long sword were both made of mental radiation and were not physical, they still left some real wounds on the body. This weapon woven with spiritual radiation is more of an attack on the cognitive level. Wounds only appear when the person being attacked thinks he or she has been attacked. However, even if the person being attacked does not have such awareness, the mental radiation is too intense and can still affect reality. Therefore, when the weapon formed by mental force is used on the body, one will indeed suffer some injuries. It's quite interesting. Zhang Jingyi's expression twisted slightly. That feeling is like drinking a sip of white wine in the dog days of summer. The heat and spiciness make it a really fiery feeling. Zhang Jingyi slowly stretched out his hand and took a deep breath. As he moved, the mental force field surrounding his body began to operate slowly. Slurp! A piercing sound rang in Zhang Jingyi's mind, and his head felt slightly dizzy, as if something was being repaired. At the same time, Zhang Jingyi saw that the scars on his body caused by the huge hammer seemed to turn into shattered spiritual radiation bit by bit and dissipate around. At the same time, the cracks and wounds on the body were also disappearing. Mental injury is a kind of cognitive injury that will make you feel injured, and then the consequences of the injury will appear. But as long as you realize that this is false, human cognition has an automatic correction function, which will make you realize some wrong cognitions and see the truth. Therefore, in the process of cognitive correction, these injuries will disappear. After treating the injuries on his body, Zhang Jingyi felt a little unhappy when he looked at the many paper figures surrounding him. Now he is really a little angry. He can't just passively take the beating, he has to fight back actively. Thinking of this, he swung the Tang sword in his hand in the air, and suddenly, the spiritual power around him roared like a strong wind. With a whoosh, the spiritual power on the Tang sword seemed to turn into a violent wind. A chaotic spiritual flow erupted in an instant with the impact of ignited gunpowder, instantly sweeping towards the surrounding paper figures. The surrounding paper figures were impacted by this violent mental force. They didn't even have time to crack before they collapsed in an instant, and paper pieces shattered all over the ground. Moreover, Zhang Jingyi's Tang sword was still swinging continuously. As his Tang sword swung, extremely dense golden bullets formed by mental power flew towards the surrounding paper figures at a rapid speed. There were many of these mental bullets, which were densely packed and covered the sky, shooting at the paper figures one by one. Bang bang. At this moment, what Zhang Jingyi held in his hand did not seem to be a Tang sword, but a multi-barreled revolver gun that looked like a Tang sword. Endless spiritual bullets leaked in all directions. In an instant, balls of golden spiritual power surged onto the ground, and all the paper figures were blown into pieces one by one. At this moment, scraps of paper were flying in all directions, and combined with the white lanterns, it really gave a ghostly feeling. Soon, the paper figures that were scattered around the hill and surrounded Zhang Jingyi in the middle were all cleared away by him within a few seconds. Duck! The master is worthy of being a master, so fierce. Lu Li, standing at the foot of the mountain, opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. Aunt Wu on the side also showed surprise in her eyes. Can spiritual power be used in this way? It seems that it is possible in theory. As long as the mental power is strong enough, it is entirely possible to compress the mental power into balls and then release them all at once. This would create an appearance of a highly efficient and lethal psychic bullet. But here comes the problem. Theory is theory. Everyone knows that this can be done, but how many people can actually realize it? At least, from Aunt Wu's point of view, no one can use spiritual power to such a sophisticated and terrifying level. But at the moment, a freak has appeared, and that is the War King in front of us. Aunt Wu couldn't help but think of what Ellie had told her before. If there is any danger, you must prioritize the safety of the War King. At that time, Aunt Wu was a little skeptical about this statement. Could he be so important? Now it seems that what Ellie said may have a hidden meaning, which is that she would rather sacrifice herself than let the War King suffer fatal harm, because he is too unique and important. Looking at the broken pieces of paper on the ground in front of him, Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but let out a long breath and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. At this time, a purple sweat towel was handed to him. Zhang Jingyi subconsciously reached out to take it, but when his hand was halfway out, his face suddenly turned pale. He stared at the sweat towel and looked up, only to see a woman appear beside him without knowing when. Before Zhang Jingyi could react, a delicate hand suddenly grabbed his hand, and he suddenly felt dizzy. Tick-tick. Zhang Jingyi heard loud and powerful roars and the deafening sound of gongs and drums. He opened his eyes and looked up and found himself in a courtyard. From outside the wall, he could hear the sounds of bells, gongs and drums, and sometimes human voices. There was a kind of joyful atmosphere in the noise, as if some happy event was being held. Zhang Jingyi looked around. This was a courtyard with two large houses in the front. It was dark inside, and it seemed that no one was there. When he turned his head to look behind him, his pupils shrank. Near the gate, there was a square black sedan parked. The gate was closed, and there was no one around the sedan. The atmosphere was peaceful and quiet. Zhang Jingyi hesitated for a moment, checked himself first, and found that all his belongings were there. But it was very strange how he came to such a courtyard. Who was the woman who just appeared beside him? Did he bring me here? Is this an illusion? Zhang Jingyi slowly approached the sedan chair, hesitated for a moment, and lifted the curtain of the sedan chair with the Tang sword in his hand. The sedan chair was empty, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the lights in the house and the yard suddenly came on, and the orange light spread into the yard, as if dispelling some of the darkness. With the help of the light, Zhang Jingyi saw that there were wedding characters pasted on the windows of the two main rooms. Combined with the loud gongs and drums outside, it seemed that the family was holding a wedding. Was this the wedding room? Zhang Jingyi approached the window quietly, and through the window, he quietly poked his head to take a look inside. Gradually, I saw the backs of a man and a woman. Both of them were wearing festive wedding gowns and were kneeling on the ground. It looks like they're getting married. But what is weird is that there are two old people sitting on the two chairs in front of them. However, these two old people are not real people, but life-size paper figures, one male and one female, who look so lifelike as if they were real people. If Zhang Jingyi had not seen the paper figures many times today, at first glance, he would not have been able to tell that they were two paper figures. They were just like living people. At this moment, the groom seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head to look out the window. When the groom turned around, Zhang Jingyi was stunned. Why did this groom look so familiar? Isn't this me? The groom actually looks like Zhang Jingyi. Zhang Jingyi rubbed his eyes and looked again carefully, only to find that the two paper figures were still there, but the newlyweds he had seen before were gone. Seeing this, Zhang Jingyi leaned against the window and looked carefully. Sure enough, the newlyweds were gone. In the huge room, only two paper figures were left. Was it an illusion? Zhang Jingyi was a little self-doubting. Was he really seeing things? He checked again and found that there was really no one in the room. He gritted his teeth, opened the door, quietly entered the room, and wanted to look carefully. In the middle of the big house is a living room, with two bedrooms with closed doors on both sides. Two paper figures are sitting on the two chairs in the living room. After entering, Zhang Jingyi first checked the two bedrooms on the left and right and found that no one was hiding. It's so weird. I just saw a newlywed couple praying to the paper figurines, but they suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, he smelled a strong smell of blood, which became stronger and stronger, giving Zhang Jingyi a bad feeling. When he looked up, he found that the two paper figures sitting on the chairs had no eyes. Their empty eye sockets stared at him, and tears of blood instantly flowed out of their eye sockets. Hiss! This weird scene before him made Zhang Jingyi's scalp numb. He couldn't help but take a breath and took a step back. However, as he stepped back, his body suddenly froze because he felt as if he had hit something from behind, and he turned around to look. A gray-green face, with delicate features, thin cheeks, a flat head, a scar at the left corner of the eye, and a pair of lifeless eyes staring at herself blankly. It was the groom, and also Zhang Jingyi. What the heck is this? It can't be me. Zhang Jingyi felt a chill in his heart, and subconsciously pointed the Tang sword in his hand at the groom's chest and stabbed him. Swish! The blade of the Tang's sword pierced directly through the groom's chest, and blood spurted out from the blood groove of the Tang's sword, splashing on Zhang Jingyi's face. In an instant, the strong smell of blood rushed into his nasal cavity. Feeling the hot blood dripping down his cheeks, Zhang Jingyi suddenly became much more sober. Looking at his Tang, sword stuck in the groom's chest, especially seeing that he looked exactly like him, he felt like he was killing himself. Suddenly, Zhang Jingyi found that a strand of black hair on his forehead was rubbing against his cheek and gradually extending downwards. Suddenly, a cool feeling made all the muscles in his body shiver uncontrollably, and it felt like there was a cold little hand behind his back, gently sliding over his muscles. The cool fingers moved along the lines of his muscles, bit by bit, to his chest. This feeling instantly made Zhang Jingyi's hair stand on end. He wanted to move, but found that he couldn't move at all. Slowly, Zhang Jingyi saw a delicate hand emerging from the shoulder. The nails are bright red, the fingers are white and slender, and the proportions of each finger seem to have been carefully carved, without a trace of fat or wrinkles. The whole slender hand is plump, yet feels light, as if it is the hand of a fairy that is not stained by the dust of the world. Just by looking at this delicate hand, you can tell how beautiful the owner of this hand is. Then, Zhang Jingyi felt his head getting heavier and heavier, and his originally sharp eyes gradually became blurred. And when he tried hard to cheer himself up, he always felt that there was a force in his mind that made him feel more and more depressed and a little confused. At this moment, a graceful figure in red flashed before his eyes. In his hazy eyes, it seemed to be a woman in bridal attire, and her face looked somewhat familiar. This woman in a wedding dress seems to be Ellie. A strand of long hair gently brushed against Zhang Jingyi's cheek, and a heart-stirring and invigorating fragrance wafted past, which seemed to be the unique body fragrance of a young girl, so beautiful that it made people feel heartbroken. Zhang Jingyi subconsciously stretched out his hand, but only the long black hair paced through his fingertips like oil and water. "Ailey, when did you grow your hair long? You are so beautiful," Zhang Jingyi murmured to himself. At this moment, there was no answer from Ellie. In Zhang Jingyi's eyes, a red dress was dancing lightly in front of him. The fluttering red skirt revealed her slender legs and a pair of small and delicate feet. "Gudong!" Zhang Jingyi's Adam's apple twitched, and his lifeless eyes seemed to be frozen in a daze. In his pupils, there was only the beautiful figure. Her pink nails and white toes seemed to be blasphemous to her if she stepped on the ground. "Am I pretty?" Zhang Jingyi's eyes blurred, and when he looked again, the woman was gone. The next moment, the alluring body fragrance wafted into his nose, and a silver bell like laughter rang in his ears. Zhang Jingyi turned around and reached out to hug her. His hands were holding a bright red wedding gown, which still stank of a woman's scent, which made him unable to help but take a deep breath. Hiss! Taking a deep breath of the fragrance, Zhang Jingyi felt as if his soul was about to fly. The next moment, a white jade finger gently hooked on his chin and turned his face around. Under the thin dress, the jade-like body is faintly visible, white and shiny, and the big white rabbits that are about to come out make people blush. Ellie in front of him, with a pair of red lips, smiled frivolously at Zhang Jingyi. At this moment, it seemed as if the world had lost its color. Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but put his hand on the woman's smooth waist. Smelling the body fragrance of the woman in front of him, his breathing involuntarily accelerated. At this moment, looking at the woman in front of me, I suddenly had the urge to give everything for her. It seemed that as long as she opened her mouth, even destroying everything would be nothing, just to win a smile from her beauty. What morality, what mission, what Institute 502, all go to heck. Seeing Zhang Jingyi's blank eyes, with only a look of madness for her, AI Lee's red lips slightly raised, with a smug look on her face, and she slowly moved her body close to his face. "Am I beautiful?" As soon as she opened her mouth, the soft and tender voice made every bone in my body soften. No wonder the old saying goes that Winru Township is the tomb of heroes. Now Zhang Jingyi has a deeper understanding of this sentence. After hearing this, Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but put his face between the woman's full orbs. Hiss! Taking a deep breath, the fragrance was intoxicating. Zhang Jingyi nodded and said, "Beautiful." The answer seemed very satisfying, causing Ellie's mouth to slightly lift. However, at this moment, Zhang Jingyi continued, "Beautiful. Beautiful ace." What? Zhang Jingyi's words froze the smile on AI Li's face. She immediately covered her mouth, stroked his cheek with her palm, and said with a smile, "Be obedient and don't be naughty." The next moment, Zhang Jingyi's eyelids fluttered, and a fierce cold light appeared in his cloudy eyes. Zhang Jingyi tightened his arms, and the bulging blue veins were like little snakes wriggling from his skin, holding the woman tightly in his arms. Pain! When hearing Ellie's charming and tender voice, even a man as hard as iron would be softened in an instant. However, Zhang Jingyi not only did not let go, but instead held the other person even tighter with his arms. Bang! After a loud bang, a puff of white smoke came out of Zhang Jingyi's arms. When he looked closely, he found that there was a paper doll of a woman in his arms. With the appearance of the female paper figure, Zhang Jingyi's eyes were filled with ripples, and everything in front of him gradually became clear. What he saw before him was no longer the courtyard, but the foot of the mountain behind the town in Misty Ridge. At his feet lay a paper doll of a little girl, but now it seemed to have been crushed by the huge force and broken into two pieces at the chest. With just this little bit of magic, you still want to bewitch me? Especially when he transforms into my leader. Don't I know my leader? Zhang Jingyi touched his nose and wondered in his heart, why did this little girl turn into Ellie in her dream? Generally speaking, this kind of transformation technique will transform the person being attacked into the person they like the most. Could it be that in my heart? He shook his head, put aside some issues that were not suitable to think about now, and looked at the mental shield covering the hill in front of him. Now, just walk through here and you can see what's inside. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jingyi said Heko to Aunt Wu, Lu Li, and Wang Bingyan, who were not far away, and indicated that he was going in. Aunt Wu nodded at him from a distance, while Lu Li on the side waved his hands desperately, as if greeting him. Wang Bingyan on the other side seemed a little nervous. She stuck close to Lu Li and looked at him silently with no expression. Zhang Jingyi smiled at them and waved his hands, signaling that they need not be nervous. Then he walked to the front of the distorted space, his face still looking calm, and took the first step. When Zhang Jingyi paced through this area, where the air density was obviously different from other areas, he felt that this world was really wonderful. When he was pacing through, it was as if he had paced through an invisible barrier, and even his skin felt numb, as if covered by a weak electric current. Stimulated by the electric current, I feel as if all the pores on my body are opening and closing at that moment. The brain experiences a brief, mild dizziness, as if from lack of oxygen. He paused for a moment inside the barrier, adjusted to the new environment, and then slowly walked over. Zhang Jingyi felt as if there were waves in front of his eyes, and then he found himself in a bright world. He entered the area in a nervous state. When entering, he did not dare to be careless at all and was always ready to deal with sudden attacks or other abnormalities. But when his vision gradually became clear, he was still a little surprised by the scene before him. Because what appeared before his eyes at this moment was not the town and hills outside, nor the groups of paper people. The light here is bright enough to see things. It feels like entering an exhibition hall. The lighting in the hall is well handled, giving people a very warm feeling. The floor of the pavilion is made of smooth brown-red tiles, with white walls on both sides and artistic chandeliers overhead. The pavilion has a distinct regional style, giving it unique regional characteristics. He turned his head and looked back. Behind him, there was also a white wall. On the wall was an old-fashioned clock. The clock was turning quietly, and the golden pendant was swinging left and right, making a faint tick-tick sound. It seemed that he had just paced through this wall, but at this moment he knocked on the wall and found that it was a solid wall and felt very thick. Then how did I get in? Could it be that I have the ability to pace through walls? Zhang Jingyi walked forward and saw many oil paintings hanging on the walls on both sides. each of which depicted a different scene. The oil paintings include figures, landscapes, objects, and large-scale paintings that seem to be narratives. The hall was very quiet, with a faint scent of ink in the air, slowly filling my nose. Apart from that, there was nothing unusual. Zhang Jingyi didn't even see anyone or anything else. Everything here seems unusually quiet, but there is a strange style in the quietness that makes people feel particularly uncomfortable. Is this another illusion? Zhang Jingyi walked slowly forward, admiring the oil paintings on the walls on both sides. Zhang Jingyi walked while looking left and right, expecting to see what changes would happen. Anything that is out of the ordinary is a demon. After walking for a while, he found that nothing had changed. Thinking this in his mind, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, opened his mental vision, and then opened them again. As a result, he found that everything in his vision had not changed, and he was still in this exhibition hall. Could it be that this place was not an illusion, but really existed? As I walked, I found that everything here was quiet and real. Even though Zhang Jingyi tried to sense carefully, and even turned on his mental vision, he did not detect anything unusual. This is so weird. Although he did not find anything unusual, he was very sure that he had just paced through a barrier from the foot of the hill and entered this area shrouded by mental radiation. I also remember that this should be a small hill. Then why did I end up in such a strange place just by taking one step? What is this? Is it some ability that I don't know about? Or, it's impossible to say that while pacing through that area, I was teleported to another place by some mysterious force, right? Or should Paperman actually build such an exhibition hall here? If so, what is the purpose of building this exhibition hall? There are too many doubts. How can I get out? Zhang Jingyi's fingers lightly brushed across the white wall beside him and whispered, "Why don't we tear it down?" As he said this, he seemed to feel that the whole hall seemed to tremble. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes as he walked into the hall, only to find it unusually quiet. Gradually, in addition to the oil paintings on the walls, many different kinds of paper figures appeared in every corner of the hall, all standing there quietly. Each paper figure has a different style. There are men, women, old, young, and even paper made ferocious beasts. These paper figures vary in height, with the smallest being only a few dozen centimeters tall, while the largest ones directly touch the dome and are at least 20 to 30 meters tall. The shapes are different. Some are farmers carrying hoes, some are workers in uniform, and there are even female students. In short, it seems like all kinds of people in life appear here. There were also ferocious beasts of different shapes on one side, including the three-eyed giant wolf, skinless monkey, two-headed lion, three-headed giant python, etc. that Zhang Jingyi had seen before. It's like there is a human town on one side and a diverse zoo on the other. What's even more strange is that when Zhang Jingyi accidentally touched a paper man who looked like a young man, he actually felt body temperature on the paper man. But when he confirmed it again, the body temperature disappeared again, as if everything just now was Zhang Jingyi's imagination. After discovering this problem, Zhang Jingyi remained calm and just walked quietly while paying attention to everything here. After a while, he stopped in front of a paper figure of an old man. The old man seemed to look familiar. He thought about it and suddenly realized that this old man seemed to be the Master Lu he was looking for. He looked around and found a middle-aged man in a suit not far away. He recalled the photo of the inn owner that Wang Bingyan had shown him, and this man seemed to be the inn owner. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. He looked around at the many paper figurines displayed around him. Could it be that all the paper figurines displayed here were living people and living beasts? In order to verify his judgment, Zhang Jingyi stood in front of a paper-cut work of a three-eyed giant wolf. There are some psychological barriers to killing paper people, but if it is a ferocious beast, it would be much better. The knife struck the three-eyed wolf's shoulder, but no blood flowed out of the wound. He raised his eyebrows and walked forward to carefully examine the broken area. Only then did I realize that although it is a papier-mâché work, the paper cover on the surface is actually made of 6 or 7 layers of paper. It is a full centimeter thick and is hard and heavy. The cardboard is just like that, not to mention there is a skeleton inside, which is quite similar to the skeleton of a beast, but not as complicated. He then chopped into pieces 3 beasts of different sizes and found that they were all similar and were indeed paper-cut works. Finally, he stood in front of the owner. To be honest, he really wanted to break one open to see, but he was worried that if it was a real person, that would be a bit bad. It's not that he was afraid of killing people, and even if these paper figures were real people, it looked like they would be dead if he didn't come to save them. Assuming that these are indeed some paper-cut works, who put them here? No matter how hard I think about it, I just can't figure it out. It's a bit of a headache and weird. How can we get out of this exhibition hall? Zhang Jingyi slowly went deeper into the exhibition hall, looking at the paper figures and paper-cut works on display. If these were not really made of living people or living monsters, then they could truly be considered works of art. But after turning around and around, I couldn't find any way out, as if there was no door at all. Zhang Jingyi walked slowly around the entire exhibition hall, looking carefully at everything here. As he walked, he frowned slightly and said, "This place feels very real to me, but I don't know why. I still think it's fake. If it's possible, how about just tearing down this crappy place? But it seems a little too wild." Zhang Jingyi returned to the place where he first came in, looked at the clock hanging on the wall, and looked at the wall next to it. He carefully observed the texture and materials here. They all seemed real, and he could even smell the paint on it. But as his mental strength reached a certain level, he gradually began to feel something unreal. "You are fake. This place is fake. There's something wrong with my cognition, so I just need to restore my cognition to normal." As he was speaking, Zhang Jingyi suddenly stretched out his hand, infused his mental power into his hand, and grabbed the wall. The wall felt tough, but he clawed at it anyway, like digging his fingers into mud. As he made this move, suddenly the entire space seemed to vibrate. Zhang Jingyi didn't care about anything else. He just tensed his face slightly, dug it in with force, and then tore it out with force. Boom! When Zhang Jingyi grabbed a part of the wall and tore it outwards, something in his mind suddenly felt like it was getting confused, like it was exploding. This exploding feeling appeared in my mind, as if the oil was boiling in a pot. It was as if something was shattered by my persistence and seriousness, and a certain thought suddenly became unobstructed. At the same time, the entire wall and his pupils reflected dark red light. The color of the wall material in his hand changed instantly and turned into dark red. Moreover, the real feeling I had before was disappearing rapidly. Soon, this change, like stepping on thin ice, caused a break at one point, and that break then spread outward rapidly. Then you'll find that as this spreads, it eventually causes the entire ice surface to completely collapse. Eventually, you'll see something different. The exhibition hall where Zhang Jingyi is located is gradually disappearing, slowly from real to blurred, and then slowly dissolving. Finally, everything in front of me slowly turned into a dark red light. Moreover, this ray of light was gradually becoming transparent, clear, and fragmented, and was gradually dissipating into the surrounding air. It was as if this was a shattered dream. Everything in front of his eyes became illusory and unreal. Then, Zhang Jingyi found that he was standing on a small hill at this time. The moon is hanging in the sky, but from here, it seems dark and strange. Turning back, I can vaguely see the bright world outside through a layer of film, but there seems to be a sense of isolation between them. Is it really just an illusion? Zhang Jingyi took a deep breath and saw an extremely thick blood-red tree not far away. The trunk of this giant tree alone requires 5 or 6 people to hug. Each of its branches is as big as a millstone. The roots at the base of the tree are as thick as pythons, penetrating deep into the rocks, and it is unknown where they lead to. The giant tree has lush foliage, thick and gnarled trunks, and long branches extending outward. The strangest thing is that there seem to be many paper people hanging on the branches, densely packed, like a grape trellis hung with strange fruits. At first glance, the piles of fruits look like a rotten ocean hanging in the darkness, spreading out from the end of the field of vision, which makes one's scalp tingle. At the same time, Zhang Jingyi also discovered that at the top of the giant tree, vines were entwined to form a high platform, and on the platform, there was indeed a large scarlet coffin. And not far from the big red coffin, there was a square black sedan parked. With the arrival of Zhang Jingyi, the dark red muscle tissue on the tree trunk, as if the skin had been peeled off, spread to both sides, and an old human face squeezed out. At the same time, the paper figures hanging on the tree, swaying back and forth in the wind, seemed to have suddenly changed, as if they had really turned into real people hanging on the tree. Looking up, the paper figures hanging on the trees were densely packed and looked particularly stiff, as if their bodies were twitching, just like a person trying to make a final struggle while hanging himself. These paper figures hanging on the trees have a complex and indistinguishable sound coming from their throats. The half-closed eyes of the paper figures had now completely opened, revealing their empty eye sockets. There were deep hollows in their eye sockets, without even any eyeballs, and some of them were empty darkness, from which emerged the real power of pain and gushed-out madness. At this moment, the branches of this giant tree were still stretching out hard, and the branches and leaves alone covered an area of more than 100 meters. A tree seemed to support a forest. At the end of each branch, the appearance of the paper figures was twisting and changing. The skin of each paper figure was blood red, as if it had been peeled off. From the perspective of Zhang Jingyi, it could be seen that blood was actually oozing out. "Heko, can we talk? I don't mean to be your enemy." Zhang Jingyi frowned, looking at the giant tree in front of him and the big red coffin on top of the tree, hoping to communicate. "What do you want to talk about?" An old man's voice came from the monster that looked like a giant tree. "These paper figures you have here are made of real people, right? Can you let them go? Just let them go, and I'll leave. Wouldn't it be nice if we didn't bother each other and lived in peace?" Hearing his words, the giant tree of flesh and blood swayed its branches in the air, making a whoosh-whoosh sound. "Why do you command me? Only the great paper queen is qualified to command me. And you, with such a lowly life, can only become my collection." The next moment, the giant tree of flesh and blood seemed somewhat disdainful of continuing to communicate with Zhang Jingyi. In its eyes, Zhang Jingyi was as small as an ant compared to it. When the sound rang out, 70 or 80 vines floating in the air fell down at the same time. You can see the paper figures at the end of the vines falling to the ground like raindrops. These paper figures with distorted facial features and empty eye sockets soon gathered in front of Zhang Jingyi. Seeing this, Zhang Jingyi sighed and decided to give him a beating first. He stomped heavily on the ground. Where the feet landed, an invisible wave of spiritual power instantly spread outward. Suddenly, the air in this area seemed to have a change in gravity, a gravity mental force field. Blah! All the vines that rushed towards Zhang Jingyi were blocked outside by the invisible force. Zhang Jingyi's spiritual power continued to spread outward, preventing them from coming to him. However, this time, the tree was too powerful, and there were too many vines. Soon, the paper figures hanging on the branches, with the help of the power of the giant tree, slowly and little by little, penetrated into the force field. These paper figures had vicious smiles on their faces, and their hands slowly grabbed Zhang Jingyi's body. Soon, a paper man approached Zhang Jingyi and slowly seemed to merge into his body. The paper man had a strange smile on his face, as if he had some kind of will, and he desperately stabbed deep into Zhang Jingyi's body. It seemed that it was still absorbing his flesh and blood to allow itself to grow rapidly, and was trying to influence or even seize control of this body. All kinds of indescribable feelings, like ink, stained Zhang Jingyi's mind and slowly covered it. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi suddenly realized that these living people were made into paper figures in this way. Everything he is experiencing now should be the process that these real people have experienced before. He didn't react for a full 2 seconds as he savored the strange taste these paper figures brought to him. This body has been acting very strange since its resurrection, with a strange self-healing ability that is so strong that it is beyond description. Like at this moment, even though these paper people were trying desperately to assimilate him, he felt that as long as he exerted some strength, these paper people would be like viruses in his body and could be easily killed by him. Like now, Even without him doing anything actively, all the paper figures around him who wanted to merge into his body, those ferocious expressions and distorted facial features, were gradually filled with an expression of shock and fear. Because they discovered that the blood and mental force field in this body were like pesticides to them, gradually killing the will of the giant tree in their paper man. These paper figures even began to actively stay away from Zhang Jingyi. But now that we are here, it's not so easy to just leave like this. It's my turn now. Looking at these paper figures trying to break away from his body, with Zhang Jingyi's words, the spiritual power surrounding him seemed to have received some kind of instruction and instantly became violent. The mental force field suddenly became violent, like a drizzle that instantly turned into a downpour, mixed with countless hail and countless lightning and thunder. At this moment, the mental power was like living waves, roaring towards the giant tree of flesh and blood. In Zhang Jingyi's eyes, those mental powers seemed to transform into countless ghosts or monsters, and they rushed forward viciously according to his orders. The ghosts or monsters transformed by spiritual power rushed to the giant flesh and blood tree. The ghosts or monsters either opened their teeth to bite, stretched out their hands to tear it, or even hugged the flesh and blood monster tree and hit it with their heads. It seemed that at this moment the whole world seemed to have gone completely crazy. Even though the giant tree of flesh and blood was already very large, the area covered by its crown alone was probably more than 100 meters. But in front of the spiritual power around it, it still seems extremely small, especially now that the spiritual power around it has revealed a kind of strange madness. The countless vines on the giant tree that twisted and struggled like blood pythons were targeted by a large amount of terrifying spiritual power. They were eaten and torn apart bit by the spiritual power, as if they were hated and rejected by the whole world. The vines broke off piece by piece and fell to the ground. The scene was cruel, yet filled with indescribable joy. Soon, the giant tree of flesh and blood looked extremely miserable and dilapidated. At this moment, a sudden chill surged from Zhang Jingyi's heart, making him alert. It was as if a picture suddenly appeared before my eyes, and a pair of phoenix eyes opened from the darkness. Suddenly, a wave flashed across the top of the giant flesh and blood tree, and out of nowhere, a dark hand appeared. One hand? This hand has long and thin fingers, no nails, and even no outline of hand bones. It looks limp, but for some reason, when Zhang Jingyi saw this hand, his heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he actually had a feeling that a disaster was about to happen, and every cell in his body was clamoring to escape. At this moment, a single eye suddenly appeared on the back of the black hand. The one-eyed man's eyelids opened, his dark pupils flashed a cold light, and his single eye swept toward Zhang Jingyi. Boom! Just a look like this made Zhang Jingyi feel like he was struck by lightning. The black gemstone-like pupils looked over, and it seemed as if the surrounding space was collapsing. At this moment, taking a step back would lead to a bottomless abyss, and taking a step forward would lead to a sea of fire and a mountain of swords. The empty gaze almost caused Zhang Jingyi's spirit to collapse. Zhang Jingyi looked into the one eye, and in the black pupil, a woman in a wedding dress gradually became clear. As the figure of the woman in the wedding dress became clearer and clearer, Zhang Jingyi heard a loud noise. It seemed as if at this moment, he only felt a huge shaking as if the earth was shaking, and powerful waves of spiritual power instantly pressed down on his head. It felt as if he was hit head-on by a huge ship falling from the sky. Endless auditory and visual hallucinations appeared in his mind. Zhang Jingyi immediately mobilized the spiritual power around him and formed a barrier above his head. In an instant, it was clearly seen that the mental barrier above his head, which was in the shape of a smooth arc, was slowly being pressed into a dent, as if some huge mental power had fallen on the barrier at this moment. Zhang Jingyi raised his head and looked upward, looking at the one eye and the woman in the wedding dress in the eye, with obvious surprise on his face. Just now, he felt a sudden emergence of spiritual power and was caught off guard, as if he had been attacked by something. An indescribable sense of shock and weirdness was deeply imprinted in his mind. What on earth is this? Why is there such a strange character among the paper figures? At this moment, Zhang Jingyi turned around and wanted to leave. Everything here was getting out of control, and it was beyond what he could bear at the moment. Just when he was about to turn around, his expression suddenly froze, and he felt that everything in front of him seemed to slow down. At this moment, in his eyes, time seemed to be extended infinitely. It was as if Zhang Jingyi had already drifted away in the long river of time and became a tiny speck of dust in the long river of time. In reality, he stood there stupidly, as if he was under a spell, frozen in place, with even his raised arms frozen in the air. At this moment, not only his body was frozen in time, it seemed that even his thoughts were frozen in time. At this moment, he seemed to be thinking of nothing, but also seemed to be thinking of a lot. At this moment, a streak of red floated past his cheek. A thin, boneless finger moved gently up his back. The cold finger was like ice in winter, emitting a biting chill. The cool fingers slid up along the joints of his spine, and when they reached the cervical vertebrae, the fingers lightly pinched, and the whole hand was as easy as inserting into a cake. The next moment, Zhang Jingyi felt a piercing pain that penetrated his heart because that hand grabbed his spine. Even though he was frozen in that moment, he could still feel the pain clearly. There is an old saying, cramps and bones are being torn apart. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi truly felt this kind of pain. A hand was grabbing my spine and pulling it out of my skin bit by bit. He could even hear the crack and crack sounds of bones grinding against each other, and every time a joint was pulled out, he could hear a bang sound of cracking. These sounds seemed like the death knell of the god of death, and they seemed to be announcing the death of Zhang Jingyi. Call! At the same time, Zhang Jingyi felt a slight warmth in his ears, and a faint fragrance came to his nose. Another light jade hand came from behind him and held him tightly in the arms. It was as if a pair of bright red lips were approaching his ear, and a warmth was gently touching his skin. Soon he felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if a pair of small canine teeth were biting down on his neck. The stinging pain caused Zhang Jingyi's dull pupils to shrink slightly. He could clearly feel that death seemed to be approaching. However, at this moment, there was a sudden scream, and a stream of bright red blood flowed down his neck. After a while, Zhang Jingyi felt that his body had regained its autonomy. In a hurry, his figure flashed, like an arrow shot from a bow, and suddenly appeared on the other side. He half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. Everything that happened just now was so terrifying that he thought he was going to die in the next moment. As soon as he relaxed, he was hit by a huge pain like a tide. Zhang Jingyi's body went limp, and he almost collapsed on the ground from half kneeling. He quickly reached back and touched his back, only to find that his skin was fine. It turned out that the feeling of his spine being pulled out did not really exist, as if it was just an illusion. But he could truly feel that if he continued, he might really die from the pain. This may be the death of consciousness, which will also cause the physical body to die together with the death of consciousness. But for some reason, the hand suddenly let go of him. Was it because of his own blood? The feeling of being frozen in time just now was so terrifying. As soon as he moved a little, he felt a tingling pain on his neck. He touched it with his hand and found blood flowing from his neck. It also seemed that there was a tooth mark on his neck. Could it be that the feeling of being bitten just now is real? Is this a dog? Why does it bite people all the time? Zhang Jingyi raised his head and looked towards the place just now. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of petite and stylish jade feet. The whole pair of jade feet did not even have a single wrinkle. The smooth soles of the feet were enough to drive foot fetishists crazy. Going up from the ankle, there is a red glow. The bright red wedding dress is as thin as gauze. Under the wedding dress, you can vaguely see a pair of slender and round thighs, and the skin is as smooth as mutton fat. Seeing this scene, even though Zhang Jingyi had no other thoughts, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Looking up along the thighs, there is a slender waist, hands as soft as catkins, skin as smooth as cream, and there seems to be a touch of red silk between the hands. Looking up, I saw that the woman's face was covered by a red veil, which seemed to be the woman's red veil. At this moment, there seemed to be a gust of wind blowing, and a corner of the red gauze was blown up slightly. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi only felt that the colors of the world before his eyes seemed to be dimmed in an instant. Under the red veil, her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her oval face was round and stylish, full of oriental charm. Two curved brows that seemed to be frowning, but not frowning. A pair of eyes that seemed to be happy, but not happy, but full of emotion. Soon, the red veil fell, covering up this peerless beauty. Seeing the red veil fall and the face disappear, Zhang Jingyi felt as if he had lost something in his heart. Zhang Jingyi stood up and held the Tang sword in his hand in front of himself. It was a dangerous moment just now. It was the first time he felt the thrill of being controlled by time. What kind of ability is this? Is it a control system? Is there a control system that can control time? If it is true, it is simply too outrageous. Now, even if he just looked at this woman, he felt unprecedented pressure. In the air around this woman, the force field of mental power was twisting all the time, and waves of gibberish that kept impacting his mind stimulated Zhang Jingyi's mind like electric currents. The subconscious stimulation of this kind of nonsense can make him see some illusory images continuously. The air seemed to be squeezed by a huge force, and wrinkles appeared one after another that were visible to the naked eye. All these changes told him how terrifying this woman was, not to mention her ability to freeze time just now. Therefore, even Zhang Jingyi, who was fearless, felt a little frightened and unable to judge at this moment. But no matter what, I can't and will not choose to retreat at this moment. After all, those townspeople are living beings, and we cannot give up on them just because we are afraid. So, she stood up straight, raised her head, and looked straight at the woman in the red wedding dress. He didn't know what to do since he thought he couldn't win the fight. He subconsciously wanted to wait for the other party to speak first. "Who are you?" Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long, and a sound like a silver bell was heard. The voice sounded like that of an 18 or 19-year-old girl, but Zhang Jingyi knew that the woman in front of him was definitely not a real girl. She was probably the queen of the paper doll world. "Hecko, I'm Zhang Jingyi from the 502nd Institute of Crescent Federation," Zhang Jingyi said with a slight bow. After a slight pause, the paper queen's dark yet particularly vivid eyes seemed to reveal a look of surprise. Next, the paper queen stared at Zhang Jingyi without saying a word, and her expression seemed as if she was thinking about something. "This monster that looks like a woman is really scary. Should we fight?" At this time, Zhang Jingyi had a splitting headache and was under tremendous pressure and pain. Ever since the paper queen appeared, he had felt an indescribable, enormous pressure. This pressure was invisible and intangible, yet it existed in reality, causing him to have various hallucinations from time to time. This illusion was like a series of tiny mirrors, each of which could reflect different scenes. Many times, when he was not paying attention, he almost fell into those illusory scenes. Zhang Jingyi was trying hard to stay rational, because he had a hunch that if he got caught up in those illusory scenes, he might become truly addicted to them and never wake up again. Seeing that the paper queen didn't speak for a long time, he felt like withdrawing from the confrontation. This is not fear, but the body's escape instinct when facing a powerful, mysterious, and unknown creature. Even if she was a paper figure, in Zhang Jingyi's spiritual vision, he could indeed see a real body of flesh and blood. If she is a woman, how could such a special and terrifying woman appear in this world of paper dolls? Although he really wants to quit now, he remembers something his master once said to him when he was a child. When facing a mad, vicious dog, don't be afraid. Instead, stare into its eyes. Otherwise, it may pounce on you at any time. Zhang Jingyi understood that this was a battle. If he really had to die, he would have died at that moment just now. Since he is not dead, then explain what might be on his body, something that would surprise or scare the paper queen. It was this thought that supported him and kept him standing there. Even at this moment, Zhang Jingyi's brain had become a little confused. The unknown and chaotic fragmented scenes and the crazy and unclear whispers kept transmitting back and forth between his eardrums. Even so, he still persisted, staring at the paper queen with his eyes. As time passed, his nose started bleeding, and his eyes became colder and colder. "Heko, distinguished sir, I understand your intention. There is no hatred between us, only misunderstanding." As if she felt his gaze growing colder, the paper queen, who had been staring at him, suddenly revealed a faint smile on her face. That smile was very friendly, without any sense of hostility. She spoke softly and greeted Zhang Jingyi. Hearing this, Zhang Jingyi was stunned for a moment, as if he was a little doubtful of his ears. Was she greeting him? The paper queen smiled even more broadly, nodded gently to Zhang Jingyi, and said, "Don't be nervous." As she spoke, the oppressive pressure that had been surrounding Zhang Jingyi seemed to ease. The paper queen smiled tenderly at Zhang Jingyi and said, "I just woke up and saw you bullying Xiaoshu so." Hearing the gentle words of the paperman queen, even if Zhang Jingyi was slow to react, he understood a little bit. It seemed that the paperman queen was a little afraid of him. This feeling frightened Zhang Jingyi, and he denied it 1,000 times in his heart. How could this be possible? "Heko, dear madam, what should I call you?" Zhang Jingyi bent slightly and responded in a friendly manner. "Queen Doris." The paper queen quickly gave feedback to his response. Zhang Jingyi was very happy. A good start is often the beginning of friendly communication. So, Zhang Jingyi and the paper queen Doris actually started chatting like this. At the foot of the mountain behind the town, Lu Li walked back and forth eagerly, muttering something as he walked. Ever since Zhang Jingyi cleaned up the paper figures under the hill and entered the back mountain that seemed like a cover, a deafening roar once erupted from the hill below the cover. Aunt Wu, Lu Li, and others almost ran away, but fortunately, the noise soon died down. But then, there was endless silence, half an hour, an hour. Time paced by minute, but there was no more movement inside. Although Aunt Wu, Lu Li, and others were extremely impatient, no one could get past that barrier. It's not that I don't want to move forward, but I really can't. Aunt Wu really couldn't stand it any longer, fearing that something might happen to Zhang Jingyi in there, and she wouldn't be able to explain to AI Li after she got out. After spending half a day preparing myself mentally, I mustered up my courage and wanted to break through the mental barrier to see what happened to Zhang Jingyi. As a result, a tragic thing happened. Aunt Wu was actually flung away by the power of this mental barrier. Fortunately, this mental barrier was just a subconscious reaction and did not cause much harm to Aunt Wu. After being hurled away, Aunt Wu rolled around on the ground for a few times and quickly got up, looking like nothing had happened. Just when several people were getting uneasy, Zhang Jingyi came out, holding the tang sword upside down in one hand and supporting his waist with the other. As soon as he came out, a black shadow swooped over. He hugged the little eagle in his arms. Looking at the little eagle cooing in his arms, Zhang Jingyi touched its feathers and felt great to be able to get out alive. He looked up at the sky and found that the moon was in the east part of the sky, as if it had just fallen night. I took out my cell phone and found it was turned off. It seemed that the mental confusion inside was still very serious. Should I get a new phone? Suddenly, he felt a little annoyed and thought that he was wasting his phone. Although I don't know what time it is now, judging from the position of the moon, it is almost the same time as when I went in. I fought for so long inside and walked for half a day to get out. Why is it still the same time? Unable to figure it out for a moment, he sat down on the hillside with the little eagle in his arms and made a gesture to Lu Li, who was not far away. Lu Li ran over, took out a cigarette box, took out a cigarette and gave it to Zhang Jingyi, then lit the cigarette with a pop. Ahem. After taking a long puff, Zhang Jingyi coughed several times. He felt that the cigarette had a moldy smell, but he was reluctant to throw it away. So, he looked at Lu Li with dissatisfaction, which made Lu Li feel a little confused. While smoking, he was thinking about the issue of time, but after just a moment, his brows relaxed and he let go. Zhang Jingyi felt that with his knowledge in this area, it would be difficult to figure out this problem. Let's not think about it anymore. I guess all this has a lot to do with the mysterious paper Queen Doris. Thinking of Queen Doris, Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but be amazed. The queen's ability was too powerful. Those town residents who have been transformed into paper figures are probably no longer normal people. When he thought about how so many people had already been polluted, he actually felt a little uncomfortable. Although he tried hard, and the paper queen agreed to release Lu Li's master, the others. He had to save the face given by others, and he knew in his heart that he really couldn't afford to offend the queen. Seeing Lu Li hesitant to speak, Zhang Jingyi took another deep puff of his cigarette, put it out, and said, "Don't worry. I have already communicated with the paper queen, and your master will be back soon." After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the inn, saying as he walked, "I'm going back to sleep. I'm exhausted from this night."